Qin Yu had always believed himself to be nothing more than an ordinary man, never once imagining that one day he would do something earth-shaking. That was until he saw an out-of-control truck careening toward the side of the road where a panic-stricken child was standing. Without time to think, Qin Yu threw himself forward and shoved the child away with all his strength, and in the next instant the runaway truck slammed into him like a shell. He felt his entire body being flung into the air, then his consciousness plunged into boundless darkness. When Qin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a sunlit room with large glass windows. Looking at the furnishings in the room, Qin Yu felt it resembled a European or British style, with a distinctly. It was obvious this was not a hospital. His eyes still a little dazed, he blinked and forced himself to recall what had just then a little girl shouted in English, "Dad, Mom. He's awake, he's awake." Her voice was laced with nervousness, yet there was clear delight in it. Am I in someone else's house? I was obviously sent flying by that truck just now. Why did no one send me to a hospital? Before Qin Yu could say anything, the little girl beside him fired off a barrage of questions. Hello, what's your name? Do you still remember what happened to you? Where is your home? Instinctively, Qin Yu reached for his glasses. He had been severely nearsighted, but after groping around for a long while he failed to find them. He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the little girl beside him, only to discover he could see her with perfect clarity. The girl's tender skin, her long eyelashes, her bright eyes. Qin Yu could see every detail vividly. Only now did he realize how crystal clear the world could be. The sensation was exhilarating. Could being hit by that truck have somehow cured my nearsightedness? He thought. He had heard that laser eye surgery cost tens of thousands. How would a bargain? He collected himself and scrutinized the girl before him, and only then did he realize she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her in some film before. Qin Yu shook his head again to confirm he was truly awake, then asked in puzzlement, "Aren't you that? Who?" Perhaps because he had just woken up and his brain was still in chaos, he could not recall the name for the moment. It hovered on the tip of his tongue, yet stubbornly refused to come out. Frowning slightly, the little girl looked at Qin Yu and said, "Do you know me?" The somewhat adorably dazed little girl had brown hair, beautiful eyes, and the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of her lips. Qin Yu's thoughts raced, and he finally remembered. Wasn't this the studious little girl from the Harry Potter films? He had once accompanied a female friend to watch those films many times. At first he had been baffled, thinking Harry Potter was just a children's tale draped in a wizarding veneer, its main thread nothing more than the protagonists adventuring together and battling monsters. Yet as he delved deeper into the story, he realized it was in fact a tender coming-of-age tale, harsh and cruel at times, yet suffused with warmth. Hermione Granger. Qin Yu finally recalled the name of the girl with the curly hair. As soon as he uttered Hermione's name, she drew back her neck, her eyes widening until they seemed about to pop out in sheer astonishment. In Qin Yu's eyes, her reaction was irresistibly cute. Realizing that what he had just said might be somewhat inappropriate, he hastily changed the subject and asked, "Why am I here?" After speaking, he suddenly fell silent. Only now did he realize that from the very beginning he had been speaking in English. He had been too groggy to notice it before. This car accident had come with so many unexpected side benefits. His mouth now seemed to possess an automatic translation function. If that was the case, there would be no language barrier at all between them. Hermione looked to be about 10 years old at this time. Qin Yu was actually more familiar with her appearance after she had grown up, which was why he had not recognized her at first. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Hermione blinked her big eyes, thought carefully about her wording, then spoke slowly and very earnestly. "Here's what happened. A few days ago you suddenly appeared on the main street in front and my dad's car accidentally hit you." She deliberately stressed the word accidentally. "Dad already took you to the hospital. They found nothing wrong with your head or body, but you just kept sleeping and wouldn't wake up. We couldn't find your family either, and Dad felt responsible, so he brought you back here. Fortunately, you finally woke up." After saying this, the little girl let out a long breath of relief. Hearing her explanation, Qin Yu frowned. Things seemed to have gone beyond anything he understood, because he did not believe he could be completely unscathed after being struck by a truck moving at such high speed. Yet in reality, he did not feel as though he had been injured at all. "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Hermione asked with concern when he remained silent for a long time. As she spoke, she reached out and touched Qin Yu's forehead, wanting to see whether he had a fever. When he still did not react, she waved both hands in front of his eyes. Qin Yu helplessly brushed Hermione's small hands aside, wanting to say, "I'm perfectly fine, not blind." Yet the instant he moved, even he was startled. Why was his hand so small? "Why has my hand become like this?" Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise. After blurting this out, he hastily leaped off the bed, spotted a mirror on the table, and snatched it up to take a look. Staring at the childish face in the mirror, a face that bore some resemblance to his own when he was young, Qin Yu was too stunned to utter a single word. It felt as if 10,000 mythical beasts were stampeding through his heart. My age and my voice have both changed. Could this be the legendary transmigration? And is this my soul crossing over, or has my body become smaller and then crossed worlds? Can anyone tell me what on earth is going on? Qin Yu could not make sense of it, and for a moment, he listlessly set the mirror back on the table, his spirit utterly shaken. Seeing him suddenly turn foolishly blank, Hermione was frightened. Feeling completely out of her depth, she hurriedly ran downstairs, shouting, "Dad, Mum, why aren't you coming up yet?" Qin Yu paid no attention to the departing Hermione, and instead sat down heavily on the bed staring into space. If Hermione existed in this world, did that mean magic existed as well? If so, was this world still the same as the one he had come from? Just then a melodious voice rang out in his mind. Detecting that the host's emotions are stable and condition is good, the system is automatically activating. Stable. Stable, my ass, Qin Yu retorted reflexively in his heart. He then froze his heart, giving a sudden leap. A system? Was that voice the legendary system? Yet the voice ignored him and continued, "Ding. Greetings, host. Welcome to the magical world. This is the God-tier choice system. You are now presented with two initial options. Please make your selection as soon as possible so the system can complete the formal binding. Option 1, become a Muggle, an ordinary person, and receive a reward of 10 million pounds. Option 2, possess obscurial power and become a wizard. Note, if you choose this, the system will guide you in eliminating the negative effects of the obscurial." Hearing the system's words, Qin Yu's heart was stirred. Fate had not abandoned him after all. It had even granted him a system as his backing. But which of the two options should he choose? For a moment he was truly torn. In this context, a Muggle referred to an ordinary person unable to use magic, while there were also so-called squibs, descendants of wizards who could not wield magic themselves. The obscurial power, meanwhile, was a formidable and uncontrollable dark force originating from the same magical universe as Harry Potter described in Rowling's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Ding. Host time is limited. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Option 1, become a Muggle. Option 2, obtain the power of an Obscurus. Seeing that Qin Yu had not reacted for a long while, the system repeated its previous words once again. After listening, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and ultimately chose the second option. Money was certainly a wonderful thing, but the allure of magic was clearly something no amount of money, not even 10 million pounds, could compare to. In his memory, the Obscurus appeared in the spin-off film Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and had not been mentioned during the era of Harry Potter. This dangerous power was born mostly from the twisted psyche of young wizards who were oppressed by Muggles, though there were exceptions. Once the magical world and the Muggle world became more orderly and separated, the growth environment of young wizards improved greatly. The soil from which obscurials arose was thus stripped away, and by the time of Harry Potter, they had almost vanished, so it was understandable that they were never mentioned. Because this power was both formidable and prone to losing control, very few obscurials who possessed it lived long lives. Still, since the system claimed it could guide him to erase the negative side of the Obscurus, he decided to venture into this magical world. Otherwise, if he became merely a wealthy yet ordinary Muggle, would that not make his transmigration completely pointless? Ding. Host has completed the initial choice. System binding commencing. 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. As the system voice rang out, Qin Yu suddenly felt an indescribable power slowly sprouting from within his body. This power gave him a sense of being both immensely strong and perilously dangerous. From that moment on, Qin Yu became a wizard who possessed the power of an Obscurus. The realization left him both delighted and excited. Earlier, when little Hermione saw Qin Yu suddenly spacing out, she had hurried downstairs to seek her parents' help. Hermione's father came upstairs and told Qin Yu to lie down at once so he could examine him. Although Mr. Granger was a dentist, he still knew a fair bit about common neurological reactions. He shone a small clinical flashlight into Qin Yu's eyes to examine his pupils, then felt his forehead and asked him about how he was feeling. Qin Yu cooperated fully throughout. After all, this Mr. Granger was Hermione's father, and one glance told him the man was kind-hearted and warm. After finishing the examination, Mr. Granger said in a relaxed tone, "Everything about you seems perfectly normal. Well, aside from being a little hungry." For just as he spoke, Qin Yu's stomach growled loudly. This scene made little Hermione burst into tinkling laughter. Smiling, she said to Qin Yu, "I'll go get you my favorite cookies. I'm sure you'll love how they taste." With that, the little girl pattered downstairs to rummage for her cookie tin and soon came back up with it. "Here you go. You can eat them all if you like." Though a little reluctant, Hermione spoke with great magnanimity. Qin Yu was indeed hungry. He took the tin, thanked her, and began crunching away at the cookies. Mrs. Granger had at some point gone downstairs, and now came back up with a glass of milk which she handed to Qin Yu, so he would not choke from wolfing the cookies down. Watching Qin Yu slow down after eating several cookies, Mr. Granger asked in a gentle voice, "Little boy, and where do you live?" Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment, and said, "I only remember that my name is Qin Yu. As for where I live, I can't quite recall." As he spoke, he deliberately put on a pitiful expression. There was nothing he could do. In this world, he essentially did not exist in any records, so he truly could not say where his home was. Seeing how upset Qin Yu looked, Hermione's mother immediately felt a surge of compassion. Worried, she turned to her husband and said, "Do you think little Qin Yu might have lost his memory? Should we go to the hospital and ask Dr. Allen to take a look to see whether there's any hidden damage in his brain?" Yes, Mr. Granger replied. I was going to suggest that even if you hadn't mentioned it. He paused for a moment, then turned back to Qin Yu and said, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is David Granger. This is my wife, Ginny Granger, and the one standing over there is my daughter, Hermione. It was me who accidentally hit you with my car that day on the road. I'm truly very sorry. I'll schedule an appointment with a specialist in neurology to give you a thorough examination. Whatever the problem is, I will take responsibility. Qin Yu quickly waved his hands and said, It's all right. That day I must have suddenly run out into the road, which is why I was hit. I'm fine now, and I think if I rest for a few days I'll probably remember what happened before. Inwardly, Qin Yu could not help but sigh over his bad luck. Being hit by a car again and again made his life seem utterly miserable. Then he thought, now that I possess magic, let's see who dares hit me again in the future. Since you can't remember where your home is for the time being, why don't you stay with us for now? We'll help you slowly look for your family, Mrs. Granger said gently. She was actually very fond of this little boy with an Eastern face, and she had always wanted another son. Qin Yu's appearance made Mrs. Granger feel that perhaps this was God's arrangement, or as people in the East would say, an affair of fate. After chatting with Qin Yu and seeing that he was in good condition, the Grangers felt much more at ease and went downstairs together. Hermione stayed behind, for she had far too many questions about this boy. Once her parents were gone, little Hermione fixed her gaze on Qin Yu and asked, How old are you? You look about the same age as me. How did you suddenly know my name just now? Do you go to the same school as me? How come I've never seen you before? There aren't many schools around here, and I don't think I've ever seen you. Never mind, I don't usually have the time to bother with other people anyway. She rattled on by herself, and by the time she finished her voice had grown lower and her expression somewhat gloomy. Clearly school life was not particularly pleasant for her. Age is just a number. As for school, I've forgotten where I studied. But although I've lost part of my memory, I haven't forgotten what I learned. I'll bet you anything that what I know is at least no less than what you do. Qin Yu blinked as he looked at this adorable little girl. He carefully sidestepped all of Hermione's earlier questions, knowing that the more he explained, the more tangled everything would become. Staring into Qin Yu's eyes, Hermione said with a touch of pride, Is that so? Then we can always compare sometime in the future. In his heart, Qin Yu mused that this little girl's competitive spirit was indeed strong from a very young age. Still, he had successfully steered the conversation onto a different track. And so Qin Yu ended up living in the Granger. The next day, Mr. Granger took Qin Yu to see Dr. Allen for an examination. The results were excellent, and as for the matter of his memory returning, they could only leave it to time and fate. After a few days of living there, the Grangers showed no intention of asking Qin Yu to leave, nor did they pry too much into his past. They felt that with Qin Yu around, Hermione spoke and laughed far more than before, which made them both happy and relieved. In truth, during the first few days, Hermione had been somewhat guarded toward Qin Yu, because she felt this boy was anything but simple. Not only did he know a great deal, he also had a knack for coaxing her parents into good moods. But something that happened today changed her opinion of him. As she walked out of school, some classmates once again stuck a note on her back that read, Chatterbox Freak, and shut up. Qin Yu, bored at home, had gone out for a stroll and happened to pass by Hermione's school. He saw Hermione coming out in tears and also noticed the note on her back. Who did this? Qin Yu tore off the note and asked with a frown. Hermione, still crying, glanced toward a few girls at the school gate who were sticking out their tongues and making faces in her direction. Qin Yu felt that even though he now had the body of a child, his mind was still that of an adult man, and a grown man could not simply stoop to quarrel with a bunch of little brats. But when he saw the tears on Hermione's cheeks and then looked again at those girls mocking her, a nameless fury suddenly surged up within him. He asked Hermione, if you could do something to them right now, what would you do? Hermione replied casually, I'd make them hang from that tree over there and not be able to get down. Qin Yu nodded, if such a wish was not excessive. His heart stirred for no reason, and with a single look those students suddenly lifted off the ground, their clothes catching on the branches of the big tree nearby. The girls, so abruptly thrown into this bizarre situation, screamed at the top of their lungs in terror. Looking at the elementary school students hanging from the tree, Qin Yu was somewhat astonished. Just moments ago, a voice seemed to whisper to him in his heart, guiding him on what to do, and he acted upon that thought. Unexpectedly, could it be that his thoughts had come to fruition? Was this the effect of manifesting magic through intention? Qin Yu pondered this within himself. Little Hermione gazed at the scene in shock, muttering, when did my wishes become so effective? However, when she turned to look at Qin Yu, she noticed the contemplative expression on his face. Could it be him? As if realizing something, Hermione exclaimed, run, and then pulled Qin Yu in the direction of home. After running for quite a distance, once the school gate was out of sight, Hermione finally slowed down and curiously asked Qin Yu, did you make them fly? Qin Yu felt there was no need to hide his identity as a wizard from Hermione, as she would find out sooner or later. So he nodded straightforwardly and replied, yes, it was me who made them go up. Hermione immediately covered her mouth in surprise, then looked around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, the Ministry of Magic has regulations against using magic on Muggles without reason. At this point, Hermione had already gathered some understanding of the magical world and had read some related materials having interacted with officials from the Ministry of Magic who had contacted young wizards like her. From this perspective, this world differed somewhat from what Qin Yu knew of the Harry Potter magical world. Of course, he had long since noticed Hermione secretly reading books about magic. Qin Yu chuckled at the little girl's words and said, "Don't worry, no one knows anyway, and no one ever told me about this regulation from the Ministry of Magic." "But I just told you," little Hermione insisted. "You really are a good child." Qin Yu couldn't help but ruffle the little girl's brown curls. "Aren't you a child too? Why speak like an adult?" Little Hermione displeased arranged her tousled hair. "Then do you think it was satisfying to see them hanging from the tree?" Qin Yu gently guided her, seeing them punished. "Of course, I felt satisfied." Little Hermione paused for a moment before continuing. "However, as a wizard, one shouldn't bully muggles casually. That's not right." "Why is that wrong?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Because it's the rule." Little Hermione couldn't articulate her reasoning. Seeing her serious expression, Qin Yu stopped teasing her and ruffled her head again, saying, "All right, let's go home for dinner." On the way, little Hermione couldn't help but chat with Qin Yu like a little chatterbox. "Since you can do magic, how could you get hit by my dad's car?" The little girl suddenly thought of this. Qin Yu shrugged and said, "Probably at that time I didn't have this ability, yet my powers came unexpectedly after the accident, a sort of compensation from heaven, I guess." Hermione felt this sounded truly incredible. However, since Qin Yu couldn't explain it clearly either, she didn't dwell on it, and excitedly said, "I'll let you in on a secret. I'm actually a witch too. I want to go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but I have to wait until next year because my birthday is September 19th. You don't know how much I wanted to find someone like me. I didn't expect the first person my age who could do magic would be you." Note the admission age for Hogwarts is 11 years, and the start of the school year is September 1st, so Hermione can only attend in her 12th year. After Hermione spoke, she noticed Qin Yu's calm expression and curiously asked, "Why aren't you surprised at all?" "Should I be surprised? Actually, when you mentioned the Ministry of Magic's regulations, I knew you were a little witch." A faint smile appeared on Qin Yu's lips. "Oh, so I let it slip. I was just anxious. You really shouldn't use magic in front of muggles without reason, understand?" The little girl emphasized seriously. "All right, my dear discipline officer. Can we go home now? I can already smell the aroma of Aunt Jenny's stew." "Sure," Qin Yu replied with a shrug. Gurgle. Little Hermione couldn't help but swallow, then said earnestly, "As long as you understand the seriousness of the matter." "Okay, let's go home." As she said this, the little girl sniffed the scent of the stewed meat wafting through the air and eagerly took Qin Yu's hand to enter the house. "Hermione, what's made you so happy?" Mrs. Granger asked curiously during dinner. It's a secret I can't tell you." As little Hermione said this, she glanced at Qin Yu and smiled at him. Alas, it seems our little Hermione has grown up and started having her own little secrets. Mr. Granger teased. "Dad, didn't you say that everyone has a right to privacy?" "I'm just exercising," Hermione said earnestly. Yes, you're right. We promise not to infringe upon your right to privacy." Mr. Granger responded with a smile. Watching Hermione's happy expression and the warm atmosphere in the Granger household, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, wondering if he would ever see his family from another world again. However, thinking about these things was futile. He needed to focus on living well in this world first. Hermione looked at the boy beside her, sensing that he had suddenly become a bit melancholic, and she was curious about what Qin Yu was thinking at that moment. "Oh no, the last piece of beef. If you're not going to eat it, Hermione, I will," Qin Yu said loudly. Upon seeing this, Hermione noticed that his melancholy had vanished, replaced by a faint smile. "No way, I want to eat it. I barely had any just now," little Hermione said, displeased. Seeing her protective demeanor, both the Granger couple and Qin Yu smiled. That night, Qin Yu lay in the attic bed, finding it hard to fall asleep. The power within him made him inexplicable. He had long felt that during sleep that power would gradually flow through him, and sometimes he felt as if there were a dragon within him trying to clear every part of his body, making him feel full of vitality every morning. This power had been stored for too long and would eventually erupt one day. He felt an inexplicable premonition. However, the system seemed to have forgotten and had yet to guide him on how to eliminate the hazards. The next day, it was the weekend. To give the children a pleasant day off, the Granger couple took Hermione and Qin Yu to the largest local zoo for a visit. Hermione loved going to the zoo because she always felt that animals were easier to get along with than people, at least they wouldn't give her. This made Qin Yu feel a pang of sympathy for the little girl, though living as an outsider in the Muggle world was indeed an unhappy experience. As for going to the zoo, Qin Yu felt somewhat resistant. In his past life, he was allergic to animal fur and usually avoided cats and dogs. However, he thought to himself that since he had crossed over and his body had changed, perhaps this body wouldn't be allergic anymore. Thus, at Hermione's insistence, he relented. "I just wanted to test whether my body is still sensitive." "It's definitely not, because I was captivated by the little girl's adorable appearance," Qin Yu thought to himself. The family drove off and soon arrived at the zoo, beginning their adventure. However, when Qin Yu and Hermione reached the entrance of the reptile house, they suddenly heard commotion inside, with many people screaming and rushing out. Then they saw a brightly patterned python slithering out from inside. "Dimensional wall," Believe everyone can see that for the sake of the plot the author made certain adjustments to the original setting, and some timelines have also slightly shifted. Please do not overly fixate on these matters. To reiterate, not having read much of the original work or seen the movies does not significantly affect reading this book. This book contains a lot of original content, and of course detailed annotations will be provided for any content from the original work. Feel free to leave comments for any clarifications. Staring at the large python and the panicked crowd, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? This python looked so familiar. Could it be the one released by Harry Potter? I just came to visit a zoo, and I am being forced into a storyline. Qin Yu thought to himself, frustrated. Besides, shouldn't this mess be cleared up by that kid Harry? Beside him, Hermione's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. She instinctively looked at Qin Yu and asked, Qin, what should we do? Can you control it with magic? Qin Yu understood that this python just wanted to be free and had no intention of harming anyone, so there was no need to panic provided no one attacked it. How could I control it unless I could speak parcel tongue? Then I could negotiate with it. Qin Yu shrugged and said, Parcel tongue is a profound skill. How could one learn it so easily? Hermione said helplessly. She didn't understand why she had asked Qin Yu, as he only looked slightly older than her. How could he possibly deal with such a large... Just as Qin Yu pondered how to drive the python away, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Dear host, a significant disturbance is occurring around you. Please make the following choices. 1. Quickly leave. Reward 1 owl. 2. Drive away the python. Reward mastery of parcel tongue. Qin Yu thought this system still has its uses at critical moments. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. Host chose to drive away the python. Your courage is commendable, and the reward is being issued in advance. I hope you can use your abilities to help more helpless individuals. At this moment, some people had already picked up wooden sticks, mops, and other tools to attack the python. The python's ferocity flared, raising its head and glaring at those malicious humans with its cold reptilian eyes. I really have a knack for jinxing things. Qin Yu muttered to himself. He rolled his neck and said to Hermione, You better hide, he'll take care of this big guy. With that, he strode up to the python. The newly acquired ability to speak parcel tongue felt instinctive, and as soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, it automatically transformed into snake language. Hey big worm, can you leave quickly? You're scaring others. Clearly it's these people who want to attack me. Oh, another human who can communicate. The python's head turned towards Qin Yu, surprised. Obviously your vibrant patterns have triggered their primal fear, which is why they are acting so aggressively. I will put a stop to their actions. Qin Yu said, slowly gesturing for the adults holding various weapons to put them down. Seeing the python calmed by this young Eastern boy, the crowd instinctively followed his instructions, stepping back and temporarily laying down their weapons. Such beautiful patterns, and they are afraid. It's truly incomprehensible for a snake. The python expressed its dissatisfaction. All right, now isn't the time to discuss species differences. You should keep your distance from the crowd. There are vast fields and forests in the countryside surrounding this city. That is where you can live freely. Qin Yu paused and continued, If you don't leave, I can't guarantee they won't capture you and chop you up for snake soup. Moreover, I wouldn't mind recommending a few mysterious Eastern recipes for snake soup. Hearing this, the python retracted its neck and feigned calmness, saying, I certainly don't want to stay here. The visitors had all retreated far away, and since parcel tongue was not a language humans could understand, they naturally had no idea what this little boy had actually done. They only knew that after this bold boy confronted the python, it fled in panic, quickly disappearing into the hills. Clap, clap. Kid, you are amazing. Can you tame snakes? Are you a tamer hired by the zoo? While your performance was incredible. After the python left, everyone applauded Qin Yu and began to chatter. Feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, Qin Yu quickly took Hermione's small hand and left in search of the Granger couple who had just lost their way. After walking for a while with Qin Yu pulling her along, Hermione, filled with curiosity, asked, Qin, what did you just say to it? Weren't you unable to speak parcel tongue? Qin Yu smiled and replied, I just learned it. It can't be that easy. Little Hermione was skeptical. Well, perhaps it's a kind of bloodline talent. You know, some wizards can inherit special abilities through their bloodline. Qin Yu casually fabricated a reason. Well, that might be possible. I read about the influence of bloodlines in a book called An Introduction to the Origins of Wizards, but bloodline theory isn't a popular one. Hermione said seriously. I don't like bloodline theory either. I believe more in the effort put in after birth, Qin Yu responded. I also think that hard work after birth is very important. Little Hermione said happily. Coming from a Muggle family, this little witch naturally rejected ideas like bloodline theory, and now that Qin Yu said he didn't like it either, it made her very happy. The scene of Qin Yu driving away the python happened to be witnessed by a little boy who had just come out of the reptile house. This little boy was about 10 years old, wearing black-framed glasses, and beneath his hair at the forehead a lightning-shaped scar was faintly visible. He was none other than Harry Potter, who had come to the zoo with his aunt and family. Harry sensed Qin Yu's uniqueness through intuition and wanted to walk over to greet them and share the secrets in his heart. However, just as he stepped forward, his uncle picked him up and dragged him away, followed by his expressionless aunt and his chubby cousin Dudley, though Dudley now looked terrified and his clothes were wet, making him appear quite disheveled. Qin Yu vaguely saw Harry. He contemplated whether to approach this unfortunate child who had never felt a sense of belonging at his uncle's home. But with so many onlookers and Hermione and the Granger couple nearby, he couldn't get closer. Qin Yu thought there would surely be other chances in the future. He would talk to him next time. During the trip to the zoo, besides gaining the ability to speak Parseltongue, Qin Yu had another significant discovery. He found that he was no longer allergic to animal fur at all. This made him feel the urge to adopt a dog or a cat. However, since he himself was living in someone else's house, it would be unreasonable to get a pet. On the way home, Hermione happily recounted their experiences at the zoo to Qin Yu. In her words, lions, bears, and tigers, each fierce beast, seemed so adorable. At that moment, Qin Yu felt a rising sense of worry. He realized that his energy was growing stronger, and just earlier, he had almost harmed the animals in the zoo several times. Whenever those fierce beasts made his body feel somewhat fearful, intense evil thoughts would spring up in his mind, leading to some supernatural occurrences. For instance, a tiger was injured by a stone that rolled off a fake mountain, a bear suddenly went berserk and crashed into a tree, and a lion's tail inexplicably caught fire. Each of these animals ended up in a sorry state, which was also why Hermione found them so cute. It seems this power is becoming increasingly difficult to control, Qin Yu thought to himself. He particularly wanted to curse out every profanity he knew, thinking, why is it so hard to just live a good life? System, can you not provide something useful? His emotional fluctuations were reflected in his eyes, which were fixed on a large tree not far ahead. Suddenly it felt as if an invisible hand grasped that tree fiercely, and then the tree was uprooted and crashed down onto the road. Screech. The sharp and piercing sound of brakes rang out. Mr. Granger finally managed to stop the car before it hit the tree. Hermione. Both Granger parents looked at their daughter with uncertainty. It wasn't me. The wronged little Hermione quickly waved her hands. Qin. Mr. Granger inquired, looking at Qin Yu, his brow furrowing. Then he noticed the helpless expression on Qin Yu's face. So this is Hermione and your little secret? Mr. Granger asked. Hermione shrugged and said, well, it isn't anymore. Upon hearing Hermione's words, the Granger couple exchanged glances, both seeing concern and helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that their home had gained yet another wizarding child. They had actually sensed this possibility long ago. After all, Hermione was just that kind of person, and they already had experience in this regard. When Hermione was very young, the Granger couple also realized that she was different from others. Many strange things had happened around her which had always troubled them. Later, a professor from the magical world came to explain everything to them, stating that when the time was right, at the age of 11, Hermione would be sent to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to learn how to control her magic. At the zoo, the Granger couple vaguely sensed something, thinking it was due to Hermione, but it seemed now that it was all because of Qin Yu. However, looking at the large tree that had fallen to the ground, they knew that Qin Yu's destructive power was evidently greater than that of Hermione. The Granger couple thought in unison, let 11 come quickly so these children can start learning magic properly, or else their hearts really won't be able to handle the turmoil. Qin, can you move the tree? Mr. Granger tentatively asked. Qin Yu shook his head and replied sheepishly, sorry, I can't yet use my abilities at will. Well, I should have anticipated this answer, Mr. Granger said, starting the car and continuing. Then we will have to take a detour back to the previous intersection. Thus, Mr. Granger drove the car, taking a long detour before finally returning home. As for the fallen tree, they could do nothing but leave it to the nearby residents to handle. In Qin Yu's limited understanding, there was always a regulatory body in the magical world that monitored the relationship between wizards and the Muggle world, primarily to prevent wizards from affecting the Muggle world and to maintain a balance of order. This body is known as the legendary Ministry of Magic. Now that the dormant power within him had gone out of control and he had uprooted a tree, it would surely attract the attention of the ministry. He did not know whether he would be taken away by the Ministry of Magic and could only wait anxiously. In the Muggle world, many wizards lived here. The scene at the zoo was witnessed by a passing wizard who was none other than Professor McGonagall. She had transformed into a tabby cat and was observing the Potter family from nearby. Dumbledore had said that as long as Harry lived with his uncle and aunt, he would not be attacked by Death Eaters. However, she still occasionally came to check on him and had often resisted the urge to teach the Dursleys a lesson. This time, besides seeing Harry Potter release the boa constrictor, she unexpectedly discovered Qin Yu and her. Thus, she disapparated back to Hogsmeade near Hogwarts and walked into the school, since disapparating inside the school was not possible, to inform Headmaster Dumbledore of what she had seen today. Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue had already surprised Dumbledore, and now knowing that a 10-year-old Muggle possessed such power, he felt that this was likely to be another troublesome matter. Dumbledore decided to see this child himself. Qin, I solved this problem before you did, Hermione said proudly. Ever since Qin Yu came to the Granger household, Hermione's status as a top student had been challenged. Whether it was math, English, science, or history, Hermione found herself outmatched by Qin, leaving her with confidence only in art, and that was only because Qin Yu's drawings were so terrible. Well done. Qin Yu said absent-mindedly, complimenting the little girl. Yes, he was feeling somewhat uneasy today, sensing that something was about to happen, and had no leisure to care about a 10-year-old girl's thoughts. At that moment his eyes suddenly widened with surprise, because he saw an old man with a white beard floating outside, and the old man was smiling and nodding kindly at him. Dumb. Qin Yu called out excitedly. Hermione tilted her head in confusion and asked, Dumb, Qin, what's wrong with you? Qin Yu turned to the little Hermione beside him and asked, Can't you see him? The little girl looked around in confusion and said, See who we? Qin Yu recognized that this was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Seeing Dumbledore calmed him down, he thought finally someone was here to solve the problem, and he no longer had to feel anxious. Dumbledore walked in through the window, waved his hand gently, and Hermione suddenly yawned and fell asleep. Don't worry, Hermione is fine. I just let her sleep for a while, so we can talk more easily, Dumbledore reassured. I know you're a kind person and wouldn't do anything to Hermione, Qin Yu said, trying to flatter him a little. Oh, you know me? Dumbledore asked, somewhat surprised. Because Hermione told me about the wizarding world, and you are a very famous person in it. Since the girl had already fallen asleep, she wouldn't know if he made himself a scapegoat. It seems I can skip some self, Dumbledore said with a smile. Before Qin Yu could respond, he got straight to the point, asking, Child, you are not an ordinary person, do you know that? I actually know a little, but I only know that there is a power within me that is hard to control, often resulting in some strange supernatural events. You are here because of that tree incident, right? I'm very sorry, it wasn't intentional, Qin Yu said, looking quite pitiful. The tree incident? Oh, it seems this is another troublesome matter, Dumbledore said, showing a look of surprise. Ah, so you didn't know? Qin Yu said awkwardly. Haha, child, you need not panic. My purpose in coming here is to help you resolve the issues you are facing, Dumbledore said, his eyes becoming profound. He carefully observed the little boy with the eastern features before him, probing the power within his body. So that's how it is. It has been quite a while since I've encountered something like this. After a long while, Dumbledore said with a rather complex tone. Seeing his expression, Qin Yu immediately felt a bit scared. Professor Dumbledore, what exactly is the power within me? It is a powerful yet dangerous force known as dormant. This power has not appeared for decades. However, rest assured, as long as it is guided properly, you will be fine, Dumbledore comforted gently. Qin Yu was always contemplating whether to tell him his story directly. Dumbledore seemed to have an insight into everything, walking slowly to Qin Yu's side and saying, Child, what has happened in the past is in the past. We should handle the present and the future. Since you have chosen this power, you must face it with authenticity and courage. Of course, Dumbledore only vaguely had a certain premonition, one that told him that the little boy before him would be a key, a light bringing infinite variables and hope to the future. Qin Yu looked into Dumbledore's eyes. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, he exuded an aura of vitality, and his words provided immense reassurance, more persuasive than in the movies. Dumbledore felt the need to take some practical action to better reassure the boy before him. So he said, In a few days someone will come to take you to Hogwarts, where professors will teach you how to unleash your magical powers. Are you willing? Unexpectedly, the system popped up a choice ding. Dear host, you are at a crossroads in life. Will you be a lonely adventurer, or choose to rely on friends and companions? This is a question that requires careful consideration. Please make your choice below. 1. Reject Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, reward of 100 galleons, and the complete collection of magic from beginner to master. 2. Accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, reward of 100 galleons. Looking at the reward of 100 galleons, Qin Yu felt somewhat tempted. After all, with this money, and that so-called complete collection of magic from beginner to master, he wouldn't necessarily fare poorly. At least with the help of the system, he might be able to level up step by step and reach the pinnacle of life. However, Qin Yu felt that one of the reasons he came to this world was to experience life in the magical world, especially school life, which was an experience not to be missed. Thus, after a moment's consideration, Qin Yu smiled and slightly bowed to Dumbledore, saying, Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I am honored to attend Hogwarts. Ding. Host has chosen to accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll, reward of 100 galleons. Your new adventure story is about to begin. I hope this reward helps you acquire enough learning supplies. Lastly, I wish you a pleasant study experience. Academic success. The system was quite good at saying some formal words, Qin Yu muttered to himself. Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore said this while pulling out a letter from his wizarding robe. He handed the letter to Qin Yu, smiling as he said, I had a premonition that there might be one more new student, so I brought the admission notice with me to save the trouble of having the owl deliver it again. After all, every year there are lost owls delivering letters to the wrong places. Qin Yu took the letter, and upon opening it, he saw the admission notice with his name written on it. This made him feel a surge of excitement that was hard to contain. This was something many Harry Potter fans in his previous life longed for, and he never expected that a mere bystander would have a day to fulfill their wishes. Looking at the amiable Dumbledore, Qin Yu sniffled, stretched out his arms, and hugged him. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Your arrival has brought me immense peace of mind. Dumbledore responded with a gentle pat on his head, saying, Child, the future is worth looking forward to. After saying this, he disapparated and disappeared without a trace. It felt as if no one had ever been there. The room was very quiet. Meanwhile, little Hermione wore a sweet smile, as if she were dreaming a sweet dream. When Hermione learned that Qin Yu was going to Hogwarts early, she couldn't help but feel envious, constantly murmuring, Qin, why can you go now, while I still have to wait? Qin Yu shrugged and replied, You see, if I don't release my magical powers soon, I might cause a disaster, and then I could end up in Azkaban. Upon hearing this, Hermione became frightened. She had read many books about the magical world, and had heard of Azkaban is said to be a terrifying place guarded by a monstrous creature that devours human positive emotions, leading people to lose their cherished feelings and strong beliefs, ultimately despairing in dark and haunting memories. Though Hermione wished to go to Hogwarts early, she now hoped that Qin Yu would hurry. She didn't want to lose her best friends. Moreover, the most important thing is that I am already 11 this year, Qin Yu said, shrugging. According to the age detection spell of Dumbledore, Qin Yu's body had indeed reached the age of 11, fully meeting Hogwarts enrollment requirements. So, well, if my birthday had been 18 days earlier, I wouldn't have to wait another year, little Hermione pouted. Seeing Hermione's disappointed expression, Qin Yu comforted her. The magical world is not as beautiful as you imagine. There will be many dangers. They'll explore the path for you, so that when you come, I hope you can just focus on learning magic. Qin Yu knew that ideals are beautiful, but reality can be harsh. Harry and his friends had experienced far too much in 7 years, and there were some things he couldn't help with. After all, he was just an 11-year-old child, and even now he didn't know a proper spell, only how to unleash his magical power recklessly. Of course, he could not remain inept forever. He just hoped that in the Hogwarts he was part of, fewer people would die, at least avoiding tragedies like forgetting to grab a wand when opening the door for strangers or other preventable sacrifices. At this moment, Hermione was filled with fantasies about the magical school. She couldn't understand the implications of Qin Yu's words. She was just glad to have someone with whom she could share secrets known only to the two of them. After hearing Qin Yu's words, the little girl felt much better. She held Qin Yu's hand reluctantly and said, You go first, I'll wait for you here. You have to write to me often and tell me about everything happening at Hogwarts. Write letters? Qin Yu replied. Okay, I will write to you often. For someone like Qin Yu, who lived in an age of advanced internet, writing letters felt outdated. However, it seemed that this was the only way now, as Muggle technology was still developing, and it would be nearly 20 years before he returned to the era of smartphones. Then let me tell you about what I know of the magical world, so that you have a general understanding before you go there. Thus, little Hermione transformed into a class representative and began to introduce Qin Yu to what she knew about the magical world, all of it common knowledge. In his previous life, Qin Yu had only watched a few movies with friends and didn't know many details about the novels or the background of the magical school. Today, Hermione's explanations served as a crash course on some details, giving him a broader understanding. In the days that followed, Qin Yu often stood by the window on the second floor, gazing outside, wondering who would come to take him to Hogwarts. He felt both excited and nervous. It was a school that countless Harry Potter fans yearned for, a life he had never experienced before, and he didn't know what kind of adventures awaited him. And so a month passed. One ordinary morning, the Granger family and Qin Yu were having breakfast at the table, discussing recent amusing events. Little Hermione was giggling and claiming the fried eggs Qin Yu made, as she had recently developed a fondness for such perfectly cooked eggs. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, Hermione was the first to jump up and rush to the door, waiting for this day, just like Qin Yu. Although she wouldn't be going to school, she seemed even more excited than Qin Yu. Wow, you're so tall, little Hermione said, tilting her neck. Outside the door stood a giant over 3 meters tall with a bushy beard. The giant said in a deep voice, Young lady, I am Hagrid from Hogwarts. Is this Qin Yu's residence? Hello, Mr. Hagrid, my name is Hermione, and this is indeed Qin Yu's residence. Please come in quickly, little Hermione said politely. Thank you. Hagrid bent down carefully as he entered, but even so his head bumped against the door frame of the Granger home. If you have a fireplace here, I suggest connecting to the flu network so you can use flu powder. Just 1 scoop of flu powder costs only 2 sickles. It's really convenient, the giant muttered on. Note, the flu network is the transportation network of the wizarding world, similar to teleportation, with the main connection points being fireplaces and flu powder being the spellcasting material. Qin Yu recognized at a glance that this was Hagrid, who had always guarded the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts and was one of Dumbledore's most trusted individuals. Hagrid looked around at the few people in the house much smaller than himself and asked, Who is Qin Yu? Hermione enthusiastically pointed in Qin Yu's direction and said, That's him. Hagrid turned around and lifted Qin Yu with ease, saying with a grin, I heard you're quite impressive. I didn't expect you to be so small. Qin Yu laughed awkwardly, saying, Did Professor Dumbledore not tell you? If I feel unwell, something bad might happen. You should put me down quickly. Hagrid realized he had been a bit rude, and after putting Qin Yu down nervously said, I'm sorry, I was a bit. He bent down to look at the boy in front of him, and continued, You must have guessed my purpose for coming, right? Qin Yu nodded, and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Dumbledore said someone would come to pick me up. I didn't expect it to be you. I happened to be out running some errands, so he arranged for me to come get you, Hagrid explained. After a brief exchange, Hagrid said, All right, let's hurry up. We need to return within the scheduled time. Young boy, you don't need to miss home too much. You'll be back before you know it. Qin Yu hugged each member of the Granger family to say goodbye. Little Hermione's eyes were already red. She couldn't hold back her tears at Qin Yu's departure. Qin, will you write to me? The little girl asked again. Of course, I promised you that I would tell you about everything that happens at Hogwarts. You must remember to write back to me, otherwise I will miss you very much. Qin Yu reassured the little girl. I will definitely write back. I will miss you too. Little Hermione hugged Qin. Mr. Granger, seeing his daughter's demeanor, patted her head and comforted her. Don't be sad. Time passes quickly, and by this time next year you will be able to go to that school too. Qin, you must study hard, and don't let me, your junior, surpass you. Hermione said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile at the little girl's advice. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Hermione and the Granger couple, Qin Yu left with Hagrid carrying the luggage that Mrs. Granger had packed for him. In fact, before leaving, Mr. Granger called Qin Yu into the study. Mr. Granger said to him, You have always lived with our family. Although we cannot find your family for now, we will always be here to watch you grow up. If you need anything, just let us know. You are about to go to a magical school. There will definitely be many things to buy. After saying this, Mr. Granger handed him an envelope, and Qin Yu could tell that it contained a considerable amount of paper money. Qin Yu initially wanted to say that he had money himself. However, he reconsidered, realizing that explaining the source of his 1,000 galleons would be difficult. So he accepted Mr. Granger's kind offer and said seriously, I will definitely pay you back. Currently, Qin Yu has two sums of money. One is the 1,000 galleons in scholarship awarded by the system, and the other is the £500 sponsored by Mr. Granger. It must be said that Mr. Granger is quite generous. £500 is a considerable amount in today's terms, especially for an ordinary middle school student. However, it remains to be seen how convenient it is to exchange Muggle currency for galleons. The money awarded by the system is stored in the Wizarding Bank, and Qin Yu only has a vault key in his hand, with the vault number being 712. After leaving the Granger household, Hagrid took Qin Yu onto the electric tram. On the tram, Qin Yu inquired, Are we going to buy things soon? I might need to make a trip to the Wizarding Bank first. I have some pounds, and Hagrid was quite surprised and replied, You seem to know a lot. We are indeed headed to Diagon Alley to buy some necessary items. First, I'll take you to Gringotts, which is a bank managed by goblins. Muggle currency can be exchanged there for a certain ratio of galleons, but there are many restrictions on the exchange. Fortunately, you are a first-year student, and with your enrollment notice, they will grant you a specific exchange limit. Qin Yu nodded, then curiously asked, I heard that goblins can perform goblin magic. Who is more powerful compared? Yes, goblin magic is an ancient form of magic, and they indeed have a certain talent in this regard. However, they are still quite weak in the presence of powerful wizards. Hagrid spoke with a hint of defiance. Oh, I see. Of course, Gringotts, guarded by goblins, is very secure, and you needn't worry about your money or valuables being stolen there. Hagrid added. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently set up a flag for Gringotts that could topple at any moment. As the two chatted on the tram, Qin Yu gained more insight into the wizarding world and learned what kind of school supplies he. After the tram stopped at a certain station, Hagrid led Qin Yu off, winding through to a rather messy-looking area. Hagrid pointed ahead and said, This is the Leaky Cauldron. Soon we'll go from here to Diagon Alley, where you can buy everything you need. Qin Yu looked at this unremarkable place and thought to himself, Isn't this too narrow? How can it be a bar? And can Hagrid fit in with his large frame? Only wizards can see this place. It seems that muggles passing by are completely oblivious. Before he could speak, Hagrid pushed him inside. Once inside, Qin Yu felt a sudden buzzing in his head because it was exceedingly loud. Everyone was chattering away. A group was debating how the wizarding world was now deserted. Even Cornelius Fudge could become the Minister of Magic, while another person mysteriously mentioned that it was Dumbledore's disinterest in power that led him to stay at Hogwarts to teach kids potion making. Qin Yu wanted to hear what they would say next, but Hagrid showed no signs of stopping and strode forward. The bar owner, upon seeing them, enthusiastically greeted Hagrid and prepared to serve him a drink. Hagrid waved his hand and said, I have things to do, let's drink another day. Hagrid felt a sense of mission, being able to take a young wizard to buy supplies, especially for a task assigned by. He actually wanted to have a couple of drinks nearby, but duty called. After nodding, Hagrid led Qin Yu toward the bar counter. After circling around, they arrived at a place that resembled a dead end. Qin Yu certainly recognized this iconic scene. Sure enough, Hagrid held an umbrella and tapped the tip of the umbrella against the bricks on the wall while muttering some incantation. The bricks suddenly rearranged themselves, revealing an arched doorway, and on the other side of the doorway appeared a road lined with various small shops hanging signs. Hurry up, little guy, we don't have much time, Hagrid urged. Then Qin Yu excitedly followed Hagrid through the door, stepping into the legendary Diagon Alley. As soon as they entered, the doorway closed automatically. Aside from the magical school, Diagon Alley was the place Qin Yu most wanted to visit. There were many novel items here, far more interesting than Muggle shops. As they walked down the street, Qin Yu wished he could grow 8 more eyes, looking around at all the shops, the items in front of the stores, and the shoppers, all of which resembled what he had seen in movies, yet were significantly different. The unique atmosphere belonging to the magical world momentarily dazzled Qin Yu. This is Gringotts Bank. Hagrid's voice brought Qin Yu back to his senses. Qin Yu looked up and saw that they had arrived in front of a white building, which was much taller than the surrounding shops, standing out prominently. At the entrance stood a welcoming goblin who was even shorter than Qin Yu at this age, with pointed whiskers and long fingers and feet. As Qin Yu and Hagrid walked in, the goblin bowed to them. "Hi." Qin Yu instinctively waved in greeting. Upon reaching the second door, Qin Yu sighed to himself. Indeed, banks are the most impressive places no matter where you are. Even the doors here are silver. However, some interesting words are engraved on this door: enter stranger, but beware of the consequences of greed. The latter part is akin to a warning saying, don't mess with me, I'm really fierce. After entering, Qin Yu glanced at the goblin employees sitting on both sides and muttered, there are really quite a lot of employees here. There are dozens if not hundreds of goblins behind the counter, each looking very focused, ignoring all unrelated personnel. The demeanor of those who manage money is indeed different. Alright, I just asked. The front counter is where you can exchange galleons, Hagrid said. Qin Yu looked over and saw an elderly goblin sitting at the innermost counter, dressed in an elegant suit, with a sharp nose perched with a pair of golden spectacles, his gaze exuding a hint of authority as he stared directly at people, seemingly able to see through their thoughts. Qin Yu had already taken the money out of his pocket. While he found these goblins unappealing, it was important to follow the rules while being here. The goblins seemed not to care whether it was because of their short stature. The height of the counter far exceeded Qin Yu's, so he had to hand the money to Hagrid to handle on his behalf. The goblin sitting above asked, what can we do for you? Hagrid said, we are here to exchange galleons. This is Mr. Qin Yu, who is about to attend Hogwarts. The goblin scrutinized Qin Yu and carefully examined his enrollment notice before speaking in a rather emotionless tone. You have an exchange limit of 50 galleons. Oh, is that so little? Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Hagrid had just informed him that the current exchange rate for pounds to galleons was 5-1, so could he only exchange for 250 pounds? Young wizard, you should know that finance is a dangerous matter. We cannot allow Muggle currency to overly influence the wizarding world and vice versa. The goblin explained in a cold tone. Is there any way to increase the exchange limit? Qin Yu inquired. Of course, if you have an account in Gringotts and there are funds or items in that account, we can increase your exchange limit by 10 of the total value of those assets, the goblin said leisurely. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu took out his vault key and tiptoed to hand it over. Wow, so you're actually a little millionaire. Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim as the vault numbered 712 swung open. 1,000 galleons was truly a fortune for Hagrid, who spent every canute on magical creatures. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, slightly embarrassed by Hagrid's remark, but he found it difficult to explain further since even he himself couldn't account for how the money had come into his possession. After that brief comment, Hagrid said no more, letting Qin Yu withdraw the funds himself, while seizing the moment to quietly inquire with the vault attendant about the adjacent vault, number 713. Upon hearing assurances like impregnable and utterly secure, Hagrid repeated, good, visibly relaxing. Qin Yu glanced sidelong at that vault and shrugged inwardly. Whatever lay within was not meant for his hands. Touching it would invite trouble, so he resolved to keep his distance. Having exchanged pounds and withdrawn part of his funds, Qin Yu and Hagrid stepped out of Gringotts. No sooner had they emerged through the grand bronze doors than someone hailed Hagrid. Hi, Hagrid. Long time no see, the man called warmly. Bill Weasley. What brings you here? I heard you'd taken a post in Egypt. Hagrid looked genuinely surprised. I am stationed in Egypt, but recently a shipment of cursed artifacts, now safely dispelled, was transported back to Gringotts for safekeeping, so I accompanied the escort team. I hear that. I'm taking a little personal detour, Bill grinned. Oh, I see. So you're mixing business with pleasure, Hagrid teased. No choice. I've lost my summers now that I'm working. This is the only chance I get to come home. Bill spread his hands, feigning resignation. By the way, this is Qin Yu, a first-year student just starting at Hogwarts, Hagrid added, introducing the boy beside. Pleasure to meet you, Qin Yu. I'm Bill Weasley, also a Hogwarts alumnus, though I graduated last year. Bill extended a friendly greeting. Hello, senior brother Bill. It's an honor to meet you, Qin Yu replied with a warm, respectful smile. Qin Yu, of course, knew exactly who he was. The eldest Weasley son, Ron's older brother, recently posted to Egypt as a cursebreaker. Encountering him here struck Qin Yu, as it did Hagrid, as something of a pleasant surprise. What a courteous junior. Unlike my twin brothers who spend their days scheming mischief. Qin, if you ever run into two prank-loving twins at Hogwarts, be sure to report them to a professor. I trust they'll receive proper discipline. Bill said this with such solemn conviction that Qin Yu could only respond with a polite non-committal chuckle. Musing silently, indeed, the Weasleys truly embody filial piety, fraternal harmony, and paternal benevolence. Well, I must be off. I still need to deliver these items, and then head home to see Ron and Ginny. Just as Bill turned to leave, he paused, pulled out a palm-sized trinket, and offered it to Qin Yu. Here, a small gift for you. It's a miniature pyramid I crafted myself. Consider it a token of our meeting. Oh, this looks far too precious. I couldn't possibly accept it. Qin Yu protested immediately. Don't worry, it's just a little pastime piece I made during idle hours in Egypt, worth hardly a canute. Each of my siblings has one. And let me share a secret. I inscribed an ancient pyramid cipher inside. Place a cherry or similar fruit within, and it will stay fresh for weeks. Bill spoke with theatrical mystery. Truth be told, Qin Yu was captivated by the little object. After all, he'd yet to receive any gift from the wizarding world. Even if Bill claimed it held little value to Qin Yu, it felt wondrously novel. Go on, take it. Bill pressed the tiny pyramid into Qin Yu's palm, then waved cheerfully. Until next time, Qin. Goodbye, Hagrid. Thank you, senior brother Bill. Until we meet again. Qin Yu waved back. After bidding them farewell, Bill strode happily into Gringotts to complete his delivery. Gazing down at the pyramid in his hand, Qin Yu murmured inwardly, fine. I'll accept it. In return, I'll make sure to look after my hapless junior Ron. Indeed, by enrollment date, Ron was officially Qin Yu's junior. Emerging from Gringotts, Qin Yu paused before the Owl Emporium, suddenly remembering he needed to write to Hermione. Though term hadn't yet begun, securing a messenger owl was priority number one. A sign above the door listed species: gray owls, screech owls, barn owls, brown owls, snowy owls. Qin Yu mused that these were all protected species in the Muggle world, hardly ordinary couriers. He circled the shop once, and without hesitation chose the snowy owl, undoubtedly the most elegant among. Yet upon seeing the price, 18 galleons, his stomach tightened. At current exchange rates, that amounted to 90 pounds. Still, he reconsidered. Averaged over a year, it wasn't unreasonable. Call it a prepaid subscription. So Qin Yu drew 18 golden galleons from his money bag, laid them neatly in a row on the counter, and accepted the beautiful owl from the shopkeeper. Seeing Qin Yu cradling the snowy owl, Hagrid praised, "That's a rather rare breed. You've got excellent taste." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. By now the owl perched lightly on his forearm, its round bright eyes locked onto his. So he declared gently, "From now on your name shall be Trig." A fine name, Hagrid replied, his English halting but sincere. Then, clutching the cage containing the owl, Qin Yu followed Hagrid onward, to Flourish and Blots, where they purchased his textbooks. Compared to the expensive owl, the books were remarkably affordable. Most first-year texts cost just 1 galleon apiece. For a dozen galleons, Qin Yu acquired the full list. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, 1,000 Magical Herbs, and Fungi's Standard Book of Spells Grade 1, covering every subject of his inaugural year. The load grew heavy, but Hagrid cheerfully carried the stack, his strength vastly surpassing that of the slight boy. As they walked on, Qin Yu lingered before each shop, eager to glimpse what wonders lay within, until Hagrid, sighing, clapped his shoulder. "Qin, we must hurry to Ollivanders. You need a wand that answers your call. Diagon Alley is endless. I'll bring you back another time." "Very well, I'll certainly return. Every corner here hums with opportunity," Qin Yu remarked thoughtfully. Hagrid, his bushy beard twitching, raised a skeptical eyebrow. He privately dismissed the notion of opportunity, convinced the shopkeepers were shrewd, and each visit bled his meager funds dry, deepening his perpetual financial strain. So today he resolved to move swiftly, no lingering. He feared that given too much time, he might spot another creature impossible to resist. Woof, woof, woof. 3 sharp canine howls pierced the air. Hagrid froze mid-step, ears pricked, attention instantly riveted. His instincts flared. This was no ordinary dog's cry. It belonged to a rare magical beast. Curiosity overrode caution, and he veered toward the sound, forgetting entirely his earlier vow. "Hagrid, what if I opened a shop here? Do they require licenses? And speaking of pets, since you know so many, could we perhaps leverage?" "Hey, where'd he go?" Mid-sentence, Qin Yu turned, and found Hagrid vanished. "What happened to? We're in a rush." Qin Yu stared blankly, a dark line of exasperation forming across his brow. "Hagrid is lost." This discovery left Qin Yu quite helpless, so he had no choice but to give up on visiting the wand shop and began searching for this guy. After searching for a while, he finally saw a crowd gathered in front of a bar, and from a distance, Qin Yu spotted Hagrid towering above the others. Qin Yu hurried over, pushing through the crowd to reach Hagrid's side. 500 galleons is just too much. I don't have that much money right now. Can you wait for me to gather some funds before I come back to buy it?" Hagrid spoke with a pleading tone to a thin man across from him. Next to that man was a large, 3-headed dog chained with iron. A 3-headed dog. Upon seeing it, Qin Yu immediately understood the situation. Hagrid must have succumbed to his urge to keep exotic animals again. However, looking at the 3-headed dog, Qin Yu had to admit that even if he were in Hagrid's shoes, he would feel the impulse to buy it. Just imagine taking it out for a walk. How impressive. At that moment, who would dare to mess with me? However, it was evident that this deal was not going to be easy to strike. Sorry, big guy, but I can't promise to wait for you to come back. After all, this thing is in high demand. The thin man said leisurely. Then what should I do? I really want it, but I don't have that much money with me right now. Hagrid said with a troubled expression, gazing longingly at the three-headed dog. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but hold his forehead in exasperation, internally ridiculing Hagrid. Even if you want it so badly, you shouldn't show it so obviously, right? Isn't this just asking to be taken advantage of? Seeing that Hagrid was silent, the man continued. How about this? Do you have anything valuable on you? Show me. As long as it's worth 500 galleons, I will sell you this three-headed dog. Hagrid's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and he was just about to pull something out when a small hand tapped him. Qin. Hagrid looked at Qin Yu in surprise. You only just noticed me now. Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hagrid, wait a moment. Qin Yu said quietly. Oh, okay. Hagrid nodded instinctively. He felt that this little guy seemed quite clever, and asking him to wait must have some significant meaning. Qin Yu then turned to the thin man and asked, Sir, what breed is this three-headed dog? It's a purebred Greek three-headed dog, and I paid a hefty price to buy it from a Greek. The thin man said with a proud lift of his chin. Hagrid, is that so? Qin Yu turned to Hagrid. It does have quite clear Greek three-headed dog lineage, but one of its heads has some Nordic characteristics. To say it's purebred is debatable. Hagrid became quite knowledgeable when discussing magical creatures. You're talking nonsense. I'm not selling it to you now. Go away, go away. Don't block my business. The thin man said angrily. Hagrid was now anxious. Even if it wasn't a purebred Greek three-headed dog, he still wanted it. In a moment of desperation, he cast a nervous glance at Qin Yu. Qin Yu smiled and said calmly, Sir, if you think we're talking nonsense, then you underestimate the expertise of the gentleman beside me. As he spoke, he raised his hand to introduce Hagrid. This gentleman is a professor from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, deeply knowledgeable in magical creature studies. Do you really think his words are nonsense? What Qin Yu said was the truth. As a keeper of the hunting grounds and a guardian of the Forbidden Forest, that could certainly qualify Hagrid as a teacher at Hogwarts, and he was indeed knowledgeable about magical creatures. The thin man was taken aback, appearing somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of the crowd, but he quickly straightened his neck and said, Just because you say he's a teacher at Hogwarts, does that make it so? If you want to verify, you can write to Hogwarts Headmaster Dumbledore, Qin Yu said, revealing a harmless smile. Seeing the confidence in his demeanor, the thin man believed his words. I don't care if he is or isn't, I want 500 galleons today. Who says I can't sell it as a purebred Greek three-headed dog for that price? The thin man boldly declared. He was sure that Hagrid wanted to buy this dog, and was clearly trying to drive up the price. Qin Yu held back Hagrid, who wanted to speak, and smiled at the man, saying, Sir, you can see that we truly want to buy your three-headed dog. Oomph. The man snorted coldly, displaying a look of arrogance. But besides us, who else around here is willing to buy this big fellow? Qin Yu said leisurely. Indeed, keeping a three-headed dog requires one crucial condition, a spacious lip. This is also the reason many people, even if they wanted to buy, could not do so. When these words were spoken, the onlookers chuckled. They were only there to watch the fun and had no intention of buying. So what? I can always wait for the next person willing to buy. The thin man's momentum visibly weakened. The next person? That could take ages. I don't know if your money can last until that day, Qin Yu said, putting away his smile and speaking slowly. If I have plenty of money, the thin man said, forcing himself to stay calm. Oh really? If you have money, why is this three-headed dog only being fed potatoes? Look how thin they've become. Qin Yu pointed at the three-headed dog. 3 heads, 3 mouths. The consumption of food is staggering. This man couldn't even afford to feed it meat, and if it continued, he would only end up broke. Qin Yu actually wanted to add that the thin man himself looked gaunt, appearing as if he hadn't bathed in half a year, which certainly didn't look like someone who had plenty of money. However, there was no need to embarrass him further at this point. The thin man clearly caught onto the implications of Qin Yu's words, and his face turned red with anger. I don't need you to manage my affairs. I'm selling it for 500 galleons. The thin man reiterated his price. However, this time it was clear to everyone that he was losing his confidence, except for Hagrid, who had eyes only for that three-headed dog. All right, then it seems there's no room for negotiation. Hagrid, let's go. If we delay any longer, Professor Dumbledore will be angry. Qin Yu called out to Hagrid to leave. Hagrid opened his mouth wanting to say something, but seeing the sharp look Qin Yu gave him, he immediately swallowed his words and walked with his head down towards the outskirts of the crowd. However, after taking 2 steps, he heard the thin man's anxious voice from behind, "Don't go." Qin Yu stopped and turned around, asking, "Sir, do you have something else to say?" "Speak, how much are you willing to offer?" the thin man said dejectedly. 50 galleons. Qin Yu raised a hand and gestured. "Why don't you go rob someone? Is this how you negotiate?" The thin man's eyes widened in disbelief. "You told me to make an offer. Besides, my owl only cost 18 galleons. Offering 50 galleons for your dog seems quite reasonable to me." Qin Yu said seriously. 400 galleons, take it or leave it, the thin man said viciously. 150, that's 3 times what I'm offering. I'm already being very sincere. Qin Yu said earnestly. 380, I'm just making a profit on the shipping costs. The thin man said with an agonized expression. 180, I believe the profit can't be just this little. Qin Yu said nonchalantly. 350, if you keep bargaining, I really won't sell it. 200, if you keep this up, we won't buy it at all. The two of them went back and forth. The thin man grew increasingly pained while Qin Yu remained calm and collected. In the end, the thin man conceded, agreeing to sell the 3-headed dog for 245 galleons. As for why it wasn't a nice round number like 250, it was because according to the boy, 250 is considered an unlucky number in their culture. This price delighted Hagrid, his mouth stretching wide enough to fit Qin Yu's head in. Pay up, Hagrid, Qin Yu said to the big oaf. Off. Hagrid's face immediately showed difficulty at the mention of this. Qin Yu was stunned. You don't have 245 galleons, do you? Then why did you bargain with me for so long? The thin man said on the verge of tears. I really don't have that much money, Hagrid said awkwardly. Forget it, let's just do a good deed to the end. Qin Yu helplessly reached into his money pouch. Qin, you're absolutely brilliant. Having the price outright. Hagrid beamed as he purchased the 3-headed dog, deeply impressed by Qin Yu's bargaining prowess. Actually, you could have negotiated it down too. If only you hadn't appeared so eager, Qin Yu remarked. No doubt you'd never have driven it as low as I did. Didn't you see the shopkeeper's expression? He looked utterly heartbroken. Do you think he lost a fortune on this deal? Hagrid trailed off slightly, his voice tinged with mild guilt. You're feeling sympathy for that crooked merchant. Qin Yu was left speechless by the gentle giant's naivety. Sighing, he continued earnestly. I can assure you, without hesitation, that this man still pockets at least 100 galleons in profit. Oh, Hagrid sounded incredulous. Estimate for yourself, what would your ideal price be for this 3-headed dog? Qin Yu replied, exasperated. Between 150 and 200 galleons, I suppose. But such creatures are exceedingly rare. I haven't seen one in years. Hagrid answered. So when we paid him 245, he walked away richly rewarded. An Eastern proverb says, from the southern capital to the northern capital, the buyer is never as shrewd as the seller. Let that sink in deeply. Qin Yu imparted this lesson in commerce freely to the guileless giant. Oh, I understand now. Hagrid nodded, his face lighting up with sudden clarity. Just as Qin Yu silently murmured, truly teachable, Hagrid's next words nearly choked him. From now on, I'll bring you along whenever I shop. You'll save me a small fortune. Hagrid declared cheerfully, gazing into those warm, earnest eyes, deceptively simple, yet quietly perceptive. Qin Yu realized this man embodied the ancient truth of profound wisdom cloaked in humility. Qin Yu lent Hagrid 235 galleons, even allowing repayment in 12 installments, simply because Hagrid genuinely had no ready funds and needed time to gather them. Thus Qin Yu became Hagrid's principal creditor, a subtle but undeniable source of quiet confidence in the presence of the towering man. Yet Hagrid showed no awareness of debtor's deference. He sent Qin Yu alone to Ollivander's to select a wand, while he himself rushed off gleefully, arranging transportation for Fluffy. Fluffy, that was the name Hagrid had just bestowed upon the 3-headed dog. After parting ways, Qin Yu headed toward the wand shop, resuming his half-day tour of Diagon Alley. Along the way, he passed a shop where several boys stood transfixed, their eyes gleaming as they gazed into the window at a gleaming broomstick. Qin Yu mused, this must be the very broom Harry would later ride, the newly released Nimbus 2000. In the realm of flying brooms, tiers abound. The Clean Sweep series resembles a humble bicycle, the Nimbus 2000 a sleek sedan, and the Firebolt a thunderous supercar. Rumors place the Firebolt's price at 1 to 2,000 galleons, or higher. Qin Yu lacked both the means and the Godfather's fortune, no serious black, to bankroll such extravagance. First-year students were forbidden brooms anyway, sparing him the dilemma of choice, for now. Qin Yu continued onward, glancing idly at Diagon Alley storefronts, and purchased robes, cloaks, cauldrons, and brass scales, all listed on the official school supply inventory. Truth be told, he felt an urge to buy nearly everything he saw, even the grotesque bats, spleens, and eel eyes, yet his purse, depleted after lending to Hagrid, held little more than dust. Still, he selected a hair clip adorned with a delicate kitten motif, intended for Hermione. Young man, let Grandma tell you, this clip is all the rage. Not only elegant, but luminescent at night. Girls simply adore it. The shopkeeper chuckled warmly, imagining Hermione wearing it, especially how it would glow softly in the dark. Qin Yu found the thought quietly charming. He smiled gently. I hope she likes it. He paid 10 sickles, tucked the clip safely away, and moved on. Only after walking a considerable distance did he realize he'd forgotten to haggle. Ollivander's, established over a millennium. At last I found it. Though familiar with the films, Qin Yu still found the wandmaker's shop astonishingly decrepit. Nearly 24 centuries old, yet worn thin by time. Perhaps magic itself cherished this ancient, unassuming elegance, the kind where fragrance needs no alleyway to proclaim its worth. His hand rested upon the weathered door, absorbing its deep, resonant age. And with a surge of anticipation, he pushed inward. "Oh, young sir, welcome. Are you here for a wand?" asked Mr. Ollivander, slender and tousle-haired, greeting Qin Yu with quiet intensity. "Yes, Mr. Ollivander. I seek my first wand." "Your first? Then you must be this year's first-year student. But today is already September 1st. You've arrived rather late." Ollivander teased lightly. "Well, my escort was delayed in picking me up." Qin Yu admitted, slightly embarrassed. "No matter. Though time presses, I am certain you'll find your wand here. Your true first wand." Ollivander beamed. Then, consulting Qin Yu's measurements, he began searching the shelves. "Rosewood dragon heartstring. Try this." From a wooden case, he withdrew a wand and handed it to Qin Yu. Holding it, Qin Yu recalled the film's choreography and raised his arm to cast. Before his wrist could descend, Ollivander snatched the wand back with startling urgency. "Clearly unsuited. Dragon heartstring would amplify your destructive potential, and this shop cannot withstand such volatility," he muttered, returning the rosewood dragon heartstring wand to its case. He resumed rummaging through drawers, murmuring aloud, "Beechwood. No. Troll whisker. Far too capricious. Thunderbird tail feather. Equally perilous as dragon heartstring. Holly and phoenix feather. Utterly inappropriate. Willowwood and unicorn hair. Ah, there it is." After his search, Ollivander triumphantly plucked a wooden case from a high shelf and opened it to reveal a silvery gray wand. "Try it, child," he urged, handing it over. Qin Yu accepted it carefully and raised it once more. This time, Ollivander watched unmoving. As the wand swept downward, the room bloomed with a soft golden light. "Willowwood is resilient, unicorn hair serene and steady. Combined, they grant you precise command over your power. A wand is like a lifelong companion. Harmony between strength and gentleness unlocks perfect magic." Ollivander declared, his voice thick with reverence. Meeting Ollivander's knowing, half-smiling gaze, Qin Yu suspected the ancient wand maker, no, the ancient magician, had perceived something deeper. His own Obscurus energy was immense and dangerously unstable. That explained why Ollivander had halted the dragon heartstring wand instantly. But this Willowwood unicorn hair wand was temperate, ideal for channeling and mastering his volatile. "What fits you is always the finest." For such meticulous, intuitive discernment, Qin Yu could only marvel at Ollivander's mastery. Uncanny, exhaustive, flawless. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Qin Yu said, sincerity warming his tone. "Huh. No thanks required. Guiding every wand seeker to their true wand. That is my life's vocation." Ollivander laughed. Clutching the first wand he'd ever claimed across 2 lifetimes, Qin Yu felt its quiet resonance, and his heart swelled with fierce, trembling joy. "From this day forward you shall journey with me through the wizarding world," he vowed silently. As if hearing his vow, the wand trembled faintly, and its tip pulsed once more with tender, radiant light. Having chosen his wand, Qin Yu paid 7 galleons and stowed it away, satisfied. Glancing into his money pouch, now holding only a few galleons and a dozen sickles, he felt the stark, hollow ache of dwindling funds. Sigh. 1,000 galleons may seem vast, but even mountains erode without replenishment, he mused inwardly. "Goodbye, Mr. Ollivander." He bid farewell politely, already pondering strategies to stretch his remaining coins. "Goodbye, young man. Do visit again," Ollivander called after him, and then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, added, "Ah, by the way, should your wand ever malfunction, I offer 1 complimentary core replacement, my warranty." Qin Yu had already stepped toward the door, then froze, eyes brightening. "Mr. Ollivander, do you purchase raw wand core materials?" he asked cautiously. "Unicorn hairs, phoenix feathers, those sorts of things." These were the very components Ollivander had just received. Ollivander blinked, then nodded instinctively. "Indeed. Such materials are indispensable, essential to my craft." A slow, delighted smile spread across Qin Yu's face. In his mind's eye rose vivid images: Hagrid's menagerie of magical beasts, and Dumbledore's phoenix perched proudly in its tower. After reaching a preliminary supply agreement with Ollivander, Qin Yu left the ancient wand shop in high spirits. After double-checking the admission list and confirming that nothing was missing, he arrived at Hagrid's place to handle the ship. "Qin, I'm afraid I can't accompany you on the train," Hagrid said apologetically. Hagrid's persona was likely 100% trouble. You could trust his character, but you absolutely could not expect him not to cause some mischief. "It's like this, they say the route to the wizarding world is quite dangerous and requires a signature, so I need to return to school and wait, which means I can't take the train back with you." "It's all right, Hagrid, I'm not a child anymore. I can take the train by myself," Qin Yu replied calmly. Although he appeared to be an 11-year-old boy, his soul was that of a man in his 20s, and he had taken the train alone when he attended university, so this was no different. "Then he'll take you to the station, and you can take the train with the others," Hagrid said. This time they did not use Muggle transportation, but found a fireplace connected to the Flu network. Hagrid sprinkled some Flu powder into the fireplace, shouted the name of the train station, and after a puff of green smoke, he vanished into the hearth. Imitating him, Qin Yu also completed a Flu network transport amid the green smoke. In the blink of an eye they found themselves in a fireplace near the train station. How does it feel to use flu powder for the first time? Hagrid asked with a smile. To be honest, it was a bit fast, or I didn't even have time to experience what it felt like before I got here, Qin Yu replied. Well, you're quite lucky. Both the Diagon Alley and here have clean fireplaces. When I first used it, I ended up covered in soot. Hagrid laughed heartily, reminiscing about his youth. It seems I should wear a mask next time I use flu powder, Qin Yu suggested. That's a good idea, but you need to put it on immediately after shouting the location, which requires quick hands, Hagrid added. It was now 10:40 a.m., with only 20 minutes until departure. Not wanting to linger, Hagrid hurriedly took Qin Yu to buy tickets. After purchasing the tickets, Qin Yu urged Hagrid to leave, and he pushed his luggage cart into the station. With a different kind of excitement, Qin Yu found the spot between platforms 9 and 10. There it was, the legendary platform 9 and 3/4, a gateway to the magical school Hogwarts. However, despite his excitement looking at the wall, Qin Yu hesitated to run into it. After all, if it malfunctioned, what if he ended up hurting himself? Such things had happened before. Just as Qin Yu hesitated, he heard an impatient voice from a middle-aged woman nearby. George, Fred, you are taking too long. If it weren't for wanting to let Ron and Ginny see the train station in advance, I wouldn't want to bring you here at all. Who would have thought Bill suddenly came back? We need to catch up with him, a boy's voice replied. Yeah, it's not easy for Bill to come home. We should show him our enthusiasm. Another nearly identical voice chimed in. Hi, your enthusiasm is just to get Bill to bring you more gifts next time, the middle-aged woman scoffed. Listening to their conversation, Qin Yu turned to look. Indeed, he saw a bustling middle-aged woman and 7 children beside her. While the Weasley family's children are quite a crowd. This middle-aged woman was of course Molly Weasley, and the children beside her were her eldest son, Bill, second son Charlie, in 7th grade, third son Percy, in 4th grade twin brothers George and Fred in 2nd grade, along with the still unenrolled Ron and Ginny. Qin, we meet again. Bill greeted Qin Yu cheerfully. Qin, you're the little boy Bill mentioned meeting in front of Gringotts, right? I'm Bill's mother. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mrs. Weasley said with a gentle tone. Yes, that's me, Qin Yu. Qin Yu replied politely. He felt quite fond of this elder. What a lovely and sensible child. By the way, this is Charlie, Percy. They are both in higher grades. If you need any help, you can ask them. This is my youngest son, Ron, and my daughter, Ginny. They will soon be of school age, and you will be classmates soon, Mrs. Weasley introduced warmly. George. Fred. Qin Yu greeted them one by one, while Ron and Ginny looked at him with great curiosity. As one of the trio that had lost points for Gryffindor, Qin Yu naturally admired Ron greatly. However, the train wouldn't wait for anyone, and he didn't have time to chat longer with the Weasley family. Kids, there are only 2 minutes until the train departs. You better get to the station. Qin, have a safe journey. Charlie, Percy, take good care of Qin. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. After saying this, Mrs. Weasley yelled at the twins. George, Fred, put away your nonsense. If you disturb the order on the train, you're in big trouble. The twins made silly faces, pushing their luggage carts towards platform 9 and 3/4 in succession. Charlie and Percy followed closely. After Qin Yu nodded goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, he took a deep breath and pushed his luggage cart forward as well. He then smoothly arrived at the hidden train station. At this moment, the Hogwarts Express let out a distant whistle, reminding the students that it was almost time to return to school. After checking tickets and boarding, Charlie as the prefect went to maintain order, while Percy, being somber and unsociable, left Qin Yu with the twins, and the 3 of them sat together in a compartment. However, Qin Yu had no fear of these 2 little brats. After spending 1 galleon on a bunch of candies from the trolley, he easily won over the 2 brothers. The plans we have laid out cannot be realized in a short time. What we can do now is to continuously accumulate our wealth, so that when the opportunity arises we can act decisively and seize it. As they approached the stop, Qin Yu said to his twin brothers. Qin, your vision is truly more long-term than ours, George. Indeed, our dreams are still limited to running a grocery store, Fred also lamented. Your ideas are actually quite good. Many of your brilliant thoughts could bring change to this world. Qin Yu also praised them. The 2 brothers immediately smiled with great joy upon hearing this. Although Qin Yu was a year younger than them, through their conversations the brothers had completely come to respect his extensive knowledge, and the fact that their once proud ideas received affirmation from Qin Yu gave them a sense of pride. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express slowly arrived at Hogsmeade Station. The children of the magical school had reached their destination. Upperclassmen were the first to disembark. George and Fred said goodbye to Qin Yu and strongly suggested he choose Gryffindor later. Of course, this matter is ultimately decided by the Sorting Hat, George said somewhat helplessly. However, we genuinely hope you can come to Gryffindor, so we can conveniently discuss our plans for making a fortune together, Fred added. Qin Yu smiled and expressed his hope that it would be so. As Qin Yu walked off the train with the first-year students of the class of 1990, he happened to see the upperclassmen's carriages leave. From a distance, he could see a group of slender black thestrals galloping away with their carriages. Those were thestrals, magical creatures visible only to those who had witnessed death. Qin Yu was not at all surprised that he could see them. Not only have I witnessed death, but I have also died once myself, he muttered to himself. Children, follow me to board the boats at the dock. Remember, no more than 4 people can sit in one boat. Hagrid's voice rang out. This three-meter turtle giant immediately drew gasps from the new students. At the same time, they felt a primal sense of awe towards him. After all, someone so large was 2 to 3 times their height. How could they not be scared? Of course, this did not apply to Qin Yu, as they were considered old acquaintances. Qin, we've met again. Hagrid greeted Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu also greeted Hagrid. Although they had only just met less than a day ago, Qin Yu felt as though he was already quite familiar with him. Whether it was due to their shared past or Hagrid's amiable personality that made Qin Yu feel a sense of kinship, or perhaps both reasons combined, their relationship felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Then Hagrid invited Qin Yu to share a boat with him. The dog arrived safely. After boarding, Hagrid said quietly, his eyes crinkling with delight. He was simply overjoyed with that big dog. That's great, Qin Yu replied nervously. His nervousness stemmed from the simple fact that Hagrid was far too heavy. Even with just the 2 of them in the boat, Qin Yu worried it might capsize at any moment. This greatly affected his mood as he first glimpsed the Hogwarts castle. In contrast, the other children in their boats were left speechless in awe. The towering ancient castle, like a wise figure quietly waiting for them, welcomed the arrival of a new batch. And would they too be remembered by this legendary magical school, thus becoming part of its new legend? As the boats drew closer, the new students couldn't help but dream excitedly in their hearts. The boat docked, and Qin Yu quickly jumped ashore. Other boats also began to disembark their new students one by one. Under Hagrid's guidance, they entered the oak doors of the castle and ascended 3 flights of stairs to a hall. After gathering in the hall, the serious Professor McGonagall explained the upcoming event, house allocation. Then when the time was right, the grand doors of the Hogwarts Great Hall slowly opened, revealing a magnificent, brightly lit hall before everyone. Honestly, even though he already knew what it looked like, when Qin Yu actually walked into the hall, he still felt a strong sense. Whether it was the thousands of floating candles in the air or the sea of stars on the ceiling, they provided Qin Yu with an incredibly fantastical and grand visual experience. As the new students entered the hall, Professor Dumbledore, seated at the center of the dais, stood up to deliver a welcome speech and laid out a few school rules, such as not wandering around at night and avoiding the Forbidden Forest. It was also the first time Qin Yu saw Severus Snape, who seemed to sense Qin Yu's gaze, glanced over a few times, but his expression remained unchanged, always cold and aloof. Afterwards, the house allocation began under Professor McGonagall's supervision. Qin Yu was aware of these procedures, but as a participant, he still felt quite curious. However, there were not many familiar faces among this year's new students. He only recognized Cho Chang and Katie Bell, who donned the sorting hat before him and were assigned to Ravenclaw and Gryffindor respectively. When it was Qin Yu's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped up the stairs. Then Professor McGonagall placed the hat, which hadn't been washed in who knows how many years, on Qin Yu's head. Wow, an Oriental boy. Your background is quite puzzling. The immense power and great fortune within you make you very suitable for Slytherin, where you would surely shine. However, your calmness and bravery also make you a great fit for Gryffindor. This is truly a dilemma. The sorting hat, which usually declared the house names clearly for others, was now rambling on Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu felt a bit itchy from the hat that could talk and move on his head. I want to go to Gryffindor. Unable to endure its rambling any longer, Qin Yu made the decision for the hat. His reason for wanting to go to Gryffindor was certainly not for George and Fred's fortune-making plans, but purely to be closer to little Hermione. After all, he had promised to help her familiarize herself with the environment, and he needed to keep his word. Since the hat was indecisive, he simply made the decision himself to prevent it from continuing its chatter on his head. All right, your choice is surely the correct one. Gryffindor. The sorting hat loudly announced the name of the house Qin Yu was being assigned to. A thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, with George and Fred clapping the hardest. Amidst the applause, Qin Yu made his way to the Gryffindor table and found an empty seat to sit down. After a sumptuous dinner, the prefects of each year led everyone back to their dormitories. The current prefect of Gryffindor was the soon-to-graduate Charlie Weasley, whom Qin Yu had met before. Charlie led everyone to the 8th floor, where at the end of a corridor, he spoke the password to the portrait of the fat lady, Dragon's Beard. The portrait opened, and Charlie led everyone into the Gryffindor dormitory area. After lingering in the common room for a moment, Charlie said, "Boys go to the left, girls to the right, and make sure not to get it wrong." After saying this, the children scattered to find their respective rooms. Qin Yu also went up the left staircase and found the dormitory with his name on it. The first night upon entering Hogwarts was destined to be one filled with excitement and sleeplessness. Qin Yu lay in bed reflecting on many things from his past life to the present, and only gradually fell asleep after a long while. The daily schedule at Hogwarts is quite similar to that of Qin Yu's university in his past life, waking up around 7 or 8 in the morning, then having breakfast together in the Great Hall classes, starting at 9, 2 classes in the morning, and 2 in the afternoon, followed by free time. Of course, the content of the classes is much more stimulating than in his previous life, such as the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. The instructor, Professor Stephen Swinton, was said to have once worked as a magical doctor. His hobby was to show various dynamic images related to dark forces during class, aiming to leave a profound impression on the students. Recently, Qin Yu and his classmates were learning how to deal with wolf bites. Professor Swinton brought in numerous photographs of wounds inflicted by werewolves, as well as brutal images of wizards transformed into werewolves. As stated in the book, if an infection occurs after being bitten by a werewolf, it will be incurable due to a curse from ancient times. Therefore, immediate and thorough cleansing is essential after the bite. What does thorough cleansing entail? Jerome, why don't you answer? Professor Swinton said, calling on one of the students. I don't know, Professor Swinton, a red-haired Slytherin boy replied bluntly. Oh, you don't know? Then let me tell you. As Professor Swinton spoke, he jabbed his wand at the stack of magical cards on the podium and then waved it in Jerome's. Immediately, a dynamic projection appeared before Jerome. It was a woman using her wand on her bloodied hand, which was severed at the wrist in an instant. This scene caused many students watching from afar to feel pain for the woman in the image. It seems you still don't. As Professor Swinton's words faded, another projection was directed at Jerome. It depicted a muscular man with a beastly bite mark on one side of his face as he used his wand to slice off that half of his face. Wow! A cacophony of startled voices erupted in the classroom at this sight. The children, unaccustomed to such shocks, were all terrified. Jerome at the forefront was frozen in place as he stared at the gruesome wound, his throat twitching as he nervously, still don't understand. Professor Swinton asked. As he said this, his wand jabbed at the stack of magical cards again. Ugh! Jerome could no longer hold himself back and covered his mouth while bolting for the door. Soon after, the sound of someone vomiting echoed from the corridor. "Tis, Professor, is this really appropriate?" Qin Yu couldn't help but comment. Compared to becoming a beast that recognizes no kin after transforming into a werewolf, I think a little shock now is worth it, Professor Swinton explained earnestly. Alright, you do have a point. Qin Yu acknowledged, then posed a question. Is there no better way to cleanse the wounds? Or is there any potion that can treat it before it manifests? Qin Yu thought of the rabies vaccine from the Muggle world. Professor Swinton shook his head and replied, so far the most effective cleansing method we can employ is the removal of the wound. Of course, some people use healing spells without becoming ultimately infected, but these are extremely rare cases. As for the potions you mentioned, to my knowledge, there is currently no magical potion that can completely prevent or treat the werewolf curse. This response, combined with the cruel imagery, left the students looking grave. The professor paused and continued, however, there is a recently developed wolfsbane potion that can temporarily suppress the transformation into a werewolf, but it requires exceptional potion-making talent and ability to brew. Your potions teacher, Professor Snape, should be capable of it. Of course, I hope you never have to drink such a potion. Thus it would be more appropriate for Professor Snape to teach this class right. Qin Yu silently scoffed. He didn't have any particular impression of Professor Swinton, while he was familiar with Professor Quirrell, who was currently traveling somewhere and wouldn't start teaching this course until next year. After a vividly educational defense against the dark arts class, the students left the classroom with grim expressions, gathering in small groups to head to the Great Hall for lunch. During today's lunch, most of the first-year students showed little appetite, completely unlike before when they were enamored with the house elves cooking and indulged heartily. Of course, Qin Yu was the exception. In his past life, he quite enjoyed watching crime-themed shows which often featured gory corpses, giving him a degree of immunity. He had already returned to normal by the end of the class. Jerome, are you alright? A small boy at the Slytherin table asked with concern. Professor Swinton is simply awful. Why does he have to target me? Jerome retorted, still feeling a bit nauseous and having no appetite for the food before him, which frustrated him. It seems every teacher has their own tricks. I've heard that Professor Snape is also quite intense, often making students cry from his scolding. The small boy shared what he had heard. I prefer history of magic class. Professor Binns has a strong soporific effect during his lectures, and he doesn't mind if you sleep, Jerome remarked. At the Gryffindor table, Yes, fellow first years were also discussing the recent classes. They were somewhat apprehensive about Professor Snape's class, especially since he was the head of Slytherin House. They feared they might be treated unfairly as Gryffindors. To this, Qin Yu merely smiled and remained silent. He knew that Professor Snape was actually a very kind-hearted person. It was just that his personality made him appear cold on the outside. Of course, such matters were not something he could discuss with these little kids. They wouldn't believe him anyway. After lunch, they took a short break. His roommates Wilson, Jimmy, and Bork left in a group, while Qin Yu followed a bit behind with the somewhat introverted Elvis. He didn't particularly mind interacting with these young children. It was just that there was a slight difference in interests due to the age gap. Thus, he found himself getting along better with Elvis, as the boy was relatively quiet and not too rambunctious. Thinking of rambunctiousness, Qin Yu couldn't help but picture Hermione chattering away beside him, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across his lips. Qin, are you thinking of something happy? Elvis timidly asked, attempting to socialize with a classmate, but still a bit. Qin Yu thought to himself. Yes, I was thinking of a friend. I promised to write her a letter before school started, and I need to get it done quickly, or she might get angry, the kind that's hard to appease. That's nice. You have a friend to write letters to, Elvis said enviously. You can write to me too in the future, of course. That would have to wait until we leave school, like during the holidays or after we graduate. Qin Yu patted his shoulder and said, Really? I will definitely write to you. Elvis replied joyfully. I will also write back to you, Qin Yu said with a smile, then urged, Elvis, we need to hurry, or we might be late for potions class. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Elvis quickened his pace to catch up with Wilson, Jimmy, and Bork. After Qin Yu and Elvis passed them, Jimmy shouted and began to sprint, clearly challenging to see who was faster, while Wilson and Bork naturally followed suit. If you think the potions classroom is a place for play and mischief, then you are one step closer to death, Snape said languidly in his signature sultry tone. Wilson and Jimmy, who had just rushed in breathlessly, were immediately silenced, frightened by Snape's cold words. Qin Yu, however, did not feel afraid. Instead, he sincerely said, Professor Snape, thank you for your reminder. We will definitely be careful from now on. He then turned to the other children and said, The potions class has many dangerous tools and concoctions, and the professor says this to keep us away from danger. After his explanation, the children immediately understood Snape's good intentions and cast grateful glances at him, all echoing Qin Yu's words of thanks. This left Snape slightly taken aback. He was indeed sharp-tongued and had a twisted personality which made many of his kind words sound like curses, but he had never expected anyone to respond to his goodwill, and he was used to it. Now being thanked by a few children made Snape feel somewhat uncomfortable. If Qin Yu had the mind-reading ability of legilimency, he would definitely curse old Snape, Are you a bit of a masochist? Since you know the danger, I do not wish to see you missing arms or legs in potions class. Snape continued to showcase his sharp tongue. As the class bell rang, the children hurriedly found their seats. Many people think potions are not magic because you do not use the wand in your hand. I must tell you, this perspective is utterly wrong. Some even believe that potion making relies solely on heating cauldrons, which is also a foolish and rigid mindset. Different ingredients require different preparation techniques. Some need to be pressed, some need to be soaked, some need to be fired, and some require your imagination to find the most suitable method. Snape spoke slowly about the knowledge of potions. Qin Yu listened and felt that potions were indeed quite intricate. Indeed, he was among those who thought potions were merely heated in cauldrons. Listening to Snape's in-depth, yet simple lecture, Qin Yu gradually started to grasp the essence, giving him a new understanding of the magical world. Qin, why don't you tell us what part of the water thistle is used in potions? Professor Snape called on Qin Yu for an answer. Why me? I have been paying attention, all right. Qin Yu thought to himself, venting his frustrations internally. The main issue was that he truly did not know what it was, and as soon as he bought the textbook, he rushed to school by train, leaving him no time to read it closely. How could he have noticed this water thistle? Even if you asked me about a dungstone, I would at least know it's an antidote. Leaves, eh? Qin Yu said, bracing himself. Plants indeed use most parts such as leaves, roots, and stems in potions. You chose a very high probability answer, Professor Snape said with a hint of sarcasm before uttering a single word, incorrect. Then Snape scanned the classroom asking, Does anyone know the answer? The entire class lowered their heads, not daring to look up. Qin Yu thought to himself, just as expected, there was no Hermione-like genius in the class. It is the fruit, Snape slowly stated. Then he raised his voice, write that down. Everyone quickly grabbed their pens and started writing. Potions require precision, a drop more or less leads to 2 different effects, yet you missed her. Qin used your small cleverness to guess randomly, which is a dereliction of duty towards potions class. Therefore, Professor Snape said, looking at Qin Yu, and continued, Gryffindor loses 1 point. To remind you of the attitude you should have towards this course. Qin Yu thought, how is it that I became the first to lose points for no reason? He did not actually care about that point, after all he was no longer a child. However, he was a bit displeased with being used as an example by old Snape. When he lost that point, the students of Gryffindor showed faces of dismay, while many students from Slytherin wore expressions of glee. Slytherin had already won the House Cup for 5 consecutive years and Gryffindor was their greatest rival. Seeing Gryffindor lose points, they were naturally delighted. Qin, don't be too upset, let's work hard to earn that point back. Elvis reassured Qin Yu as they walked after. It's not your fault. That water thistle is a very inconspicuous herb. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to answer either, Wilson added. Exactly, today Professor Snape is really making things hard for everyone. Jimmy said quietly. Seeing the serious expressions on these children, Qin Yu couldn't bring himself to say that he actually didn't care. Instead, he nodded and said, Thank you all. I will work hard to earn that point back, and I want to earn even more points. This indeed ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and they all became enthusiastic. Let's go, we should hurry to, Qin Yu said as several children followed him toward the dining hall. In the principal's office, Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, and several teachers took their seats. What do you all think of his recent performance? Dumbledore asked everyone. Emotionally, he is not an easily excitable child. When I showed so many bloody images in class, he merely showed a disgusted expression and did not react unusually, even remaining calmer than most children. Of course, it may also be that my stimulation was not sufficient. After all, I am somewhat afraid he might suddenly lose control. Professor Swinton was the first to speak. Dumbledore nodded upon hearing this, and then looked at Severus Snape. I have tried sarcasm, ridicule, and even deducted a point from Gryffindor, yet he remained very calm. Snape said succinctly. After he finished speaking, there was no reaction from the others. Professor McGonagall could not help but speak up. Professor Snape, I hope your deduction is not based on a random reason. Of course not, my reasoning is quite sufficient, Snape replied indifferently. Dumbledore interjected at the right moment. What about you, Professor McGonagall? In my observation, this child is quite normal, and even shows care for his classmates such as Elvis. He has managed to help this introverted child become more cheerful, indicating that he has a very delicate heart. Professor McGonagall shared her views. Indeed, he is quite attentive and perceptive, and he has helped me a lot in class, said Professor Sprout the herbologist. I feel he has too many ideas about flying class. He keeps asking me why he must ride a broomstick instead of flying on a sword. These peculiar questions truly give me a headache. Madam Hooch with white hair said with much distress. While flying on a sword. That idea is indeed quite unique and very Eastern, Professor Swinton could not help but exclaim. It seems that he is quite healthy psychologically and does not seem reclusive or suppressed. Dumbledore summarized. Indeed, that is the case. Exactly. Yes. Everyone responded. Then this is good news. What we need to do next is to let him live normally and teach him how to release his magic powers, Dumbledore said, looking at everyone. I thought a special student would arrive next year, but I didn't expect one to come early this year, Professor Swinton said, meaning. Rest assured, Steve and I believe he will soon learn to control his powers, so you can rest easy while searching for the ancient wizard's relics in the Himalayas. Dumbledore said with a smile. Yes, I hope so. All right, everyone, you may leave, Dumbledore said. The brief meeting concluded, and everyone. Hermione, how was your day? Mr. Granger asked his daughter during dinner. It was just okay, Hermione replied, disinterestedly stabbing a piece of carrot and chewing it listlessly. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but glare at her husband, blaming him for bringing up a topic that was better left alone. Mr. Granger sighed softly, thinking to himself, there's nothing I can do. And so the dinner at the Granger household fell into a dull atmosphere. The Granger couple certainly knew the reason. Ever since that little Eastern boy left for a magic school whose location was unknown, their little daughter had gradually lost her smile, staring at the mailbox all day long waiting for a letter addressed to her. Hermione, Qin has just started school. He must be very busy, and mailing a letter takes time. You'll receive it in a few. Mrs. Granger couldn't help but comfort her daughter. Who's waiting for his letter? Not me, Hermione said angrily, poking at the broccoli on her plate, as if she were jabbing at someone. No, we're not waiting for his letter. Let's forget about him. Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Well, I've already forgotten about him. I don't think about him at all. Humph, that unreliable person, Hermione declared fiercely. Just as the Granger couple was stifling laughter at their daughter's contradictory behavior, a sudden knock echoed it. Judging by the sound, it was clear that it wasn't a human knocking. They'll go check. Hermione stood up abruptly at the sound. When she opened the door, a large white bird flew in. It's an owl. It's an owl, Hermione exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the big bird. Qin Yu had mentioned before leaving that he would have an owl deliver letters to her, so when Hermione saw the beautiful white owl flying in, she immediately thought of Qin Yu. Sure enough, after the owl circled above her head, it precisely dropped a letter into her hands. Dad, Mom, it's a letter. After seeing the writing on the envelope, Hermione exclaimed excitedly. Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged glances and thought to themselves, we wonder who said just a minute ago that they weren't waiting for someone's letter. Of course they wouldn't voice that thought, as their daughter had been sulking for several days, and now that she was finally happy, they didn't want to provoke her again. Hermione, eat your dinner first. You can read what Qin wrote afterwards, Mrs. Granger said to her daughter. Oh, Hermione solemnly set the letter aside, and then quickly devoured the pile of food on her plate, even enjoying the vegetables she usually disliked. After finishing her meal, she hurriedly wiped her mouth, waved goodbye to her parents, and took the envelope to her room. However, it wasn't long before she dashed out of her room again. What's wrong, Mr. Granger asked curious. Qin said I should give Trig some food. Toast or ham would be fine, Hermione said, looking for a plate, and after filling it with some food, she hurried back to her room. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but exclaim, thank goodness Qin's letter finally arrived. Yes, if it hadn't come, I wouldn't have dared to speak loudly at home. Mr. Granger said somewhat exaggeratedly, which drew a burst of laughter from Mrs. Granger. By the way, who is Trig? Mrs. Granger asked curiously. I think it must be that white owl, Mr. Granger speculated. Trig. Hermione placed the food on the windowsill. The white owl indeed began to eat happily. In fact, Hermione hadn't opened the letter yet. She had seen Qin Yu's reminder somewhere on the envelope, which read, Hermione, my owl is named Trig. He is very gentle. If you give him some toast or ham, he will be friendlier to you. It was precisely because Hermione saw this line that she went to fetch the food with a bounce in her step. Seeing Trig eating happily, Hermione was naturally delighted. Then she finally sat down a bit nervously, unsealed the wax seal, and opened the envelope. She took out 2 folded sheets of letter paper and a small cat-patterned hairpin. "Now this is more like it. He even knows to send me a gift," Hermione said with a haughty hum, though she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. She happily put the hairpin on her head and carefully unfolded the 2 sheets of letter paper to read. The letter wasn't long, nor was it too lengthy, yet Hermione read it with great interest. After reading it many times, the owl Trig hopped onto her desk, interrupting her reading. Looking into the owl's round eyes, Hermione immediately understood what it meant. "Sorry, Trig, I'll write back to him now. Please wait for me a moment," Hermione said apologetically to the owl. Hoo-hoo! Trig hooted a couple of times as if forgiving her, then flew back to the windowsill, quietly waiting. Hermione smiled at the obedient owl, then quickly took out a blank sheet of letter paper and a pen, preparing to write a reply to Qin Yu. As she wrote the words "Dear Qin," she suddenly remembered something mentioned in Qin Yu's letter. Reached up to touch the hairpin on her head and gently tapped the cat's eyes twice with her fingers. Immediately a soft white light poured down from above her head. Truly a magical and practical item. A smile unconsciously crept across Hermione's lips as she used the glow from the hairpin to write down everything she wanted to say. So many things to say. "Dear, it's already quite late. Time to sleep." Mrs. Granger knocked on the door, saying to her daughter. Hermione looked at the several pages of letter paper she had written and hurriedly said, "Okay, Mom. I'm going to sleep now." After saying this, she quickly checked the content she had written, once more feeling there was no problem, then folded the letter paper and stuffed it into an envelope. Then she put in some flowers and leaves she had collected over the past few days. "Trig, you've worked hard." Hermione handed the envelope to the owl. After Trig let out a couple of hoots, he grasped the envelope, nodded goodbye to Hermione, and flapped his wings as he flew out through the open window. Watching the direction in which the owl flew away, Hermione stared blankly for quite a while, as if envious of the bird that could traverse mountains and rivers, going anywhere it wished. "Aren't you going to turn off the light yet, dear?" Mrs. Granger's voice rang out again. "They'll turn it off now, Mom," Hermione replied as she pressed the switch to turn off the light in her room. Then she climbed onto her little bed. However, she quickly turned over, picked up the letter she had just received, reached up to touch the hairpin on her head, and lightly tapped twice, causing a soft white light to illuminate the room. Once she adjusted the light to a very dim brightness, Hermione began to read the letter again. As she followed the narrative of the words, it was as if she was experiencing the life at the magic school alongside that boy. "Dear Hermione, it has been a long time since we last met, and I really miss you as well as Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Before leaving, I promised to write to you, and I did by an owl that can deliver letters. His name is Trig, and you should have all. However, after the school started, life has been quite chaotic, and since I just arrived at school, I didn't have much valuable information to share with you, so I delayed writing this letter until today. I hope you won't be angry." Seeing this, Hermione thought to herself, "I am indeed quite angry, but I forgive you for your sincere apology. Speaking of this great magical school, aside from its spectacular atmosphere, it also gives me headaches, because it is simply too large. There are at least 200 or 300 staircases, and some of them frequently change positions. Today, they might lead upwards, but tomorrow they might lead downwards, or be completely blocked. This often makes me lose my way, and as a result, I have almost missed breakfast several times with Elvis. By the way, Elvis is my roommate, and I have 3 other roommates named Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach. As for their surnames, I heard they all have ancient histories related to the sacred 28 families. However, in this era, discussing bloodlines is clearly an outdated notion. We just use it as a fun topic of conversation. It's like when I tell them that Qin was the first great unified dynasty in China. It's merely a playful connection to my surname, not that I truly am a descendant of that dynasty. All 4 of them are great people, friendly and lively. When you come here to study next year, I will definitely introduce you to them. I believe you will also be very willing to befriend them. Hermione, I wonder how you will introduce me. Will I also be called a roommate? Huh. I forgot to mention that I am currently in Gryffindor House, one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts School. The emblem of the house is a lion, symbolizing steadiness and courage. I have a feeling that if you come, you will likely be sorted here as well, which means I will be your direct senior. The other 3 houses are Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Due to some competitive relationships between the houses, Slytherins occasionally provoke us. Of course, they don't dare to do anything outrageous. They just stick to verbal jabs or silly expressions. In this regard, the students in this magical school aren't much different from those in the Muggle world. Regarding the dormitory area of the houses, since I am a boy, I can't describe what the girls' dormitory is like, but I've heard it is much better than the boys' side, at least equipped with large wardrobes and dressing tables. However, boys don't have much need for these things, and Jimmy and the others said they don't envy them at all. I can only tell you that Gryffindor's common room is quite nice, decorated warmly, and there's a big fireplace. When you come, we can chat and have tea here. Seeing this, Hermione paused slightly, imagining the scene of talking to someone by the fireplace, her lips involuntarily curling up. At Hogwarts, our most important task is, of course, attending various magical classes. You should know the names of these classes, mainly herbology, potions, transfiguration charms, flying, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts. since there are quite a few courses I plan to experience each one before introducing them to you. This is also one of the reasons for the delay in writing to you. Hermione, there's really no need to wait. You could write more than one letter. Herbology is quite interesting. The teacher is Professor Sprout, who is also the head of Hufflepuff House. She is very nice, and most importantly, there are many magical plants there, some of which are quite valuable. I plan to have a good discussion with her to see if I can get some good stuff to sell in Diagon Alley. Of course, I haven't mentioned my thoughts to her yet. I now realize what it means for a galleon to defeat a hero. Even in the magical world, you need money. Otherwise, I can't even afford a stylish broomstick, and most importantly, I want to buy one for you. I pray that I can save enough money by the time you start school. P.S. Muggle currency is very hard to use in the magical world, only allowing a very small amount of exchange. The flying class is what I look forward to the most. The teacher is Madame Hooch, and she seems really cool. However, when I asked if I could exchange the broom for a sword, she looked at me like I was an idiot, which made me feel that her thinking is somewhat rigid, lacking sufficient innovation. Actually, I don't have much aversion to flying on a broomstick. I just thought having more choices would be better. History of Magic class is quite dull. The teacher is Professor Bin's a ghost. Many people fall asleep during this class, though probably only you could manage to stay awake. The Transfiguration class is taught by our house head Professor McGonagall. We are currently learning basic transfiguration, aiming to turn small animals into little objects. It's quite difficult. I once turned a snail into an eraser, but that eraser was so hard that it couldn't even erase pencil marks. The Charms class is taught by Professor Flitwick, who tells us that as long as we pronounce the incantations accurately and wave our wands accordingly, we can successfully cast spells. It sounds like anyone with a mouth and hands can learn it. However, in reality, situations frequently arise where magical explosions occurred during class. Those tongue-twisting incantations are really hard to pronounce precisely. I suspect that the incantations are some kind of language to communicate with deities, and when you recite them with intent, you are actually conversing with divine beings or communicating with some kind of power. However, Professor Flitwick told me not to overthink things. He said such profound questions can wait until I have delved deeper into my studies. Now we arrive at the highlight, the defense against the dark arts class. The teacher for this class is Professor Stephen Swindon, who really loves to scare people. He often shows students bloody images caused by dark magic or dark creatures, even placing them right before us. Already some students in our cohort have been so frightened they vomited, and many find it hard to eat after this class, but I'm doing fine and it hasn't affected my appetite. However, I believe you probably won't have him as your teacher because I've heard he is a restless person who loves to travel. After this school year, NC plans to resign and search for ancient wizard relics in the Himalayas. This is a pretty good hobby. If I had money, I would also love to travel around the world looking for magical creatures or visiting ancient ruins. If you'd like, I could take you along. Hermione, traveling around the world sounds like a wonderful idea. In light of your sincere invitation, I can consider. The potions class is the one I most want to discuss with you. The teacher is Professor Severus Snape, and he is someone who seems very difficult to get along with at first glance. However, he is actually quite kind-hearted. Of course, I'm not saying that attending his class is easy. The potions class requires two types of knowledge. One is to recognize the ingredients of these potions, and the other is to have a thorough understanding of the potion recipes and preparation methods. Professor Snape often surprises us with questions about certain potions, and I was once called on and deducted a point for giving a random answer, which made me a bit embarrassed, but I couldn't refute it. I believe if it were you, you would master that knowledge quickly. However, I want to remind you not to eagerly raise your hand to answer questions in his class, as he is quite an awkward person. If you are too enthusiastic, he might not let you answer, and might even say something sarcastic. Of course, I believe his intention is to prevent arrogance from excessive knowledge, but his remarks can be quite harsh. I hope you won't take them too much to heart. Overall, these courses are actually quite interesting, and I believe you will adapt quickly. Having said so much, I'm running out of space on these 2 pages, so I'll stop here for now. This is roughly what campus life is like. If something fun happens in the future, I will write to let you know. By the way, I saw a nice hairpin in Diagon Alley, which is the one placed in the envelope. I thought it would look particularly beautiful on you, so I bought it. I hope you like it. Just a tip, this hairpin has a fun feature. If you tap your finger twice on the eye of the pattern, it lights up and can be rotated to adjust the brightness. Finally, I wish the lovely Hermione happiness every day, and I also wish Uncle David and Aunt Ginny all the best. Yours lovingly, Qin. During breakfast, an owl flew into the hall delivering packages and letters to each recipient. Jimmy received a package of candy which his mother had sent for him to make friends with, and he shared some with those he knew at the table. Meanwhile, Qin Yu received a pink envelope adorned with floral patterns. As soon as he held the envelope, his roommate and several close classmates cast curious glances at him. It must be from some girl. Wilson raised an eyebrow and remarked meaningfully, "Wow, what kind of girl?" Jimmy's eyes lit up as he chimed in. It was puzzling where these little kids drew such strong gossiping urges. Qin Yu muttered to himself, "Indeed it is from a girl. She is very cute and has a pair of beautiful eyes. As for what she looks like specifically, you will see when she comes to Hogwarts next year. Does she go to school here? What is your relationship with her?" How did you meet? The group grew even more curious, bombarding him with various questions. Qin Yu ignored them all, quickly stuffing a few bites of ham bread into his mouth, drinking a cup of juice before picking up the letter and walking away. A few remained at the table discussing excitedly. After leaving the hall, Qin Yu took a winding path and finally arrived at a quiet flower bed where he found a bench to sit down. As he opened the envelope, a pleasant floral fragrance wafted out. While he wondered if it was some sort of girlish perfume from Hermione, he noticed the flowers and leaves inside. This made Qin Yu chuckle at his own whimsical thoughts. Mainly because, having left the Granger household for so long, he found himself missing the faint scent of shampoo and body wash that Hermione had when she was close to him. Setting aside these thoughts, Qin Yu took out the few sheets of letter paper, unfolded them, and began to read carefully. The content of this letter from Hermione was structurally similar to the one he wrote. At the beginning, Hermione cautiously expressed that she did not miss him very much, just occasionally thought about him. Then she talked about her experiences since school started. I've already learned many things in advance, so the class content is a bit boring and the teacher's questions are quite simple, not too challenging. I was the only one to score full marks on the quiz, mainly this type of academic prowess. She also mentioned that a few female classmates were not very friendly to her, but since someone had previously been hung from a tree, they hadn't dared to do anything too outrageous. Next, Hermione expressed her longing for the courses that Qin Yu described, saying, I can't wait for September next year, so I can attend those magical classes just like you. As for her life, she wrote about outings with her parents, mentioning, Mom and Dad miss you a lot. No matter where we go, they always say things like it would be great if Qin were here. Next, she wrote about some trivial matters like how Qin Yu's room had bugs, how Mrs. Granger made Qin Yu's favorite beef stew with potatoes yesterday, how she wanted to raise a kitten, but her parents did not agree, and how she seemed to have grown 2 centimeters taller and would soon catch up with Qin Yu. At the end of the letter, Hermione wrote, When I go out with my parents or pass by certain places, I pick some flowers or pluck a leaf and stuff them all into the envelope, so in a way you get to visit those places with me. In the final part, Hermione very seriously told Qin Yu not to wait too long to write back, as she had developed a, That's right, Trig and I have become good friends, so you need to let him fly over often. I will prepare plenty of food for him in advance. Hermione emphasized. Looking at the closing line, Love you, Hermione, Qin Yu couldn't help but bring the pages of letter paper to his nose and sniff. He sought a familiar scent within the fragrance of the flowers and leaves. However, the ink's fragrance on the letter was too strong, carrying the sentiment of a short paper traversing vast mountains and seas. The familiar scent he sought was hidden within, ethereal and indistinct. Once upon a time, when carriages moved slowly, letters traveled far. Looking at the few thin sheets of letter paper, Qin Yu suddenly recalled this phrase. Then he carefully tucked the letter and the flowers and leaves away and walked towards the classroom. Today's content is quite simple, so most of you have successfully brewed this frostbite remedy. However, you must remember that this does not indicate any talent for potion making, rather it merely shows that you are not utterly incompetent. Professor Snape said with his signature acerbic tone after concluding the lesson. Qin Yu had adapted well to old Snape's remarks, leading the way by saying, Thank you for the compliment, Professor Snape. Several students chimed in enthusiastically. Snape couldn't help but roll his eyes at Qin Yu, finding the boy rather raucous. Professor, there are still a few minutes left in class. Why don't you teach us something extracurricular? Qin Yu said excitedly, completely oblivious to any sense of being unwelcome. Oh, what would you like to learn? Snape replied indifferently. Is there a spell that can fix leaves into cards or bookmarks? Qin Yu described his request. Snape fell silent, lost in thought. While this wasn't particularly surprising, he often looked like this when he wasn't. Is there none? Or do you not know any spells in this area? Qin Yu said with some disappointment. Professor Snape said nothing but began to wave his wand through the air in a specific pattern while reciting Carish's Tatos. As a white light flashed, a leaf that had originally been used to prepare the potion on Qin Yu's desk instantly transformed into a green bookmark, perfectly encasing that leaf. What a beautiful bookmark. I want one. Professor Snape, this spell is amazing. Professor, can you teach us? I really want to learn. Seeing the leaf bookmark in Qin Yu's hand, the classroom erupted with voices of envy and desire from the students. This was far more interesting than brewing potions, especially for the girls who couldn't resist these little trinkets. Silence, Snape raised his voice. The noisy classroom fell silent in an instant. Snape said flatly, These are just minor tricks. Since we have time today, I will teach you, but I will only teach once. If you can't learn it, you may choose to give up, indicating you are not suited for this spell. He then stopped talking and began to teach the students a spell called Living as Solid. Snape taught the spell once and for all, explaining the wand movement and pronunciation of the spell before leaving them to practice freely. When Qin Yu attempted the Living as Solid spell for the first time, he accidentally blew a hole in the table. Snape happened to pass by and casually cast a repairing charm to fix the hole. After a few attempts, Qin Yu finally found the feeling and controlled the strength properly. Carish's Tatos. With a wave of his wand, a white light flashed and a leaf bookmark was completed. Qin Yu held up the bookmark with a sense of accomplishment, instinctively looking for Professor Snape's figure, hoping for praise, since he was the first to learn it. Then he noticed that Snape also had a bookmark in hand, though he was staring blankly at it. Following Snape's gaze, Qin Yu saw that the bookmark was adorned with a blooming lily. The lily represented Lily. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking to himself that this old man was once again thinking about someone else's wife. Cough cough, no, it was a confidant. With that thought, Qin Yu decided not to bother Snape anymore, allowing him to ponder in peace. Today was Friday, and with no classes in the afternoon, Qin Yu went to the Gryffindor common room after lunch. He took out the flowers and leaves sent by Hermione, and began to use the living as solid spell on each of them. Once the bookmarks were made and placed into different textbooks, Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Just as he returned to the dormitory, an owl flew in through the window and dropped a letter in front of him. The letter was written by Hagrid. It invited Qin Yu to come to his place for tea at 3 in the afternoon. After reading the letter, Qin Yu thought to himself, what does the big silly uncle want from me? Is it time to pay back the money already? Uncle Hagrid, how much did you sell a bag of unicorn hair for? Qin Yu suppressed his emotions, squeezing out these words between his teeth. He could feel the flame of anger rising in his heart, almost reaching his head. Qin Yu was not wrong. Hagrid had indeed invited him for tea with the intention of repaying his debt, not to borrow more money, but the way Hagrid handled money left Qin Yu feeling quite frustrated. A bag for 2 galleons, what's wrong with that? Hagrid said, somewhat bewildered. He instinctively felt that the little boy in front of him seemed a bit unhappy, yet today, he was here to repay his debt. Even if it was only a partial payment, the child should be happy, right? Thus Hagrid was quite puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you asking what's wrong? Qin Yu felt he was on the verge of losing. He took a sip of tea from the table to moisten his dry throat, and said in as calm a tone as possible, do you know that a small bag of unicorn hair in Diagon Alley sells for 10 galleons? Hagrid scratched his head and replied, I think that's true. So you sold it to the unscrupulous merchants of Hogsmeade for just 2 galleons. Qin Yu exclaimed weakly. I mainly thought it would be convenient to sell to them, and they took some other things too, otherwise I wouldn't have managed to gather 50 galleons to pay you back. Hagrid explained his reasoning. I'm not in a hurry for you to repay me. Compared to you delaying your repayment, I'd rather not see you selling your hard-earned possessions for so little. Qin Yu said, greatly pained. As a typical Taurus, he indeed valued money highly, but he valued even more that neither he nor his friends should suffer such significant losses. Suffering losses is the thing a Taurus hates the most. I used to sell to him like this often. It wasn't that bad. Hagrid said quietly. Not that bad. Qin Yu widened his eyes and frowned in response. Not good. This is very bad. Hagrid quickly corrected himself. For some reason, Hagrid felt that it was better to go along with what the child said at this moment, otherwise he might explode on them. Seeing Hagrid like this, Qin Yu realized that he had overreacted a bit, so he apologized. Sorry Hagrid, I got a bit worked up earlier, but I truly worry for you. How can you sell such precious things so carelessly? Hagrid replied, actually, it's just some animal hair, not that precious. Very precious. They are all very precious. But you know I'm not good at business dealings. Hagrid sighed helplessly as he finished his sentence. Hagrid was right about this. Although he usually collected some magical creature's hair, eggshells, and sheds, he never treated it as a business. He just gathered a lot, and casually took it to Hogsmeade to sell, then exchanged it for some money to buy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, or some chocolate and milk candies at Honeyduke's. This was certainly greatly related to his personality, as he had never been good at dealing with people since he was a child. This was one of the reasons he liked animals. I was just thinking of telling you, I want to become the exclusive agent for the magical creature products you raise. What? Qin Yu looked at Hagrid with a sincere and eager expression. Exclusive agent. Hagrid repeated the phrase with some confusion. Yes, I'll be responsible for selling your items, and we'll split the profits proportionally. I guarantee you'll earn more than if you sold them as junk. Qin Yu explained to Hagrid in simple terms. Faced with an 11-year-old child, Hagrid, unsure if it was his illusion, felt that the way the other spoke and acted seemed more mature and serious than his own. Sounds good. Hagrid immediately showed great interest in this idea, mainly because no one had ever approached him with such a proposition before. Those wizard children from wealthy families naturally disdain making money, while those poor wizard children are buried in studying magic. Most importantly, where would you find a student like Qin Yu with such a mature business mind? His ineptitude in business, combined with no one to help him, had resulted in Hagrid, a magical creature keeper with infinite potential, remaining a broke man. It could be said he sat on a mountain of gold while eating bran. And now Qin Yu's appearance just happened to fill that gap. Plus, Hagrid thought of how Qin Yu had helped him with bargaining before, and felt that he was very clever and reliable. After simply inquiring how he should cooperate, and receiving Qin Yu's answer of, just keep collecting things like before, Hagrid readily agreed to Qin Yu's suggestion and promptly appointed him as his exclusive agent. Qin Yu did not expect to reach a cooperation intention so easily, feeling somewhat surprised. However, he thought to himself that Uncle Hagrid treats people sincerely. Surely he trusts me to make such a quick decision, which made Qin Yu feel a great sense of responsibility. Hagrid, rest assured, I will definitely make us rich. Qin Yu promised earnestly. Haha, I never dared to think about becoming rich. As long as I can have money to buy the magical creatures I want, that's enough. Hagrid chuckled. Since they had reached a cooperative intention, Qin Yu converted the remaining debt of 185 galleons into an initial procurement and agency fee, which delighted Hagrid, as being debt-free felt light. After discussing some details such as the settlement period, Qin Yu suggested that Hagrid find some helpers. This way it would be easier to categorize and properly store the collected items. Hagrid felt this made sense and readily agreed. Thus Qin Yu sent out a cat owl to summon George and Fred Weasley. Why these two troublemakers? Last year, I had a headache trying to prevent them from causing trouble in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, with great disdain upon seeing the hurriedly arriving twins. Hee. Who told you not to let us play? Yeah, there's so little space in the school, why can't we go to the Forbidden Forest? The two brothers complained. Qin Yu quickly intervened before the conflict escalated and explained the purpose of summoning the Weasley twins. Huh, you just want us to do this. Didn't your letter say there were important business matters to discuss? George and Fred said with some disappointment. Having just received a letter from an owl, they thought Qin Yu had some important business plan to announce, which was why they had hurriedly come only to find out that he wanted them to do some rough work like taking care of animals and collecting hair. For the twin brothers, Qin Yu certainly couldn't fool them with just a few casual words. So he seriously asked, what do you think is the most important thing in business? Good ideas. Just like your shared flying broomstick. George was thinking about the novel business model Qin Yu had mentioned, strong capital. Without financial support, no matter how good the idea is, it's hard to realize. Fred disagreed with his brother this time. After listening to them, Qin Yu nodded and said what you both mentioned is indeed very important. Then amid the confused expressions of the two brothers, he continued, however, I believe the most important thing is talent. Talent like you, who have business acumen. The words made George and Fred feel appreciated, their faces lighting up, and they looked toward Hagrid hoping the kind uncle would hear Qin Yu's affirmation of them. But right now you can't be considered mature, qualified business talent. Qin Yu's words took a turn. Why not? The two brothers asked in unison. Because you still lack certain experience. A successful businessman is not born knowing how to do business, but accumulates experience little by little, broadening his horizons and building connections. So although Hagrid's tasks may seem like simple work, collecting magical creature products, these tasks can help you grow rapidly. Qin Yu said slowly. Seeing the two brothers pondering, he continued, this time we take on Hagrid's exclusive agency, partly to train the team and partly to build connections. Think about it, if you can excel at collecting, organizing, and selling these items, then in the future you'll have experience and more importantly you will interact with various clients who may be owners of wand shops, potion shops, or magical bookstores, or even a steward from a prominent family. These people will become our potential partners in the future. Hearing this, George and Fred's eyes began to light up. Qin Yu seized the opportunity and spoke with an enticing tone. Imagine that one day your capabilities can handle any challenging business task. Now imagine that one day your friends and clients span the entire UK, all of Europe, and even the whole world. Then at that time, what can't you accomplish? What can't you accomplish? Qin Yu's words exploded in George and Fred's hearts like a bomb. They were not fools, on the contrary, they were very clever, especially with a keen sense of business and a bold spirit of innovation. Now after Qin Yu's guidance, they felt as if they had been enlightened, their perspectives broadened, and their horizons expanded. Indeed, they needed to continuously train themselves. Indeed, they needed to expand their networks. Once both of these aspects were in place, they could do many, many things. When that time comes, what can't you accomplish? When that time comes, everything is possible. George and Fred exchanged glances, seeing the fiery passion in each other's eyes. Then they both turned their blazing gazes toward Qin Yu. Qin, are these two kids going to go crazy? They look just like the animals in the Forbidden Forest. After George and Fred happily went off to work, Hagrid quietly expressed his concerns to Qin Yu. No, Hagrid, they are burning for their dreams. Qin Yu corrected him. Oh. Hagrid nodded, half understanding. Youth is truly wonderful. Qin Yu sighed in his heart, then called Hagrid to help tend to his precious animals. Then that afternoon, Qin Yu stepped for the first time into the mysterious Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. As evening approached, the sun sank in the west. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, a magnificent creature entirely snow-white, with a spiraled horn atop its head, slowly approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It was an adult unicorn. Upon seeing it, Hagrid called out a name, and this noble creature responded with a sob. Meanwhile, Qin Yu along with the Weasley brothers stood there in a daze. To be honest, even after 2 lifetimes, the awe that Qin Yu felt upon first sighting such a miraculous being was no less than that of the Weasley brothers. Just for this unicorn, Qin Yu felt that coming to this magical world was worth it. Hermione, they'll give you another chance to say it properly. Hagrid, how should we interact with her? Qin Yu asked Hagrid. George and Fred also cast eager glances at Hagrid. After all, who could resist the allure of a unicorn? Well, probably except for Tom, who has no nose. You can feed her carrots, but they must be washed and thoroughly dried, otherwise she won't eat a single bite, Hagrid said, adding, by the way, she is a lady. Carrots. Qin Yu glanced at the unicorn's horn and mused, was this the path of form complements form? Grumbling aside, he quickly caught up with the twin brothers who had already rushed back to Hagrid's hut to grab carrots. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. Moreover, he was still a boy now, naturally not wanting to miss this opportunity to bond with the unicorn. The three of them found a few carrots in Hagrid's food storage, cleaned them as instructed, and dried them with a towel much like those otaku who lovingly polished their cherished figurines. Then 3 fresh carrots were presented in front of the unicorn. After a critical glance at the carrots, the unicorn gracefully chewed them all. She started with my carrot," Fred said happily. "Hey, you're such a sycophant." Qin Yu and George shot him disdainful looks simultaneously. Then they quickly pulled out another carrot and presented it to the unicorn. After successfully establishing a rapport with the unicorn through food, Qin Yu finally managed to gently stroke her back. The sensation was indeed delightful, as smooth as stroking silk. Meanwhile, George and Fred had taken out various trinkets they carried and began entertaining the unicorn. The unicorn stood proudly, quietly observing, her eyes gradually softening as if a hint of a smile had. This spurred the twin brothers on, even more wishing to transform into circus performers, presenting even more spectacular acts for the unicorn. "I didn't expect that besides causing trouble, they are quite good at cheering up animals," Hagrid remarked to Qin Yu, who had finally stopped hovering around the unicorn. "The abilities and talents of a person, when directed to the right place, can create immense value." Qin Yu quoted a line he had read in some book in his past life. "Exactly, I'm starting to think they might have some use." Just as Hagrid was saying this, a stray water balloon suddenly flew toward him, exploding right at his face and soaking him completely. Wiping his face furiously, Hagrid said angrily, "But I still don't like those too." "Uff. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you," Qin Yu said, struggling to contain his laughter. "Hagrid, this was purely accidental. I'm really sorry." George quickly raised his hand to apologize. Yes, we didn't mean it. Please don't kick us out, Hagrid." Fred felt he had already fallen in love with Kelly and was reluctant to leave. Faced with 2 pranksters who had suddenly become so polite, Hagrid couldn't get angry and could only sternly say, "Next time if you hit me again, I'll toss you straight into the Black Lake." The 2 brothers immediately promised to be careful and then continued to play with the unicorn. The unicorn, having eaten her fill and watched the humans' antics for a while, elegantly trotted back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leaving George and Fred behind feeling dejected. "Let's head back. You haven't had dinner yet, and I can whip something up for you," Hagrid called the 3 children back to the wooden hut. "All right, thank you, Hagrid." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude for Hagrid's dinner invitation. However, soon upon facing the dark, unidentifiable concoction that Hagrid had prepared, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers turned green. "I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring in my clothes from the line. Goodbye, Hagrid. Goodbye, Fred." George. Qin Yu stood up and said solemnly. After exchanging glances, George and Fred immediately stood up and said, "We have things to do. We'll leave first." "I made a big pot of mixed sour soup porridge. Aren't you going to finish it before you leave?" Hagrid said, somewhat surprised. "So this thing is called mixed sour soup porridge?" "No, thank you for your generous invitation, but I'm afraid it's about to rain, and I must hurry back to collect my clothes," Qin Yu said with a serious face. "What nonsense! Outside is a clear night with bright stars. How could it possibly rain?" Both George and Fred thought this to themselves. Yes, it's indeed about to rain if our windows are still open, right, George?" "Exactly, Fred." After saying this, the 3 of them quickly pushed the door and rushed out, leaving Hagrid alone to face his pot of sour soup porridge. However, just after Qin Yu and the others left Hagrid's hut, they suddenly heard several piercing whinnies. This made them stop in their tracks. Bang! The wooden door of the hut was suddenly flung open by Hagrid. "What happened, Hagrid?" Qin Yu shouted loudly. "It's Kelly. I don't know what happened," Hagrid said, frowning. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, thinking, could it be that Tom, who has no nose, has come early? Is this brat so easily summoned? Without time for further thought, Hagrid had already sprinted toward the forbidden. Qin Yu naturally followed closely behind, and George and Fred, also concerned about the unicorn's safety, ran after. Soon Hagrid found the unicorn. Seeing that she was all right, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was a false alarm. However, the originally graceful unicorn now displayed a look of panic in her eyes, pacing restlessly. Hagrid leaned closer, communicating in a manner that probably only he and the unicorn could understand. Qin Yu, George, and Fred quickly learned what had happened. "Anna is missing," Hagrid said gravely to the 3 of them. "Who is Anna?" Qin Yu asked with a frown. "She is Kelly's child, a golden little unicorn, only just 1 year old," Hagrid explained. "A child gone missing? No wonder this unicorn was so anxious." Qin Yu and the others immediately understood the situation. "Then let's split up and search quickly," Qin Yu suggested. "No, the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. I should go find her myself." Hagrid stopped Qin Yu. "How long do you plan to search by yourself? How about this? I'll go with George and Fred, and you outline the unicorn's activity range for us, so we can search more effectively," Qin Yu said calmly. George and Fred nodded vigorously. Seeing his insistence and realizing that 3 people together would indeed increase safety, Hagrid agreed to Qin Yu's proposal and told them the areas where the unicorn often appeared. "In other areas you must not wander off. Hagrid reminded them sternly before they separated. All right, we understand. Qin Yu gave him a reassuring look. Then the four of them split into two groups, searching in different directions. However, Qin Yu still underestimated the complexity of the Forbidden Forest terrain. He initially maintained a certain distance from George and Fred, conducting a thorough search, while keeping each other's lights in. However, after walking for a while, Qin Yu noticed that the two lights beside him had vanished without him realizing. After calling out George and Fred's names a few times, he received no response. Crap, have I lost my way? Qin Yu thought to himself. Who can tell me what to do if I get lost in the Forbidden Forest? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. Qin Yu pondered these irrelevant thoughts in his mind. He was actually unsure whether he was lost, or if George and Fred, those two mischievous kids, had gotten lost. However, the result was the same. He was now all alone. He didn't dare to call out their names too loudly. After all, this was the Forbidden Forest, and what if a ferocious beast were? Qin Yu glanced at the simple map Hagrid had given him, then looked up blankly at the surrounding trees and odd rocks before sighing and putting away the worn cloth. He had to admit that he had indeed acted a bit impulsively, thinking that there was not much to worry about in the Forbidden Forest, especially since Harry had been wandering here since he was very young. So the lesson is that empiricism can lead to disaster. One must be cautious in the magical world. Qin Yu mumbled to himself as he walked carefully through the dark and gloomy Forbidden Forest. At this point, he no longer knew where he was, relying solely on his memory and sense of direction to navigate, which proved to be rather unreliable as the environment around him grew increasingly unfamiliar. Gradually, he became somewhat anxious in the darkness, especially with strange sounds echoing around him from time to time, or the shadows of unknown creatures. Just as Qin Yu felt a shiver down his spine, a force that had been dormant within him for many days began to stir. Finally, in a moment of instinct, that power surged to his forehead. Qin Yu immediately saw the surroundings clearly and heard sounds from far away. This experience filled him with a sense of newfound strength. With the aid of that power, his vision began to expand and his hearing started to broaden. He could see outlines from hundreds or thousands of meters away and could hear sounds from similar distances. Soon he easily caught sight of the frantic figures of George and Fred. His heart leaped with joy as he prepared to head in their direction, only to hear a faint whinny. The sound resembled that of the unicorn Kelly, but was much more juvenile. Indeed, it must be the little unicorn Anna. At that moment, empowered by this mysterious force, Qin Yu felt emboldened. Since he had found the little unicorn, he naturally could not ignore it. Thus, he carefully discerned the direction from which the sound came and quickly ran toward it. Before long, he arrived at a cave where the voice of the little unicorn became increasingly clear. Qin Yu felt a surge of joy knowing he had found the right place. As he entered the cave, he indeed saw a small unicorn entirely golden in color. This little unicorn was struggling against being tied down. "Anna, is that you?" Qin Yu called out. Upon hearing his voice, the little unicorn let out a louder whinny, clearly confirming her identity as Anna. Qin Yu rushed forward to help. As he got closer, he realized that the bindings around the little unicorn were layers of white silk threads. Once he recognized what it was, a jolt ran through Qin Yu's heart, and he thought of a certain possibility. "Who is it?" "You are not Hagrid." An old voice echoed within the cave. Qin Yu looked towards the voice and saw a spider larger than a carriage. Its body was covered in black fur with 8 eyes and 8 legs, and 2 massive pincers resembling giant claws. It was an acromantula. In his haste to arrive, Qin Yu hadn't paid much attention and did not expect the cave to be the lair of an acromantula. "Aragog." Qin Yu said, his voice trembling slightly. "Oh, it seems you know me. Did Hagrid tell you?" The acromantula spoke slowly. "Yes, I am a friend of Hagrid." Qin Yu quickly replied. "I see. Then what brings you here?" The acromantula. "I got lost," Qin Yu said half truthfully. "I see, that's quite unfortunate," the acromantula said. Qin Yu understood what it meant by unfortunate. It did not lament his being lost, but rather regretted that Qin Yu was destined to perish here today, meeting an untimely end. Indeed, a swarm of dark shadows began to move quickly towards Qin Yu from all corners of the cave, producing a chilling rustling sound. "Could you let your offspring spare me?" Qin Yu said, clutching to a glimmer of hope as he addressed Aragog. "I'm sorry, though I promised Hagrid not to harm anyone. I cannot control my children and their children. So do you have any last words for Hagrid?" The acromantula said ominously. "Damn it, leave your granddad." Qin Yu couldn't help but curse aloud. He spoke in Mandarin, which the acromantula did not understand, but it didn't care to. Rustle, rustle. The sound grew nearer. Qin Yu could see the black spider eyes and the terrifying pincers. The little unicorn also sensed the impending danger, growing increasingly restless as it lay on the ground, flailing its hooves. The swarm of spiders closed in, surrounding the two prey. They did not have any tactical approach. Several spiders at the front charged directly at Qin Yu. Wingardium Leviosa. At the critical moment, Qin Yu quickly waved his wand and recited the levitation spell. The spiders attacking him immediately floated in midair. However, more spiders continued to charge in from behind. In a flurry, Qin Yu waved his wand again and cast Petrificus Totalis, instantly freezing the second wave of spiders in place. Seeing that this spell was effective, Qin Yu repeatedly cast Petrificus Totalis several more times. However, fists cannot fight against 4 hands, and considering that each of the opponents had 8 legs, there were far too many of them. Qin Yu soon found himself overwhelmed. Suddenly a web strand shot from somewhere and ensnared Qin Yu's wand. Caught off guard, his wand was dragged away. Without his wand, Qin Yu naturally could not cast any spells, putting him in an even more perilous situation. Damn, is this how I meet my end today? Qin Yu cursed inwardly. What kind of fate is this? He felt like crying without tears. Ding! Dear host, life is always full of surprises. You have encountered a moment of life and death. In such times, how will you escape from this dangerous situation? Please make the following choices. 1. Rely on your wisdom and courage to escape from the Acromantula swarm. Reward 1 of the Rogalians. 2. Use the mysterious power to crush the Acromantula swarm with absolute strength. Reward granting you the summoning permission of the wish-granting room. A familiar voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. The system had appeared at just the right moment. At such a time, if I could escape relying on sheer wisdom and courage, I would have escaped long ago. Why would I need you to tell me? Qin Yu was frantically complaining in his mind. However, he clearly had no time left. Choose 2. Qin Yu quickly thought to himself. Ding! You have chosen to use the mysterious power. Next, please surrender yourself to the mysterious force. What does it mean to surrender oneself to the mysterious power? Qin Yu wondered in his heart. However, he had no time to ponder further. An overwhelming force suddenly surged from unknown origins, followed by an engulfing darkness that swallowed his consciousness. Just before losing all awareness, he seemed to hear frenzied laughter and heartrending screams. Damn, although it feels a bit thrilling, this sensation feels oddly strange. As the last thought crossed his mind, Qin Yu's consciousness fell into an endless void. When the intense magical fluctuation emanated from the forbidden forest, Albus Dumbledore, who was reading in his office, suddenly raised his head. Soon there was a knock at his door, and it was Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore, it can't be that child, can it? She asked immediately. Dumbledore sighed and replied, Minerva, your intuition is likely correct. It seems to be that child. Then we should hurry to check. Professor McGonagall said with concern. Yes, I was just about to head over. Dumbledore nodded. At that moment, Professors Flitwick and Snape arrived almost simultaneously, both wearing grave expressions, though Snape's face remained cold, concealing many other emotions. Let's go and see together. Dumbledore naturally guessed their intentions and spoke directly to the 2 of them. Subsequently, the 4 professors of Hogwarts headed to a part of the Forbidden Forest where a magical explosion had occurred. Before long, they brought the unconscious Qin Yu back to Hogwarts Castle and sent him to the school hospital for Madame Pomfrey to treat and watch over. Meanwhile, in a place in Egypt. This was a location that was 1 hour ahead of Hogwarts in terms of time zone. Naturally, it was darker here earlier, and the night was deeper. Under the moonlight, a pyramid stood quietly. If an ordinary Muggle passed by here, they would only see a vast expanse of yellow sand, as this pyramid was shielded from the Muggle world, visible only to wizards. At this moment, several wizards were busy outside the pyramid organizing their recent findings. Suddenly, several panicked small beasts darted out from the pyramid, their fur entirely black with snouts protruding like duck bills. What's wrong with the Nifflers today? Why are they all running out when sent to seek treasure? Asked a wizard with a short. The Nifflers he mentioned were those small black beasts, a magical creature with a talent for treasure hunting. In summer, they tend to be particularly restless for a while, but they don't usually appear as frantic as they do today. Another wizard chimed in. Among them, a young wizard caught a flustered Niffler, cradling it in his arms and gently stroking its head to calm it down. Bill, what do you think could be the reason? The short-bearded wizard asked the young man. I'm not sure either. According to the records in Gringotts' ancient tomes, there shouldn't be any super forbidden spells here. What could have frightened the Nifflers? The young wizard replied, looking grave. If Qin Yu were here, he would certainly recognize that the sun-kissed young wizard was Bill Weasley, someone he had a fateful encounter with. However, before these wizards could discuss any conclusions, a terrifying wave of power emanated from deep within the pyramid. Immediately, they saw a white light erupt from the center of the pyramid, shooting skyward, its brilliance overwhelming the moon in the sky. Then that white light fell from the sky like a meteor, descending into a location southeast of them. What on earth? After a long pause, the short-bearded wizard said, somewhat bewildered. We should report this to Gringotts. Oh, let's not enter the pyramid for now. Bill said with some concern. Yes, we can't go in. Let's organize the treasures we've cursed outside first. Safety first, safety first. A wizard quickly agreed. Naturally, everyone concurred with this suggestion. After summoning the treasure-seeking Nifflers back, they immediately retreated 2 kilometers from the camp, waiting for Gringotts' instructions. What Bill and the Gringotts curse breakers did not know was that at the same time the pyramid they were exploring emitted strange disturbances, similar energy fluctuations, and pillars of light shooting skyward appeared near the Tunguska River northwest of Lake Baikal, in Siberia, on the ocean floor near the Strait of Gibraltar in Europe, on a snow-capped peak in the Himalayas, and deep within the tropical jungles north of the Panama Canal. This phenomenon was too eye-catching, and naturally it was observed by surrounding Muggles, who immediately stirred up various speculations and attempts to decode it. However, even many years later these occurrences remained an unsolved mystery. Of course, what happened in the Muggle world had little effect on the magical world. In a place where no human could perceive or understand, in the misty darkness, 5 flames of different colors lit up in sequence. Gamma Delta Sigma Psi. Are we the only 5 who have awakened? A white flame emitted a sorrowful voice. Yes, Alpha. They did not wake up for various reasons, and I can confirm that Omicron is dead and can no longer awaken to fight alongside us, replied a green flame. Such words plunged the 5 flames into silence. Comrades, do you still remember your mission? The white flame's voice rang out again. Of course we remember. Guard the world, eliminate the world destroyers. The other 4 flames responded. Yes, since we have awakened in the ruins, it proves that the true world destroyer has appeared, who may already be very powerful or is on a path of continuous strengthening. Regardless, we must shoulder our responsibilities to eliminate the world destroyer. The white flame raised its voice. Guard the world, we will not regret, even if we die 9 times. The other 4 flames responded in unison once more. Then let us put away our sadness and seek our respective agents, allowing them to grow quickly until they can eliminate the world destroyer. The white flame spoke solemnly. For the world, the 4 flames replied. For the world, the white flame. Then the 5 flames suddenly extinguished, and the entire space fell back into misty darkness. Qin Yu awoke the next morning from a long, drawn-out dream. In the dream, he seemed to return to his past life, living as an office worker with a 9-to-5 schedule. However, on one particular day, a brown-haired little girl kicked open his door and loudly said to him, who was playing a game, "Qin, why haven't you gone back for so long?" Qin Yu turned to look at the girl and found her features somewhat familiar. "Back where?" he instinctively asked. "Of course, back to the magical world." The little girl set her eyes wide open. At that moment, Qin Yu realized that she was Hermione, the girl who had sent him a letter with flowers and leaves. "Okay, you'll go back right away." Qin Yu nodded vigorously. After saying this, he grasped the soft little hand that was reaching out, and then woke from the dream. Upon opening his eyes, he stared at the ceiling of the castle in a daze, momentarily unsure of where he was. However, he spotted a familiar wand lying by his bedside, a wand made of silver birch. Reaching out to grasp the silver-gray wand, Qin Yu cast the levitation charm on a teacup on the table. Watching the cup float in the air, a reassuring smile crept onto his lips. "Qin, now is not the time for you to use magic." A gentle, middle-aged woman's voice rang out. Qin Yu turned to see Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Qin Yu had no way of knowing Madame Pangfilet Furin's exact age. She had already been the school's matron back when Nipu Zhanmu and Lily were pupils, marking her as one of Fujuo's long-standing figures. "Madame Pangfilet Furin, how long have I been asleep?" Qin Yu asked. "About a dozen hours or so," she replied. "So I only slept through one night." Qin Yu confirmed the current time. "What exactly happened to me yesterday?" he asked, a little dazed. "How much do you remember?" Pangfilet Furin did not answer immediately. Instead, she asked him in return. Qin Yu frowned slightly and strained to recall the events of the previous day. After thinking for a while, he spoke slowly. "I only remember going to look for Anna, a young unicorn that had gone missing. At first I was with Xiao Ji and Fule, but we got separated as we walked. Then I heard the unicorns cry, and I went into a cave. Anna was indeed there, but the cave was a nest of 8-eyed giant spiders. Anna and I were beset by many of them. I don't remember what happened after that." Qin Yu recounted his experience truthfully, although he kept silent about matters relating to the system. Pangfilet Furin nodded and said, "Professor Denguliguo found you in that cave. You were unconscious. When he brought you here, I conducted a full examination and found you were merely asleep. There was no serious bodily harm. As for the exact details of what occurred, you will need to ask Professor Denguliguo," she added. Qin Yu reflected inwardly after handing control of his body to Mo Moran. He apparently had not been harmed. At least Pangfilet Furin could see no wounds or injuries. After another examination by Pangfilet Furin confirmed there was nothing wrong, Qin Yu left the infirmary and went straight to Professor Denguliguo's office. Knocking on the headmaster's door, Qin Yu saw the white-bearded Denguliguo sitting behind his desk, and the phoenix Fukisi perched not far above his head. Fukisi now looked somewhat aged. His plumage had lost some of its luster. Qin Yu found himself staring at the phoenix, which earned a wary, alert look in return. "Qin, I have a fair idea why you've come. You're wondering about yesterday, aren't you?" Denguliguo said. "Yes, Professor Denguliguo, I seem to have lost some memories from yesterday," Qin Yu replied. Denguliguo's words brought Qin Yu back from his reverie. He then roughly repeated what he had just told Pangfilet. "Qin, I'm sorry. There isn't much I know either," Denguliguo began. "All I know is that last night, there was a massive surge of energy deep within the Geneland. Professor Mage, Professor Nipu, Professor Siwendon, and I rushed there. In the cave, we found a small unicorn standing over your unconscious form, and beside you lay a pile of dead, 8-eyed giant spiders. After that I brought you back," Denguliguo said. "So it seemed that after Mo Moran took control, I had lost consciousness and had killed the spiders that were attacking us. Although he had escaped with his life, the sensation of losing consciousness was deeply unsettling. Qin Yu thought to. If I'm not mistaken, this energy eruption stemmed from Mo Moran losing control. In an extreme moment of danger, Mo Moran seized control of your body out of instinct to survive. I've seen this happen once before in another person. Professor Dingulijuo offered his analysis. How am I supposed to control this power? I'm actually frightened. This is the first time it's happened to me. Before it was only energy surges, never losing consciousness. Qin Yu said anxiously. Your fear of it now proves you have not lost yourself. That is a good sign, Dingulijuo said. Qin, rest assured. I have already spoken with the other professors. We will find a way to help you contain it. At the very least, we must prevent it from running rampant and creating an unmanageable situation. Dingulijuo's reassurance warmed Qin Yu, who replied, Thank you, old Deng. I mean Professor Dingulijuo. It is our duty as teachers to ensure that no child in this school comes to harm. Now Qin, go and rest. One of the professors will see you privately in the next day or two, Dingulijuo told him. All right, Professor Dingulijuo. With you here I feel reassured, Qin Yu said. As he rose to leave, Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, Professor, you said all those A-tide giant spiders were dead. Yes, all the adult A-tide giant spiders are dead, Dingulijuo replied. And Alageek. Dingulijuo of course knew the name Alageek. He has not been seen, Dingulijuo said. Qin Yu's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Professor, I won't keep you at work. Goodbye, Professor, goodbye, Fukisi. Qin Yu bid both the man and the bird farewell and hurried out of the headmaster's office. After Qin Yu left, Dingulijuo said to the phoenix, Fukisi, it seems he knows your name. The phoenix rolled his eyes and gave a low trill, showing his displeasure at the young man's stare. After leaving Dingulijuo's office, Qin Yu went straight to Hage's hut and had Hage's owl summon Xiao Ji, and when the twins arrived at Hage's hut, Qin Yu handed each of them a pair of Hage's specially made deerskin gloves and a large jar. What are these for? Xiao Ji asked, bewildered as he held the gloves and jar. Fule gave an equally puzzled look. Of course we're going to collect the boss loot, Qin Yu said with exasperation. The two boys truly lacked an eye for opportunity. Before they could ask what boss loot meant, Hage interjected, Qin plans to collect the venom of the A-tide giant. At those words, the Wisely brothers' eyes instantly lit up. They had also been to that cave yesterday and had seen Qin Yu unconscious, but at the time they had only worried about his safety and had paid little heed to the spiders' corpses. After Qin Yu and Hage pointed it out, they finally realized the spider carcasses were full of valuable materials. They say a pint of A-tide giant spider venom can fetch 100 gold galleons, and it's scarce, someone said. Is that so, Qin? Fule asked eagerly. That price is outdated. It's at least 120 galleons a pint now, Qin Yu replied with a smile. While in Dujiao Xiang, Qin Yu had learned roughly the prices of certain goods, venom of A-tide giant spiders, phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, so he had naturally taken note. Indeed, he knew that Hujuo Ci was abundant in such materials. At Qin Yu's words, Xiao Ji and Fule were filled with enthusiasm. The three children each hefted a large jar and ran eagerly toward the Jinlin. Xiao Ji and Fule, unable to contain their cheers as they went. Hage, of course, followed. He carried a sack of tools on his back and strode along calmly behind them. Looking at the wreckage of the spider's lair, Qin Yu asked leisurely after a long while, Did I do all this? It should be when we arrived, Professor Dumbledore and the others were already here. At that time we thought the teachers had saved you, but Professor Dumbledore said this was caused by your magic going out of control. Fred said to Qin Yu. Magic going out of control is actually quite common among young wizards, especially those from Muggle families. Without adult wizards to guide them, it can easily lead to magical surges. However, you really outdid yourself this time. There was a hint of admiration in George's words. Initially, George and Fred only thought Qin Yu had an exceptional business mind, but they didn't expect him to be so proficient in magical power as well, albeit in an uncontrolled manner. Seeing their reaction, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Hagrid, who shrugged at him with his mouth closed, implying that Dumbledore hadn't told them the truth. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu understood Dumbledore's intention. It was better to keep the matter of the mute secret within a small circle. Letting too many people know would do more harm than good. All right, enough with the small talk. Let's get to work. Guys, don't you see heaps of galleons beckoning to us? Qin Yu pointed at the corpses of the A-tide giant spiders scattered throughout the cave. A whoa, roar. George and Fred shouted excitedly. Hagrid also seemed to be infected by the enthusiasm of the young boys, revealing a happy smile. Thus the four began to collect the corpses of the A-tide giant spiders, or rather gather the items dropped by these mini-bosses. As for the big boss Aragog, even Hagrid, the magical creature handler, didn't know where it had gone. It probably got scared and hid somewhere unknown, Hagrid told Qin Yu and the twins. This was one of the reasons they dared to boldly enter to gather supplies. As for the occasional small spiders that wandered in, they had nothing to fear. The pincers of the A-tide giant spider have a small hole right here. This hole is where it sprays venom. When they clamp down on a target with their pincers, they quickly release the venom to poison the target. Be careful, and make sure to wear gloves, or else the venom will corrode your skin, and you might even develop a fever or faint. Hagrid explained while rummaging through the corpse of an eight-eyed giant spider. Listening to his professional explanation, George and Fred showed expressions of admiration. Their impression of Hagrid had greatly changed as the knowledge of these magical creatures was something they might not even learn from books, yet Hagrid could recite it as if it were second nature. "All right, Qin, hold a jar underneath, and it'll teach you how to extract the venom," Hagrid instructed. Qin Yu quickly placed his jar on the ground, while Hagrid used a knife to cut open a section of the head of the eight-eyed giant spider. Then he reached inside with his gloved hand, making a squelching sound. "Ugh, that's a bit disgusting," Qin Yu couldn't help but say. George and Fred already wore expressions of nausea as the sound reminded them of their mother's squishing ground meat with her hands. They vowed never to be interested in their mother's steamed meatballs or fried meat patties again. "Oh, found it." After rummaging through the flesh of the eight-eyed spider, Hagrid said with a pleased expression. He then instructed Qin Yu to position the jar at the venom hole of the eight-eyed giant spider's pincers. As Hagrid slowly exerted force with his hand inside the spider's head, a light green liquid shot out from the venom hole and accurately filled the jar. "Wow! It came out. What a beautiful color!" the twin brothers exclaimed with delight. This was not a beautiful color, but a dangerous one. Qin Yu nervously thought to himself as he held the jar, fearing the venom from the eight-eyed giant spider would splash on. Fortunately, Hagrid's hand was steady, and not a single drop spilled out until the venom was fully extracted. "All right, that's all there is." As Hagrid spoke, he withdrew his hand with a squelch from the giant spider's head. The three boys hurried over to see how much venom had been extracted. "Geez, is that all?" George said, somewhat disappointed. "Yeah, that's at most 2 ounces, Fred estimated. 1 pint equals 20 ounces, which means they would need to extract venom from 10 spiders to gather a pint worth 120 galleons. Note the previous text was incorrect. A 1 gallon has been corrected to 1 pint, as a gallon is a bit ridiculously cheap. As for how much 1 pint is, in metric units, it's about 568.26,125 milliliters. To put that into perspective, a bottle of Nongfu Spring is 550 milliliters, so a pint is just a little more than that. Therefore, our future slogan will be, "We do not produce venom. We are merely nature's carriers or milkers." Qin Yu pondered over these thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. "Guys, although 1 giant spider only yields this much, we have a whole cave full of them." Qin Yu pointed again at the remaining eight-eyed giant spiders. This statement made George and Fred nod vigorously, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family witnessing a bountiful harvest. Then the three began the disgusting task of extracting venom in unison. Qin Yu took the first turn. After all, he had been influenced by the films of his past life and the recent dark arts defense class, so he was a bit braver. Imitating Hagrid, Qin Yu used a sharp knife to cut open the shell at the mouth of an eight-eyed giant spider, exposing the fleshy interior. He then reached in with his gloved hand. After a bit of searching, he found a soft balloon-like sac. Next, Qin Yu instructed George and Fred to hold the jar steady while he firmly grasped the sac. Sure enough, as he squeezed, the venom was successfully extracted. After the venom was fully extracted from this eight-eyed giant spider, the three of them rushed to the next one. The whole process was both disgusting and tedious. Of course, they took turns extracting. No matter how strong Qin Yu's mental fortitude was, doing too much would still make him nauseous. In the end, they collected the venom from over 200 eight-eyed giant spiders in the cave, totaling about a dozen. Looking at the 3 jars that were almost full, both Qin Yu and Hagrid, along with the twins, wore satisfied smiles. Qin Yu secretly thought that even if he felt sick and couldn't eat, it was worth it. Apart from the venom, various parts of the eight-eyed giant spider's body were also very useful, such as the spider's eye shell and pincers, all of which were rare magical materials. While the 3 were extracting venom, Hagrid used his tools to dissect the eight-eyed giant spiders that had been drained of their venom, collecting the useful parts and stuffing them into a sack. The 4 had been busy for most of the day, and around 2 in the afternoon, they finally finished their work. Then Qin Yu and the others carried the jars of venom, while Hagrid hoisted 2 large sacks, happily, yet tiredly returning to Hagrid's hut. At this moment, on a nearby hillside stood 2 tall men, one with a faint smile on his lips, and the other with a cold, expressionless face. They were Stephen Swinton and Severus Snape. "Professor Snape, it seems he is having a great time." Swinton raised an eyebrow and said, "Professor Swinton, I think he resembles a petty merchant coveting trivial—" Snape said harshly, "Ha ha, Professor Snape, there is an ancient saying in the East that goes, a gentleman may also like wealth, but he will acquire it in the right way. I believe what Qin has gained is his rightful due. I just think a smart kid like him shouldn't waste his energy on such trivial matters." Snape said slowly, "Wow, it's the first time I've heard you praise someone, and that someone is a child," Swinton said with some... Snape rolled his eyes. He didn't want to say anything more and walked towards Hagrid's hut. "Where are you going?" Swinton shouted from behind. "To ask them for some venom from the eight-eyed giant spider. I will need it for potion making," Snape replied without looking back. "Oh, I see why you said he resembles a petty merchant. You're afraid of being taken advantage of by him." Swinton teased, catching up. Just kidding, why would I be afraid of him? Snape said disdainfully. Professor Snape, you are our first customer for the venom purchase, and we will give you a discount of 100 galleons per pint. Though he said he wouldn't fear Qin Yu when the boy smiled and reached out his hand towards him, Professor Snape felt a headache coming on. He hadn't anticipated that this child would so skillfully ask for money. He'll buy 2 ounces first. Snape took out a small test tube, his lips twitching slightly, and said indifferently, Severus, if you don't have that much money, I can lend you some. Professor Swinton, noticing Snape's demeanor, intentionally interjected. Professor Swinton, I don't think we are familiar enough to borrow money from each other, and my potion research only requires 1 ounce. Buying 2 ounces is just for emergencies. Professor Snape gave this guy a sidelong glance and raised his voice. All right, Professor Snape, I'll fetch you 2 ounces right away. Qin Yu could obviously tell that old Snape didn't have much money, but he certainly wouldn't expose him. After all, he was his customer. 2 ounces might be small, but it was still a start. So he took the test tube from Snape's hand and had Hagrid fetch a wine siphon to collect an ounce of venom. However, just as Qin Yu was about to use the siphon to collect the venom for Snape, Snape raised his hand to stop him. Wait, I don't want this jar, I want that one over there. Snape said, pointing to a jar of acromantula venom on Qin. Yes, right. Qin Yu was taken aback and then frowned, asking, Professor Snape, what's the difference between these 2 jars? Of course there is a difference. The jar you are about to take is obviously from a younger acromantula. Its color is green with a hint of yellow, while the one next to it is different, showing a pure light green, clearly from an acromantula older than 10 years. The toxicity of the 2 venoms is simply worlds apart. Professor Snape pointed at the 2 jars of venom, his tone laced with 7 parts arrogance and 3 parts. Upon hearing this, George and Fred hurried over to take a look, showing puzzled expressions because they didn't think there was any difference between the 2 jars. Weren't they both the same color? Qin Yu also only vaguely felt there was a slight difference, and he couldn't rule out psychological effects. Hagrid, even more so, looked back and forth at the 3 jars without figuring out what was going on. Professor Snape, can you really tell the difference between them? Qin Yu asked again. Of course, Snape replied coldly, showing impatience with Qin Yu's incessant chatter. However, Qin Yu completely ignored Snape's sour face. He shoved the test tube and siphon into George's hand, and excitedly walked over to shake Snape's hand, saying, This is wonderful. Professor Snape, your arrival has truly helped us a great deal. You've saved us from unnecessary losses. As for the difference in venom, Qin Yu certainly didn't understand, but he clearly remembered that when they were extracting venom from those acromantulas, they selected from large to small, because the larger acromantula's venom glands were easier to find, and only after filling 1 jar did they switch to another empty jar, thus inadvertently differentiating the venom in the jars. Now that Professor Snape had pointed out the difference in the venom, and with both confirming each other's words, Qin Yu now, when Snape suddenly felt his hand grabbed his body, instinctively stiffened, and after a moment, he disdainfully brushed Qin Yu off, and angrily said, Don't touch me without permission. Don't say things without context. I haven't done anything. After being pushed away, Qin Yu showed no displeasure. Instead, he rubbed his hands together and grinned, saying, Professor Snape, how about this? As long as you help us with a small task, these 2 ounces of venom will be free for you. Snape was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is there really such a good deal? Professor Swinton, who came to watch the excitement with Snape, glanced at the 3 jars of venom, and then at Qin Yu, and Snape, a hint of realization appearing in his eyes. What Qin Yu wanted Snape to do was actually very simple, at least for a potions master like Snape. It was incredibly easy. That was to classify the venom by level. Originally, Qin Yu and the others thought all the acromantula venoms were the same and could be sold en masse to the merchants in Diagon Alley. He hadn't expected that acromantula venom would actually be graded. If Snape hadn't inadvertently reminded them today, they would have sold these venoms haphazardly and surely lost a significant amount of money. When Snape heard Qin Yu say he would give him 2 ounces of venom for free, he was initially skeptical, but after hearing Qin Yu's request, he somewhat understood the intention behind it. Thus, to make his labor appear more valuable, Snape decided to help Qin Yu divide the 3 jars of venom into 4. Dividing 3 by 4 is obviously impossible. However, this was not a challenge for our great potions master, Professor Snape. Qin Yu and the others watched as he began his performance. The original 3 jars of venom were graded by Snape. The one with the best quality was rated S grade, the one with the poorest quality was C grade, and the middle jar was taken out separately. Professor Snape drew out his wand and cast a spell on the jar of venom, causing the venom to start swirling immediately. After observing for a while, Snape waved his wand at the swirling venom, and it split in half, as if sliced by a knife. This scene left Qin Yu, George, and Fred dumbfounded. Even Hagrid and Professor Swinton showed expression. Why are you still staring? Hurry up and take one part away, Snape said irritably to Qin Yu. Qin Yu quickly found a large siphon and transferred half of the split venom into an empty jar. Professor Snape, that trick of yours is amazing. You're simply the modern Lu Yu. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yu? Who is Lu Yu? Snape frowned and asked. Lu Yu was an ancient potion master in China known for using tea to brew potions. Qin Yu fabricated. Oh, tea, it is indeed a good potion ingredient, and I often use it, Snape nodded. Thus Snape effortlessly divided the 3 jars of venom into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. Then for the 2 ounces of service fee, he helped Qin Yu and the others package the venom into clear glass vials. Afterward, Qin Yu not only fulfilled his promise by giving Snape 2 ounces of Scrade venom, but also took an ounce each of the A, B, and Crade venoms for him. Seeing Snape come out of Hagrid's hut, his face still cold, but with a clear hint of amusement in his eyes, Swinton couldn't help but smile. "What are you laughing at?" Snape said with a frown, dissatisfied. "It's nothing, I just think this kid is quite clever. He used just a bit of venom to have you, this genius potion master, do work for him all afternoon, and he made you so happy while at it," Swinton said with a sly smile. "What do you know? I merely did work that was commensurate with my reward," Snape said coldly. As for whether he was happy, he was doing something related to potions, so naturally he felt good. If we had sold the venom in a crude manner as we originally thought, we would have surely lost a lot, and now thanks to Professor Snape's grading we can price our venom according to its level, thus selling it for a higher price. At least our high-grade venom won't be sold for peanuts. Qin Yu explained to the other 3 partners, and they quickly understood his intentions. Next, Qin Yu had them fill 10 or so small vials, each containing only a few drops of venom, and then sent these as samples to potential customers in Diagon Alley. After finishing these tasks, it was almost dinner time. Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers unanimously declined Hagrid's dinner invitation and hurriedly left Hagrid's hut. However, Qin Yu returned halfway to take the magical creature's book Hagrid had promised him, then fled once more. Note the mention of Lu Yu in the text is due to the legend of Lu Yes water discrimination. In the Tang Dynasty, Zhang Yuxin's tea water record recorded a story about Lu Yu where during the reign of Emperor Daizong of Tang, Li Jiqing traveled to Huzhou to serve as an inspector and met the famous Lu Yu in Yangzhou. They drank tea, and Li Jiqing instructed his subordinates to fetch the water from the southern Ling River in the Yangtze, as Lu Yu requested. After the subordinates returned, Lu Yu immediately noticed something was off. Although the water was from the Yangtze, it was definitely not from the southern Ling River. The subordinate admitted to spilling half a bucket of water and, fearing trouble, mixed half a bucket by the riverside. Then after Lu Yes operation, he poured out half a bucket of water, saying, "This is the southern Ling River water I wanted." This is the legend of Lu Yes water discrimination. Snape's actions are quite similar, which is why the protagonist mentioned it. After returning from Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu went to the hall to grab some food before heading back to the Gryffindor dormitory. He needed to take a shower first after a day of dealing with spider carcasses and preparing that venom. He was quite smelly. While showering, he calculated his estimated earnings from this venture. They had a total of 5 pints of Scrade venom, 3 pints of a grade venom, 3 pints of grade venom, and 5 pints of Crade venom. If they followed their initial pricing, 200 galleons per pint for Scrade, and 150, 120, and 100 galleons per pint for A, B, and C grades respectively, then the total income should be 2,310 galleons. Wow, that's quite a sum. Even if split among 4 people, each would get over 500 galleons. That would be enough to buy a Firebolt 2000 for him and Hermione. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a little excited. However, everything depended on selling the venom first. After finishing his shower, he had a bite to eat and began to browse through the book he had brought back from Hagrid. The book was a common overview of magical creatures, roughly equivalent to a condensed version of Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them suitable for beginner readers. Most importantly, it was written by Newt Scamander, a character of great significance and power, and only a limited number of copies had been printed, making it a rare collectible edition. Qin Yu skimmed through the pages quickly until he reached the end. He then carefully wrapped the book in parchment, pressing it. After writing a letter, he summoned his owl Trig. He handed over the package along with the letter to the owl, instructing it to deliver it to Hermione's home in a Muggle neighborhood in London. The letter generally encouraged little Hermione to study hard and improve herself, mentioning that he had recently had a dream about her. He concluded by saying that he had obtained a precious book on magical creatures from Hagrid for her to read in her spare time and familiarize herself with these magical beings. After sending off the letter, Qin Yu lay down to sleep. After all, he was still recovering from his serious illness, and his energy was a bit lacking. Moreover, without a phone to scroll through, there was little point in staying up late. He couldn't just chat with Elvis and Jimmy, could he? Qin Yu felt that he had little in common with those kids, so he opted for an early night. Since Qin Yu sent the letter a bit late, when the owl knocked on the Granger family's door, it was already past 9 in the evening. Hermione was overjoyed to receive the letter from Qin Yu so soon. She quickly prepared some toast and ham to treat the messenger Trig, and then hiding inside, she unwrapped the letter and package sent by Qin. This letter was quite short, consisting of only 1 page, not fully written. Considering she had just received a long letter a couple of days ago, Hermione forgave his brevity, especially upon reading that he had dreamed of her. She was eager to fly to that magical school on Trig, but sadly Trig was too small and couldn't manage it. The letter should arrive late, so there's no need to reply the same day. Just let Trig stay at home for the night, Qin had written at the end of his letter. Thus Hermione decided not to rush a reply, and instead began reading the book sent by Qin. Of course, as it was too late, she could only skim through it. Before long, her mother urged her to go to bed. She settled Trig on her windowsill, laying a thin blanket over him to make him more comfortable. "Good night, Trig," Hermione said as she crawled into her blanket, looking at the owl perched on the windowsill. "Auntie," Trig replied. Hermione smiled sweetly and closed her eyes. She hoped to fall asleep quickly so she might dream of Qin. Qin had said in his letter that if you dream of someone, that person would have insomnia. Would Qin be unable to sleep because I dreamt of him? The little girl pondered these endless thoughts and gradually slipped into slumber. As for whether she actually dreamed of Qin Yu, only she would know. Regardless of whether Hermione dreamed of Qin Yu, he indeed suffered from insomnia. To be precise, he woke up a bit early. After going to bed early the previous night, he woke up at 4 o'clock and found he could no longer fall asleep. He then left the Gryffindor common room and wandered around the school. To be honest, Hogwarts was incredibly quiet at that moment, with a unique feeling as if everything were in slumber, awaiting the awakening at dawn. Strolling through the halls, Qin Yu felt as if he were reacquainting himself with this mysterious magical school. Unconsciously, he stepped onto the moving staircases and arrived at the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. "How did I suddenly end up here?" Qin Yu muttered in surprise. However, since he was already there, he decided to explore a bit. After all, he had never been to this place before. It was like exploring a new map. This place was quite similar to other areas of Hogwarts, featuring large corridors and distinctive paintings. Qin Yu paused at one painting to admire it for a moment and greeted the figures within. The other party obviously hadn't woken up yet. After lifting his eyelids for a moment, he yawned and continued to sleep. However, just as Qin Yu was about to leave, a nearby wall suddenly began to change. A tall, ancient door gradually revealed itself on the formerly smooth wall. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu instinctively rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't seeing things due to waking up too early, he broke into a joyful smile. Indeed, he recalled the system choice and reward he had made before fainting in the lair of the Acromantula. The summoning rites to the Room of Requirement. And this suddenly appearing room should be the legendary Room of Requirement. As expected, the early bird, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, although it wasn't entirely fitting. Then he pushed the door and entered the Room of Requirement. At that moment, the room felt a bit empty, quite unlike the film's portrayal, filled with numerous items. However, Qin Yu quickly thought that this room would change according to the needs of the entrant, and clearly his needs differed from those of Harry Potter. As for why it was an empty room, Qin Yu speculated, could it be to allow me to use it as a storage room for my items? After all, in his planned ventures, there would be many magical creature accessories that needed storage, and this place was quite suitable. Although the appearance of this room was shrouded in mystery, there weren't many peculiarities at the moment. After strolling around and getting a rough idea of the layout, Qin Yu decided to leave. Of course, he would certainly take this place seriously, how it might come in handy in the future. George and Fred, the Weasley twins from Gryffindor, had always been the pranksters and troublemakers of their year, causing headaches for many, especially Professor Snape, who seemed to see the shadows of his former enemies whenever he spotted them ready to cast a stupefy at any moment. However, recently these two seemed to have suddenly turned a new leaf. Besides attending classes, meals, and sleep, it was rare to see them around the school, leaving many teachers and students feeling a bit uneasy. Many speculated that the twins might be concocting a grand scheme, and this speculation was quite popular. If George and Fred were to learn of these thoughts, they probably wouldn't care at all. After all, who could be so bold as to play pranks in various situations at school? Today, George and Fred also didn't linger much at school. After breakfast, they hurriedly left Hogwarts Castle, and the destination they were heading to was Hagrid's hut. "I didn't expect Uncle Hagrid to be quite knowledgeable. Oh, I never know," George couldn't help but say to his brother. Just like Qin said, when three walk together, one of them can surely be our teacher. His words are simply too right. Fred chimed in. That's not Qin saying. He mentioned it was a quote from an Eastern sage. However, it makes a lot of sense. We should be humble and learn more from those who are capable. George corrected Fred and summarized exactly, only by learning humbly can we continue to grow and become those who can shoulder the burden of business. Fred nodded in agreement, feeling elevated in character, transformed into a person of noble virtue. However, a few minutes later, when they saw a golden little unicorn nuzzling against Qin Yu like a pet dog, their demeanor completely changed. "Hagrid, what's going on here? Why would a proud unicorn act like this?" The two brothers asked Hagrid, not knowing whether to feel heartbroken or envious. "Oh, early this morning Qin came to find me, and then the little unicorn came out of the Forbidden Forest." Upon seeing Qin, she became particularly affectionate towards him. Hagrid briefly explained the situation. "Why? I'm not Ligia. Neither am I Ligia." Their voices changed pitch as they spoke. "If I had to say, it's probably because Qin saved her during her most dangerous moment. She developed a feeling of gratitude or dependence towards him. You understand, unicorns are very sentient creatures," Hagrid tried to explain to the Weasley brothers. George and Fred sighed in unison. They acknowledged that they could never achieve what Hagrid described. However, they soon regained their spirits and approached. "Anna, we are good friends with Qin. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Yes, we are friends with Qin, and since you are also his friend, that makes us good friends." Fred added, addressing the little. Seeing the little unicorn show a curious expression, George and Fred cautiously reached out their hands. However, as soon as their hands got close, Anna discontentedly poked them with her horn, clearly not wanting them to touch. George and Fred couldn't help but display expressions of disappointment. Nevertheless, Anna accepted the clean carrots they offered her. Tisk, just like the unicorn Kelly, they're truly mother and daughter. All right, Anna, it's time for you to go back, or your mother will worry about you. Qin Yu patted the little unicorn's head. Upon hearing this, the little unicorn let out a low whinny, nuzzled Qin Yu once more, and reluctantly left the small square in front of Hagrid's hut, heading into the Forbidden Forest. She is truly beautiful. I can't wait to see her shed her golden coat and transform into a snow-white adult unicorn. George and Fred marveled. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with the two infatuated brothers, and turned to Hagrid, asking Hagrid, did the owl bring? Qin Yu had explored the room of requirement early that morning, had breakfast, and then arrived at Hagrid's hut. However, as soon as he got there, he was playfully pestered by the enthusiastic little unicorn. After all, who could refuse the affection of a golden unicorn the size of a pony? He almost took the little unicorn back to the Gryffindor dormitory, but reason told him that the Forbidden Forest was truly Anna's paradise. After sending Anna away, he finally remembered the important reason for visiting Hagrid to understand the customer feedback. Yes, those who received the venom samples have basically all replied. I glanced through them, and they were all quite satisfied with the quality of the venom, but some expressed that our pricing seemed a bit high. Hagrid said. George and Fred were listening attentively to Hagrid's words. Since they are satisfied with the product, let's lower the price. Qin Yu thought for a moment, and replied. Lower it that much? George frowned. That would mean we would sell for over 200 galleons less. Fred quickly calculated the figures. Oh, over 200. Hagrid was somewhat surprised by that number. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation, saying, who said we have to lower the price by 10 across the board? Then what do you plan to do? Fred asked curiously. George and Hagrid also looked at him with inquiring eyes. Hunger marketing. Qin Yu mentioned a term, and before the three could question him, he continued, our discounted venom will be in limited supply. Each customer can purchase a maximum of 10 ounces across all grades. No more sales. Oh, why not sell more? We need to keep it, and besides, other than Severus, no one else in this school would buy this stuff. Hagrid said anxiously. I just said we won't sell it now. That doesn't mean we won't sell it in the future. Remember, as a qualified businessman, you must learn to control the market, not be controlled by it. Qin Yu's last remark was directed at George and Fred, while he didn't press Hagrid on the matter. Upon hearing this, the twin brothers displayed expressions of contemplation. While they pondered this issue, Qin Yu asked Hagrid for paper and a pen. He wrote replies to each interested customer regarding the price reduction, asking them to confirm their desired purchase quantities for delivery arrangements. This is quite troublesome. Hagrid remarked. In business, you always have to negotiate a bit. That way both parties can reach a satisfactory outcome. Indeed, Qin Yu smiled at Uncle Hagrid. Hagrid nodded thoughtfully, though it was unclear if he understood the underlying meaning of Qin Yu's words. After completing these tasks, the four didn't slack off, but under Qin Yu's suggestion proceeded to clean, organize, and categorize the various parts of the acromantula that Hagrid had dissected the previous day. These items also represented money, and they couldn't let them pile up in the storage room, taking up space. Qin Yu planned that when Hagrid delivered the goods, they would take these along to sell as much as possible. Monday afternoon. In Wiltshire, England, there stands an ancient manor with a history spanning 10 centuries. In a room that is both quaint and luxurious sits a middle-aged man with meticulously styled golden long hair. He is the master of this manor, Lucius Malfoy. It is now his afternoon tea time, and his habit is to review some intelligence reports compiled by his subordinates during this hour. Among today's materials, one particular report from an Auror at the Ministry of Magic caught his attention. As a figure with a position at the Ministry of Magic and a certain voting authority, obtaining such internal reports is a trivial task for him. The reason this report piqued his interest is that it involves a place, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Upon seeing the name Hogwarts, the image of Dumbledore with his grayish-white beard immediately appeared in Lucius Malfoy's mind. Why does that old man who has lived for so long continue to monopolize the position of headmaster? Has he never considered making way for the younger generation? Lucius has expressed similar sentiments privately or in semi-public occasions more than once. The gist of today's report is that several wizards have reported that their children studying at Hogwarts mentioned a violent explosion occurring in the Forbidden Forest last Friday night, yet the school has not provided a clear explanation. A violent explosion and a deliberate cover-up. There must be a problem here. The lax school management puts a wide range of students in danger, which is certainly a dereliction of duty on the headmaster's part. Lucius Malfoy, who has been dedicated to removing Dumbledore from the headmaster's position, of course, keenly sensed the value of this information and couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. Then he called for his butler and asked, have there been any recent news about Hogwarts? Nothing particularly noteworthy. The butler replied, pausing briefly before continuing. There is a small matter. I heard someone say that Hagrid has been seen selling items in Diagon Alley, including a rare venom and materials from dark creatures. Venom, dark creatures, and coupled with the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. Wow, what exactly is our dear Professor Dumbledore up to? Although Lucius couldn't piece everything together, it did not hinder his perception that something was amiss. In any case, causing trouble for Dumbledore was something he was quite willing to do. Thinking of this, Lucius stood up and said to his butler, "Help me contact the other directors of the school. I believe we need to send someone to investigate what is really happening at the school. Well, it is all for the safety of those young wizards." Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Tuesday. Qin Yu has been in good spirits lately. Hagrid's trip to Diagon Alley was quite successful, not only completing the first phase of the venom transaction, but also selling the limbs and eyeballs of A-tide spiders for a good price. At least Qin Yu was satisfied with those prices. The income from this venture was reasonable, allowing Qin Yu and his twin brothers to take another small step toward becoming capitalists in the magical world. A good start is the first step toward success. Qin Yu is filled with anticipation for the future. At this moment, they are in flying class, and Madame Hooch has instructed them to practice hovering in the air on their brooms. Qin Yu is casually flying around on his broom. Feeling joyous, he couldn't resist performing a difficult figure-8 maneuver, experiencing the thrill of racing through the air. "What are you doing? Hurry, get out of the way." At that moment, Elvis' voice rang out from not far away. Qin Yu turned to look and found several Slytherin boys circling around him, while Elvis was nervously wobbling on. "Elvis, the sky isn't your home. We can fly wherever we want. Can you control us?" Jerome said mockingly. "Yeah, we can fly however we like. You have no say in it." A small minion chimed in. As a few of them chattered mockingly, Elvis became even less steady in his flight, his broom appearing to be on the verge of losing control, and he seemed about to fall. At that moment, bang! Jerome was suddenly struck by something clutching his backside and letting out a pained scream. "Who hit me?" Jerome fumed, looking around angrily. Then he spotted Qin Yu not far away, grinning while holding a wooden sword. Although Qin Yu couldn't figure out how to fly using the sword, he still brought it to flying class, showcasing the stubbornness of a typical young boy. At that moment, the wooden sword came in handy. "Oh, Qin, you had just picked up a few stones from the ground and flew back up into the air." After tossing one stone, he struck it with the wooden sword, accurately hitting Jerome's backside. Seeing Qin Yu's wooden sword and the stone he had just pulled from his pocket, Jerome could hardly deny who the culprit attacking his backside was. "Was it you who just hit me, eh?" Jerome yelled angrily. "Sorry, it was unintentional, my hand slipped," Qin Yu said with a smile. "Is saying sorry enough?" Jerome replied fiercely. "Then what do you want? I already said it wasn't intentional. Do you want to hit me? Let me clarify, I mean no provocation," Qin Yu said. Seeing him like this, Jerome felt his anger rising. As a member of Slytherin, Jerome has long had a dislike for Qin Yu, especially since this guy seems to get along well with the teachers, which makes him even more uneasy. At that moment, being randomly attacked by Qin Yu, who was still putting on a smug face, Jerome was overwhelmed with a surge of old and new grievances. "You're asking for death." Jerome gripped the handle of his broom, tightly leaned forward, and instantly accelerated toward Qin Yu. The small minions had also found this Gryffindor boy to be displeasing for a long time, and upon seeing Jerome charge at him, they quickly followed suit. "Qin, be careful," Elvis shouted loudly. Qin had saved him at a critical moment, but had put himself in danger, filling Elvis with gratitude and worry almost to the point of tears. "Don't worry, I'm just getting in some exercise and having some fun with them." As he said this, Qin Yu's body began to bend low, rushing heat in toward Jerome. Both of them flew toward each other at high speeds, and they were about to collide. At the crucial moment, Qin Yu suddenly sidestepped, flying past Jerome. In the instant they passed by each other, Qin Yu swung the large sword in his hand, striking Jerome's backside hard. Jerome let out a scream, filled with humiliation. "Qin, I'm going to kill you." After receiving this blow, Jerome shouted hysterically. However, in the next 5 minutes, not only did Jerome fail to take revenge, but he was also chased and beaten by Qin Yu in the air. Qin Yu would alternate between getting close to directly strike him with the wooden sword and pulling away to use the sword to knock stones for long-range attacks. After a series of antics, Jerome's minions had already fled, leaving him in the air disheveled and crying out, "Qin, this isn't over. Are you threatening me? I'm going to kill you. Threatening to kill me like this really scares me. My dad won't let you go." "Oh, who's your dad?" "The Minister of Magic." "Well, can you please stop hitting my... Give me a reason." "I was wrong. Oh, I won't bully Elvis again. Please don't hit me." As time passed, Jerome's voice shifted from initial bravado to a weaker tone, ultimately transforming into a tearful plea. "Qin, what are you doing?" Madame Hooch's voice rang out. She had just stepped away for a moment to arrange the Quidditch tryouts, only to return and see Qin Yu chasing and beating Jerome in the air. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu put the wooden sword back in the bag on his back and landed steadily on the ground on his broom. "Teacher, we're just playing a game." "No, he's lying." "Right, we were just playing a game." Jerome initially intended to complain, but quickly changed his tune upon receiving a cold glance from Qin Yu. Moreover, the root of the matter stemmed from their group bullying Elvis. If they were to delve into it, no one would come out unscathed. Madam Hooch glanced back and forth between the two of them, fully aware of what kind of troublemakers these kids were. After a while, Madam Hooch coldly stated disruption of class order will result in a deduction of 10 points for both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Jerome, on the other hand, instantly wore a bitter expression. Just then, Qin Yu spotted a middle-aged man with golden hair passing by with Dumbledore. Upon recognizing the man's appearance, especially the snakehead staff he held, Qin Yu identified him. He is none other than Lucius Malfoy, the father of the spoiled brat. What is this old fellow doing at Hogwarts? Qin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Professor Dumbledore, is school discipline perhaps somewhat lax? A public scuffle has just broken out in class. Lucius spoke with quiet disdain. Lucius Malfoy never tired of subtly undermining Dumbledore. Playfulness is the very nature of youth. Lucius, I recall you were quite the mischief maker in your own school days. So much so that Professor McGonagall deducted no small number of house points from Slytherin on your account, Dumbledore said, smiling gently at Lucius Malfoy. Those were long ago. I have since come to understand that students ought above all to abide by rules. Lucius replied, feigning solemnity. After all, facing a wizard who had lived over a century, Lucius knew full well that Dumbledore held countless youthful indiscretions, his black marks, firmly in hand. The subject clearly warranted no further exploration. Lucius shifted smoothly. That first-year Gryffindor boy appears remarkably gifted in flight. What is his name? He asked, idly, feigning concern merely to steer the conversation elsewhere. His name is Qin Yu. I only just learned he excels remarkably in aerial maneuvering. Dumbledore replied casually, then led Lucius Malfoy toward his office. It was evident he wished to say no more about Qin Yu. Watching Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy walk past down the corridor, Qin Yu felt a quiet flicker of unease. Indeed, he knew Lucius Malfoy was a true Death Eater, a consummate villain, who had evaded Azkaban after Voldemort's first fall by falsely claiming Imperius curse coercion and leveraging his family's influence, and in the years ahead the Malfoys would swiftly rejoin the Dark Lord's ranks upon his return. Yet for now, Qin Yu was powerless against Lucius Malfoy. Surely, even Dumbledore saw through his duplicity. If even the universally revered wizard refrained from acting against him, it could only be due to profound considerations and weighty constraints. Since confronting him was impossible, for now, Qin Yu let the matter rest. His paramount priority was strengthening his own power to survive and perhaps even stand firm when the Dark Lord returned. In the next flying lesson, Qin Yu diligently practiced Madam Hooch's instructions. No further incidents. Besides, I'm no instigator. I simply couldn't resist disciplining young Jerome just now, Qin Yu mused inwardly. Yet he sensed something unusual. His temper today had flared with uncharacteristic intensity. Ordinarily, he'd have struck Jerome for no more than a minute, not 5. Pondering this, Qin Yu instinctively glanced toward Jerome. The red-haired boy flinched violently under Qin Yu's gaze, nearly toppling off his broomstick, then hastily steered sideways, putting generous distance between them. Professor McGonagall, I've just discovered a prodigy, Charlie Weasley called out, catching up with her in the corridor, brimming with excitement. Professor McGonagall had just emerged from her office and paused mid-stride. Oh, what sort of prodigy? She asked, curious. She held great affection for Charlie. He was not only Gryffindor's current Quidditch captain and seeker, but also an exceptionally talented one. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast herself, she admired his skill deeply. Alas, Charlie would graduate next summer, and McGonagall fretted over how to ensure smooth succession for the team once these seasoned players departed. Deputy Captain Oliver Wood was trustworthy, but as keeper he could not fill the dual void left by Charlie, a gifted seeker and a fiercely aggressive beater. I found a natural beater, Charlie declared exultant. Indeed, his purpose in seeking her was Quidditch-related. McGonagall thought to herself, then asked aloud, is that so? Then who is this prodigy, Charlie? Qin, first-year Qin. Charlie announced the name. Huh. McGonagall blinked, taken aback. Assuming she knew nothing of Qin Yu, Charlie pressed on. You should see his Quidditch aptitude. Just moments ago, I watched him chase a Slytherin boy across the sky on his broomstick, while simultaneously wielding what I assumed was a wooden rod to strike with uncanny precision. Is that not the very essence of a born beater? In Quidditch, each team fields 7 players: keeper, chasers, beaters, and seeker. Beaters wield bats to deflect bludgers, protecting teammates while aiming them aggressively at opponents, making the position inherently combative. Hearing Charlie's account, McGonagall felt a familiar pang of exhaustion. She thought, how could I possibly be unaware of this boy? In truth, I know far more about him than you ever will. Charlie, I must remind you, his scuffle with a classmate during flying lessons was wholly unacceptable, and he has already received penalty points. McGonagall spoke with quiet gravity. So, you witnessed Qin's performance too? Charlie beamed. Is that really the point? McGonagall wiped her brow. Ahem, yes. Disregarding classroom discipline is certainly wrong. Charlie hastily adopted a sober expression. Then, grinning anew, he asked eagerly, so, may I count on your approval for Qin to join Gryffindor's Quidditch? Charlie, I must tell you plainly, though Qin possesses undeniable talent, he may not be the wisest choice. McGonagall's tone carried subtle weight. Why not? You yourself once said a beater requires 3 parts talent and 7 parts courage, and precisely those 2 qualities shine in Qin. To be honest, I'd initially considered trying George and Fred for beater trials. You know they've got spirit, but after seeing Qin, I realized those 2 would serve best as reserves. Charlie spoke candidly of his younger brothers. Some matters cannot be explained fully to you. Still, if you remain resolute, I will consider permitting Qin to join the team. McGonagall paused thoughtfully before replying. Her hesitation stemmed from Qin Yu's Obscurus, the unstable, volatile magical force slumbering within him. Yet she refused to let that shadow stifle his ordinary life. It was a profoundly difficult dilemma. Wonderful, Charlie exclaimed, punching his palm triumphantly. I said only that I would consider it, not that I've decided. This is far more complex than you imagine. McGonagall tempered his enthusiasm, then added, very well. I've heard enough. I must attend to Headmaster Dumbledore. He's encountered a most troublesome visitor, and I may yet assist him. Then please go ahead, Professor McGonagall. Goodbye. Charlie waved cheerfully. Goodbye, Charlie. With that, McGonagall hurried briskly toward the headmaster's office. At the lunch table, Qin Yu called to his roommate, Ayer Weasley. Ayer Weasley, pass me that sandwich, please. Ayer Weasley complied and handed him a sandwich. Qin Yu then took a few more items, piled them onto a plate, and rose to leave. Qin, where are you headed? Ayer Weasley asked curiously. I'm going to find a friend. Well, someone who might become a friend, Qin Yu replied. Qin Yu smiled, and before Ayer Weasley could ask further, he hurried away with his plate. Ayer Weasley watched Qin Yu's departing figure, tilting his head and wondering whom he might be meeting and whether. Envious of Qin Yu's ease at making friends, Ayer Weasley quietly took him as a model. In truth, the one Qin Yu was going to see was not exactly a person, but a house elf. Indeed, Lucio Sima Air Fu had come to Hogwarts with his house elf duo by. More than meeting Lucio Sima Air Fu, Qin Yu was delighted to see the small elf who longed for freedom. In this magical world, the deaths of certain figures had always left Qin Yu an ordinary admirer, with lingering sorrow. See, Nei, Pu Dang Buli duo, and the house elf duo by. The elf's yearning for freedom, loyalty to friends, and bravery in danger had moved Qin Yu deeply. So when class ended, he fetched some food from the hall and walked straight toward the headmaster's office. As expected, Qin Yu found the small elf leaning against a pillar in the corridor outside the headmaster's study. He also saw Professor Muggle, who was stepping into the office. After Professor Muggle entered and closed the office door, Qin Yu slipped over and took a closer look at Duo Bai. The elf's eyes were large and bright, his ears pointed. He wore that signature improvised smock like a pillowcase and looked thin and fragile. Hello, sir. I'm Qin Yu. What's your name? Qin Yu asked plainly as he approached. Duo Bai, sir. My name is Duo Bai, the elf blurted, then stared at Qin Yu in astonishment and cried. You just called Duo Bai. What, sir? You called Duo Bai, sir? Qin Yu smiled faintly. Are you not a sir, but a lady perhaps? No, Duo Bai is not a lady. Duo Bai does not mean that. Duo Bai only wants to say that being called sir surprises him. No one has ever addressed Duo Bai that way. The elf babbled. Then from now on someone will call you that. Qin Yu's voice caught with a faint emotion. Indeed, what this house elf had sought all his life was nothing more than the respect of others. But Duo Bai is only a lowly house elf. Duo Bai said, lowering his head. I believe a person's nobility springs from a kind and courageous heart, not from birth. Don't you agree? Qin Yu spoke warmly. A kind, brave heart. Does Duo Bai have such a heart? The elf murmured in doubt. Yes, you do. I believe you do. Qin Yu said, sincerely smiling into Duo Bai's big eyes. Duo Bai has a kind, brave heart. Thank you for saying that. Duo Bai has never been this happy. Duo Bai's master always says house elves are lowly. No, Duo Bai mustn't speak ill of his master. Bad Duo Bai. Watching the self-reproaching elf bash his head and scold himself, Qin Yu could not help but sigh inwardly. The road to liberation for house elves would be long and arduous. It was only a passing sentiment. Some matters were not for him to meddle in. In any case, Qin Yu could do nothing to halt the course of events. When Duo Bai stopped tormenting himself, Qin Yu offered the food and said, Duo Bai, it's lunchtime. Would you? These are the school's special delicacies, very tasty. Duo Bai stood on tiptoe to look at the plate and swallowed, but in the end shook his head. Thank you, Duo Bai cannot eat. Why not? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Without the master's permission, Duo Bai cannot eat, the elf explained. There's a rule like that. Qin Yu was taken aback. He had only known that elves could not wear clothes given to them. Garments could free them, but he had not expected that food was off limits as well. On second thought, he understood if house elves could eat that well, they would not be so gaunt and skeletal. This awareness deepened Qin Yu's sympathy for the elf's condition. Sir, are these meant for Duo Bai? The elf ventured. Not entirely. I actually plan to eat them with you. After all, I haven't had lunch yet, Qin Yu replied matter. Then Duo Bai may accompany you, and look at them, smell them if you do not mind. The elf said cautiously. Of course I don't mind. Qin Yu laughed. He found a place in the corridor, sat down, and ate while talking with Duobai. To be allowed to look, but not to eat was cruel, yet Duobai was happy a portion of the food truly belonged to him, even if he could not partake. Duobai, what brings you to school today? Qin Yu asked, still curious. The master did not forbid telling. Since Qin wants to know, Duobai will tell. The master said there was an explosion in the Forbidden Forest. Surely Dang Buli Duo has some secret. The master came to make trouble for Dang Buli Duo to make his seat less secure. The master hates Dang Buli Duo. Duobai has said bad things about the master. Duobai mustn't do that. Duobai chattered on, relating what he knew. Oh, I see. Qin Yu said, nodding with a thoughtful air. It seemed Lu Xiaosima Er Fu had learned of the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, yet he clearly did not know the truth, nor that it was connected to Qin Yu, otherwise he would not have assumed it was Dang Buli Duo's secret. With that thought, Qin Yu felt somewhat relieved. Qin Yu should eat Duo Biz portion too, the elf urged, eyes full of hopeful expectation. I'm all right. Qin Yu, though a little full, could not refuse such earnestness. Watching the food be eaten made Duobai happier than if he had eaten it himself. Professor Dang Buli Duo, I've heard that after the explosion in the Forbidden Forest some students were injured. Is that true? Lu Xiaosima Er Fu asked after about a small talk in the office. The question caused a faint chill in the headmaster's heart. Dang Buli Duo had assumed Lu Xiaosima Er Fu knew only of the explosion. In that case, he could have dismissed it as an accident during magical trials. Who would have thought Lu Xiaosima Er Fu even knew that students had been hurt? That demanded a different explanation. Yet he evidently did not know about Qin Yu. Otherwise he would not have been so composed when he had seen him earlier. At that moment Dang Buli Duo and Professor Maigu exchanged a barely perceptible glance. Having worked together for years, Maigu understood the headmaster's meaning. Lu Xiaoxi, indeed a student, mistakenly entered the Forbidden Forest, but he did not suffer any serious injury, Dang Buli Duo said calmly. Oh, then what exactly caused the explosion? The governor sent me here for an explanation. Lu Xiaosima Er Fu declared, invoking the authority of the board. No problem. We can go to the Forbidden Forest together shortly, and I will explain the circumstances to you. Professor Dang Buli Duo nodded. After chatting with Dobby for a while, Qin Yu stood up and left the corridor before the principal and Lucius came out. Based on the information gathered from Dobby, Qin Yu realized that it was better not to attract too much attention from Lucius, especially since the explosion in the eight-eyed giant spider's cave was closely related to his own hidden power. If Lucius discovered this secret, it would only lead to numerous troubles. As he said goodbye to Dobby, the house elf spoke with an eager yet timid tone. Qin, will Dobby be able to see you? Will Dobby be able to eat with you again? No, Dobby isn't asking you to do that. Dobby is just thinking too much. Dobby, we will definitely meet again. Moreover, I believe you will eventually have your day of freedom. Qin Yu flashed a determined smile at Dobby. Even if Harry Potter couldn't successfully help Dobby escape the Malfoy household, I will find a way to assist Dobby in gaining his freedom. Qin Yu thought to himself. Thank you, Qin. Dobby is very happy to have met you today, Dobby said with red eyes. I am also very happy to have met you, Dobby, Qin Yu replied. At that moment he noticed footsteps coming from the office, so he waved goodbye to Dobby, picked up the empty tray, and hurriedly left. Not long after Qin Yu left, the door to the principal's office opened, and Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Lucius. After Professor Dumbledore stepped out of the room, he subtly sidestepped to block Lucius' line of sight, having caught a glimpse of Qin Yu hastily, leaving not far away. From his understanding of Qin Yu, Dumbledore knew that the boy had likely been near the principal's office just moments ago, especially since seeing the house elf looking in the direction of Qin Yu's departure further solidified Dumbledore's thoughts. Let's go, Lucius, Dumbledore said as he walked in another direction down the corridor. Lucius was slightly taken aback as he remembered that going this way was a roundabout path to the Forbidden Forest. However, he hadn't been back to the school for a while and was not too familiar with the Forbidden Forest, so he didn't voice his confusion. All right, Professor Dumbledore. As Lucius said this, he kicked the dazed house elf Dobby hard, urging him to hurry up. Lucius, are you really not going to have lunch before going to the Forbidden Forest? Business is more important. I didn't come to Hogwarts to dine, Professor Dumbledore. Lucius replied haughtily. That's right, you were sent by the board to investigate some issues, Dumbledore quipped. Although Qin Yu tried his best to avoid meeting Lucius Malfoy, things didn't go as planned. He had barely returned to the Gryffindor dormitory when his prefect Charlie Weasley came over to inform him to go to the Forbidden Forest. Charlie, do you know why I have to go to the Forbidden Forest? Qin Yu asked, pretending to be confused as he followed behind Charlie. It seems a big shot has come to investigate something, and Professor McGonagall asked me to notify you to cooperate and explain the situation. By the way, Professor McGonagall specifically asked me to tell you not to be afraid. She said that although entering the Forbidden Forest by mistake is a violation, as long as you are safe, it's a blessing. Just be more careful not to make similar mistakes in the future. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Qin Yu instantly understood the message Professor McGonagall wanted to convey, which was to categorize his previous experience as accidentally entering the Forbidden Forest. This was to ensure he had a unified statement to avoid any contradictions. By the way, when did you accidentally enter the Forbidden Forest? On the first day of school, Professor Dumbledore clearly stated that the Forbidden Forest cannot be entered casually. My pet got lost, and while looking for it I accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest. Oh, you were too careless. You must be more careful next time, Charlie advised. Okay, I will, Charlie. Thank you. You're welcome, Ha. My mom told me to help you more, so if you have any issues in the future, just let me know, Charlie said with a smile. Speaking of which, Qin Yu had quite a connection with the Weasley family. During his first visit to Diagon Alley, he met Bill, the eldest son of the Weasley family, and later encountered the Weasley family at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station. To this day, Qin Yu often plays with the small pyramid Bill had given him, and he has placed a cherry inside it. Surprisingly, that cherry has not spoiled in over 10 days. Although he hadn't met Charlie much due to these connections, Qin Yu naturally felt that this big brother was quite friendly. The two chatted along the way, gradually becoming more familiar, especially when discussing George and Fred, which provided plenty of topics. I never expected you to become friends with those two troublemakers. By the way, if they bully you, just tell me, and I definitely won't let them off lightly, Charlie said with a serious expression. Wow, this family indeed carries a consistent temperament, possessing the determination and courage to uphold justice even against relatives. Haha, Bill said something similar. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Really? It seems my brother is also quite troubled by those two troublemakers. Charlie shrugged. Actually, George and Fred are both very good kids, they just haven't learned to interact with others in better ways. I believe that if they find their direction in life, they will definitely impress everyone, Qin Yu said earnestly. Seeing Qin Yu's serious expression, Charlie confirmed he was not just speaking casually. I think I understand why those two like you, Charlie remarked. Of course, he didn't notice that Qin Yu had referred to George and Fred as kids. As the two chatted idly, they soon arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest where Professor McGonagall was waiting. Not before entering the Forbidden Forest, Charlie mysteriously said in a low voice, Qin, let me tell you a secret. I recommended you to join the Quidditch team to Professor McGonagall. She said she would consider it, but I believe you will definitely become a member of the Quidditch team. Well, that's great news. Thank you, Charlie, Qin Yu said happily. This is Quidditch. Qin Yu really wanted to try it and experience this sport that has been popular in the magical world for nearly 1,000 years. All right, Charlie, you can go back now. He'll take Qin over. As they approached, Professor McGonagall said to Charlie, Okay, see you later, Professor McGonagall. Charlie nodded. He then handed Qin Yu over to Professor McGonagall and returned to Hogwarts Castle. After Charlie had walked a bit further away, Professor McGonagall said softly to Qin Yu, Qin, do you know what to say next? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and said, that day, I accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest while searching for my pet and got lost. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction and added, later when you encountered danger and called for help, it just so happened that Professor Dumbledore heard you. So Professor Dumbledore cast a powerful spell and defeated that group of terrifying 8-eyed giant spiders. Qin Yu continued. That's right, thanks to Professor Dumbledore you were not harmed. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but clap her hands and said with a smile. She was just concerned that Charlie hadn't conveyed her words clearly, or that little Qin Yu hadn't understood her intentions, which was why she came to pick him up and give him some pointers on the way to the cave of the 8-eyed giant spiders. Unexpectedly, this child was quite clever, speaking lies with such calmness and composure. However, Professor McGonagall thought for a moment that this ability to lie might not be a good thing, as it could lead to trouble for her in the future. Of course, now was not the time to worry about that. Professor McGonagall, I thought you were lost too. Lucius appeared in front of them without them noticing. Professor McGonagall thought to herself that he must have come over because he was worried about her picking up this child. Luckily, she had already quickly aligned her story with little Qin Yu. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, the Forbidden Forest can indeed be easy to get lost in, Professor McGonagall replied, following Lucius' lead. Lucius found himself at a loss for words. Oh, so it's you. Only then did he have time to look at Qin Yu, expressing some surprise. Both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu were taken aback. However, neither of them showed it too overtly. Professor McGonagall subtly exchanged a glance with Qin Yu, then said calmly, Mr. Malfoy, do you know this little boy? Qin Yu also displayed the curiosity a child should have, looking at Lucius Malfoy with confusion. How could I know him? I just walked into Hogwarts today and saw this little boy bullying other students in class. It left a deep impression, Lucius said mockingly. Although his words were sarcastic, both Professor McGonagall and Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seemed that this guy had only just learned about Qin Yu today and couldn't even recall his name. Of course, as the noble master of the Malfoy family, how could he have the energy to pay attention to a little wizard's affairs? Following Lucius and Professor McGonagall, Qin Yu quickly arrived at the cave of the 8-eyed giant spiders. At this time, there were no longer any corpses of the 8-eyed giant spiders in the cave. Besides the valuable parts taken by Qin Yu and Hagrid, the remaining meat and entrails had long been consumed by scavenging animals. Now only traces of energy explosions and the blood stains of the 8-eyed giant spiders remained. Lucius, the people are here. You can start asking questions. After you're done, let this child return early. Hogwarts still has classes in the afternoon. Professor Dumbledore addressed Lucius Malfoy. All right, Lucius nodded and turned to Qin Yu. Little boy, tell me what happened that day. Remember, you must tell the truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu became somewhat flustered and timid, stammering, that day Shrek got lost, so I went looking for him. Wait, who is Shrek? Lucius interrupted Qin Yu, frowning. Shrek is my pet. He is a lovely mouse with big ears. He is usually very well behaved and can run on a wheel. All right, continue. Get to the point. Lucius impatiently interrupted the little boy's rambling. Okay, I'll continue. That day I discovered he was missing, so I went to look for him. Then I got lost, turned around, and ended up here where there are so many big spiders. It was terrifying. Each of those spiders had 8 legs and 8 eyes. I was extremely scared at that time and cried out loud. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore arrived and saved me, killing those terrifying spiders. As Qin Yu spoke, he wore an expression of lingering fear, vividly displaying his terror and helplessness. After finishing these words, he bowed gratefully to Dumbledore, saying, "Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. If it weren't for your timely arrival, both Shrek and I would have been in danger." "You're welcome. Ensuring the safety of students is our duty as teachers," Dumbledore replied gently. "Are you sure you aren't lying?" Lucius clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with the little boy's words. Before Qin Yu arrived, Dumbledore had already explained the situation to Lucius, and what Qin Yu said basically matched Dumbledore's account. Lucius initially thought that there might be something suspicious about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, but he didn't expect it to just be a common rescue incident. And if the person who acted was Dumbledore, then it was no surprise the commotion was so great. After all, Dumbledore was recognized as one of the greatest wizards of the modern era, if not the greatest. Why would I lie? Qin Yu looked at Lucius in confusion. Lucius didn't bother to respond to the little boy's counter-question. He glanced around in annoyance, searching for any unusual clues, but it was ultimately in vain. Just then Professor Snape sauntered in. "Severus, do you have any Veritaserum on you?" Lucius immediately asked. "Veritaserum? What would I need that for?" "Of course, if you need it, I can go get it," Snape replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Lucius glanced at the smiling Dumbledore, the stern Professor McGonagall, and the confused little boy whose name he couldn't even recall. After a while, he finally sighed. "If you didn't bring it, then forget it. Since the matter has been clarified, I can also report to the board. As for this incident, I wonder how Professor Dumbledore plans to handle it." Lucius said to Dumbledore. He had originally thought it would be a significant event, but was disappointed to find out it was this result, leaving him somewhat unwilling, but helpless. After all, he couldn't compete with Dumbledore in terms of strength. It seemed this trip to Hogwarts would yield little reward. Lucius thought dejectedly. "Professor McGonagall, this child is from your house. How do you think we should deal with this?" Dumbledore asked Professor. Although he accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest to search for his pet, he still violated Hogwarts' strictest rules. He could have sought help from a teacher, but did not do so. In light of this, I believe he should lose 50 points for Gryffindor and undergo some form of labor punishment. Professor McGonagall said slowly. "Great, more points deducted." Qin Yu pouted, his eyes reddening, looking as if he was about to cry from feeling aggrieved. Hearing this, Professor Dumbledore nodded and said, "I believe this punishment is appropriate. Additionally, I will reiterate the dangers of the Forbidden Forest during dinner, urging everyone not to enter lightly. Do you think our handling of this will satisfy the board, Lucius?" "I will report the negligence of Professor Dumbledore in the management of the school to the board," Lucius said coldly. Of course, he could only say such harsh words, as this matter could not topple Dumbledore. After saying this, Lucius paid no further attention to those present, shrugged his robes, and left with his snake. "Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry up," Lucius said angrily. After Dobby cast a concerned glance at Qin Yu, he reluctantly left. When it comes to acting skills, Qin Yu really has nothing to be proud of. Especially in front of Comrade Snape in Mission Impossible The Dish, he is merely a junior. By the way, Qin Yu's earlier remarks left Lucius somewhat skeptical, and Snape's timely appearance diverted Lucius' attention. He then mentioned the Veritaserum could be retrieved at any time, behaving nonchalantly, which led Lucius believing he had a certain level of discernment to trust Qin Yu's words instead of letting Snape interfere. Moreover, Qin Yu believes that even if Snape truly went to fetch the Veritaserum, he would definitely do something to it, because you can always trust the loyalty of Comrade Severus Snape. Of course, the most important reason is that as a descendant of a noble pure-blood family, Mr. Malfoy simply looked down upon quarreling with a mere child, and was too lazy to waste energy on it. Thus, Qin Yu successfully passed the ordeal, and Malfoy could only accept Dumbledore's words, and ultimately left in disappointment. "Hagrid is the keeper of the grounds, didn't Mr. Malfoy ask him to clarify the situation?" Qin Yu asked. Snape's presence was reassuring, while Qin Yu was constantly worried about when Hagrid might suddenly show up. You can always trust Snape's acting skills, but you should never trust Hagrid's mouth. Fortunately, Qin, you did not see Uncle Hagrid's shadow until Malfoy left. Because Hagrid happened to be unavailable that day, there was no need for questioning. As for the acromantula venom, I also instructed Hagrid to handle that, which I have already explained to Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore added, looking into Qin Yu's eyes. "So young Qin Yu, the money you make from selling the venom should be appropriately shared with the school. You need to discuss this with your friends." Dumbledore initially thought this child would be pained to hear about sharing profits, but to his surprise Qin Yu promptly nodded and said, "No problem. I can promise you that we will definitely share 10 of the profits with the school." His response surprised both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. 10% of the profit is not a small amount, at least for a child it is quite considerable. However, they soon saw Qin Yu break into a radiant smile and slowly say, "So Professor Dumbledore, we can claim that those items are specialties from Hogwarts when we sell them, right?" "Of course you can claim that." Dumbledore nodded instinctively, but he quickly revealed an enlightened expression and joked, "You little boy, you are indeed very clever." Dumbledore was wise and not a rigid person. He naturally understood the implications of Qin Yu's words. It's all thanks to the headmaster's teachings." Qin Yu hurriedly flattered old Dumbledore. "All right, this matter is settled. Oh, let's hurry back to class." Dumbledore patted Qin's shoulder and smiled. "I will go say hello to Hagrid first, then immediately rush back to classes at Hogwarts." Qin Yu said this and bid farewell to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before running towards Hagrid's hut. "Professor Dumbledore, what did that child mean by what he just said? Why did he agree so readily to let the school take a portion of the profits?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask. She was focused on education and didn't grasp the nuances of business, so she was somewhat puzzled about Qin Yu's intention. "Haha, Minerva, you don't understand this. He wants to use the school's name to deceive, to make money. In that case, using the name of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will surely allow for a slight increase in price." Dumbledore revealed the crux of the matter. Professor McGonagall immediately understood, sighed in resignation, and said he truly is a child with many schemes. Being adept at discovering opportunities in crises and leveraging situations is a remarkable ability. Just like the wise man from the East named Sun once said, a talented person is no different from others in terms of aptitude and character. It is just that they are good at utilizing external resources, and Qin happens to possess such qualities. Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall, "That does make sense." Professor McGonagall, after finishing her words, asked in confusion, "Professor Dumbledore, it seems you have been fond of quoting Eastern wisdom lately. I have heard you say this more than once. Is that so?" Dumbledore was taken aback by her words, and then smiled. "Perhaps it's because this Eastern child has unknowingly made me pay attention to Eastern wisdom. I must say the sayings of those ancient sages are truly enlightening. Minerva, I suggest you also read those books when you have time. You will surely gain something from it." "Okay, I will." Professor McGonagall nodded, readily agreeing. The two old friends chatted as they leisurely returned to Hogwarts. As for Qin Yu, he went to visit Hagrid partly to reassure the kind uncle, so he wouldn't worry about him, and partly to discuss the sale of the acromantula venom and other assorted parts. "Our marketing strategy can be bolder. Let's label all these items as Hogwarts products, and we can even add that they were handled personally by Professor Snape. After all, he is quite renowned in the field of potion research." Qin Yu shared his plans. This was similar to what Professor Dumbledore had guessed, but he didn't expect that Qin Yu would drag Snape into the scheme as well. Will that work? Won't it violate school rules?" Hagrid said with some concern. "Don't worry, I have already discussed it with Professor Dumbledore. As long as we share 10 of the profits with the school, we can openly use the Hogwarts trademark." Qin Yu flashed a sunny smile at Hagrid. "Oh, in that case, that's great." Hagrid also revealed a happy smile. From a small vendor to a school-run enterprise, this transformation gave Hagrid a bit more confidence. Of course, this was purely Qin Yu's clever maneuvering, and he wouldn't be allowed to continue like this indefinitely. However, it's best to make some money first. "All right, I'm off. I came here to tell you that if those previous customers want to make additional purchases, we shouldn't rush to sell. Wait until we negotiate a suitable price before selling," Qin Yu said while getting up. "I hear you," Hagrid replied in a low voice. After leaving Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu bounced back to school. Then he finally arrived at the classroom just before Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, emerged from the blackboard. No, Professor Binns is a ghost who often suddenly appears from the blackboard. During the class, Qin Yu unexpectedly became the first student in the entire first year to raise his hand to answer a question in history of magic, or perhaps the entire school. After elaborating on the historical significance and far-reaching impact of the burning of witches by Muggles in the Middle Ages, Qin Yu received praise from Professor Binns and earned a point for Gryffindor. When he heard Professor Binns say he would reward him a point, Qin Yu was nearly moved to tears. "Merlin's beard, after losing so many points, I finally managed to regain 1 point. Thank you all for your urging for updates, gifts, and comments. Due to the limited space here, I won't list every reader ID, but the author has indeed read every comment and the source of every gift. I truly appreciate everyone's support. I will continue to work hard." Bowing off the stage. After leaving Hogwarts School for a while, Lucius summoned the house elf Dobby to apparate him back to Malfoy Manor. "Father, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" His young son Draco the brat Malfoy greeted him enthusiastically. Lucius tapped Draco's shoulder with his snakehead cane and asked seriously, "Have you finished reading the book I told you?" "The book? I've read a part of it." Young Malfoy immediately lowered his head, feeling guilty. "Then go back to your room and continue reading," Lucius said sternly. All right, father, I understand, I will go now. Draco obediently returned to his room. Watching his son leave so obediently, Lucius' expression softened a bit. Lucius Draco is still just a child. Is it necessary to be so harsh on him? A blonde beauty approached, speaking somewhat helplessly. Narcissa, he is our only son and the future master of the Malfoy family. How could I possibly be lenient? If in the future he can't even surpass those lowly half-blood wizards and mudbloods, how can he represent the glory of our sacred 28 families? Lucius said proudly. My dear, I understand your importance on family honor. However, he is still young. Once he gets to school, I believe he will become the best student in Slytherin. He will become the pride of the Malfoy family. The blonde beauty Lucius' wife, Narcissa Malfoy, said slowly. Of course, he will become the best student in Slytherin. However, it won't be an easy task. All right, Narcissa, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm tired today and need some quiet time. After saying this, Lucius walked towards his study. He had left in high spirits today, but returned with little to show for it, leaving him in a foul mood. Lucius also wished to bond with his son, yet only he understood what family honor meant. It was an unimaginable power and a burden that could crush a person's shoulders. Thus, he never relaxed his demands on Draco. At this moment, sitting in the chair in his study, Lucius closed his eyes to calm his somewhat chaotic mood. Reflecting on the events of the day, he felt as if he had overlooked something. What could it be? That old man Dumbledore must have some secret, Lucius murmured. He casually glanced around the study, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon a broomstick resting in the room. Suddenly, as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind, Lucius finally identified what he had overlooked. That's right, it was the little boy riding the broomstick who had attacked the Slytherin students. That first-year Gryffindor student, so young, yet possessing such remarkable flying talent, must be an excellent student and would surely attract the attention or affection of the teachers. However, during the investigation in the Forbidden Forest at the Aragog's lair, neither Dumbledore, nor Professor McGonagall, nor even Snape, who walked in later, showed much concern for this boy. Of course, Snape was like that with everyone. Lucius added silently. In fact, thinking back to his attitude towards Draco earlier, it was also related to this Gryffindor child. Subconsciously, he feared that Draco might also be beaten by such a student, which is why he urged his son to study hard and read more. Even Lucius himself had a certain impression of that child's remarkable performance, so why did Dumbledore and the others remain so indifferent? Their indifferent attitude also led him to not pay much attention to this child at that time. They didn't even mention that boy. Lucius recalled and realized this point. It was simply too suspicious. Dobby, do you remember what that Eastern-looking boy's name was? Lucius asked the house elf who had been following him, hoping to get an answer from him. Dobby's face immediately contorted in pain at the question, trembling as he replied, Dobby, Dobby, Dobby. Lucius frowned upon hearing this, picked up a thick book from the table, and slammed it down onto Dobby's head vexedly, saying, Shut up. What good are you? Dobby, despite being hit, revealed a happy smile, and quickly closed his mouth, saying no more. Forget it, I will arrange for someone to investigate later. There shouldn't be many students with Eastern features at Hogwarts, it shouldn't be too difficult to find. Lucius sighed. Although Dobby didn't give away Qin Yu's name, hearing his master say this made him feel a bit. He instinctively sensed that his master was not very friendly towards Qin. Once again, the vague darkness that humans cannot perceive or understand enveloped them. 5 flames of different colors ignited again. However, this time the 5 flames did not burn as brightly as before. Instead, they seemed to carry a sense of weakness. The white flame spoke first. Companions, our time is running short. Have you made your decision regarding your avatars? Yes, we have Alpha. The other 4 flames replied. Then from now on it will become troublesome to meet this way. You must protect yourselves and your avatars. I hope that before your avatars grow strong enough to defeat the World Destroyer, you will all be safe. The white flame said leisurely. We will, Alpha. Good, then I wish us luck. Wish us luck. After the voice faded, the 5 flames suddenly extinguished. Before long, in a room in a small town in Egypt, a boy who had been unconscious for 5 days suddenly developed a burn on the back of his right hand that felt as if it were on fire. The burn took on a regular pattern, a circle with a lightning bolt running through it, in AZ shape. Soon the boy slowly opened his eyes, sat up, turned his neck, and gazed around with bright, greedy eyes, revealing an incredibly happy smile on his face. Meanwhile, in a dark alley in Kathmandu, Nepal, an old beggar who had been presumed dead by his companions suddenly opened his eyes. On the back of his right hand there also appeared the scars of a circle and lightning. The old beggar looked at the world with compassion, then stood up and slowly walked out of the dark alley. He stepped onto the main street, walked into the sunlight, and amidst the bustling crowd, he stopped a young woman, addressing her with a voice full of compassion. Child, this world needs you. The young woman initially looked somewhat confused, but then her expression turned determined, and she finally nodded at the old beggar, saying, Yes, this world needs me. On that Friday morning during potions class, Qin Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Qin Yu was very fond of the autumn at Hogwarts. The weather had just turned cool, the autumn air crisp and refreshing, making one feel quite comfortable. As for that shiver he had just felt, it was probably due to his slightly insufficient attire. Stepping out of the potions classroom located on the first underground level, he came to the surface and inhaled the cool fresh air, instantly feeling his stuffy lungs become clean and invigorated. The autumn breeze seemed to carry the fragrant scent of leaves from the forbidden forest, a smell that reminded him of the delightful scene of a lovely golden unicorn frolicking in nature. Just as Qin Yu was savoring the beauty of the seasons at Hogwarts, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder with something. This made him quite irritable. He turned around with an angry expression, only to see Professor Snape's perennial iceberg face. At that moment, old Snape was leisurely putting away a book in his hands, which was obviously the weapon that had just assaulted Qin Yu. "Don't waste time here, hurry up and have lunch," Snape said, then walked away, leaving Qin Yu with a solitary back like a cold. "Understood." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and replied. Snape wasn't concerned about Qin Yu's meals out of boredom. Rather, he was currently giving Qin Yu special instructions personally, tutoring him on his studies. Well, this is a post-class story. Alright, it's better not to defile the sacred Professor Snape. Qin Yu silently mocked his own wildly imaginative thoughts. After arriving in the Great Hall, Qin Yu quickly began to eat. After munching on a chicken leg, 2 slices of oat bread, and drinking a large bowl of vegetable soup, he wiped his mouth and left, heading to the 8th floor of the Hogwarts main building. Indeed, he was going to the room of requirement. As soon as he arrived at the corridor, Professor Snape, with his long black hair and black robe, slowly approached. "Professor Snape, I have a question that I just can't hold back," Qin Yu said with a somewhat conflicted expression as he saw Snape walking closer. Then asked, Snape replied indifferently. "Did you arrive early and hide waiting for me to come before you appear?" Qin Yu voiced the question he had long wanted to ask. He suspected that old Snape was hiding because he couldn't find the entrance to the room of requirement, but didn't want to look foolish waiting in the corridor. Such behavior could hardly be called mature, Qin Yu mused. Little did he know someone capable of asking such a trivial question wasn't much better. Snape paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, "We'll have a practical duel later, and it'll assess your learning outcomes." "Huh. Wait, Professor Snape, isn't this decision a bit hasty? I've only been learning from you for 2 days. Qin Yu became anxious. This was the genius wizard of dark arts and potions who could create many impressive spells. While still in school, his talent in the magical world was undoubtedly exceptional. Practicing against him would only lead to being trampled upon. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive in such a situation? Practical experience is the best form of learning. Snape walked towards the door that had just appeared without looking back. "Can we discuss this further, Professor Snape? I'm still just a kid. Stop with the pathetic acting. You'll be careful you won't die," Snape said coldly. With Qin Yu referring to himself as a child, Snape felt nothing but disdain. If all children were like him, the world would have been in chaos long ago. "I'm afraid of pain. Can you be gentle when you strike?" Facing Snape's obstinacy, Qin Yu had no choice but to say with a bitter face. "They'll try my best," Snape replied dismissively, not at all reassuring. "So why did I have to ask that question?" Qin Yu lamented inwardly. According to Dumbledore's plan for him, he needed to focus on 2 aspects: controlling his emotions and responding to unexpected situations. Emotional control is easily understood because uncontrolled outbursts stem from the host's emotional instability, especially negative emotions. As for unexpected situations, looking back at Qin Yu's previous outbursts, they all occurred due to unforeseen events. If he could handle such incidents with his abilities, would he still need to rely on them? These 2 approaches directly targeted the crux of the issue, and Qin Yu greatly admired old Dumbledore's insight. Specifically, Professor Stephen Swinton would train Qin Yu in emotional control, while the handling of unexpected situations would be the responsibility of Professor Severus Snape. Since Snape primarily taught Qin Yu defensive and offensive spells which could be somewhat destructive and noisy, Qin Yu proactively suggested using the room of requirement, as it was spacious enough, discreet, and well soundproofed. "If you can find the room of requirement," Snape scoffed disdainfully at the time. Then Qin Yu indeed brought him to the door of the room of requirement, leaving Snape speechless, secretly thinking that this kid really had good luck. Today marked the 3rd day of Professor Snape training Qin Yu in the room of requirement. "Today we won't practice anything else, only use the disarming charm." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and nodded, saying, "Understood, Professor, I got it. It's just the disarming charm, not an overly powerful spell. It shouldn't cause any fatalities." Snape didn't waste words and stepped to the center of the arena, and Qin Yu hurriedly followed with his silver-gray wand. Then Snape straightened his body, raising his wand in front of him, and Qin Yu followed suit, slightly bowing. Afterward, they turned around, walked towards opposite ends of the arena, and stopped at the edges, turning back to face each other. After completing the duel ritual, Snape looked at Qin Yu with a serious expression. Seeing this posture, Qin Yu unknowingly became serious and prepared to face the challenge earnestly. "Expelliarmus." Exp. Both of them spoke almost simultaneously. However, Qin Yu's spell was only half-uttered, and as his wand was just starting to swing, he felt a sudden crack, as an invisible force violently yanked his hand, holding the wand, causing it to slip from his grasp. Clang! His silver-gray wand fell to the ground. "You timed it well, but your spell casting is not practiced enough, and your wand movement hasn't formed muscle memory." For this attempt you get 30 points. Professor Snape commented, and then said loudly to Qin Yu, "Pick it up, let's go again." Qin Yu complied, bent down to pick up the wand, and after a simple wrist movement, continued to face off against Snape. This time he first muttered the disarming charm several times, and after practicing enough he sought an opportunity to strike. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. This time Qin Yu successfully uttered the complete spell, and swung his wand even slightly ahead of Snape. By half a second, however, he was still disarmed by Snape. Spells require precise guidance. The more critical the moment, the calmer you must respond. You rush to cast without hitting the target. Such a spell is a waste of effort. 40 points. Snape leisurely made his evaluation, and continued, "Pick it up, let's go again." Qin Yu picked up his wand again, and started moving unpredictably around the arena. Since accuracy was crucial, he made it harder for Snape to aim. Expelliarmus. Snape threw a disarming charm back at him, knocking Qin Yu's wand away, taunting, "Foolish, do you think your enemy will give you that much time?" 50 points. Why did my score go up when he insulted me as foolish? Qin Yu grumbled in his heart as he picked up his wand. He couldn't afford to lose focus. Once he picked up his wand again, Qin Yu quickly entered a defensive stance, ready to cast spells at any moment. In the next half hour, Qin Yu faced off against Snape no less than 50 times, yet each time ended with him being disarmed. This left him feeling quite frustrated. He could even sense the unicorn hair in his wand, emitting a cry. However, Qin Yu was also learning from each failure, continuously improving his offensive strategies, and even once nearly hitting Snape's palm. But at the critical moment, Snape executed a very clever and bizarre hand motion, successfully avoiding that attack. As the practice continued, Qin Yu was already exhausted, while Snape seemed to be as calm as ever, not even breaking a sweat, making Qin Yu's strategy of outlasting the opponent difficult to sustain. Instead, he estimated that if this continued, he would be the first to collapse. After all, constantly moving around the arena, while keeping a close watch on the opponent's every move, was incredibly draining, and he felt like his hand was about to swell up. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Again they both cast spells simultaneously, yet Qin Yu still found himself disarmed. When he was hit, he stumbled due to exhaustion and bumped into a nearby table. A wizard's body is an important asset. You need to learn how to keep it in better shape. 59 points. Snape said. Before Snape could say anything else, Qin Yu proactively picked up his wand. This time he moved around the arena while adjusting his breathing to quickly recover. Having circled half the arena and returned to Snape's original position, he found his condition had improved. At least his wand-holding hand was much more stable and no longer trembling. Just then he noticed Snape's eyes were focused on a certain spot on the floor. Such a good opportunity, how could Qin Yu let? He decisively raised his wand and loudly shouted, "Expelliarmus! X!" Snape had just uttered the beginning when a white light flashed and accurately hit his right hand. Clang! His wand fell to the ground. "What the hell? Did I finally win?" Qin Yu exclaimed in perfect timing, decisive action, proficient spellcasting, full marks. Snape said coolly, Professor Snape, don't you think I'm improving quickly? Do you feel a sense of crisis, like teaching your student might starve the teacher?" Qin Yu said enthusiastically. After all, it was Snape who knocking his wand away was something he could boast about for a lifetime. However, in contrast to Qin Yu's exhilaration, Snape's expression seemed somewhat desolate. Qin Yu saw him bend down, and to his surprise, he didn't immediately pick up the wand that had fallen to the ground. Instead, he picked up a card that was lying on the floor and stuffed it into a book that had also fallen. The book and card had originally been placed on a nearby table, and when Qin Yu lost his balance and bumped into it, the book fell, causing a card to slip out. Qin Yu had certainly seen this card before. It was the bookmark that old Snape had made in class, sealing a lily flower. "Professor Snape, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Qin Yu quickly said. "You did nothing wrong. On the contrary, utilizing the enemy's weaknesses to launch a decisive attack is commendable," Snape said as he closed the book, speaking slowly. Qin Yu actually wanted to say that he was truly sorry for knocking down your lily, but that felt a bit too personal. If he said it, he might provoke an emotionally low Snape to unleash destruction. He wisely chose to remain silent. "I heard you knocked Severus' wand away. Tisk, the younger generation is indeed formidable." During the evening session, Professor Swinton said with a hint of schadenfreude, It was luck, just luck." Professor Snape was distracted by something which allowed me to knock his wand away. Qin Yu didn't dare to really think of himself as that impressive. "Haha, you truly are a humble child. Very good," Professor Swinton laughed. Qin Yu had no intention of revealing Snape's secret to Professor Swinton, simply glossing over it. After finishing the small talk, Professor Swinton began to teach Qin Yu about emotional control. The method he taught was called meditation technique. "Based on what I taught you earlier, sit cross-legged, relax your mind. Don't intentionally listen, look, or think, nor should you intentionally avoid listening, looking, or thinking. Let your mind enter a realm between motion and stillness. Don't force yourself to move, and don't force yourself to be still. Professor Swinton spoke in a roundabout way, but his voice seemed to possess a kind of magic that gradually guided Qin Yu into a meditative state, entering that so-called realm between motion and stillness. The feeling was quite wonderful, like sleeping yet also as if awake. In this state, Qin Yu gradually began to comprehend the mysteries of the spiritual world. When he finally emerged from this meditative state, he found that his mental strength seemed to have increased significantly. Even the fatigue from battling Snape during the day had vanished completely. This made Qin Yu have to view Professor Swinton with new eyes, secretly thinking that Hogwarts was indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. The control of emotions lies in the ability to remain calm in the face of unexpected events. Ever since you experienced the 8-eyed giant spider incident, have you found it difficult to stay composed during crises? After the meditation session, Professor Swinton began conversing with Qin Yu in the office of the dark arts defense teacher. While this could be considered a form of talk therapy, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Indeed, that's true. During the last flying class when I struck Jerome, I may have been a bit too harsh. Later on I also felt irritated by others being too loud, and I ended up casting a levitation spell on everything they held. There was even a time when I almost poured corrosive liquid on Professor Snape's wizarding robe, but thankfully I regained my composure just in time. Looking back, it gives me chills." Professor Swinton nodded in agreement. "Since you began practicing the meditation technique under my guidance, I've noticed a significant improvement in your temper. You can now suppress your anger when faced with unpleasant situations. For instance, today, when a few Slytherin boys were bullying a Ravenclaw girl, I simply shouted at them in annoyance without resorting to violence." Qin Yu continued, "Isn't it possible that they were afraid of you and quickly backed down, which is why you didn't retaliate?" Professor Swinton nearly uttered that line. However, reason told him that it was better to provide positive guidance and avoid pointing out the child's shortcomings. Thus Professor Swinton nodded and said, "That's right, it's a very good sign." By this time the night had grown deep, and after chatting for a while, Professor Swinton sent Qin Yu back to rest. "What time is training tomorrow?" Qin Yu asked just before leaving. "Let me think. Around 10 in the morning. I want to sleep in a bit longer. Just come here to find me, and they'll give you a fun training project. I promise you won't just be sitting there bored." Professor Swinton said to Qin Yu, leaving a little suspense at the end. "All right, Professor Swinton, good night." Qin Yu waved goodbye to Professor Swinton. Professor Swinton remained seated in the office, staring out at the night sky in a daze. Yes, it was indeed a daze, not meditation. Qin Yu left the main building of Hogwarts and walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. He quickly arrived at the 8th floor, and after saying the entrance password to the fat lady, the entrance opened. He slipped through and entered the Gryffindor common room. As usual, he went through his nightly routine, changed into his pajamas, and climbed into his bed. However, lying in bed, Qin Yu did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, he continued reviewing the meditation technique taught by Professor Swinton. The professor had once told him that as long as he had time he could practice this technique, as it would benefit his mental control, and a wizard's mental strength is an important part of their power. At this moment Qin Yu was not feeling sleepy. Why not take the opportunity to practice a bit? He closed his eyes and began to meditate according to the method taught by Professor Swinton. The room was not very quiet. On the contrary, Jimmy and Wilson were chatting away, complaining about not being able to visit Hogsmeade like the older students on Saturday, while Bork was fiddling with a musical object and Elvis was reading occasionally, making the sound of turning pages. These sounds, combined with the occasional image of a certain girl flashing through his mind, or some disjointed thoughts that had no conclusion, made it somewhat difficult for Qin Yu to calm his mind. Do not deliberately listen, look, or think, nor should you deliberately avoid listening, looking, or thinking. Do not force yourself to move, and do not force yourself to be still. Professor Swinton's words seemed to pass through Qin Yu's mind, guiding him into that mysterious state. Unbeknownst to him, the voices of his roommates began to fade into the background, transforming into sounds that couldn't stir any ripples in Qin Yu's heart, while those chaotic thoughts gradually settled down, passing through his mind without leaving a trace. And he gradually entered into meditation, with his spirit unknowingly finding rest and strength. The next morning in Hagrid's hut. "Wow, what a beautiful young lady. She seems to have grown taller since the last time I saw her," Hagrid praised, holding a photo in his giant hand. Let me see. George and Fred stood on their tiptoes, eagerly trying to grab the photo. Qin Yu pushed them aside and took the photo from Hagrid's hands. "Why be so stingy? I barely got a good look." "It's true. We need to remember what she looks like, so we can help her when she comes to Hogwarts," George exclaimed. "You don't need to help, I'll take good care of her," Qin Yu replied irritably to the two boys. Then he turned to Hagrid and said, "She specifically asked me to convey her gratitude to you in her letter. She said the book you sent was fascinating and very helpful to her." "Haha, what a polite young lady. Tell her not to mention it. It is my honor that she likes it," Hagrid said with a smile. Indeed, the photo was of Hermione. In it, Hermione stood tall with a smile in front of the Granger family home, holding a bewildered owl named Treacle in her arms. This was the photo included in the letter Qin Yu received that morning. As he mentioned, Hermione specifically expressed her gratitude for the book gift from Hagrid in her letter. The rare collectible book by Newt Scamander delighted her greatly. She had learned a lot from it, and was longing to have a bowtruckle to protect trees, or perhaps a niffler, or an erumpent as well. Seeing George and Fred's somewhat disappointed expressions, Qin Yu put the photo back in the envelope and stored it away carefully. All right, let's get down to business. Qin Yu arrived at Hagrid's hut early in the morning, not just to convey Hermione's message, but also with another purpose to discuss business matters with Hagrid and the Weasley brothers. Well, let's call it business matters for now. We heard from Hagrid that you plan to sell things under the pretense of school. Fred was the first to speak. Fred, please watch your wording. What do you mean by under the pretense of school? We are officially approved by the school. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Yes, and we will also share a portion of the profits with the school. That is a reasonable thing to do. Fred quickly added earnestly. Exactly, we are reasonably using the school's name. George chimed in. Now we need to discuss pricing. Qin Yu began to address the important issue of the day. Thus Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers began discussing the pricing of the potions they would sell, under Hagrid's watch. In the end, they raised the price by about 20 from the original pricing, setting it at 250 galleons per pint for grade, and 180, 150, and 120 galleons per pint for A, B, and C grades respectively. With the Hogwarts brand and Professor Snape's reputation, selling at this price is indeed quite a generous offer. As for Hagrid's serious comment that 250 was an unlucky number in the East, Qin Yu shrugged, indicating that he did not care. This left Hagrid puzzled for quite some time, as he could not understand why Qin Yu was indifferent to that number. Next, we will print the Hogwarts emblem on the bottles and label each potion as graded by Professor Snape himself, Qin Yu added in conclusion. George and Fred nodded in unison, expressing their admiration for Qin Yu's audacity. Oh no, not that, but their respect for his marketing prowess. Qin, I heard from Charlie that you might make the Gryffindor Quidditch team. George asked, brimming with envy. Fred spoke with palpable dejection. They had just emerged from Hagrid's hut and were walking toward Hogwarts. The Weasley twins had always considered themselves exceptional among their peers. Yet ever since meeting Qin Yu, a boy a year younger than them, they felt utterly outshone, not only in intellect and emotional acuity, but also in magical aptitude. Most strikingly, even their vaunted entrepreneurial instincts appeared naive and underdeveloped beside his. Now learning that Qin Yu was poised to join the Quidditch team they had long dreamed of entering, it was only natural that admiration and self-doubt surged within them. Still, they had long since accepted Qin Yu's superiority. Otherwise, seeing Kelly and her daughter Anna, so warmly affectionate toward him, would never have settled so easily into equanimity. Charlie did mention it, but Professor McGonagall believes we shouldn't rush the decision. She wants me to undergo the official tryouts. If I pass, only then may I join the team. Qin Yu told the brothers. Ah, you're trying out too? George exclaimed. That means we'll be competing directly. Fred suddenly sounded uncertain. Give it your all. I'm certain you'll succeed, Qin Yu encouraged. Although we know there's a gap between us, we certainly won't back down at the last moment. George rallied himself. Right. The slots are plentiful, we still stand a real chance. Fred added, regaining some confidence. Then let's do our best, and wish each other luck. Qin Yu said. Yes, good luck, the twins replied in unison. As they spoke, the three soon passed through the grand gates of Hogwarts. Qin Yu bid farewell to George and Fred. Noting that it was nearly 10 o'clock, he headed straight to the main building to meet Professor Swinton. When Qin Yu knocked and entered Professor Swinton's office, he found a black cabinet standing alone on the open floor. At the sight of it, Qin Yu instantly grasped its likely purpose. Sure enough, Professor Swinton smiled and said, today's training focuses on confronting fear. I'd originally planned to show you terrifying images, but you're unlike other students, such things seem to hold no power over you. So instead I brought this, a boggart. As he spoke, Swinton gestured toward the black cabinet. A boggart. Qin Yu feigned bewilderment. Precisely. It is a shape-shifting magical creature capable of sensing your deepest fear and manifesting it before your eyes. The countermeasure is simple. The ridiculous charm transforms it into something absurdly comical, thereby stripping fear of its potency and rendering dread laughable. Professor Swinton explained. Qin Yu in truth knew something of this already, yet he had never cast the ridiculous charm, nor did he know what his greatest fear truly was. This uncertainty stirred quiet trepidation within him. Observing his reaction, Swinton finally felt a flicker of professional satisfaction. Yes, for once this boy had truly been unsettled. Swinton thought inwardly. Very well. Now I'll teach you how to cast ridiculous. With that, he meticulously instructed Qin Yu on pronunciation, wand movement, and timing. Indeed, Qin Yu possessed remarkable aptitude for magic. Whether innate or subtly enhanced by his Obscurus, he mastered the charm astonishingly fast, achieving flawless execution in under 5 minutes. Swinton could not help but marvel anew at how effortlessly Qin Yu absorbed instruction. Next comes facing the boggart itself. Remember, the more you fear it, the stronger it grows. Calm your mind. Do not let terror dictate your emotions. Focus instead on how to twist it into absurdity. Professor Swinton stepped beside the cabinet and urged gravely. Understood, Professor Swinton. Qin Yu nodded firmly. Inwardly, he too felt curiosity. What after all was his deepest fear? Then, let us begin. Swinton raised his wand and swung open the cabinet door. As the door creaked open, an indescribable, unsettling sensation welled up inside Qin Yu. Uncomfortable, dissonant, deeply wrong. From the darkness, a shadow leapt forth, twisted midair, and coalesced into a distinct form upon them. Qin Yu froze, utterly stunned. It was an unmistakably familiar office desk. Keyboard, mouse, and monitor lay precisely arranged. A well-worn mug and a spiky cactus sat nearby, and on the screen glowed an unfinished PowerPoint presentation. The first slide bore bold letters, "Weekly Summary Report." Staring at this hauntingly ordinary scene, Qin Yu felt an invisible force dragging him toward that very workstation, while in his ears echoed the sharp, impatient voice of his former boss. Was everything illusory? Was he still merely a weary office worker? No magic, no Hermione. The thought lodged like a stone in his chest, churning frustration, tightening his breath. Qin. Professor Swinton's voice cut through sharply. Qin Yu jolted inwardly and instinctively invoked the technique of meditation. His mind stilled instantly. Then raising his wand, he intoned, "Ridiculous." As the incantation ended and his wand pointed toward the desk, reality warped. Pop. And the objects reassembled into a giant pug. The monitor became its head, the desk its body. Watching the creature wag its tail, composed entirely of desk and screen, Qin Yu exhaled slowly and allowed himself a quiet, genuine smile. An excellent improvisation, Professor Swinton praised. The boggart vanished, the cabinet door clicked. Your performance today was outstanding. You regained composure swiftly and responded decisively, proving you already wield considerable command over your own emotions. Professor Swinton concluded. Thank you, Professor Swinton. Had you not intervened, I might have remained trapped in that fear far longer. Qin Yu spoke sincerely. Do not underestimate yourself. Many falter, even briefly, upon first confronting true fear. It is perfectly natural. And I believe even without my prompting you would have steadied yourself just as quickly. The boggart trial had been remarkably successful. It had evoked authentic fear in Qin Yu. Yet he had faced it without emotional collapse or involuntary manifestation of his Obscurus. This precisely had been Swinton's objective for the day. Once Qin Yu's composure was fully restored, Swinton guided him through several more trials, until by the end Qin Yu transformed the boggart instantly, effortlessly, into ever more ludicrous forms. You may go now. Goodbye, Professor Swinton. Goodbye, Qin. With the morning session complete, Swinton dismissed. After Qin Yu left, Swinton stood alone in the quiet office, his gaze distant, his expression shifting, before murmuring almost to himself, what an extraordinary child. He raised his wand and reopened the cabinet holding the boggart. Instantly it shifted, then settled onto the floor as a statue. It depicted a tall man robed in solemn dignity, in his left hand a round shield, in his right a long sword. He stood upright, head high, eyes resolute. Swinton frowned. Ridiculous. With a flick of his wand, grease paint bloomed across the statue's face, transforming it into a clown with a crimson nose. Moments later, the absurd clown dissolved, vanishing silently back into the cabinet. Once you have witnessed the wonders and splendor of the world, can you truly resign yourself to a monotonous, unchanging life? Qin Yu had never pondered this question before, until Bogart revealed to him that he harbored such a deep obsession with his former life. It turned out that the innocence, dreams, and aspirations he had hidden in his heart since his youth had never truly faded away. Perhaps it was because he had lived again, returning to his youth, that those innocence, dreams, and aspirations had come alive once more. Or perhaps it was precisely those very things that allowed him to become young again. This question is hard to articulate. Just like how he could not know why the god of fate had guided him here, revealing a new world to him and transforming him into a youth in this place. Therefore, he might as well follow his heart to personally experience the myriad facets of this world. Whether it be sorrow or joy, in the end one must live a different life, not wasting this opportunity nor the flow of time. Qin Yu successfully completed the Bogart training under Professor Swinton. Meanwhile, this training also brought him numerous confusions and reflections. However, from Professor Swinton's office to the Hogwarts Great Hall, Qin Yu had already come to terms with some matters along the way. Although there were still some he had yet to figure out, he felt that his state of mind was much clearer and firmer than before. Such gains even far surpassed the sense of achievement he felt when he used the Expelliarmus spell to disarm Professor Snape. Of course, this does not mean that Professor Snape was inferior to what Professor Swinton taught. On the contrary, in Qin Yu's eyes, Severus Snape was indeed a remarkably talented and imaginative wizard. His words always pinpointed Qin Yu's shortcomings, directly providing targeted guidance based on Qin Yu's own characteristics. This was also one of the key reasons for Qin Yu's rapid progress in magical prowess. As for Professor Swinton, Qin Yu viewed him as quite the erudite individual. He could effortlessly discuss matters from all over the world, both ancient and modern, wizard and Muggle. Especially regarding legends of ancient relics, he was like a treasure trove of knowledge. Qin Yu even couldn't help but suggest that he teach a course on magical history. He would surely be more popular than Professor Binns. Snape and Swinton, one an aloof genius wizard, the other a passionate scholar. Qin Yu sometimes thought that these two could actually make quite the pair. Little did he know the pairing of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, known as GGAD, was quite famous in the magical world. Similarly, Snape and Swinton could very well form SSSS, or simply be called S4. Imagining Snape and Professor Swinton together, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of harmony. Aside from these two teachers, the younger generation, including Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy, could also easily form pairs, creating combinations like Rona Deha and Dello. I have to say, if the three of them became friends, they could even debut as HWBOYS. Note: HW is an abbreviation for Hogwarts, while the full name of the school is HSWW. Qin Yu had previously imagined the future of the magical world's cultural industry with George and Fred, and bringing the three of them together would have great development prospects. Lost in these thoughts, a smile inadvertently appeared on Qin Yu's lips. After all, the sight of Harry, Ron, and Draco standing together was quite visually striking. At this moment, he was already seated at the dining table in the hall, and Jimmy and the others noticed his expression, casting curious glances at him. "Qin, do you have something that makes you happy?" Elvis asked first. Elvis always considered Qin to be his best friend at school, which is why he was quite concerned about Qin's matters. I know. It must be the letter from this morning. I came in quite early and saw that Qin received a pink letter." Jimmy suddenly recalled this and said excitedly, Qin received another letter. Wilson said enviously. Elvis and Bork had expressions similar to Will. Qin Yu found it hard to explain to these kids. After all, they could never understand his secretly shipping CP and saying it would be pointless. As for the letters, had they not become desensitized after seeing him receive so many? Alright, enough about me. What are your plans for the next few days? Qin Yu skillfully changed the subject. Jimmy and the others indeed stopped dwelling on the topic and excitedly told him about their plans to watch the Quidditch selection activities of each house the next day. After learning that Qin Yu had signed up for this selection, the little friends became even more excited. Jimmy suggested that they form a cheerleading team to support Qin Yu, and Elvis even volunteered to make banners. Listening to their chattering and feeling the enthusiasm of these little kids, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. After lunch, Jimmy and the others truly went to busy themselves preparing to cheer for Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Qin Yu continued to receive the careful guidance of Professor Snape. And it turned out that Qin Yu's ability to use the Expelliarmus spell to disarm Snape's wand last time was entirely because old Snape had gone easy on him. At the start of this afternoon's training, although they were still only allowed to use the Expelliarmus spell for attacks, Qin Yu could clearly feel that Snape was getting serious. Not to mention the increase in magical power, Snape directly jolted Qin Yu's hand numb with a single strike, which was within his expectations as Snape's strength was exceptionally formidable. However, why was he able to unleash 2 spells in succession? No one had ever told him that it was possible. This completely left Qin Yu at a loss. As if that wasn't enough, after Qin Yu adapted to old Snape's double assault, he unleashed a triple strike. Moreover, in addition to the consecutive spell releases, Qin Yu highly suspected that Snape had whimsically added effects like shock, dizziness, knockback, blinding, paralysis, burning, and freezing while casting the Expelliarmus spell. Qin Yu was left struggling and utterly helpless, feeling miserable. Strictly speaking, Professor Snape had indeed only used the Expelliarmus spell, it was just modified by himself. By the end of the training, Qin Yu felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Was this not a deliberate act of revenge for what happened yesterday? Looking at Snape's calm expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but silently complain. Fortunately, at the end, old Snape cast a few healing spells on him, alleviating much of his fatigue and pain. Due to the importance of the Quidditch selection, Qin Yu was granted a day off to participate. The next day, he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, surrounded by his friends. Here he indeed saw several familiar faces participating in the selection. Besides George and Fred, there was also a Gryffindor girl, Angelina Johnson, and a handsome guy from Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. From a distance, looking at that handsome boy, Qin Yu had to admit that this guy was indeed on par with him in terms of looks. The dividing line. Note: GGAD is an abbreviation for Gellert, Grindelwald, and Albus Dumbledore. The Quidditch match, which originated in the 11th century, has a history of nearly 1,000 years and is the most influential sport in the magical world without exception. Many teachers and students at Hogwarts are very enthusiastic about this sport, and Professor McGonagall is an avid Quidditch fan. She once ignored Professor Snape for 3 weeks after Gryffindor's Quidditch team lost to Slytherin, only to be happy for several days after a win. Moreover, she is quite adept at discovering Quidditch talent, putting in great effort for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Under her care, the Gryffindor Quidditch team has become one of the strongest teams in the entire school. Naturally, Professor McGonagall would not miss such an important selection event today. As soon as Qin Yu arrived at the field, he saw Professor McGonagall sitting in the teacher's exclusive stand, looking somewhat serious as she watched the pitch. "I'm so nervous. With so many people watching, what if I fall? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" George and Fred said anxiously beside Qin Yu. While they were talking, they couldn't help but glance at a few Gryffindor girls waiting for the selection not far away. Qin Yu knew that the two brothers were likely looking at the rather beautiful Angelina Johnson. This girl was there to try out for the chaser position. Upon seeing Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers' gazes, Angelina nodded in greeting. "Wow, is she greeting me?" Fred said excitedly. "Or maybe it's me," George chimed in. "You guys are overthinking it, as she is definitely greeting me." Qin Yu teased the two foolish boys. "No way. She doesn't even know you," Fred said dismissively. "Yeah, that little girl next to her is the one greeting you," George added. Qin Yu looked over and indeed saw a familiar girl next to Angelina who seemed to be a Gryffindor student this year. Qin Yu waved at her, acknowledging her. The three chatted for a while, and the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Moreover, George and Fred's personalities were inherently lively. They were not the type to be easily scared. If they were truly timid, they wouldn't have become the tyrants of Hogwarts. No, they should be considered two tyrants. Quidditch players are divided into 4 types: keeper, chaser, beater, and seeker, and the selection is naturally conducted in 4 different ways. Although the selection methods vary each year, the abilities tested are mostly similar. For instance, keepers are tested on their ability to guard the goal in midair. Chasers are tested on their ability to chase the quaffle, score goals, and dodge bludgers in the air. As for the beater position that Qin Yu was trying out for, it required completing certain challenging hitting maneuvers in the air and hitting specific targets to qualify. The seeker is primarily tested on flying speed, as the golden snitch is incredibly fast. If the player's speed cannot keep up, they won't be able to catch it at all. Cedric Diggory, the handsome Hufflepuff, was trying out for the seeker position. Cedric is indeed a model student, sunny, handsome, intelligent, embodying the perfect wizard's image. When he appeared in the air riding his broomstick, the Hufflepuff girls cheered enthusiastically, with some even shouting, "Cedric, I love you." Even students from other houses cheered for him, demonstrating his immense popularity. The selection for Hufflepuff Seeker was presided over by a senior member of their Quidditch team. After taking the golden snitch out of a box and giving a brief explanation to the candidates, he tossed it into the air, and the snitch immediately spread its wings and flew away at astonishing speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. "Wow, that's fast. I guess I don't have the talent to be a seeker," George and Fred remarked in awe after witnessing. Just as they were speaking, Cedric and the others gripped the broomstick handles, leaned forward, and instantly sped off. "Wow." As Cedric surged ahead, the stands erupted with enthusiastic applause. "He truly is impressive," Qin Yu sincerely remarked. "One must admit that Cedric excels in speed, while flying, incomparable to the others who were trying out at the same time." Sure enough, just a few minutes later, Cedric successfully found the specially made golden snitch for the selection. He joyfully waved the little golden ball around. The girls in the stands became even more excited, with applause and cheers echoing. "Is it just because he looks good and is fast?" Fred said. "It's just a selection. When it comes to the real match, he may not even be able to outpace Charlie." "Of course, Charlie, my older brother, is the best," George asserted. "It's a pity Charlie will graduate next year," Qin Yu remarked with a pout. "Right, our team still lacks a seeker, and I don't see anyone suitable this year," Fred said with concern. "What should we do? If I had known earlier, I should have thought of a way to prevent Cedric from passing the selection." George: "Yeah, I have 7 or 8 spells that could interfere with him catching the golden snitch, but it's too late to say anything now. Oh, he's already passed," Fred added, feeling discontent. "Enough, you two. Can't you think of some normal methods?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said irritably. Then he added meaningfully, "Besides, who knows, there might be someone among next year's first years who can take Charlie's place." "First years? No way. Just thinking of Ron's face makes me worry about the next batch of first years." George couldn't help but complain after imagining his younger brother's goofy expression. "While I agree with you, it's not nice to say that about Ron," Fred said seriously. "They are all brothers." Qin Yu couldn't help but feel sympathy for little Ron. The seeker selection quickly concluded, as there were not many qualified candidates. Cedric from Hufflepuff stood out the most, while the selections from other houses were rather unimpressive. Gryffindor only recruited one barely qualified player as a substitute, but Qin Yu felt that he could definitely fly faster than him if he tried seriously. After the seeker selection, it was time for the selections of the keeper and chaser. When Angelina Johnson took the field, Fred and George cheered with all their might. If it weren't for the ban on using the amplifying charm, they would have surely made a huge commotion. It must be said that besides being good-looking, Angelina's flying skills were also quite remarkable. She completed many difficult maneuvers on her broomstick and successfully caught the quaffle, scoring a goal. Then, without any surprises, she was selected. Once the selection for chasers was over, it was Qin Yu's turn to try out for beater. Holding his broomstick, he felt somewhat nervous. "Wow, it's Qin, the one from Gryffindor. He's here for the selection too," a petite girl with light golden hair exclaimed excitedly to her companion from the Ravenclaw stand. At this moment, several Gryffindor candidates were already flying slowly above the stadium on their broomsticks. "It really is him. It's rare for a first-year student to participate in the selection. He's truly impressive," her companion said, her eyes sparkling. "When we were in class together, I always thought he was special. Not only does he excel in studies, but he can also chat calmly with the teachers, and he loves to smile," the blonde girl murmured. Yes, his smile is really charming. He has two shallow dimples. Her companion agreed. Should we cheer for him? Well, he's not from our house. Would it be inappropriate? Just as the two were whispering, a voice called out from not far away, Qin. Cheer. They turned to see a girl from their year and house. Both girls raised their brows, and without hesitation turned their bodies, cupping their hands around their mouths, and shouting, Qin, go for it. Qin, you're the best. The voice immediately soared an octave above the girl who spoke first. Just as Qin Yu soared into the air, he was somewhat surprised to hear the cheers echoing from the stands. Although he had murmured to himself about Cedric being no big deal, and not to underestimate the youth, he had to admit that this kid's popularity was something he couldn't compete with. After all, Cedric had been in school for over a year, and was active in various school activities, making him somewhat of a celebrity, while he had only just started school less than a month ago, and hardly anyone knew him. However, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be quite a few people cheering his name, with Gryffindor students making up the majority, but a considerable number from other houses as well. Looking around the stands, Qin Yu saw people waving and shouting from the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin section. Most were younger first-year students. Qin Yu recognized quite a few familiar faces. It seemed he had a bit. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a little proud, and then revealed a modest smile, waving back at the people in the stands. Little did he know that he had already become a special figure among the first-year students. His maturity beyond his years, exceptional learning ability, having actively answered questions recently, and worked hard to earn points, a friendly demeanor towards classmates aside from Jerome, and that undeniable leadership quality, with Jimmy and Elvis constantly surrounding him, along with the degree of affection he received from professors able to engage easily with any teacher, made him an object of admiration, envy, and even jealousy among the first-year students. In fact, many girls had already secretly gathered to share all kinds of information about him, with Elvis often becoming an important source for them to gather intel. They knew precisely when Qin Yu's birthday was, what his favorite color was, what food he liked, what books he enjoyed, and even how many pairs of socks he owned. If Qin Yu found out about this, he would definitely give Elvis a good beating and toss him into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Of course, by the time he learned about this, it would be long after, and by then Elvis would have already turned over a new leaf and stopped this behavior, having deeply reflected on his mistakes. Returning to the selection for the beaters. After receiving the cheers from his classmates, Qin Yu felt invigorated, especially when he saw that Elvis and Jimmy had even unfurled a banner, making it look rather official, but due to the distance and the small size of the banner, he couldn't see what was written on it. Regardless, he felt much more composed. Then, looking at the large models of owls floating in the sky, he couldn't help but want to critique the designer, Professor Swinton's imagination. By the way, the rules for this beater selection were personally designed by Professor Swinton. First, he had arranged 10 large models of owls in black and white in the sky, using these floating owls that moved erratically as hypothetical players. Then the host of this selection would throw a certain number of bludgers into the air, aiming to attack those white owls. Next, the participating students would have to use their bats to hit these bludgers away, with the goal of protecting the white owls from being hit and knocking down as many black owls as possible. Finally, the judging criteria would be based on how many white owls were protected and how many black owls were knocked down. These rules were quite standard, but looking at those silly, cute, round-faced fat owl models, Qin Yu felt that the design was somewhat out of place. Of course, this was very typical of Swinton. Time did not slow down for Qin Yu's complaints. Soon the whistle blew and the selection officially began. This time there were 5 Gryffindor students, including Qin Yu, George, and Fred. The 5 of them hovered in the air, keeping a distance of 30 to 40 meters from each other. Not long after the whistle blew, several official Quidditch team members, led by Charlie, and Wood, started releasing the bludgers. Whooshed, 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 whooshed. The sound of the bludgers slicing through the air echoed as 5 bludgers shot towards the floating white owls like solid cannonballs. Watching the bludgers coming at him, a senior Gryffindor candidate boldly flew towards the nearest bludger with his bat raised, and as he approached the bludger, he shouted and swung his bat down. However, whether it was the force of his swing or the broomstick beneath him being difficult to control, he stumbled and fell forward, causing his bat to swing wildly and the flying bludger to collide with his arm. Up! He screamed in agony as he and his uncontrollable broom fell from the air. Fortunately, a cushioning charm was cast by a teacher just before he hit the ground, preventing any further injury. However, the bludger's impact had clearly injured his arm badly, and he lay on the ground moaning in pain. At this moment, several senior students, acting as emergency responders, calmly ran over. Upon arrival, they skillfully cast a pain-relieving spell on his arm, then together lifted him onto a stretcher and swiftly carried him away to avoid disrupting the selection for others on the field. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, indicating that they had done similar emergency work many times before. Well, in Quidditch, breaking arms and legs is considered normal, let alone dislocations. This injured guy was directly eliminated, serving as a reminder to the remaining 4 dealing with bludgers is not that simple. George and Fred exchanged glances and decided to avoid direct confrontation, opting to let the bludgers fly for a while to find the right moment to strike. The candidate whom Qin Yu did not recognize immediately flew next to the white owl. He was adopting a stance of waiting to ambush. Qin Yu, watching the bludger approaching him, couldn't help but smile. He stretched his neck and shoulders, then lowered his body, gripping the broomstick's handle. Then he activated the broomstick and shot out like an arrow. Huh, what is Qin doing? Why is he flying in the opposite direction? There's no bludger over there. The blonde girl questioned in confusion. Right, he wouldn't be afraid of being hit by a bludger, would he fly away to avoid it? Her companion murmured. Impossible. Qin isn't that kind of person. How could he be afraid? The blonde girl immediately retorted. I didn't say he was afraid, maybe he just wanted to temporarily avoid. Her companion quickly explained. Maybe. I don't know. The two continued to watch the sky with doubts. Many others shared their confusion as Qin Yu was indeed flying off to the side. However, not everyone was clueless. Experienced Quidditch fans like Professor McGonagall had seen Qin Yu's actions, and their eyes sparkled with interest. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, sitting in the teacher's stand, displayed a look of surprise and delight. Showing off for attention, Professor Snape couldn't help but mutter, but a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Those who understood naturally grasped the significance, while those who didn't took long to figure it out, because Qin Yu was flying so fast that he quickly revealed his intentions. After flying out, he didn't take a straight path, but instead performed rapid curved flight by continually manipulating the broomstick's handle. This was somewhat akin to driving around a roundabout in the Muggle world. After swiftly completing a semicircle and returning, he was just in time to approach the bludger he was defending. Thus, he accelerated, pursuing the bludger and maintaining its direction, quickly closing the distance. At this point, the bludger was less than 10 meters away from the white owl he was protecting, clearly about to collide with the slowly swaying chubby bird model. In a critical moment, Qin Yu steadied his broom with one hand, while raising his bat, with the other striking hard at the bludger flying in the same direction. Bang! A collision echoed in the air. Qin Yu's bat accurately hit the bludger, sending it flying away. The adorable white owl avoided the fate of being knocked down, continuing to float and sway in the air, as if it were also relieved to have escaped disaster. Bravo! Cheers erupted from the stands. That was a curved flight strike in the same direction. This boy is incredible, managing to execute such a difficult move. Someone knowledgeable shouted the name of this classic move. Indeed, it was a curved flight strike in the same direction. Just now I suspected he would perform this move, but instinctively thought it impossible, since only professional players could achieve such a maneuver. How could he possibly do it? Yet he truly accomplished it. Someone nearby chimed in. Is this move really that difficult? Another person asked, puzzled. Is it difficult? Please remove the question mark. The primary requirement for this move is control in flight. If your speed and control skills are inadequate, you won't be able to catch up to the bludger. The first speaker excitedly explained to the clueless guy. He is still so young and can execute this move. His future is promising. Yes, I will definitely keep an eye on him. By the way, what's this boy's name? I've never heard of him before. What year is he? He seems to be a first-year student. I heard the first years around here calling him something like Qin or King, but it was too loud to hear clearly. Whatever, I'm his fan now. Go, you're amazing. Those who recognized the significance of Qin Yu's move were extremely excited, explaining to those around them just how cool and difficult this maneuver was. As for the first-year students who were already cheering for Qin Yu, they cheered even louder. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had no idea what the so-called curved flight strike in the same direction was. He only understood the concept that speed is relative. This was thanks to the guy who had been hit by the bludger. Had he not seen how badly that person was hurt, Qin Yu likely would have gone for a direct confrontation. However, after witnessing that person's unfortunate state, Qin Yu quickly adjusted his strategy. Since he couldn't change the actual speed of the bludger, he could fly in the same direction as the bludger. This way, the relative speed between the bludger and him would become very small, even reaching a state of relative stillness, making it easier for him to strike. Having realized this, Qin Yu executed a series of maneuvers, flying in a curve, returning, and then flying in the same direction as the bludger to strike. It proved that his idea was correct. He successfully knocked the fast-moving bludger away, giving Qin Yu a small boost of confidence and a sense of accomplishment. Little did he know that inadvertently he had completed a high-difficulty Quidditch tactical move in front of everyone, impressing those who were watching. During the ensuing selection time, Qin Yu continued to utilize his superior flying control and speed to knock bludgers away from various directions. Besides the curved flight strike, he also attempted different methods, inadvertently executing several classic tactical moves. This turned the beater selection into a solo showcase for him. Of course, he had not undergone professional training, and some moves were done on a whim, executed improperly, or he only partially completed them, but that did not prevent many from seeing him as a rising Quidditch star. People like Professor McGonagall and Charlie Weasley were of course thrilled. Meanwhile, Professor Snape quietly clicked his tongue, feeling that the future of the Gryffindor Quidditch team would be somewhat troublesome, and he struggled to refrain from casting any jinxes to bring that show-off down from the sky. As all attention in the stadium was focused on Qin Yu, the unnamed contestant who was knocked down by a bludger and fell to the ground garnered little attention except from the diligent and highly skilled rescue team. As for George and Fred, they had joined forces at some point to deal with the troublesome bludgers, ultimately scoring quite a few. Of course, the brothers' actions were not against the rules, as there had been no prior stipulation against teaming up. After the selection ended, Qin Yu naturally became a beater for the Quidditch team, while George and Fred became substitute beaters. Although they were substitutes, the two brothers were still very happy, because they truly admired Qin compared to themselves. Then they descended from the sky, bouncing off to find Angelina Johnson, who also made the Quidditch team, and told her they would be teammates from now on, looking out for each other, and so on. The Slytherin candidates who came on after Qin Yu performed quite ordinarily. One kid even attempted to imitate Qin Yu's curved flight strike, only to fling himself out of control, unnecessarily increasing the workload for the rescue team. Qin Yu handed the borrowed broomstick to Charlie, and then went to join his roommates in the stands. Seeing them cheer so enthusiastically for him, Qin Yu decided to treat them to various candies from Honeydukes, although that required Hagrid to go to Hogsmeade, since they lower-year students were not allowed to go out. As he reached the Gryffindor students' stand, Qin Yu was greeted with enthusiastic cheers. "Qin, you were amazing. Qin, your move was simply incredible. Qin, can you teach me how to use a broomstick? I'm still not very good at it." Amidst the chorus of voices, Qin Yu smiled and greeted them as he passed by, experiencing a taste of being in the... Then he arrived at the place where Elvis and Jimmy were. Elvis and Jimmy, upon seeing Qin Yu come over, quickly held up a small banner presumably made from Elvis' scarf, shouting, "Qin, you were amazing." At this point, whether it was the boy holding the banner or the people looking at those words, none knew how such a phrase would be passed down in the magical world in the future. And they at this moment simply enjoyed the pure joy. Joy should be simple. The selection for Quidditch lasted almost an entire day, making it quite a lively event for the whole school. The young ones were quite enthusiastic, cheering and shouting from outside, releasing the youthful energy unique to their age, seemingly unaware of fatigue. By around 4 in the afternoon, the selection was nearing its end, and everyone began to leave, with a few upperclassmen and teachers tidying up the area. From a distance, Qin Yu saw Professor Swindon arrive at the bottom of the pitch, gently waving his wand at the sky. Then the black and white owl models that had been hovering in the air began to wobble down, and as they neared the ground, they suddenly shrank, swiftly flying into a bag held by Professor Swindon. He then pulled the string of the bag shut and walked away. Looking at the bag that was only as large as a potion textbook, Qin Yu couldn't help but show a look of envy. This bag must have been enchanted with a stretching spell or a similar spatial spell, allowing it to hold so many large owl models. What a wonderful item. How I wish it were mine. Qin Yu smacked his lips and muttered to himself. Seemingly sensing some ill-intentioned gazes, Professor Swindon stuffed the bag into his open robe, concealing it, and then vanished in an instant. This left Qin Yu feeling a bit disappointed. Soon after, he saw Fred and George Weasley approaching him, their expressions more disappointed than his. "So how did it go? Did you get rejected?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and said somewhat gleefully, "Don't say such harsh things. Angelina politely said she had plans with her friends, which is why she declined our invitation." Fred said with dissatisfaction. "Yeah, it's our fault for being too late," George added with disappointment. Earlier, Qin Yu and the others had discussed having a small gathering at Hagrid's hut to celebrate the smooth conduct of the selection, while Fred and George were enthusiastically suggesting inviting Angelina along, since they all got selected at the same time and could bond. Then nothing more came of it. "Let's wait for next time. After all, we will be training together in the future, so there will be plenty of opportunities," Qin Yu said generously to comfort the two. The two instantly perked up, leading Elvis, Jimmy, Wilson, and Bach toward Hagrid's hut. Watching the Weasley brothers animatedly recounting the magical creatures Hagrid cared for, Qin Yu felt that comforting them was unnecessary. These two were definitely born optimists. Of course, anyone who could live as an oddity in the Weasley household could not be simple. With such thoughts, Qin Yu followed the others to Hagrid's hut. When Qin Yu and the others arrived at Hagrid's hut, the host had just finished setting up his humble living room. Seeing everyone arrive, he rubbed his hands together and smiled, saying, "Boys, welcome to my place." "Thank you, Hagrid." The children quickly expressed their gratitude. Then their eyes were drawn to the pile of candies on the table, unable to look away. Before coming, Qin Yu had already sent an owl to ask Hagrid to help buy some candies. Hagrid kindly bought several varieties, stacking them on the table like a small mountain. Although the food at school was good, how could the children resist the temptation of candy? Gulp. Someone swallowed, then the others followed suit with their own gulps. Without further ado, let's eat. Qin Yu grabbed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and popped it into his mouth. After chewing, a burst of spicy flavor filled his mouth. "Hiss." Qin Yu gasped, then frowned, struggling to... Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, once eaten, you cannot spit them out. Whoever does loses. Except for Qin Yu, everyone else also tried the randomly flavored candy, and their expressions varied greatly. Bitter, spicy, sour, and sweet, all clearly visible. The luckiest was Wilson, who got a strawberry flavor, while others had some bad luck, with George nearly in tears. After finishing the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, everyone began to choose their favorite candies and eat freely. Of course, once a certain amount of candy was eaten, the children felt satisfied, and were no longer as eager to eat more. They wouldn't eat indefinitely. At this moment, the tea brewed by Hagrid was warmly welcomed by everyone. You wouldn't believe it, Hagrid's culinary skills could be described as disastrous, but the tea he made was quite good. Each child held a cup sipping tea while asking Hagrid about the decorations in his hut, especially curious about the fur and horns of those magical creatures. Of course, Qin Yu was not among them. He held a cup of tea sitting on the steps at the entrance of Hagrid's hut sipping tea while watching the sun gradually set. At some unknown time, a golden unicorn approached gracefully, and as it came closer to the hut, it emitted a joyful whinny toward Qin Yu. It was the unicorn Anna. Her arrival sent the little kids into a frenzy. They watched the elegant creature from a distance, not daring to get too close for fear of startling her. At this moment, George and Fred proudly walked over with a clean carrot completely dried off. However, Anna ignored the two of them and walked straight toward Qin Yu. The gathering at Hagrid's hut ended punctually before dinner began. Before it concluded, Charlie, who helped tidy up the Quidditch pitch, also arrived. He first reminded his two younger brothers not to trouble Hagrid, which elicited a slight response from George and Fred. Then he discussed the selection with Qin Yu. Charlie said Professor McGonagall suggested that Qin Yu take the position of seeker rather than beater. Why? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Because your speed is indeed quite fast, No. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu vigorously shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. Before participating in this selection, Qin Yu had indeed looked forward to the role of seeker, thinking it was impressive to turn the tide of the game single-handedly. After all, a seeker could earn their team a significant 150-point advantage just by catching the golden snitch. However, after today's selection, he realized that beater was the position he truly desired. Since Qin Yu was adamant, Charlie naturally did not press the matter further. After all, their team was not lacking a seeker for now. They could wait until next year when he graduated, and then have Professor McGonagall convince him. You're truly not considering becoming a seeker. The seeker position is highly coveted. I hold little interest in being a seeker. Qin Yu paused after speaking, then added earnestly, a Quidditch team resembles a miniature army chasers mount frontal assaults. Honorable and direct seekers operate as elite shock troops, striking alone and achieving victory through unpredictability, but beaters wield the sharpest spear, the deadliest weapon of that force. They embody the pinnacle of a team's combat prowess. Rather than chasing a winged golden snitch across the sky like a headless fly, I would rather swing my bat across the pitch, slaying gods before me, crushing Buddhas in my path. How exhilarating. As he spoke, he mimed a fierce, sweeping swing of his bat, full of commanding presence. Indeed, you think just as we do. The beater is unquestionably the coolest position, George declared with heartfelt camaraderie, smiling broadly. Without beaters, Quidditch would lose its very soul. Fred echoed immediately. The three united in vision, slung arms over one another's shoulders, and imagined vividly their future invincibility on the pitch, spirits soaring, hearts alight. After parting ways, Qin Yu mused that if he kept spending too much time with the twin brothers, he'd inevitably grow increasingly dramatic. The topic of Quidditch tryouts remained lively for several days following the selection. Qin Yu had become something of a minor celebrity at school. At least many recognized him instantly as the beater who had protected the large white owl on tryout day. Yet few knew his name, for he was merely a first-year student newly arrived at Hogwarts. Then after a few more days, the steady rhythm of daily life reasserted itself. Ordinary, busy, unremarkable, and the Quidditch tryouts faded into memory. Students resumed their usual conversations and turned their attention elsewhere. Naturally, those among his peers who were already devoted admirers continued eagerly seeking out every scrap of information about him, and Elvis remained their most vital source. Yet when Elvis revealed that Qin Yu regularly received letters from a female friend, their hearts shattered utterly, beyond mending. Some girls, stricken with quiet sorrow, abandoned their romantic fantasies and buried themselves in studies to numb their wounded hearts. Others, however, refused to yield, still convinced they possessed a fighting chance. After all, who among them wasn't a budding magical princess? Qin Yu, of course, remained blissfully unaware of these youthful reveries. He was simply too occupied. Upon officially joining Gryffindor's Quidditch team, his days became a relentless triad: classes, after-class tutoring, and Quidditch training. Though demanding, the pace did not weary him. In fact, he adapted swiftly and seamlessly. Classes required no elaboration: potions, herbology, charms, transfiguration, each rich and immersive. With each lesson, Qin Yu discovered deeper enchantment in magic, and armed with insights far surpassing his peers, and an imagination unbound, he posed ever more eccentric questions to his professors, repeatedly disrupting lectures and severely impeding the syllabus. Professor Sprout complained more than once to colleagues that she might not finish the term's curriculum before Christmas break, not least because Qin Yu had repeatedly borrowed classroom herbs under the pretext of researching mass cultivation and had even requisitioned costly specimens for extensive experimental use. Under Charlie's expert, meticulous guidance, Qin Yu systematically mastered standard tactical maneuvers, progressing astonishingly fast. Within 2 weeks, he was executing coordinated plays with full team members and delivered an outstanding performance during a friendly match against Ravenclaw, leaving the eagle-eyed players deeply wary. Note Ravenclaw's emblematic creature is the eagle, hence its informal moniker, the Eagle House. Following that match, Professor McGonagall personally bestowed upon him a Firebolt 2000 broomstick, an act that moved him profoundly. Later he learned the broom had been purchased with funds from their shared venom profits, and that Dumbledore himself, approving the expenditure, had quoted the Eastern proverb, "Wool grows from the sheep's back." Hearing this, Qin Yu choked on a torrent of unspeakable commentary. As for after-class tutoring, Professor Snape had concluded his creative torment with the disarming charm and now taught Qin Yu the more advanced Incendio and Stupefy spells. Of the two, Qin Yu preferred Incendio. It thrilled him immensely. After all, playing with water and setting fires are childhood passions shared by nearly every boy. Its formidable power, too, was precisely why he cherished it. This incantation serves both offense and defense. Truly a dual-purpose art. Professor Snape intoned the words in archaic formal English. Legend held that the spell's creator inscribed those very words. Unleashed fire ravages enemies. Drawn inward, it forms a protective barrier, commonly known as the fire shield. Yet while casting flame comes easily, mastering its restraint remains arduous. For now, Qin Yu could only produce dragon-like torrents. His attempts to condense or contain the blaze remained clumsy, and further practice risked singeing his own hair clean off. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton, having exhausted instruction on meditation and fear-based emotional discipline, shifted instead to leisurely conversation with Qin Yu. Professor Swinton, isn't our nightly Tian chat routine rather unorthodox? Qin Yu finally asked one evening, eyeing the array of pastries and tea cakes laid out before him. How could it possibly be unorthodox? Conversation is a vital means of emotional recalibration. When one mind collides with another, one's understanding of the world deepens, one's values solidify, and one's resolve strengthens. Professor Swinton replied with solemn conviction. Yes, you make an excellent point. Qin Yu nodded wholeheartedly and reached for a delicate rice flour pastry. Tonight, let us discuss astrology. Tell me, what is your star sign? Professor Swinton asked. Taurus. I was born on May 5th. Qin Yu took a sip of tea. I suspected as much. I'm a Gemini, the professor said, tapping his chest. I don't particularly care. Professor, I've heard astrology is considered Muggle superstition. Is discussing it truly necessary? Qin Yu blurted out at last. That perspective is rather narrow. While astrology does possess superstitious elements, it also falls within the domain of psychological interpretation. Systems imbued with ritual and structure evoke innate trust, and astrology exemplifies precisely this. Once belief takes root, behavior subtly shifts in response. Such influence, I believe, steers individuals toward benefit and away from harm, guiding them from darkness toward virtue. To dismiss it solely as superstition is neither profound nor comprehensive. Professor Swinton expounded his theory with crystalline logic. Qin Yu listened while sipping tea, nodding occasionally. How different was this really from his past life habit of idly chatting and joking online? Time slipped away unnoticed, and Qin Yu felt simultaneously enlightened and utterly perplexed. Well then, that concludes tonight's discussion. You may return to your dormitory. Professor Swinton, parched and thoroughly satisfied, drained his cup and dismissed Qin Yu. The next evening, Qin Yu arrived punctually. Qin, tonight we shall explore the hidden dimensions of drama. Professor Swinton cleared his throat and began gravely. Wait, Professor Swinton, before we begin, might I ask you to examine something? I've studied it extensively, yet its principle eludes me. Qin Yu interrupted, producing a small object. Oh, what is this? Professor Swinton asked, intrigued. A handcrafted gift from a friend. I placed a grape inside, then a cherry, and both remained perfectly free. He extended the object gently toward the professor. Indeed, it was the miniature pyramid Bill had gifted him. Tiring of idle chit-chat and unwilling to waste Hogwarts' scholarly resources, Qin Yu decided to consult Professor Swinton instead. Lately he'd been obsessively examining the pyramid, determined to unravel its secret, so he could build a larger one capable of preserving far more fruit. His motive was refreshingly simple and eminently practical. Professor Swinton accepted the tiny pyramid and examined it closely, turning it over in his hands. His eyes brightened steadily as he murmured, "Oh ho, a piece from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. It's been ages since they unveiled anything new. Wait, no, the alchemical materials are theirs, yet the enchantments embedded here clearly follow no Chiron tradition. Fascinating. The flow of magical energy resonates with classical arcane elegance. Professor, might you explain how it functions?" Qin Yu interjected gently, drawing the professor back from his reverie. "Oh, you wish to understand its mechanism. What purpose drives your inquiry?" Professor Swinton countered. "Well, I simply wish to construct one myself. If possible, I'd like to scale it up, perhaps to this size." Qin Yu gestured to indicate a height exceeding 1 meter. That will not be easy," Professor Swinton replied with a knowing smile. His tone implied no doubt whatsoever regarding his mastery of the pyramid's workings. Then, would you teach me Qin Yu asked, brimming with hope. Professor Swinton did not answer immediately. Instead, he flicked his wand, and the tea set vanished in an instant. Straightening his robes with deliberate gravity, he addressed Qin Yu with ceremonial solemnity. Before I instruct you, permit me to introduce myself. Qin Yu stared speechless. I, Stephen Isaac Swinton, am the 109th formally initiated apprentice of the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel. I stand in awe of alchemy's grandeur, and pledge my deepest reverence to the sacred mystery of creation. He recited the declaration with dignified fervor. Well, ritual complete, Professor Swinton instantly reverted to his usual self. Seeing Qin Yu's lingering bewilderment, he chuckled and clarified, what I shall now teach you belongs to the realm of alchemy, and alchemy is a discipline steeped in ritual. For only the devout alchemist may glimpse the Creator's majesty and forge the legendary Philosopher's Stone, that fabled artifact capable of transmuting base metals into gold and granting eternal life. The Philosopher's Stone. Qin Yu's heart lurched inward. I merely wanted a magical refrigerator. How did we veer into Philosopher's Stone territory? Naturally, I won't be teaching you to create the stone itself. I couldn't manage that either. Currently, only my master Nicholas Flamel possesses that ability. What I can teach you is how to fabricate the pyramid's constituent materials, a foundational branch of alchemy, and perhaps replicate the enchantments sealed within. Professor Swinton added, observing Qin Yu's expression with a light shrug. Oh, I see. Thank you for agreeing to teach me. Qin Yu paused, then hesitated. Do I need to deliver a similar declaration? No. That right is reserved for formal apprentices as mandated by my master. You need only approach alchemy with sincerity and dedication. Professor Swinton waved dismissively. Phew, I'll certainly treat it with utmost seriousness. Qin Yu assured him hastily. Then Professor Swinton picked up the miniature pyramid, once more studying it with quiet delight. Finally, something meaningful to do. Qin Yu suppressed an inner groan. So you were just killing time with idle banter all along. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken. Oh right, reverence, sincerity. He banished every cynical whisper and listened, attentive, focused, as Professor Swinton commenced his instruction. Thus Qin Yu's tranquil evenings of tea and conversation in Professor Swinton's office vanished, replaced by rigorous, purposeful study. Alas, alchemy proved far less intuitive than he'd imagined. Vast theoretical foundations demanded mastery, so much so that he continued reading late into the night, poring over foundational textbooks and Professor Swinton's personal alchemical notebooks. This intensified schedule reduced the frequency of his letters to Hermione. Yet the young witch earnestly affirmed that academic diligence must take precedence and correspondence could rightly diminish. Nonetheless, the letters carried by Trig, from Hermione, showed no decline. For the owl inexplicably had developed a habit of flying regularly between locations, even without letters to deliver. Often it would soar empty-handed to the Granger residence, feast on toast and ham, then return bearing Hermione's latest missive. Time flowed like sand, and like horses galloping past a window. When the last maple leaf fell from the castle's outer woods and winter winds sharpened their bite, Hogwarts entered the hush of deep autumn. Aragog has returned, Hagrid said to Qin Yu, exhaling with palpable relief, yet tinged with deep remorse. The burly man had just come back from the Forbidden Forest. His thick outer coat still carried the chill of that ancient shadowed woodland. Who? Qin Yu paused mid-brush, carefully grooming the unicorn, Kaylee's mane, momentarily uncomprehending Hagrid's words. The old eight-eyed spider who fled. Hagrid explained, then spread both hands wide and wiggled his fingers, mimicking the creature's 8 long spines. Qin Yu carefully plucked each strand of unicorn hair caught in the comb and handed them to Fred beside him for meticulous collection. Then, nodding with sudden clarity, he remarked, it's that one. Wasn't it said he'd run away for good? Truth be told, Qin Yu held no fondness for the eight-eyed arachnid. When he'd first stumbled into its cavernous lair, he'd clearly declared himself Hagrid's friend, yet the beast had still unleashed its brood upon him. Had he been anyone else, anyone without a system, he would have perished on the spot. Perhaps Aragog himself would not have struck directly, but his cold, detached gaze as Qin Yu and the young unicorn stood perilously close to death remained an unforgiving wound in Qin Yu's memory. Thus Qin Yu always referred to it. Not him, not her, but it. Well, after fleeing, Aragog fared poorly. He nearly met his end near a centaur settlement. Now that autumn's chill has settled in, he slipped quietly back, and I only discovered him today during my patrol of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid added almost apologetically, he even instructed me specifically not to tell you he'd returned. Fred. And so you're not supposed to tell Qin, but then why did you? The twins exchanged the same unspoken thought. Does it fear I'll eradicate it root and branch? Qin Yu retorted, exasperated. It does harbor such fears. Aragog told me you were utterly terrifying that day. Had he delayed his escape by even a heartbeat, he was certain he'd have died too. Hagrid nodded gravely, fully convinced. Qin Yu rolled his eyes faintly, then parting Kaylee's silvery mane into a precise center part, replied coolly, "Tell it this, since it spared me, then I shall spare it now. Though I grant this clemency solely out of respect for you, Master Hagrid. And add this, its offspring acted of their own volition. Their corpses are ours by right. Should it object, I am quite willing to discuss the matter in person." George and Fred vigorously nodded. Aragog's venom commanded a premium price. Even Brazilian wizards had placed standing orders. "I can vouch for that. Aragog will raise no objection. His children have long since grown feral, their natures wholly alien to his own. Even he struggles to rein them in." Hagrid addressed Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers. Qin Yu understood implicitly Aragog was Hagrid's creation, like a Muggle's Siberian husky, fierce, yet capable of reason and loyalty. But Aragog's offspring, wild, untamable beasts, akin to wolves or stray dogs driven only by instinct and hunger. One was a companion, the other mere wildlife. Hagrid cherished the former, but felt no pity for the latter. Nor did Aragog himself. With so many progeny, compassion was a luxury he could ill afford. "Very well, let it remain undisturbed in its ancestral den." Qin Yu paused, as if recalling something, then added, "Also convey this henceforth: any of your friends entering the forest must be watched closely by its brood. Should harm befall anyone, I shall not hesitate to reduce the spider cavern to rubble once more, and then we shall see whether it escapes a second time." Of course, Qin Yu had no intention of unleashing his Obscurus power recklessly, but intimidation required no truth. What did a giant arachnid know of the ancient stratagem all warfare is based on deception? "I shall deliver your words exactly as spoken," Hagrid affirmed, bowing his head solemnly. Qin Yu and the Weasleys secured the venom, and with it made their first modest incursion into the wizarding world's market. Meanwhile, through Hagrid's quiet diplomacy, Aragog earned temporary reprieve and stern warning. Thus the A-tide spider affair drew to a fitting, if tentative, close. George and Fred relaxed at last. Hagrid turned back toward the forbidden forest to relay Qin Yu's message, and the sole being left dissatisfied in that clearing was the young unicorn Anna. While Qin Yu groomed her mother Kaylee's flowing mane, Anna had already begun circling impatiently. Hagrid's arrival had slowed the styling process, and she took it personally. Now that Hagrid had departed and Qin Yu had finished Kaylee's immaculate center part, a style even the most fastidious would admire, Anna darted forward, eagerly nudging Qin Yu to tend to her next. Her eagerness drew a soft, amused smile from Qin Yu. He removed the final strands of pure white unicorn hair from the comb and passed them to the Weasley brothers for safekeeping, then gently began brushing Anna's delicate golden mane. The Weasleys were forbidden from touching the unicorn's manes, and as for the golden hairs shed by the foal, there was no need to collect those, while perhaps Ollivander would take them all. Yet even as Qin Yu combed her, Anna gazed up at him with warm, insistent eyes, clearly urging him to gather her golden hairs too. To spare Anna the sting of feeling less valuable than her mother, Qin Yu simply asked George to fetch another pouch, this one reserved exclusively for the foal's luminous golden strands. Thus passed a Friday afternoon, Qin Yu in quiet communion with the unicorns, stealing half a day's respite from life's relentless pace, while George and Fred surveyed their harvest with quiet satisfaction. Later, when Hagrid returned from the forest bearing Aragog's solemn assurance, Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers departed Hagrid's hut and made their way back toward Hogwarts Castle. On the return path, George and Fred strode ahead, while Qin Yu followed at a leisurely pace, lost in quiet. Unbidden, his thoughts drifted again to the ancient A-tide spider, Aragog, and from Aragog inevitably to the system that had saved his life. Indeed, since the spider incident, the system had fallen utterly silent, vanished it seemed. Had it run out of power? Gone offline? Stopping mid-step, Qin Yu murmured inwardly, System, are you still there? If so, make a 5 seconds passed, no reply. Just as he prepared to walk on, a single sharp voice pierced his mind, and squeak. Qin Yu. And he stood speechless for a long moment before sighing inwardly. Your operational efficiency has declined markedly lately. You haven't issued a single choice-based task in ages. I've had no supplementary income, only honest labor. It's exhausting. And ding. Detected strong desire for adventure and host. Initiate S-Class Difficulty World Mode. The system's chime rang out. In S-Class Difficulty World Mode. What on earth is that? Qin Yu blinked, genuinely startled. Under this mode, the world descends into maximum chaos, placing you perpetually on the knife edge of peril. Consequently, I may issue choice-based tasks with increased frequency. The system recited, its tone devoid of inflection. So you're saying, if I actively court death, you'll finally start giving me tasks? Qin Yu stared dumbfounded, then slowly pursed his lips. The system replied, your interpretation is accurate. Confirm initiation of S-Class Difficulty World Mode. You have 5 seconds to respond. Absent input, activation defaults to yes. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Damn it, hell no. No. Qin Yu blurted urgently. Great. I'm doing just fine, thank you, and now you want to hand me an S-Class death sentence. Do you think my lifespan isn't short enough already? Ding. Host response acknowledged. Current world difficulty mode remains unchanged. The system added almost casually, should the host wish to activate higher difficulty modes, summon me at any. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. I have no masochistic inclinations. Why on earth would I choose higher then do not summon me. The system replied. Wait. That sounded oddly expressive. Are you teasing me? Qin Yu asked, suddenly intrigued. Do you possess something akin to human emotion, he pressed. But the system offered no reply, not even a whisper. After several more attempts, Qin Yu gave up, lest he provoke the system into actually deploying S-class chaos. That he knew would be more than he could stomach. At least his present life suited him well. No need to escalate stakes unnecessarily. A crisp evening wind swept across the hillside, and Qin Yu hunched his shoulders against the chill. Answering George and Fred's distant calls, he quickened his step to catch up. Seated at the great hall table sipping steaming tomato soup, Qin Yu felt deep radiant warmth bloom in his belly. After 2 savory pies and a generous portion of mashed potato, he rose from the feast and headed to the third-floor office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Since Professor Swinton had resolved to teach Qin Yu alchemy, the room had become densely cluttered, overflowing with rare reagents, gleaming alembics, and arcane apparatus. Upon entering and knocking, Qin Yu was greeted by Swinton's proud declaration, "Perfect timing. You've arrived just as I've deciphered the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center's formula. We may begin synthesis immediately." Professor Swinton, you truly are a well of knowledge and a super genius, having cracked the formula for this alchemical material in such a short time. As your student, I am truly proud. Haha, that's an exaggeration. I am still far from my teacher, His Excellency LeMay. This matter is hardly worth mentioning. Professor Swinton waved his hand modestly. Of course, the corner of his mouth lifted, revealing his happiness. If it were Professor Snape who heard Qin Yu's words, he would have rolled his eyes and coldly remarked, "You would do better to review the spells I taught you than to flatter me." Swinton, however, was quite thick-skinned, or rather he was more at ease with it. Recently, Qin Yu had been following Professor Swinton primarily to learn the theoretical knowledge of alchemy, and to perform some simple alchemical operations such as the common processes of blackening, yellowing, and whitening, as well as the specifics of obtaining pure cinnabar, among other things. Meanwhile, Professor Swinton devoted almost all of his remaining energy to the reverse engineering of the alchemical materials used in that small pyramid, to the extent that he had become somewhat absent-minded even in the dark arts defense class he taught, and the students hadn't been frightened by those disgusting images in a long time, their appetites much improved. Now, after several days of research, Professor Swinton had finally figured out the composition of this material, which had truly taken considerable effort. All right, Qin, stop dawdling. Let's get started. I can hardly wait. Professor Swinton rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he spoke to Qin Yu. Qin Yu. Although he understood Professor Swinton's enthusiasm for alchemy, he couldn't shake the feeling that his words combined with his expression made him want to turn and leave immediately. Unaware of Qin Yu's thoughts, Professor Swinton handed him a full set of alchemist robes without a second thought, while he waved his wand and donned a similar attire. It was a long robe adorned with ancient patterns. Once Qin Yu put it on, he joined Professor Swinton in front of the alchemical materials and instruments. "Let me test you. What is alchemy?" Professor Swinton asked seriously before formally beginning. Alchemy is the manipulation and exploration of the 4 elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. It is the art of using these elements to create more noble substances, even life. Exactly, nobility arises from tempering and forging the 4 primordial elements of heaven and earth, reborn from fierce fires and numerous trials. Professor Swinton spoke with a look of reverence. After saying this, he directed Qin Yu to begin some preparatory work processing the necessary materials. Qin Yu had performed these preparatory operations many times before, so there was nothing difficult about it. By the time he finished preparing the materials, Professor Swinton had already set up the alchemical cauldron with blue flames burning beneath it. Next, Professor Swinton instructed Qin Yu to sequentially place the pre-processed materials into the alchemical cauldron while he waved his wand, controlling the flame intensity and the flow of the materials within the cauldron. As Qin Yu placed the last ingredient in, the substances within the cauldron transformed into a liquid of mixed. At that moment, Professor Swinton cast a spell causing the flame temperature to rise sharply. He then carefully took out a transparent glass vial containing white powder from his robe, and after removing the cork, poured about a third of the vial's contents into the cauldron. "This is the alchemical catalyst given to me by His Excellency LeMay. It will save us a lot of troublesome steps," Professor Swinton explained to the somewhat confused Qin Yu. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and continued to observe the reactions within the cauldron. As the white powder was added, the originally chaotic molten liquid reacted violently, as if it had come to life, intertwining and merging until its color gradually unified into a golden yellow. Golden yellow, the color of gold. Of course, Qin Yu knew that what they were refining was not mere gold, but a substance far more noble. Professor Swinton, closely monitoring the changes in the cauldron, waved his wand when he saw that the color of the liquid met his expectations, gradually reducing the flame beneath the cauldron until it extinguished. The entire process was cautious, neither too fast nor too slow. After the flames were completely extinguished, Professor Swinton cast a levitation spell on the golden liquid, causing it to rise from the cauldron and form a round golden sphere the size of a small ball in the air. As this sphere rotated in the air, it gradually transformed from liquid to solid, leaving delicate cloud-like patterns on its surface. "Qin, catch!" Professor Swinton shouted, raising his voice. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, hurriedly extended his hands. The golden sphere under Professor Swinton's control descended slowly and finally landed in Qin Yu's hands. At the moment his hands touched the sphere, Qin Yu felt as though he could sense the breath of life emanating from the golden orb. Alchemy is indeed a wondrous discipline, Qin Yu thought to himself. The successful refinement of the alchemical material was the first step in the creation of the pyramid. They would use this freshly made alchemical material to forge the 5 sides of the pyramid. Next, they would inscribe the spells from the small pyramid onto the 5 sides of the pyramid. This is a very ancient spell employing some ancient incantations. It is quite a talent for your friend to be able to inscribe these incantations into the pyramid. Indeed, Bill is quite impressive. I can't even mimic those incantations, Qin Yu nodded. Haha, drawing the incantations isn't merely about copying them. You need to sense the flow of the incantations. Otherwise, even if you replicate them exactly, they won't have any effect. That sounds a bit troublesome, Qin Yu shrugged. Yes, it is said that these incantations were drawn by ancient wizards who perceived the sounds from the void. Of course, we don't need to replicate them exactly, we just need to get the general idea right. This task I fear I can't manage alone, and will need help. The first person Professor Swinton thought of was of course Professor Dumbledore, but he quickly dismissed the idea, not wanting to burden him with such a trivial matter. Then Professor Snape became the best option aside from Professor Dumbledore. This matter was something Qin Yu could not help with, so he allowed Professor Swinton and Professor Snape to research it together. On the evening 5 days later, Qin Yu was summoned to Professor Swinton's office. In the middle of that office stood a golden pyramid over a meter tall. Professor Swinton and Professor Snape stood on either side of the pyramid, one with a smile and the other with a stern expression resembling a sphinx. Gazing at the large pyramid in front of him, Qin Yu felt as if he were looking at a piece of artwork. It was truly magnificent, its golden, geometrically perfect faces shimmering with a radiant glow that dazzled the eyes. Then he glanced at the 2 visibly weary professors. A thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Yu's mind. Had I gone through all this trouble just for a preservation fridge? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Look at how exhausted Professor Snape is. His once sleek and dark hair has become dry and split. Qin Yu watched Professor Snape with a hint of sympathy. Noticing his gaze, Snape rolled his eyes and coldly remarked, "Although I don't know what you're thinking, if you continue to look at me like that, I cannot guarantee that I won't throw you out of the 3rd floor window. I just think you look quite haggard. You've really worked hard during this time, both you and Professor Swinton." Qin Yu said, his playful tone tinged with sincerity. "As for research work, I do not find it exhausting. On the contrary, it is you who should adopt a proper attitude and not approach tasks with a sense of dread," Professor Snape continued in a frosty tone. Yes, I understand," Qin Yu quickly nodded. "All right, Severus, the instruction time is over. It's time to showcase the results of our research over these past few days." Professor Swinton interjected at the right moment. Snape nodded in agreement. Then both Professor Swinton and Professor Snape took a step to the side simultaneously, with the former waving his wand toward the pyramid. One of the golden panels of the pyramid slowly lifted, hovering in midair, revealing its hollow internal shape. Inside there lay a delicate porcelain plate, which held several pieces of fruit: 1 apple, 3 bananas, a bunch of grapes, and 2 avocados. Seeing the smug expressions on Professor Swinton and the slight lift of Snape's chin, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, realizing he had indeed burdened these 2 experts with something trivial. Wasn't this a waste of talent? Though he thought this way, he made sure not to show such feelings on his face. The efficiency of the 2 professors working together is truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to replicate the little pyramid's spell so quickly, Qin Yu said with great admiration. This admiration was genuine. Qin Yu was researching the spells within these pyramids himself, but he could only barely sketch out a rough outline without a trace of magical flow, let alone achieve any expected effects. Now, looking at the interior of the pyramid resonating with magical vibrations, Qin Yu truly felt the classical magical aura that Professor Swinton had mentioned. Replicate? Do you think we would engage in such a trivial task? Professor Snape sneered, speaking with arrogance. Is it not? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. Snape didn't bother to answer his question. Instead, he pointed his wand at the tip of the pyramid and muttered a spell. Instantly, a thin layer of cold air emerged inside the pyramid. As the cold air spread, Qin Yu heard the crackling sound of ice crystals forming, while the inner walls of the pyramid, made of alchemical materials, began to visibly frost over. Looking at the fruits on the plate, which were now covered in a layer of frost, it was clear they had been frozen. Hiss a rapid freezing effect. Qin Yu looked incredulously at the two professors. Speaking of which, the small pyramid that Bill had given Qin Yu only had a preservation function, and its magical aura was not particularly strong. Yet this large pyramid not only possessed a powerful magical aura, but also had this rapid freezing effect, which certainly surprised Qin Yu. Severus, we agreed that I would demonstrate. How could you do this? Professor Swinton said, visibly annoyed. Does it matter who demonstrates? Professor Snape replied nonchalantly. Of course it matters. How can I establish a grand and positive image in front of the students if you do this? Professor Swinton argued. Oh well, if you want you can demonstrate again, Snape said. What use would it be to demonstrate again? Will it be more impressive than the first demonstration? Professor Swinton retorted angrily. You never specified how many times you would demonstrate first, Snape pointed out sharply. You're just making excuses. Professor Swinton gritted his teeth. Say whatever you like, Snape replied indifferently, his arms crossed. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his hand, interrupting their conversation. Speak. Qin, do you also find him displeasing? The two professors asked simultaneously. Oh, what I meant to say is regardless of who demonstrates, both of you are magnificent and great in my eyes. You have shown me the wisdom and magical qualities that an excellent wizard should possess. It is my greatest honor to be your student. Qin, the master of watering, said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Professor Swinton's expression softened considerably, and Professor Snape also gave a light snort and fell silent. So which of you will explain to me the principle of this spell? I am really curious to know, Qin Yu asked the two. Naturally, it's my turn to explain, Professor Swinton interjected. Then he pointed at the pyramid, which was now covered in a thick layer of frost, and began to explain. First, the alchemical materials used by your friend are actually low-quality materials refined by the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center, costing very little. In contrast, the materials we refined previously are of much higher quality. Furthermore, the spells he inscribed within the small pyramid, while having some preservation and anti-corrosion effects, did not realize the full potential of those ancient spells, which is a problem that Professor Snape and I have been tackling recently. Now we can say that we have thoroughly researched and developed about 80% of those spells' capabilities. Thus, the ability of this pyramid, besides preservation, is that we can also make it freeze rapidly. After Professor Swinton finished speaking, Snape nodded and added, many of these spells serve to convert magical energy. If you want to understand how the pyramid operates, you need to learn about each spell and understand what stage they are at in the magical operation process. It sounds quite complicated. Qin Yu said, smacking his lips. It is quite complex, but with us around we guarantee that we can teach you, Professor Swinton said confidently. Thank you both so much. Qin Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. Of course, there wouldn't be enough time for a detailed explanation today, and Qin Yu could tell that both professors were quite fatigued from their recent research on these spells, so he proactively suggested they start formal learning tomorrow. Naturally, both professors had no objections, and after all, there was no rush. In the following days, Qin Yu began to study these ancient spells under the joint guidance of both professors. The process was fairly smooth, albeit somewhat tedious. Fortunately, seeing Professor Swinton and Professor Snape bicker like two children over trivial matters from time to time made it quite interesting for Qin Yu, serving as a form of entertainment. Of course, he felt more deeply the mystery and power of these spells, as well as the profound magical skills of the two professors. One day, while the three of them were sipping strong tea and eating fruits taken from the pyramid, Professor Snape looked at the object they had been studying and murmured, "Have we worked so hard just to store fruits? How have you finally noticed this?" Qin Yu's mouth twitched, feeling embarrassed in his heart. What's wrong with that? Is there something inappropriate? Professor Swinton asked with some confusion. There's nothing inappropriate, I was just suddenly curious about how much money you spend on this pyramid, Snape said slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu also curiously looked towards Professor Swinton. He only knew that those alchemical materials must have been quite expensive, but had no idea how much they actually cost. How much did it cost? Let me think. The materials used for alchemy probably cost around 2,000 to 3,000 galleons, maybe a little more, Professor Swinton replied after a moment's thought. 2,000 to 3,000 galleons. Qin Yu was stunned. They hadn't even earned that much from selling the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider over an entire autumn. But that wasn't all, Professor Swinton continued. As for the catalyst that Lord LeMay gifted me for alchemy, it cannot be measured in monetary terms, as this item cannot be purchased in the market. It is the crystallization of Lord LeMay's wisdom. Great, the crystallization of the greatest alchemist's wisdom. How precious must that be? Did you just use it directly? Qin Yu silently lamented in his heart. Of course, the most valuable part of all this is still the effort you and I put in, and those wonderful ideas that Qin occasionally proposed. Professor Swinton said with considerable pride. While this sounded quite nice, Qin Yu thought for a moment, and couldn't help but say, Professor Swinton, how about I reimburse you later? I certainly can't afford Lord LeMay's catalyst, at least let me pay you for the alchemical materials. Haha, Qin, do you really think I'm here to entertain you? Professor Swinton laughed. Isn't it? Cough, definitely not. Qin Yu quickly corrected himself. In that loft with large glass windows bathing the room in sunlight, a little girl with brown hair and beautiful eyes was diligently tidying up. There were not many belongings, for the room's owner had not lived here long and had left before the weather turned cold, departing to a place she could not locate on any map. Thus the wardrobe held only spring and summer clothes, only a few pieces. Yet she carefully folded the sun-warmed garments and put them away in the not-too-large closet. She arranged other items according to what she thought looked best. The position of the coat rack, where a vase would appear most graceful, how the book stationery and cups the room's owner had used should be set upon the desk. Of course the floor needed sweeping, after all dust would settle even in an unoccupied room. When she finished, she clapped her hands, glanced about, and smiled with satisfaction. Her gaze finally fell upon a picture frame standing on the desk. Inside the frame was a wondrous moving photograph. A boy in a red-lined long robe rode a broom through the sky, and at one moment, he looked back and smiled toward her. Seeing the boy look her way, the little girl pursed her lips and let a faint smile curve her mouth. In her heart, she mouthed the line she had written countless times in letters, "Are you well?" Her eyes slid from the photograph to the window and out to the distance. She missed him a little. This kind of longing was not as fierce as when he had just left. She would not hide in her room to weep nor pretend indifference before her parents. The yearning had become as ordinary as eating, sleeping, or breathing plain, yet she found herself doing it almost instinctively whenever her mind was idle. She imagined what he might be doing now, what he might be thinking, and whether he too sometimes thought of the little girl who had once studied, eaten, and played at his side. More often she simply pictured the lines of his brow, the curve of his smile, and the timbre of his voice. Strangely, some people one has known for a long time become strangers, or even antagonists, like those girls who often mocked or teased her, and now seemed vaguely afraid of her. Yet others, known for only a brief while, had burst into her world with such force that they stood by her side and urged her to be brave and to be happy. She missed him not for his handsome looks nor for his cleverness, but because he had made her into a better version of herself. At least now she would not wallow in self-pity over petty taunts, nor would she flush and argue when malicious words were thrown her way, for he had told her that people do not live inside others' opinions, and that arguing with fools only makes one foolish. "How you are so articulate, you must leave many at a loss for words at school," the girl said, and impulsively poked the moving photograph. The tiny figure inside dodged on his broom to avoid being prodded out of the sky and let out a merry giggle. The girl laughed aloud. "Sorry, I should not bully you," she told the boy. "Stay here, and I will dust you often." The boy rolled his eyes and kept riding his broom through the photograph's sky. "Heman, have you tidied Qin? Yes, room. We must be leaving," called her mother's voice from downstairs. "All right, mother, I'm done. I'll come down at once," the girl answered hastily. She hurried her reply and prepared to go. That little girl, of course, was Hermione Granger, the daughter of the Granger family. With Halloween approaching, their household had grown a little lively. While they cleaned the house, Hermione again took out the clothes Qin Yu had worn, aired them in the sun, and straightened his room once more. Next, they would follow her parents to the supermarket to buy Halloween decorations and ingredients for dinner, and most important, after coming downstairs, Hermione changed her shoes, pulled on a thick coat, and with her parents rode in the car driven by Mr. Granger to the large mall nearest their neighborhood. The mall sold a wide variety of goods and had long been the area's most popular commercial spot. As Halloween neared, the crowds swelled, with many like the Granger family out to purchase holiday supplies. The family threaded their way through the bustling shoppers, watching the adults and children around them smiling for the festival. Mrs. Granger sighed. "If only Qin were here, we could celebrate Halloween together," she murmured, missing the little boy. Mr. Granger immediately pressed his wife's hand, and with a mildly reproving look signaled her to be careful with her words. Mrs. Granger understood at once, and cast an uneasy glance at their daughter. Their daughter did not look sorrowful as they had expected. Instead, she smiled, and said, "It's all right." Qin said he would return for Christmas, and then we can celebrate Christmas together. "Yes, we'll spend Christmas together," Mrs. Granger replied with a smile. She then looked at her husband, and he happened to look back. Their eyes met, and both caught a hint of surprise in the other. Yes, it seemed their daughter had grown up, no longer as fragile and sensitive as before, becoming far more strong. The thought came to both of them at once. The three of them entered the supermarket and began to place items into the cart one by one according to their list. They picked up apples, toffees, lamb chops, beef, potatoes, carrots, and the like. When they reached the pumpkin display, Hermione selected 2 similarly sized pumpkins with care, saying she would carve jack-o'-lanterns and name one Qin lantern and the other Hermione lantern. Mr. and Mrs. Granger chuckled at that. After a round through the supermarket and their shopping done, the family drove back home. Night had fallen as street lamps and Halloween decorations at shop doorways shone, and some pedestrians were already wearing curious costumes. The festival atmosphere grew thicker. Upon returning home, they unexpectedly saw the owl Telugu perched on the lamppost by the door. Hermione sprang from the car, hurried to the owl, called him home, and took a letter from his beak. As was her habit, she went to her room to read the letter. Sitting at her desk, she could not help but bring the envelope to her nose and inhale deeply before opening it. The scent of that special craft paper filled the air, and something inside Heman's heart overflowed. What had been a mild, steady longing suddenly swelled, burning bright and intense. On the eve of Halloween, Qin Yu arrived at the hall early in the morning, drawn by the aroma of roasted pumpkins. Not long after sitting down, a swarm of owls flew in, dropping letters and packages beside their recipients, instantly filling the hall with a lively commotion. Clearly today's postman was exceptionally busy. Qin Yu received a well-wrapped package the size of a backpack. Unsurprisingly, he recognized Hermione's handwriting on it. After opening the package, he found a red sweater and a pair of brown knitted gloves. After reading the letter Hermione attached, he learned that the sweater was purchased by Mrs. Granger while the gloves were knitted by Hermione herself. She had chosen these two colors because he had mentioned that Gryffindor's representative color was red and Hermione's hair. Tisk, a red sweater. Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Such a striking color, it was fortunate he was still a child in his past life. He wouldn't have dared to wear it out. As for the gloves, they might be a bit ugly, but they were warm when worn, and he could wear them in winter. In her letter, Hermione also mentioned the preparations they were making for Halloween, and that she was working on 2 beautiful jack-o'-lanterns, which made Qin Yu feel the festive atmosphere. Due to the holiday, throughout the day students were somewhat distracted during classes, thinking about the evening's feast. As a result, during potions class, someone miscalculated the amount of powdered milk thistle and added a whole spoonful, filling the entire basement with a strange smell. Professor Snape scolded the careless student before expertly casting a spell to clear the odor, and everyone felt a brief moment of discomfort before breathing in fresh air once more. Finally, when the last class of the afternoon ended, everyone rushed excitedly to the hall to attend the Halloween Eve. At that moment, the hall was decorated with a dazzling array of Halloween decorations. The ceiling transformed into a magical starry sky, with thousands of bats fluttering in the air, perfectly enhancing the Halloween atmosphere. As for the food, it was certainly lavish, with delicious dishes emitting alluring aromas filling the 4 long tables and the teacher's table. Gazing at this grand and lively scene, Qin Yu suddenly sighed. "What's wrong, Qin?" Elvis keenly noticed Qin Yu's sigh. "I was just thinking how nice it would be to take a photo and post it on social media." Qin Yu shrugged. He imagined posting on social media and receiving notifications like, "You have a comment from your friend Hermione and a like from Professor Dumbledore." That would be quite interesting. Social media? What is that? Asked George, who was sitting nearby, while Fred also cast him a curious glance. It's, how should I put it? Qin Yu paused, considering how to describe it, as this group of young wizards had limited understanding of the Muggle world, especially regarding future concepts. Then he noticed Percy flipping through a copy of the Daily Prophet, and an idea struck him. He explained to the curious kids, social media is like making your own version of the Daily Prophet and posting images and text on it, such as today's Halloween Eve banquet. And your friends can see this newspaper through the Flu Network, and they can comment on it. The Flu Network is one of the most important transportation methods in the magical world. Many wizarding families' fireplaces are connected to the Flu Network. When using it, you sprinkle a spoonful of flu powder worth 2 sickles, say the destination, and after a puff of green smoke, you can be transported to your destination. Moreover, the Flu Network can also facilitate partial body transportation. For example, you can send just your face to another fireplace to converse with someone on the other side. Of course, this operation carries certain risks and can easily scare others, so it's rarely done. Qin Yu used the familiar concepts of the Daily Prophet and the Flu Network to make analogies, helping them grasp a rough idea, even if they still found it somewhat incomprehensible. Furthermore, George and Fred keenly sensed that there was great potential in this idea. They began to pester Qin Yu. Unable to resist the twins' thirst for knowledge, Qin Yu reluctantly shared what he knew about social media in his past life, combining it with the context of the magical world in a somewhat abstract manner. The Weasley brothers' eyes brightened with excitement. Qin Yu had occasionally mentioned similar topics before, but never in detail. Now, with Qin Yu's introduction, it felt like a new door had been opened for them. The magical world will change because of this, George exclaimed excitedly. And we will be the ones to change the entire magical world. Fred's voice quivered slightly. Ahem, I admire your enthusiasm. Qin Yu coughed lightly. What else could he say but to encourage them? Upon hearing this, the 2 brothers immediately felt invigorated and huddled together to discuss. As a result of this discussion, Percy Weasley, who originally aspired to join a powerful department in the Ministry of Magic, was convinced by his 2 younger brothers to join the Flu Network Management Office under the Ministry of Magic, though that would have to wait until Percy graduated. He was still just a 4th-year student and hadn't even become a prefect yet. After Halloween, the weather turned extremely cold, with a layer of ice and snow covering the distant mountains surrounding Hogwarts, and the Black Lake had frozen into a hard, cold sheet of ice. Finally, under the patient guidance of the 2 professors, Qin Yu mastered the use of the spells within the pyramid, realizing that these spells resembled a language that could create various effects through different combinations. As a reward for Qin Yu's learning progress, Professor Swinton gifted him a piece of alchemical material. This was the leftover from their larger pyramid project, roughly one-third of the original amount, quite a lot considering that the materials used for the pyramid were compressed very thinly, thus saving some. When Qin Yu received this alchemical material, he was overjoyed. This substance was worth a lot of money and wasn't easily available for purchase in the market. According to Professor Swinton, even he could only refine a little more of this quality material, since there wasn't much catalyst left from Sir Nicholas Flamel. With the alchemical material and spells at his disposal, Qin Yu naturally wanted to create something, but it certainly wouldn't be a refrigerator. Instead, he set his sights on the flying sword he had always wanted. Of course, it was quite difficult. Aside from hammering the alchemical material into a 1-meter-long sword, he hadn't made much progress. The sword could neither fly nor held any significant power, not even as effective as a Quidditch player's bat. Moreover, he had recently been too preoccupied to focus on this, as his first official Quidditch match was about to be Saturday, November 9th. Early that morning, Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, or more precisely from the Wisengamot, summoning him to London for an urgent meeting. In truth, many wizards remain unclear about the Wisengamot's standing relative to the Ministry of Magic. Nominally, it falls under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement within the Ministry, a department housing renowned offices such as the Auror Office and the Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Arthur Weasley, father of George and Fred, serves as head of the Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical. Yet despite its apparent parity with other departments, the Wisengamot possesses extraordinary distinction. Its members are figures of immense stature. Its chief warlock is Albus Dumbledore, the foremost wizard of the age, while its ranks also include the Minister for Magic, the Deputy Minister, senior departmental officials, and other eminent witches and wizards. Its mandate encompasses the adjudication, deliberation, and voting on matters of grave significance, convened at irregular intervals. Most crucially, the Wisengamot predates the Ministry of Magic by centuries, having served as the magical world's original governing body. Thus, it occupies a uniquely transcendent and exceptional position within the entire ministry. A summons from this august assembly therefore signaled an event of profound importance, and Professor Dumbledore could not possibly delay. Accordingly, he entrusted the opening address for the Quidditch match to Deputy Headmistress and Gryffindor head of House Professor McGonagall, and departed for the ministry's subterranean headquarters beneath Whitehall in central London, with all possible haste. Whether he entered, as ordinary ministry employees do, through the lavatory remains unknown to outsiders. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I declare the first inter-house Quidditch match of this academic year officially open. Professor McGonagall lightly touched her wand to her throat, casting the sonorous charm, so her voice resonated across the entire Quidditch pitch. No sooner had her brief opening words settled than the pitch erupted in thunderous, jubilant cheers. Now please welcome the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams, and Madam Hooch, our referee. Professor McGonagall announced once more. Then 15 figures, 14 players, and 1 referee entered the pitch's center, each gripping a broomstick. Professor McGonagall returned to her seat. Peep. Madam Hooch blew her silver whistle. The match had begun. The 14 players, 7 from Gryffindor, 7 from Slytherin, soared skyward on their broomsticks. Madam Hooch released 1 large red quaffle, 2 smaller black bludgers, and 1 tiny golden snitch with fluttering wings. Go Gryffindor. Slytherin wins. Students from both houses roared their fervent support. Hello everyone. I'm Linda Zhu, a 5th-year Hufflepuff, and your #1 commentator today. I hope you'll enjoy my... A beautiful girl with winered hair smiled warmly from the commentary box. Hello everyone. I'm Mona Wanda, a 3rd-year Ravenclaw, and your #2 commentator today. Another girl, cool and confident with chestnut brown short hair, spoke with cheerful candor. The Quidditch pitch is vast, players dart unpredictably through 3-dimensional space. Even spectators seated high in the stands struggle to follow every nuance, making commentators indispensable. Positioned at the optimal vantage point and aided by enchanted viewing devices, they perceive details invisible to ordinary eyes. The match has just commenced. Neither side appears eager for immediate confrontation. At present, the quaffle rests securely in the hands of Slytherin chaser Adrian Pusey, a seasoned player who joined the Slytherin Quidditch team last year, Linda Zhu reported. Indeed, in last season's match against Ravenclaw, Pusey scored a spectacular goal, while our keeper seemed utterly asleep. Mona Wanda remarked, lacing her words with gentle grievance. Her comment drew laughter from many in the stands, though Ravenclaw students shot sharp, disapproving glances toward the short-haired commentator. Yet it was undeniably true. Ravenclaw's Quidditch team had languished these past 2 years, its players lacking the caliber of those from Gryffindor or Slytherin, doomed on the pitch to relentless defeat. Still, this Mona Wanda was insufferable. How dare she publicly disparage her own house team? Mona, let us temper that remark. Ravenclaw did show commendable spirit in that match. Linda Zhu interjected diplomatically before smoothly pivoting the narrative. Let us refocus on the pitch. Pusey now carries the quaffle toward Gryffindor's goalposts. Mona, do you believe he'll score? Mona shook her head instantly. Unlikely. Oliver Wood, The Gryffindor team's deputy captain is a veteran keeper executing the classic double-8 loop, a maneuver that rigorously guards all 3 hoops. Observe how Pusey hesitates, torn over which hoop to target. Wait, is that Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor? What is she doing? Angelina surges forward. Has she seized the quaffle? Good heavens. This young woman, having only passed tryouts a mere month ago, has snatched the quaffle from Pusey's grasp. As Pusey faltered, Angelina accelerated, snatching the quaffle midair. The composed commentator Mona Wanda instantly ignited with exhilaration. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. She's magnificent, Linda declared. No, she's valiant. To dare wrest the quaffle from an experienced veteran. What extraordinary courage this novice possesses. Mona said, her tone edged with unmistakable admiration. Precisely. Quidditch is above all a sport of courage, Linda affirmed, nodding vigorously. Contrast Angelina's boldness with the apparent lethargy of several male players. Consider our captain Charlie Weasley. He still drifts lazily overhead, scanning the skies for the elusive golden snitch. Air. Mona, perhaps that's unkind to Captain Weasley. After all, the snitch is notoriously difficult to locate. No harm done. Charlie and I are distant cousins. From what I know, he's exceptionally good-natured and still unattached. If you're interested, I'd be delighted to arrange introductions. Mona. Professor McGonagall, seated nearby, could no longer tolerate the commentary's digression and spoke firmly. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, Mona replied, sticking out her tongue. Having secured the quaffle, Angelina surged towards Slytherin's goalposts, only for 3 Slytherin chasers to close in behind her. Oh, Angelina's in danger, Linda murmured, voice thick with concern. She needs assistance. She cannot break through this triple assault alone. No. A Slytherin beater is closing in. Before Mona's words had fully faded, a burly Slytherin beater swung his bat, striking a bludger with the bludger shrieked through the air, hurtling straight toward the besieged Angelina Johnson, until a figure darted sideways, interposing himself beside her and swinging his bat with a resonant thwack, sending the bludger careening away. Mona cried out instantly, it's George Weasley of Gryffindor. At the critical moment, he shields Angelina from certain impact by the bludger. Brilliant. But Mona, how did you identify him so swiftly? He bears an uncanny resemblance to his twin brother, and both serve as beaters for Gryffindor. Simple. George's nose is slightly higher than Fred's, and his eyes are subtly asymmetrical, one larger than the other, distinctive enough to spot at a glance. I discovered this secret during last summer's stay at the Weasleys. You may doubt me, but I assure you my eyes are microscopes. One look confirmed it was George, Mona declared, brimming with self-satisfaction. Professor McGonagall sighed, uncertain whether to intervene further. Meanwhile, high above, George Weasley glanced warily toward the commentary box, deeply unsettled. He simply couldn't afford to cross this formidable cousin. Last summer had been chaos at the Burrow. Him and Fred and poor Ron, who now bore psychological scars from her visits. Angelina pressed forward, launching her shot, only for the Slytherin keeper to intercept the quaffle cleanly. Slytherin's stands erupted in triumphant cheers. Gryffindor's echoed with collective groans. Steady the defense, George, Qin Yu called out as he swept past George, offering quiet reassurance. George nodded, then added softly, Qin, shall we deploy that move? At that moment, Marcus Flint of Slytherin seized the quaffle, a towering, fierce presence. Agreed. I'll hold position there, await my signal. Qin Yu responded, then sped forward to a prearranged zone. Flint advanced toward Gryffindor's goalposts, flanked by 2 fellow chasers, forming a lethal arrowhead formation. Thanks to the expert analysis of Mona Wanda, seasoned Quidditch fan and number 2 commentator, even novices recognized this perilous tactic, the Hawkhead formation. In the Gryffindor stance. Excuse me, please, let me through, boomed Hagrid's massive frame as he navigated. Hagrid, over here. Elvish spotted him and waved eagerly. Since the candy gathering, Qin Yu's dorm mates had grown acquainted with Hagrid and greeted him with genuine warmth. Hagrid, why are you late? Jimmy asked curiously. Something came up in the Forbidden Forest this morning, Hagrid. Was it the unicorns? Wilson asked, anxious. No, trouble among the centaurs. I went to inquire, but they drove me off. Hagrid shrugged helplessly. Truth be told, I'd rather avoid their affairs entirely. Their tempers are notorious. Then let them be. We'll watch the match. Hagrid, would you hold our banner? Elvish suggested. Gladly. Hagrid agreed cheerfully, then accepted the banner from Elvish and hoisted it high above his head. Qin Yu gripped the wooden handle of the flying broom with both hands, guiding it towards the predetermined position. It was located slightly in front of the Gryffindor goalposts, not far from the goalkeeper Oliver Wood, and Qin Yu could even see the furrowed brow on Wood's serious face. There was no choice. The situation on the field was unfavorable for Gryffindor, as the one with the ball was Slytherin's Marcus Flint, who was no pushover. With the assistance of 2 Slytherin chasers, Marcus charged towards Gryffindor, while we look at Gryffindor's response. Gryffindor's 2 chasers are surrounding him, intending to disrupt Marcus' side. Angelina is coming down from the sky, diving straight towards Marcus. Gryffindor employed the Parker pincer maneuver, signaling a strong offensive stance. Oh no. Unfortunately, Angelina Johnson was violently knocked away by Marcus, and the offensive tactic failed. Moni Wanda explained from the commentary box. Moni, does that count as a foul? Linda Zhu asked curiously. From the fact that Madame Hooch did not call a foul, it can be seen that his action should be regarded as a normal defensive collision, Moni explained. I see. The current situation is somewhat unfavorable for Gryffindor, Linda said worriedly. At this moment, Angelina, who was knocked aside by Marcus, struggled to control her flying broom, but she continued to wobble and descend. Fortunately, the laid-back Captain Charlie Weasley, who had yet to find the golden snitch, dived down just in time to stabilize her fall. Qin Yu, observing the situation on the field, showed no intent to assist, even as the short-haired girl in the commentary box began to sarcastically remark, "It seems Gryffindor's two beaters are admiring the scenery in the sky." He remained unmoved and hovered there. Meanwhile, another Gryffindor beater, George Weasley, although in motion, did not fly towards Marcus, but instead veered to his side. George's action puzzled the two Slytherin beaters, who were initially wary of him, but they soon revealed disdainful smiles, probably thinking he was giving up since there was no one in Gryffindor to stop the aggressive Marcus Flint. And as expected, Marcus once again knocked away a Gryffindor chaser who attempted to intercept him, closing in on the Gryffindor goalposts. Why didn't goalkeeper Oliver would continue the previous double figure 8 loop? Linda Zhu questioned. Because Marcus is not the previous Dorian Pusey, he is too strong. The double figure 8 loop would not achieve comprehensive defense, and would instead exhaust the goalkeeper's energy, allowing Marcus to exploit openings. Therefore, Gryffindor's goalkeeper senior would choose to defend the center goal and be ready to dive at any time, Moni explained clearly. Indeed, Gryffindor is in a precarious situation now. Linda sighed lightly. Senior might not be able to hold on. Moni added. Listening to the commentary from the two, which commentators the audience in the stands could deeply sense the urgency and subtlety of the situation on the field. Watching Marcus rapidly approaching the goal with the ball, the Gryffindor students naturally felt anxious for goalkeeper Wood, while the Slytherin side was in a frenzy. Even first-year Jerome began to cheer loudly. Marcus charged forward with the ball, while Gryffindor's chasers were left behind. Captain Charlie Weasley, having rescued Angelina, could not catch up with Marcus, and had to remain vigilant against Slytherin's seeker. This goal is probably going to be lost, Professor Swindon's voice whispered into Snape's ear. Snape frowned at the fellow who had appeared out of nowhere. Haha, I was just testing a new alchemical formula, and lost track of time. You know those spells have strict requirements for their vessels. Swindon shrugged and casually explained, then turned his gaze back to the field, asking, how did Qin perform in his first official match? Did I miss anything? No, he has been up there admiring the scenery, Professor Snape replied coldly, quoting the words of the short-haired girl. Of course, he didn't truly believe that Qin was merely admiring the scenery. He even had some expectations for the boy's performance, since they had known each other for a long time, and Snape certainly knew the boy's cunning. He admiring the scenery. Swindon repeated the phrase with a playful tone. It's easier to believe that Snape would wear a dress than to think Qin was being that honest. With makeup on his face and holding a folding fan for modesty. Thinking of this, Professor Swindon subconsciously glanced at Snape beside him, who seemed to sense Swindon's gaze, slightly turning his head, squinting at him with a cold expression that exuded a murderous intent. Professor Swindon immediately retracted his irrelevant thoughts, his expression becoming serious. After all, there was a spell in the magical world called legilimency, and another called Avada Kedavra. While the two professors were chatting, the situation on the field was also changing. Marcus is closing in on the goalposts, building up momentum. This shot is likely to score. Hey, what is George doing? Why is he flying away? Go block Marcus. You coward. Sorry, Professor McGonagall, I'll be careful. Moni spoke excitedly, but ultimately refrained from cursing due to Professor McGonagall's authority. Moni, I think George might have his own plan. Linda Zhu disagreed. How could that be? What else can he do except cause trouble? Moni said in a tone that suggested she knew him too well. As Marcus approached the goalposts, he slowed down and steadied himself. At this point, no one could stop him, and he even had time to glance at the weak Gryffindors, wearing a disdainful and arrogant smile. Note: carrying the ball into the hoop is a foul, meaning chasers cannot bring the ball through the iron hoops of the goalposts, so Marcus must stop outside the goalpost to score. Goalkeeper Wood's expression was serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Marcus began to weave back and forth, making it difficult for Wood to determine which of the three goal hoops he intended to throw towards. However, Wood did not wait long. After Marcus had toyed around for a moment, he suddenly lunged to the left, then abruptly stopped, preparing to throw. Wood hurriedly dove towards that goalpost to guard it, but the response was clearly rushed, and he couldn't block the bludger that Marcus was about to hit. George! Just then a loud shout rang out in the air. Immediately after, with a loud bang, a black bludger was violently struck by George and shot off in a certain direction. And that direction was not towards Marcus, who was guarded by the Slytherin players, but towards Qin Yu, who was hovering in front of the goalposts. What is he doing? Linda couldn't help but gasp in confusion. Many at the scene felt similarly puzzled, unsure of what Gryffindor's red-haired beater was doing. Did he think they were going to score and started infighting? After all, the beater named Qin had been leisurely observing the entire time, not contributing at all, which was infuriating to watch. However, some who understood Quidditch or had seen Qin during the tryouts revealed dubious expressions, and Professor McGonagall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Professor Snape also snorted lightly, though it was difficult to discern his exact emotions. The reactions of the crowd varied, but it was only a momentary thing as the bludger, after being struck by George's powerful hit, increased in speed, the piercing screech echoing across the pitch. In a flash, it covered dozens of meters and was about to hit its target. As for the beater named Qin, who was the target of the bludger, he stood still, neither moving away nor dodging. He calmly watched the rapidly approaching bludger. Then everyone saw him raise his bat high, then swing it down with great force, striking the screeching bludger. Bang! The dull thud of the bat hitting the bludger reverberated, taking a moment before reaching everyone's ears. This indicated that the speed of that strike had reached quite an impressive level. Amidst the shock and amazement of many, the speeding bludger, after being struck by Qin's heavy blow, suddenly changed direction, bending its trajectory into an almost 135-degree angle, and continued to charge forward. After being struck for the second time, the bludger's speed nearly doubled, and this time its direction was straight towards Marcus Flint. Gryffindor's intentions were finally laid bare, clear as day. However, the Slytherin players, who had been wary of others, but had overlooked the beater Qin Yu, were now too late to stop it, and could only watch as the fast-moving bludger flew towards Marcus. Marcus had already adjusted his position, holding the bludger in one hand raised high, pretending to throw. Little did he know at that moment a sharp whistling sound rushed by his ear, followed by the sensation of being hit by a powerful cannonball at his waist, as if his bones were about to shatter. "Ah!" Marcus cried out in pain, his body flipping over. The bludger slipped from his grasp, and Slytherin chaser Marcus was struck by the bludger, failing just before the goalpost. Wow! The entire venue erupted in a din. Merlin's beard. The pincer double strike. Qin, in collaboration with George, actually executed the pincer double strike. He is truly amazing. To see such an exciting tactic in a Quidditch match at Hogwarts is simply exhilarating. The fan and second commentator Moni Wanda was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. "Moni, watch your words." Professor McGonagall spoke up again. "It was just cough cough. I mean, their cooperation is so seamless, it must have come from long-term training. This kind of camaraderie is truly enviable." Moni changed her phrasing, though it still sounded somewhat awkward. However, the audience had already been stirred by her earlier remarks. Qin, 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 would. Of course, the shouts for Weasley were also numerous. The three of them were the heroes of this block, and they deserved such cheers and praise. Qin Yu and George flew through the air, excited about their successful tactic. "That was just one interception. They are getting overly proud now," Professor Snape said coldly. As the head of Slytherin House, Snape was naturally not in a good mood. "Oh really? You truly believe that was just a simple interception?" Professor Swindon, sitting beside him, said with a half-smile. "You can shut your mouth." Professor Snape replied somewhat irritably. Indeed, he was well aware that this was not merely a simple interception. Gryffindor's meticulously planned ambush not only prevented Marcus from scoring, but also inflicted some damage on him. His injury would undoubtedly affect today's match. Most importantly, that strike from Qin directly shattered the confidence and courage of the Slytherin Quidditch team. With their captain injured and morale plummeting, how could they continue the match? In fact, the subsequent match unfolded as Professor Snape and many had predicted. The Slytherin Quidditch team played without any aggression, becoming increasingly conservative. Even Marcus Flint, who was forcing himself to stay on the field, could not uplift their spirits with his shouts. Moreover, the beater named Qin seemed like a completely different person from the beginning of the match, wielding his bat and dominating the field, becoming a psychological shadow for the Slytherin players. Even the seemingly harmless Seeker was struck by him several times, all because the Seeker employed the Pocock's baiting technique, nearly causing Charlie to fall flat on his face. Qin was quite displeased with him and chased him around the field for half a round. Qin struck Marcus again. We can see that Marcus is now somewhat disheveled, cough cough, but he remains very tenacious. Qin's agility and precision were once again on full display. "Let's listen to the cheers from the field. What are they shouting?" Moni Wanda said, placing her hand to her ear as if listening. "Qin is the king. Qin is the king. Qin is the king." The cheers erupted first from the Gryffindor stands, then spread throughout nearly the entire Quidditch pitch, with the exception of Slytherin students. This was the phrase on the banner held by Hagrid, something Elvis wrote down when Qin participated in the tryouts, and now more people were finally shouting it out. They are shouting that Qin is the king. Linda Zhu was also swept up in the atmosphere, speaking excitedly. "That's right, Qin is at this moment the king on the Quidditch pitch. Qin is our king," Moni shouted from her chest. "Qin is our king." The stands echoed with such cheers. Feeling the thunderous applause from below, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. He didn't want to falsely claim he didn't care about such things. On the contrary, he believed that living freely and joyfully was one of the purposes of his second life, and he truly enjoyed the noise and bustling atmosphere of the moment. "My king." George flew over at some point, placing his right hand on his left chest and bowing dramatically. Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes and said with annoyance, "All right, let's put in more effort and try to widen the score gap, even more so Charlie won't have to work so hard." As long as we widen the score gap to over 150 points, do we still need the Seeker to catch the golden snitch for those 150 points? Hee, if Charlie hears that, he will be furious. George thought Qin's words were too harsh. I think he should be happy. And after saying that, Qin Yu bent down and shot out suddenly. George followed him, shouting loudly, "Dimensional wall." This plot took 2 days to piece together. I checked the original work and some materials, pondered the tactics, and tried to write it as authentically as possible. Given my limited ability, I could only write it like this. I know that writing about Quidditch is somewhat thankless, but this is Quidditch. How could the Harry Potter world be without it? Lastly, thank you all once again for your unwavering support. Bowing in gratitude. Deep within the Forbidden Forest lay a secluded, unassuming settlement. From afar, the clamor of the Quidditch pitch reached this place, muted yet still faintly carrying the chants of the crowd. Yet those chants stirred quiet bewilderment. Their meaning remained elusive. At the settlement's edge stood a centaur, a being with the torso of a man and the body of a horse, gazing toward the source of the distant commotion. He bore long gold-white hair and eyes like sapphires. His face was strikingly handsome, while his equine half possessed a silvery, lustrous mane. Both his human and equine forms were sculpted with taut, powerful musculature, bold, primal, and breathtaking in its untamed grace. He was a centaur, and a remarkably noble one. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. Soft hooves struck the earth, growing steadily louder as an elder centaur approached, his fiery red hair and beard matched by a chestnut-red equine body. "Farron's mortal revelry holds no place for us. You witnessed it yourself. That man was perilous today. Should we entangle ourselves further with humans, catastrophe may descend upon us." Without warning, the elder centaur murmured, his voice low and grave. Indeed, earlier that morning, just before Hogwarts' Quidditch match began, a cloaked figure in black had appeared without warning deep within the Forbidden Forest at the centaur's sacred dwelling. Upon arrival, he demanded answers about an event from decades past. When one centaur refused to speak, the man erupted in fury, casting a spell that sent the centaur crashing to the ground. The centaurs drew their bows en masse, loosing arrows in unison, but the man deflected each with effortless precision. In the end, he pressed the tip of his wand hard against Farron's throat. With their comrade held at knife point, they yielded, revealing only what they themselves knew of that long-ago affair. Ronan, the young centaur, turned brow furrowed. "Is it true about my father? Why did he leave with them all those years?" His sapphire eyes shimmered with confusion and quiet anguish. As he turned, a dark bruise on his neck came into view, the mark left by the man's wand. Even with the centaur's mastery of magical healing, the wound lingered stubbornly. "I do not know why Asta departed. I was still young then, naive, unformed. All I recall is that Asta was our tribe's most gifted seer, able to trace fate's course through the stars. Later, strangers arrived, seeking him. Before he left, he declared that destiny had summoned him to fulfill a great purpose. He had no choice but to go. Yet, as you know, he never returned." Ronan continued, his voice heavy with solemnity. "So, did he defy fate or become its instrument?" Farron's pressed further. "No one can say. What we do know is this: centaurs must stand beyond fate." Ronan spoke with quiet urgency. "You cannot reason with this youth, Ronan. Only hardship will teach him wisdom, and clearly today's trial was not enough." A sharp, angry voice cut through the air. Hooves thundered in rapid succession, and moments later a blackman centaur stood before them, his dark hair and coat stark against the forest gloom. The black centaur looked haggard, despite magical healing. Fresh wounds marred his face and flanks. "Bane, I will uncover the truth of that time. Not cower here waiting for fate to strike." Farron's met the volatile centaur's glare without flinching. "It seems you only wish to flee. You'd make a fine mule for them to ride." "You're the mule." Farron shot back, eyes blazing. "Enough, Bane Farrons, you are not enemies." Ronan stepped firmly between them, breaking the tension. Both centaurs responded with sharp, disdainful snorts, and turned away in unison. The black centaur stormed off in fury, while the younger one remained rooted, his gaze fixed once more upon the distant raucous Quidditch pitch, lost perhaps in visions of the match or in wonder at the human world itself. Hogwarts' first inter-house Quidditch match of the year concluded the moment Charlie seized the golden snitch. By then, Gryffindor already led Slytherin by over 90 points. Though short of the 150-point margin George and Qin Yu had hoped for, the victory was absolute, crushing, decisive. The victors exulted, the vanquished slunk away crestfallen. Professor McGonagall stepped forward once more, her voice amplified by magic, declaring the match a resounding success, and praising its spirit of fair, fierce competition. Teachers and students began dispersing, yet conversations buzzed on, recounting unforgettable moments. Was it Qin's deflecting dual strike, or his relentless pursuit of the Slytherin Seeker chasing him across the pitch until when the snitch finally emerged, the Seeker dared not risk a desperate grab. In any case, Qin Yu's name had echoed through every ear in the stands that day, and this match would settle indelibly into the memories of many. "Moni, cousin, I truly owe you thanks," Fred called out, catching Moni Wanda just as she emerged. Moni Wanda grinned. Hardly worth mentioning. Still, I'm curious if Qin and the Gryffindor Quidditch team are so formidable. Why did you need me at all? They strolled aside away from the throng. Absolutely necessary. Qin always says even a lion hunting a Snow White hare commits its full strength. And Slytherin's Quidditch team is certainly no docile rabbit, Fred added, quoting Qin Yu. "Oh, why would you kill a bunny? How cruel." Moni wrinkled her nose, feigning distress. "Cousin, please, don't pretend to be delicate in front of me." Fred sighed, a dark line appearing across his forehead. After all, this was the same girl who'd unceremoniously dumped Ron's pet rat Scabbers into a fish tank. Hardly the portrait of a demure maiden. Of course, Fred knew Moni harbored no cruelty toward animals. Her aversion to Scabbers, she claimed, sprang from an instant visceral loathing. The urge to punish him was overwhelming. The Weasleys had never understood it. Qin's phrasing is odd, but the principle resonates. So yes, I played my part in Gryffindor's triumph. I'm woven into your plan, aren't I? Moni smiled, her expression sly and knowing. "Without question, you're the finest friend the Gryffindor Quidditch team could ask for," Fred replied, laughing. Indeed, Moni's earlier mockery of Gryffindor's team had been orchestrated by Qin Yu to foster Slytherin's complacency so Gryffindor could strike with devastating force when the moment arose. The ploy proved astonishingly effective, exceeding even their boldest expectations. Still, such success rested as much on Qin Yu, George, and Fred's grueling daily training. That deflecting dual strike may have seemed merely a blunt angle rebound of the bludger, but it demanded extraordinary power and pinpoint accuracy from the beater. To master it, Qin Yu endured days of brutal impact, his face swollen, bruised, nearly unrecognizable. Yet perseverance bore fruit. Their triumph was total and gloriously, unmistakably theirs. "So, do you regret letting George play instead of you?" Moni asked, voice teasingly soft. "Not at all. I accepted the wager in good faith. I didn't hold back for his sake," Fred retorted, raising an eyebrow. Truth be told, Fred's synergy with Qin Yu rivaled George's. All he needed to do was aim squarely at Qin, and Qin would always dart in for the second decisive strike. But a Quidditch team permits only 2 beaters, and for the first time the Weasley twins faced separation. Their solution? A contest, decisive, absurd, and entirely their own. They would compete in eating every flavor beans, candies whose flavors ranged wildly from sweet to sour, spicy to nauseating. Before Hagrid's hut on open grass, 100 beans sat before each twin. The winner, the one who swallowed the most, no spitting allowed. When Fred reached his 56th bean, he bit into the legendary herbaceous fishwort flavor and instantly broke down, abandoning the contest in agony and vomiting violently. George, whose own bean tasted equally vile, or perhaps simply contagious, followed suit, retching uncontrollably the moment Fred conceded. Truly, only these two could devise such gloriously ridiculous contests. Afterward, Fred graciously relinquished the beater position, letting George take the field. "Moni, we're hosting a victory celebration at Hagrid's hut later. Don't forget to come," Fred invited. "Absolutely, Fred. I'll change first, then head over," Moni replied. They parted ways, she toward Ravenclaw Tower, he toward Qin Yu and the others. The Quidditch pitch, once roaring with life, now fell silent as teachers and students drifted away, leaving only a few resident birds pecking idly at fallen seeds in the grass below. Yes, both clamor and stillness hold space, each bearing its own weight, its own resonance. Centaur lore, they wield no wands, yet excel in magical healing, celestial divination, and archery. Resident birds, those that remain year-round, unlike migratory species. Hagrid's hut had become a regular gathering place for Qin Yu and his friends. Nestled beside the forbidden forest, it offered sweeping views of distant mountains, fresh air, and wide-open skies. Occasionally, magical creatures raised by Hagrid could be glimpsed, though they rarely appeared save for the elegant unicorn mother and daughter who would occasionally visit to savor freshly washed carrots before departing with quiet grace. When boredom struck, one might venture to the nearby Whomping Willow to test one's mettle against its furious branches. According to George and Fred, the tree possessed a notoriously volatile temper, and delivered blows that were both genuinely forceful and genuinely painful. To date, however, no one besides the twins had dared attempt it. All in all, everyone cherished this place, so long as Hagrid refrained from serving his famously charred shortbread biscuits or his inky sour stew. Today, following their Quidditch victory, the entire team had gathered here, alongside Moni Wanda, who had exchanged her robes for relaxed casual attire. At Hogwarts, students were permitted to dress informally outside of classes or formal occasions, though many simply never bothered to change, preferring their traditional wizarding robes. The food had all been purchased by Hagrid from Hogsmeade Village, paid for with galleons provided by Qin Yu. Since the market for acromantula venom had opened, they had earned a modest, but meaningful sum. Qin Yu now felt financially secure after setting aside enough to cover Hermione's textbook, school supplies, and a broomstick. He retained ample funds for discretionary spending, though thus far his largest expenses remained simple provisions bought in Hogsmeade. While Qin Yu and his friends feasted and laughed in Hagrid's hut, Albus Dumbledore, absent from Hogwarts for much of the day, had just returned to the castle. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall, clad in her emerald green robes, entered the circular headmaster's office. After briefly reporting the outcome of today's Quidditch match, she could not suppress her curiosity. Albus, what precisely transpired? Why were you summoned so urgently? Dumbledore paused in thoughtful silence before replying slowly. An envoy arrived from Brazil. The Brazilian ministry's aurors have uncovered individuals who have become grave threats within their jurisdiction, a danger already spreading. Their ideology bears an unsettling resemblance to that of an old acquaintance of mine. An old acquaintance. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Among Dumbledore's circle of longtime friends were several formidable figures, some of whom had once stirred great turmoil. Fortunately, Dumbledore's presence ensured such friends seldom enjoyed favorable outcomes. Indeed, friendship with Albus Dumbledore demanded careful moral navigation, for should one stray from the path of light, even the closest confidant would find himself confronted without mercy, kinship notwithstanding. Gellert Grindelwald, Dumbledore said, the name he had not uttered aloud in over 40 years. For the first time in decades, Professor McGonagall's normally imperturbable expression flickered with genuine astonishment. But wasn't he captured and imprisoned in Nurmengard? Nurmengard was a fortress prison renowned across the wizarding world, second only to Azkaban, in its grim reputation reserved exclusively for wizards convicted of heinous crimes. In the legendary 1945 duel, widely regarded as the most consequential magical confrontation in history, Grindelwald, then deemed among the most powerful dark wizards ever known, was vanquished by Dumbledore and subsequently confined to Nurmengard's highest security cell. It was a chapter long sealed by time. Had Dumbledore not spoken, the name McGonagall might well have forgotten. After all dark eras pass and new tyrants rise following Grindelwald's fall, emerged a Dark Lord whose terror eclipsed even his predecessors, ushering in a fresh age of dread, becoming the new unspeakable taboo, while Grindelwald's legacy faded beneath his shadow. Yet those who lived through Grindelwald's reign could never truly forget him, for he had plunged the wizarding world into a frenzied, suffocating darkness unlike any before. Grindelwald remains imprisoned and Nurmengard's security is impenetrable. He has little chance of escape. I have just returned from visiting him. He assured me personally that these recent developments are not of his design. Yet he confessed he welcomes those who might inherit his vision. Though he regrets his past atrocities, he still believes certain ideals he championed remain fundamentally sound. Dumbledore sighed softly. That vision was clear wizarding supremacy, the conviction that wizards were born to rule the world openly, not to skulk in secrecy, and the means to realize it. Unify the magical world, then subjugate Muggles utterly. You believe someone is acting in his name, building power. Professor McGonagall's voice grew grave. It appears so. You know well how deeply his ideas resonate among many wizards, even more so than Voldemort's. Ah yes, you know who. Even after all these years, few dare speak his true name. Dumbledore spoke with quiet concern. You know who was the fearful euphemism for Voldemort, a name so dreaded that uttering it remained taboo. With the decade-long interval nearing its end, Dumbledore, since the Dark Lord's return loomed near. One Voldemort had been burden enough. Now a new wave of fanatics preaching wizarding supremacy threatened to fracture the world anew, leaving Dumbledore for the first time feeling the weight of his own limitations. His gaze drifted to Fawkes the Phoenix, perched silently in the room, and for a fleeting moment sorrow flickered in his eyes. Even the mightiest soul cannot withstand time's slow erosion. Though the emotion vanished almost instantly, McGonagall perceived it keenly. In gentle, steady tones she replied, Albus, do not despair. I believe, firmly, that the wizarding world's future shines bright because brilliant, compassionate young people uphold justice. What we cannot accomplish they will achieve in time. Young people. Dumbledore murmured the words softly, his eyes clouding with layered emotion. Grief, fury, remorse, regret, anxiety. Yet each dissolved swiftly, buried deep beneath resolve, calm, and unwavering determination. Minerva, you are right. The future is bright, and for those young people I shall do all that lies within my power. As if speaking both to her and to himself, he added quietly, it seems some of my earlier plans will require revision. Headmaster Dumbledore, I stand ready to serve your will, Professor McGonagall said, with a warm, resolute smile. Thank you, Minerva, he replied. Grindelwald's later transformation is interpreted here as presented in this narrative. No need for strict adherence to cinematic or literary canon, as each medium tells its truth differently. I know you're eager, and so am I. Qin Yu truly ought to experience Christmas at Hogwarts. The feast alone boasts 100 plump roasted turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, savory sausages, rich gravies, and a dazzling array of fruits. Hagrid attempted to entice Qin Yu with culinary delights, hoping he would stay for the holiday. Primarily after half a year of companionship, Qin Yu's sudden departure for over 10 days left Hagrid somewhat. Christmas was fast approaching. Hogwarts was preparing to close for the holidays while simultaneously arranging festive celebrations. Many students had opted to remain on campus and had already registered with Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Hagrid and Qin Yu stood beside the Forbidden Forest, selecting an appropriate fir tree for the Yule celebration. This one, it's perfectly straight. Qin Yu pointed to a tall, symmetrical fir, then turned to reply to Hagrid. I'm genuinely eager to spend Christmas at Hogwarts, but I've already promised Hermione I'd return home to celebrate with her. And truth be told, I do miss her, as well as Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Very well, I never meant to stop you. I only wish to convey what Christmas at Hogwarts is truly like. You see, the children adore it. Hagrid shrugged nonchalantly by way of explanation. I'll experience the school's Christmas next year, or the year after. After all, I'll be here for 7 years, there'll surely be ample opportunity. Qin Yu smiled warmly. Indeed, time stretches long before us, Hagrid replied, reassured by Qin Yu's words, his spirits lifting considerably. Then, hoisting his enormous axe, Hagrid strode toward the fir tree Qin Yu had chosen. After carefully assessing the optimal angle, he swung the blade down with decisive force. With practiced skill, he circled the trunk, delivering precise blows, until with the final strike the base groaned and creaked, and the towering evergreen slowly tilted, then crashed thunderously to the snow-laden earth. Once felled, Hagrid heaved one end of the trunk onto his broad shoulder and began dragging it outward. Qin Yu followed closely behind, carrying the axe. This marked their 12th tree of the day, more than sufficient. They would not return, so there was no need to leave tools. Hagrid hauled the fir across the snow, leaving a sinuous trail in its wake, while Qin Yu walked steadily along that glistening furrow all the way back to Hogwarts Castle. As Qin Yu entered the Great Hall, George and Fred Weasley stood grimacing, assisting professors with heavy lifting. Punishment for enchanting snowballs that had spiraled out of control and detonated near Professor Snape. Qin Yu's arrival instantly revived their spirits, and they eagerly clamored to help hang ornaments upon the new. Under Professor McGonagall's and Professor Flitwick's guidance, and with Hagrid's robust assistance alongside several students, the Great Hall soon bloomed into a vibrant, joyous tableau of Yuletide splendor. Gazing upon cascading garlands, exquisite seasonal decorations, shimmering icicles, hundreds of flickering candles, and golden bubbles adorning the towering fir, Qin Yu found himself unexpectedly thinking of a girl with chestnut hair and luminous eyes. Perhaps festivals are meant to be shared only with those we hold most dear, and the first person who met his gaze upon arriving in this world remained irrevocably the most extraordinary presence of all. Returning from the Great Hall to the Gryffindor dormitory, Qin Yu packed his belongings, a few winter garments, and the remainder of his trunk filled with gifts for the Granger family. Hermione's portion occupying the largest share, accumulated gradually through thoughtful purchases and serendipitous discoveries over time. Staring at the tightly packed trunk, Qin Yu suddenly recalled Professor Swinton's enchanted satchel, overflowing with owl figurines. If only he possessed such a device, packing would pose no dilemma. Yes, next year he would most certainly persuade Professor Swinton to gift it to him, Qin Yu resolved inwardly. 2 days before Christmas, Hogwarts officially dismissed for the holidays. Students remaining on campus enjoyed unrestricted freedom to frolic in dormitories, common rooms, or courtyards, or to study at leisure. Those departing boarded the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station. On that very day, Qin Yu hauled his trunk aboard the train with steady, determined effort. Far fewer students traveled home for Christmas than had returned at term's start. Many compartments aboard the train sat conspicuously empty. Qin Yu selected an unoccupied compartment and stepped inside. Yet despite the sparse passenger count, he did not immediately find peace. Students passing by frequently paused, startled to recognize him as Gryffindor's legendary beater from the recent Quidditch match, and invariably stopped to exchange greetings. Even Cedric Diggory approached, asking politely if he might join Qin Yu for a while. Upon receiving permission, he sat down, visibly thrilled, expressing deep admiration and earnestly seeking counsel on becoming a worthy Quidditch player. Qin Yu mused inwardly, a seeker seeking advice from a beater. Wasn't that rather off-target? Still, faced with such sincere enthusiasm, he responded with patient, thoughtful guidance, especially poignant, given his earlier quiet envy of Cedric's popularity. Now to be revered in turn stirred a profound, bittersweet reflection. Thus Qin Yu shared subtle insights from his recent domination over Slytherin's seeker, and Cedric astonishingly extrapolated thoughtfully, proposing clever tactics to evade aggressive beaters mid-match, leaving Qin Yu deeply impressed by the boys' innate Quidditch brilliance. So engrossed did they become that their conversation flowed effortlessly for 2 or 3 hours. Qin, it's been truly wonderful speaking with you today. Have I kept you too long? Cedric glanced toward the sun, now dipping low in the western sky, and spoke with gentle embarrassment. Not at all. I've greatly enjoyed our talk. My friends have all gone home for Christmas. I'd been growing rather restless. Moreover, your perspectives have inspired me profoundly, though I must warn you I shall undoubtedly deploy these very strategies in future matches. Should we meet on the pitch, beware. Qin Yu said with a warm smile. Absolutely. I'll integrate everything I've learned today into my own play. When we face off, victory will be decided solely by skill. Cedric declared, brimming with spirited resolve. A thoroughly honorable young man, Qin Yu judged silently. Yet recalling the boy's original fate, a quiet melancholy settled over him. Of course, that was Cedric's former destiny, not necessarily his present one. Qin Yu arched a brow. For the remainder of the journey, neither offered parting words. Cedric remained, finding genuine delight in their dialogue. This first-year student, barely a year younger than himself, possessed wisdom and worldly insight far beyond his age, yet retained the buoyant charm and cheerful openness of youth. All in all, Cedric found Qin Yu's words both pleasing and profoundly trustworthy. And so he confided many of his innermost thoughts to Qin Yu. For instance, his father's weighty expectations sometimes left him breathless. He'd even buried certain dreams beneath that pressure. Not out of resentment, but from sheer disorientation, fearing he might falter beneath the burden of restoring his family's honor. Regarding such inherited familial pressures, Qin Yu knew no easy remedy, only offering gentle encouragement. Strive diligently, yes, but also cultivate equanimity, releasing the relentless demand to excel in every endeavor. Qin, speaking with you today has truly lightened my heart. I genuinely regret not reaching out to you sooner. Just before the train reached its destination, Cedric clasped Qin Yu's hand, his voice thick with emotion, eyes glistening faintly. I feel precisely the same, a meeting long overdue, Qin Yu replied earnestly. This boy clearly lacks someone with whom he can speak openly. No wonder he's latching onto me so intently. He reflected inwardly. Still, he sensed Cedric's sincerity, and truth be told, he himself had found the journey remarkably pleasant, the conversation easing his own quiet trepidation about returning home. Indeed, the nearer the train drew to its destination, the more Qin Yu's heart fluttered with inexplicable unease. Fortunately, engaging company had diverted his attention. The train halted at King's Cross Station. Cedric disembarked to be greeted by his family, while Qin Yu boarded the London Underground, heading toward the neighborhood where he'd lived through one spring and one summer. When he arrived before the familiar house, pulling his trunk behind him, a couple and a girl of about 10 stood waiting, eager, expectant, and unmistakably the Grangers. Naturally, the owl Trig, well acquainted with the route, had flown ahead to deliver the news of Qin Yu's arrival. Qin Yu paused, hesitating slightly, yet Mrs. Granger wasted no time. She stepped forward, enveloped him in a warm embrace, and tenderly stroked his hair. Qin, you're finally home. Aunt Ginny has missed you terribly. Her eyes glistened red-rimmed as she spoke. Though they'd shared only a few months under one roof, she cherished him deeply, almost as if he were her own son. Aunt Ginny, I've missed you too, Qin Yu replied, smiling softly. Then Mr. Granger approached and gave him a quiet, affectionate hug. Unlike his wife, Mr. Granger wore his emotions more subtly, but his genuine joy at Qin Yu's return shone unmistakably. By the way, Hermione, you've been counting down the days until Qin came home for Christmas. Why so quiet now? Mr. Granger asked his daughter, standing nearby in unusual stillness. Hermione bit her lower lip, gently gazing at Qin Yu with quiet timidity. The Qin she remembered, the Qin she'd read about in letters, and the Qin standing before her now, suddenly blurred into indistinct impressions, making it difficult to discern which was truly real. Qin Yu looked upon the girl, noticeably taller now, and in that instant intuitively sensed her uncertainty, her quiet confusion, her fragile courage. Indeed, the more intimately familiar someone is, the stranger they may seem upon reunion after a long absence. True for her, and equally true for him. Yet Qin Yu refused to let that strangeness linger. He stepped forward, toward Hermione, and she, though trembling inwardly, stilled her instinct to retreat, allowing him to draw near. Then gently he opened his arms, his clear, kind eyes meeting hers with unwavering warmth. At that very moment, Hermione's nervous tension dissolved like mist beneath morning sun. Yes, he might have grown taller, his bearing more composed, his experiences richer, and his circle of acquaintances wider. But he remained fundamentally unchanged, the same steadfast friend who had encouraged her, supported her, walked beside her, and appeared again and again in her dreams. Realizing this, Hermione broke into a radiant smile and impulsively stepped forward, the step she'd longed to take, and nestled herself within his open arms, pressing close to his chest and holding him tightly. In truth, she'd yearned even more than her mother to embrace him first, and felt a quiet pang of envy that her mother had claimed that privilege. Silently, she vowed henceforth she would always be the first to reach him. All strangeness, all doubt, all hesitation vanished utterly in that single luminous moment. Qin Yu held her gently, running his fingers tenderly through her chestnut hair, and whispered, Hermione, have you missed MM? She nodded instinctively. Then, remembering his 6-month absence, pouted playfully and added, two long-lost friends embraced for a brief moment. Surely that wasn't too much to ask. Qin Yu thought to himself somewhat sheepishly. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were watching nearby. However, he had indeed held the embrace a tad longer than necessary. Mainly because Hermione was hugging him tightly, allowing him to vividly feel the emotions within her heart, and he didn't know how to express his own feelings, so he greedily held on a little longer. That moment had somewhat exceeded a normal threshold. However, as long as no one deliberately paid attention to it, for example, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were busy helping Qin Yu carry his luggage back home, so they didn't pay much attention to how long the two had embraced. Indeed, Qin Yu was a bit overthinking. Then Hermione happily took Qin Yu's hand and walked into the house together. She had a lot to talk about with him. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, watching their daughter, who had just been quiet but was now lively, couldn't help but feel amazed at how quickly her emotions changed. Next came a sumptuous dinner, and Qin Yu ate to his heart's content. After dinner, Hermione sat with Qin Yu in the living room chatting, but when it was nearly 9 o'clock, Mrs. Granger came over to remind them it was time to wash up and go to bed. Considering that Qin Yu had been on the train for a long time and needed rest, Hermione, though reluctantly, let him wash up and go upstairs to sleep. Lying on the small bed in the attic looking at the ceiling and the room's arrangement, Qin Yu suddenly felt a sense of unreality in the quiet. Yes, he had woken up in this very room before, and after experiencing so much, he was now back in the same place. Life is indeed very interesting, always drawing one circle after another. And when he returned to the starting point of this circle after everything, he began to doubt whether he had truly experienced it all. Just like a saying he had seen in his past life, life is an illusion. Of course, even if it is an illusion, Qin Yu felt that it at least was a splendid dream. Then he felt an uncontrollable urge to go downstairs to see if that little girl, named Hermione, was really there. Fortunately, reason told him that it was better not to act foolishly at this moment. Amidst these chaotic thoughts, impulses, and self-mockery, Qin Yu gradually felt drowsy and fell asleep unknowingly. Just as he had not yet fully entered deep sleep, he faintly heard the sound of soft footsteps approaching. This was a special ability brought by his practice of meditation. Even in a state of sleep, he could still perceive his surroundings. Then the footsteps cautiously approached and finally stopped beside his bed. Thus Qin Yu awakened from his light sleep, opened his eyes, and saw the very little girl he had just wished to check on. "Qin, are you also unable to sleep?" The little girl, seeing Qin Yu awake, said excitedly but softly. Who else could it be but Hermione? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but smiled and nodded, saying, "Yeah, I can't sleep either." At this moment, Hermione was squatting beside Qin Yu's bed, wearing a light blue nightgown, her hair styled simply into 2 braids, her bright eyes gazing at him. Qin Yu sat up, reached out to pat her head, and said, "Come sit up here." The little girl happily climbed onto Qin Yu's bed. The two sat side by side as they had many times before. Then Qin Yu pulled his blanket over and carefully covered both of them to keep them warm. It was still somewhat chilly in the house on a winter night. Just as Qin Yu was about to turn on the light in the room, Hermione suddenly grabbed him and said, "Qin, don't turn on the light. Mom will find out. If she knows I'm still awake, she will definitely scold me, and she told me not to disturb your rest." "Yes, that's right. You haven't accomplished either of those things," Qin Yu thought to himself. Seeing her so anxious, he withdrew his hand. Then he saw Hermione point to her head and say somewhat proudly, "I have this." As she gently pressed a spot on her head with her finger, a soft light illuminated the room, driving away some of the darkness and providing a sense of comfort. The source of the light was the cat-shaped hairpin Qin Yu had given her, and he remembered spending 10 silver sickles to buy it in Diagon Alley. "Is it pretty?" Hermione asked, tilting her head. "Pretty?" Qin Yu smiled as he looked into her eyes. This time Hermione was momentarily stunned, because she instantly understood that what Qin meant by pretty was not the same as her question. So she stared at him blankly, momentarily at a loss for words, until her heartbeat began to quicken and her face started to flush. Hermione then turned her head in a fluster, clearing her throat. At that moment, she realized that the hand she had extended to stop Qin Yu had, unbeknownst to her, been held by a much larger. "Your hand is too cold, let me warm it for you," Qin Yu said, sensing her small hand trying to pull away. Hermione blinked a few times, realizing his hand was indeed warm, and did not pull away. "So what should we talk about?" Qin Yu initiated, breaking the slightly silent atmosphere. I haven't thought." Hermione was momentarily at a loss for a topic. "All right, let me think. Then I'll tell you the story from Professor Sprout's herbology class to Professor Snape's potions classroom," Qin Yu said slowly. Hermione nodded vigorously. The journey from herbology to potions sounded quite interesting, Qin Yu thought to himself. So he began recounting his experiences at Hogwarts, starting from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. Of course, he didn't just talk about Professor Sprout's greenhouse and Professor Snape's potions room. He was merely using those as a fun introduction. Herbology class is actually quite fun, you just need to understand the characteristics of those plants. In flying class, the most important thing is actually to find a comfortable flying position so that you can enjoy the fun of flying. Elvis once really disliked flying class, but later he slowly changed his mind. In charms class, there are always people who want to experiment with some quirky spells, like the spell to turn liquid into juice. Jimmy once tried it, but what he made looked more like vinegar than juice. Professor Snape, he is truly a hard man to read. I find it hard to understand him. Even though I had become quite familiar with him, he would still make me embarrass myself in class. Fortunately, I was quite diligent with my homework, otherwise Gryffindor would have lost so many points. By the way, I'm quite unlucky, I lost a lot of points. Alright, you can laugh if you want. Professor Sventon in defense against the dark arts has almost stopped scaring everyone. Some things Qin Yu had already written in his letters while others he had not. However, regardless of whether he had written them before, Hermione listened very attentively, because hearing it directly from Qin Yu was far more vivid and interesting than reading it in his letters. Moreover, she could interject at any time and ask for details. When hearing exciting parts, Hermione's eyes would light up, wishing she could be there at that moment. When hearing something amusing, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly hushed herself, fearing she might wake her parents. It was unclear how long it had been, but Hermione's hand had warmed up, and then Qin Yu held her other hand. Once both hands were warm, the night had grown quite deep. Watching Hermione's eyelids beginning to droop, Qin Yu gradually lowered his voice. Eventually, Hermione rested her head on his shoulder, her eyelids refusing to lift. Thus Qin Yu stopped speaking. The room fell silent once more. However, this silence did not bring about the same sense of unreality he had felt earlier. For the real Hermione was right beside him, sweetly sleeping against his shoulder. Then before he knew it, Qin Yu had also drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Qin Yu opened his eyes to find himself lying in bed. Hermione was also sleeping against his chest. It seemed that after he had fallen asleep last night, he instinctively lay down. After all, sleeping while sitting up wasn't as comfortable as lying down. Perhaps his movements startled the little girl as Hermione slowly opened her eyes. Then she looked at Qin Yu's face with a somewhat bewildered expression. Am I still dreaming? Hermione murmured, pinching Qin Yu's cheek. After confirming that it felt very real, Hermione finally woke up, completely, a hint of panic showing in her eyes. Then she hurriedly got up. Qin, good morning. I have to go. With that, the little girl scampered down the stairs. During breakfast, Hermione calmly ate the food on her plate. Then Mr. Granger seemingly casually asked Qin Yu, Qin, how did you sleep last night? Quite well, it's comfortable sleeping in this bed, Qin Yu replied. Good, that's great. But even during the holidays, you should develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early, Mr. Granger remarked, glancing meaningfully at his daughter. Huh, Dad, I was wrong. Hermione nearly blurted out. Qin Yu had a similar thought. The Granger family's Christmas, though not as grand and ceremonious as that of Hogwarts, was warm and cherished enough. On the eve of Christmas, Qin Yu and Hermione assisted the Granger couple in decorating their home, even setting up a small Christmas tree adorned with stars, snowflakes, and ribbons, which looked quite nice. Then, after a short nap, they woke up the next day on Christmas itself to find a present beside each of their beds. Qin Yu received a warm-looking scarf in red and yellow, while Hermione's gift was a complete set of colorful paintbrushes, which thrilled her. She insisted on having Qin Yu model for her, so she could paint his portrait. Early that morning, Mrs. Granger began bustling about for the Christmas feast. Since it was Christmas, roasting a turkey was essential. Thanks to King Henry VIII's advocacy and King Edward VII's promotion, turkey, a delicacy from the New World, has become an indispensable main dish for Christmas in England. A 10-pound turkey was the main ingredient for today. With nothing else to do, Qin Yu lent a hand to Mrs. Granger. It seemed every family in England had a secret turkey recipe passed down from their mother or grandmother, and Mrs. Granger was no exception. It was said that her recipe had been passed down for 4 generations, though Qin Yu thought that might be a bit exaggerated. After cleaning the turkey, Mrs. Granger skillfully separated the skin from the meat with her hands. Then she spread a mixture of butter infused with thyme, sage, and sea salt inside the turkey and coated the outside with the same special butter before loosely stuffing the cavity with chopped carrots, onions, and celery. Finally, she placed the prepared turkey in the oven, opening it every 30 minutes to baste the turkey with the dripping juices to prevent the skin from drying out and cracking. After 3 hours, the fragrant turkey was served on the table, and with some other delicious dishes, a lavish Christmas feast began around 2 in the afternoon. With the holiday and the feast at hand, everyone certainly indulged in their meal. In short, the Granger couple, Qin Yu and Hermione, all ate their fill. After the meal, a serving of Christmas pudding topped it all off perfectly. During the Christmas holiday, besides enjoying a grand meal at home, the Granger couple also took Qin Yu and Hermione out to see the Christmas lights, stroll through the Christmas markets, and visit a Christmas carnival held in a nearby park. Qin Yu and Hermione had a blast for 2 days. However, on the 3rd day after Christmas, a man dressed in a black uniform and wearing a black top had appeared at the Granger's doorstep. The man appeared to be in his 20s and looked quite polite. Mr. Qin, Miss Granger, hello. I am an employee from the Department for the Registration of Underage Wizards under the Ministry of Magic. My name is Wade Brooke. The registration of underage wizards. This was the first time Qin Yu had heard of such a department. However, Hermione seemed to know. She furrowed her brows and curiously asked, wasn't it always May who came before? Why isn't she here today? May has moved to the International Magical Cooperation Department and has been promoted. I am now responsible for the registration of underage wizards. Oh, I see, Hermione nodded. Mr. Qin, your previous registration was submitted directly by Professor Dumbledore, so it's understandable that you are unaware of the registration of underage wizards. Our department primarily manages underage wizards, and I am here to verify your information further and remind you and Miss Granger of some precautions while off school. Wade Brooke explained his purpose for visiting. After hearing this, Qin Yu had a general understanding of the situation. His identity issue had been entirely handled by Dumbledore, so it was natural for him to be unfamiliar with this department, unlike Hermione, who had a dedicated liaison for her registration and seemed to be familiar with the aforementioned employee named May. It was likely May had introduced Hermione to many things about the magical world, allowing her to gain some understanding before starting school. Qin Yu speculated to himself. After confirming Wade's identity by examining his Ministry of Magic badge, he and Hermione allowed him inside. At this moment, Mr. Granger was sitting on the living room sofa reading a copy of the Times while Mrs. Granger was busy tidying up the cupboards and refrigerator in the kitchen. They were both somewhat surprised to see the guest. Fortunately, as guardians of young wizards, they were somewhat prepared for this, so they allowed the self-proclaimed ministry employee to talk with Qin Yu in his room. Of course, little Hermione followed along. Mr. Qin, Professor Dumbledore only registered your current home address and guardian information and not much else. Could you please elaborate on your situation? Wade sat down on a chair in the room and directly asked. Next to him floated a paper form with an automatic recording quill poised above it, ready to jot down notes. Hermione, standing beside him, widened her eyes in surprise upon seeing the automatic recording quill. May had not brought such a marvelous item before. Qin Yu, however, was quite accustomed to such magical objects and was not overly surprised. After considering Wade's words for a moment, Qin Yu slowly replied, "Actually, I lost my previous memories due to certain circumstances. I only remember that I was sheltered here by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Later I experienced a magical mishap, which was discovered by Professor Dumbledore, who then enrolled me in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That's the situation." Qin Yu had been mostly forthright, sharing everything he could. When he finished, Wade frowned slightly and asked, "Can you not recall anything about your past?" "It's not that I can't remember anything, I can recall certain specific things like knowledge I learned and some life skills." Qin Yu spoke cautiously but calmly. The information is indeed a bit sparse, but it's not unusual for young wizards to encounter various unexpected situations. "Well, I will record it for now." Wade nodded. The quill swiftly wrote down everything Qin Yu had said on the registration form. Once the recording was complete, Wade waved his hand, and the form rolled itself up and was tucked under his arm, while the automatic quill was also placed into a pen case. After completing these tasks, Wade turned to the two children and said seriously, "Next, I need to remind you about your activities off school. According to Article 3 of the Reasonable Restrictions on Underage Wizards Act, wizards under the age of 17 are not allowed to intentionally and knowingly use magic in front of Muggles in Muggle residential areas. If violated, a warning letter will be issued by the Ministry of Magic, and in serious cases, officials from the Office for the Prevention of Abuse of Magic will come to investigate. In extremely severe cases, the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement may conduct an interrogation, even involving all members of the Wisengamot in the proceedings. Of course, such extreme cases are rare." Seeing the children's expressions turn solemn, Wade smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to be nervous. This is just a reminder. As long as you are careful not to use magic casually, there won't be any problems." "What if we encounter danger?" Qin Yu asked, not very familiar with this underage restriction law. Hermione also showed concern, if she hadn't considered this point before, as her life had been quite ordinary and devoid of any real danger. According to Article 7 of the Restriction Act, when a wizard's life or the life of nearby wizards or Muggles is threatened, they may use magic as needed, even in front of Muggles. "That's good to know. Thank you, Mr. Qin and Miss Granger, for your cooperation today. The follow-up visit is now complete," Wade Brooke said as he stood up. "You're welcome, Mr. Brooke. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Yu and Hermione also got up. They then escorted this young ministry employee out of the Granger home. After he left, Qin Yu asked Hermione about her previous encounters with May. As he had anticipated, May had not only informed Hermione of her wizard identity, but had also enthusiastically explained many aspects of the magical world and gifted her some books. "It seems she is a very nice person," Qin Yu commented. "Yes, May is really great," Hermione replied. What Qin Yu and Hermione did not know was that the Ministry of Magic employee named Wade Brooke, after leaving the Granger home, did not return to the underground of Whitehall in London, but suddenly vanished at a certain moment, soon appearing in an old and luxurious manor in Wiltshire. Quickly, he was ushered into the study of the manor's owner by the house elf. "Wade, how is the investigation going?" asked the middle-aged man with blonde hair sitting behind the desk. "Mr. Malfoy, after searching the Muggle World archives, I can confirm that this boy named Qin indeed appeared in that Muggle community this spring. Beyond that, I couldn't find any records." Wade continued, "Today, I personally met with the child in the name of the Department of Magical Education. His statements align closely with my findings. Here is my record." As Wade handed over the registration form, Lucius Malfoy, the owner of the manor, quickly skimmed through the document. So everything seems normal, right? Malfoy mused for a moment before speaking in a low tone. That's correct, Wade replied calmly. Everything is normal again. It seems our headmaster truly wants everyone to believe he is just an ordinary child, Malfoy said coldly. Though he found no evidence, he knew that everything being normal was the greatest abnormality. I think so too. Thank you for your hard work, Wade, Malfoy said, his tone softening slightly. It's all part of my job, Wade replied, slightly bowing. Qin Yu's Christmas holiday lasted over 10 days, but adults did not have such a luxury. After a few days of rest, Mr. and Mrs. Granger returned to work. The two children were left at home to manage themselves. After answering some of Hermione's questions about magical learning, they found themselves with little to do. After all, following the warning from the ministry, employee Wade broke Qin Yu dared not let Hermione handle a wand. Casting simple spells might not pose a significant issue, but he didn't want both of them to end up on the Wisengamot's defendant's bench, or perhaps the appeals bench, should anything go awry. Thus that morning Qin Yu suddenly thought of a place and mysteriously told Hermione, "Today I'm taking you to a fun place that I guarantee you'll love." Where are we going? Hermione asked, puzzled. You'll find out when we get there, Qin Yu teased. Then they left the house and took public transportation, arriving in front of a dilapidated and narrow building. On either side of this building were a large bookstore and a record shop, and ordinary muggles passing by seemed to overlook this building as if it were shielded from their sight. Indeed, this was the Leaky Cauldron. Let's go. Let the Diagon Alley adventure begin, Qin Yu said, pulling Hermione's hand as they walked inside. The latter was already wearing an expression of excitement and anticipation. In fact, the more seemingly mundane the plot, the more research the author had to do, otherwise it would be difficult to convey the story's tension. Whether this book has any tension is debatable. Moreover, I have been cautiously maintaining the story's immersion, carefully pondering whether each word or phrase might affect the reading experience. This may be the source of my struggle in writing this book. Lacking skill, yet being overly particular. Lastly, if it's convenient for everyone, could you please click to support the author? This way I can earn a bit of money over time, which would allow me to enjoy a nice meal. For the sake of a meal, I hope you don't mind my request. This messy bar remained lively. However, Qin Yu felt that the atmosphere here was somewhat strange today. Thus he held on to Hermione's hand tightly, carefully navigating through the crowded patrons and tables. Do you think the pureblood party will make a comeback this time? It's been years since those people disappeared, an older patron said with a hint of worry in his tone. What pureblood party? They now call themselves Grindelwald's army. What a contemporary name. I heard from an auror in North America that these people are causing quite a stir in Brazil, a younger middle-aged wizard remarked. When Qin Yu heard the names Pureblood Party and Grindelwald, he instinctively slowed his pace. There was no helping it, the information was simply too overwhelming. Meanwhile, Hermione seized the opportunity to curiously examine the bar. She was sure that there had to be wizards here. She even faintly saw some stick-like objects which should be wands tucked into the pockets of certain individuals, making her a bit excited. After all, she had only met a handful of real wizards, including Qin Yu, totaling just 5, and counting herself, that made 6. Is the North American Wizarding Congress trying to meddle in the affairs of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic? How with them? They'd be lucky to protect their own home. Grindelwald caused them plenty of trouble back in North America. However, things in Brazil were indeed troublesome. Is developing rapidly, and the Brazilian Ministry of Magic has already sent people everywhere seeking cooperation and support, including from the North American Wizarding Congress. You know, the current International Wizarding Federation isn't very effective, they can't be relied upon, so they have to find ways on their own. I hope they won't come to Europe. How could they possibly let Europe off the hook? All this. You two should stop discussing this, be careful not to let anyone from the Ministry of Magic hear you. Our Minister Fudge is quite averse to such topics. Alright, let's drink. Tom, another glass of sherry. They'll have a butterbeer. After discussing for a while, they changed the topic and talked about something else. Qin Yu wasn't interested in their conversation about vampires and werewolves, so he stopped listening. Instead, he continued to pull Hermione forward. Should we greet them? Hermione whispered. Her eyes scanned the various patrons sitting around the bar. Why should we greet them? Qin Yu was taken aback. I mean, shouldn't we get to know them? Hermione expressed her thoughts. Alright, this idea momentarily perplexed Qin Yu. However, considering that it was Hermione's first time seeing so many wizards, she probably felt a sense of joy in encountering her kind, and wanted to fit in. Qin Yu somewhat understood her mindset. In short, she was just an inexperienced, silly girl. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out with his other hand to ruffle her hair, and smiled. My little darling, this isn't the right place to make friends. There will be plenty of opportunities later. I understand. Hermione nodded. She actually felt that her idea might have been a bit abrupt. Wow, you're that little Eastern boy that Hagrid brought last time, right? So how has your half year at Hogwarts been? The bar owner noticed Qin Yu and greeted him warmly. It's good. I've been quite fulfilled, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Haha, school days are always the best. By the way, would you like a drink? I can prepare a non-alcoholic mocktail suitable for kids. This beverage contains no alcohol. The bar owner pitched to Qin Yu and Hermione. Maybe next time we're in a hurry. Qin Yu politely declined. They indeed couldn't stay out too long if they returned home too late. Mr. and Mrs. Granger would surely worry, and he also didn't want Hermione lingering in the bar for too long. After saying goodbye to the bar owner, Qin Yu led Hermione through the bar counter towards the alley where the entrance to Diagon Alley was located. However, just before he entered the alley, a loud crash resounded from the bar. Qin Yu instinctively turned back to look and found a drunkard had bumped into a table and a somewhat haggard young man. Sir, why? Sir, why? The drunkard repeatedly apologized. Watch where you're going next time, the haggard young man said angrily. Qin Yu found the man's accent somewhat strange. It didn't sound like the London dialect, nor did it resemble the common British. Then the young man saw something fall to the ground and hurriedly bent down to pick it up. As he picked up the item, his arm extended out from his sleeve, revealing a tattoo that was floating on the back of his wrist. It was a black equilateral triangle with a circle and a vertical line inside. Because the man's movements were swift, Qin Yu only caught a glimpse of the design and didn't see it clearly. Then the man squeezed through the crowd, entering the alley before Qin Yu hurrying away into Diagon Alley. After the man left, Qin Yu followed Hermione into the small alley. Where did that person just go? Hermione curiously asked, looking at the alley filled only with trash bins. Due to the obstruction of view, Hermione hadn't seen the entrance to Diagon Alley open and didn't know how that person had. Qin Yu could naturally act as if he knew nothing. With this in mind, Qin Yu temporarily set aside what he had just seen, took out his wand, and solemnly said to Hermione, Hermione, watch closely, I will only demonstrate once. Huh? Demonstrate what? And why just once? When you taught me various things before, you demonstrated several times, Hermione said, somewhat confused. Qin Yu felt choked, momentarily speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to find something to stuff in this girl's mouth. Alright, I can demonstrate a few times, you just don't blink. I'm starting. Qin Yu calmed his emotions and continued. The girl immediately wore a serious and focused expression. Qin Yu no longer said much. He followed the operation taught by Hagrid in his memory, gently tapping 3 times at a specific spot on the wall with the tip of his wand, and immediately the bricks he tapped began to move swiftly, gradually forming an arched doorway. Seeing such a magical scene, Hermione's eyes widened in astonishment. So amazing. The girl murmured. Well, this reaction pleased Qin Yu. He then took Hermione's hand and walked through the doorway, stepping onto the cobblestone. When Hermione looked back, the doorway had closed and turned back into a solid wall. As they walked further, they saw many wizards appearing on the street along with the first shop, a store selling various cauldrons. Hermione happily pulled Qin Yu over, wanting to see what the cauldrons were used for. Cauldrons are mainly used in potions class. It's fine to buy them when school starts. Qin Yu reminded her. Mom, I know him, just looking, not buying. Hermione nodded. Then she enthusiastically browsed around the store before leaving satisfied. Next, there was a shop for wizard robes, an owl shop, a magical pets shop, a stationery store, an astronomical instruments shop, an alchemy workshop, and so on. In short, Hermione fully adhered to her principle of him just looking, going into every store she passed, and even if she didn't buy anything, she still enjoyed the sights. At this point, Qin Yu finally realized that regardless of time and place, and regardless of the age of women or girls, there seemed to be an inherent instinct in their genes that loved shopping. Of course, this didn't exclude the fact that it was Hermione's first time here, making everything seem wondrous to her. After all, when Qin Yu last visited Diagon Alley, he was also filled with curiosity. However, having gone through various experiences at Hogwarts, Qin Yu was no longer as naive and ignorant about the magical world as he once was, so he naturally didn't have a strong curiosity about these magical shops and items anymore. Thus, Hermione continued to browse and occasionally boldly chatted with the shopkeepers. After quite some time, they arrived at a wizard apothecary and stepped inside together. Boss, do you still have the A-tide giant spider venom and the spider abdomen bristles from last time? A young wizard with messy hair asked the owner anxiously. Sorry, sir, the last ounce of A-tide giant spider venom was just bought by someone, but we still have a small bag of spider abdomen bristles, the owner said regretfully. Seeing the young wizard display a disappointed expression, the owner continued. We have venom from the acromantula, which is somewhat similar to the A-tide giant spider venom. Would you like to consider buying this as a substitute? Sigh, how could the toxicity of the acromantula compare to that of the A-tide giant spider? I suppose I'll have to buy this. Give me 5 ounces. No, make it half a pint. Since the venom quality isn't great, I'll have to buy more. The young wizard mumbled. Note 1 pint 20 fluid ounces. Here, pint and fluid ounce are volume units. All right. The owner nodded happily and then asked, what about the spider abdomen bristles? Just a small pinch, I don't need, the young wizard replied. After Qin Yu and Hermione entered, they watched the owner conduct business with great interest. When the owner handed over the bottled venom and the spider abdomen bristles wrapped in tinfoil to the young wizard, after collecting a pile of shiny coins, Qin Yu finally stepped forward to greet him and called out the owner's name. Who are you? The owner seemed a bit unfamiliar with this Eastern boy. I am Qin Yu, we have been corresponding. Qin Yu smiled and introduced himself. Qin, are you the authorized agent for the products from the Forbidden Forest? The owner was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that the person he had been corresponding with was such a young child. However, thinking about it, he quickly calmed down. Oh, in the magical world, anything strange could exist. Even a 1-year-old child could defeat that person, so it wasn't so strange for this boy in his teens to be doing business. I'm just the authorized agent for some magical creature byproducts, Qin Yu corrected the owner. Goodness, if he had dared to say he was an agent for Forbidden Forest products, Professor Dumbledore would have wiped him out in no. Alright, he exaggerated a bit. Old Dumbledore still cared for him, but getting 100 points deducted by Professor McGonagall was unavoidable, Qin Yu thought to himself. Alright, I got it wrong, the owner said, clearly understanding, and he winked at Qin Yu, his eyes revealing the shrewdness of a businessman. When selling goods, he could occasionally make such insinuations to customers, but if he openly boasted about it, he would attract unnecessary trouble for himself and his suppliers. Well then, Mr. Qin, did you come here this time because there's a new shipment of A-Tide giant spider venom? The owner asked eagerly. Sorry, there is no new stock of A-Tide giant spider venom right now. I came here just to accompany my younger sister to take a stroll through Diagon Alley. I see, then feel free to wander around. If you like any items in my shop, it'll give you a 20% discount. Though disappointed, the owner still spoke warmly. Thank you, boss. Qin Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. Another customer entered the store and the owner hurried to attend to them, but this customer found the price of dragon liver too expensive and left without turning back. Qin Yu was far more meticulous in browsing this wizard apothecary than Hermione, paying attention to the quality and prices of items since this was somewhat his job, understanding market demand so they could supply these shops. Of course, Hermione wouldn't be bored. She dragged Qin Yu to let him introduce various strange magical ingredients, effectively giving her a lively lesson in herbology or potions. Then when Qin Yu realized he didn't recognize most of the items behind the counter, he decisively took Hermione's little hand and left the shop. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, 2 hours had gone by. Hermione had a great time in Diagon Alley, but her favorite was still Flourish and Blots, as there were so many books she had never even heard of, and some even moved and made terrifying sounds which made it even more interesting. Qin, can I read some books here? Hermione said with anticipation. On the second floor of Flourish and Blots, there was a reading area where patrons were allowed to read. Qin Yu thought to himself, finally my little ancestor is going to take a break. So he immediately nodded in agreement and ordered each of them a special juice from Flourish and Blots. Thus they sat at a table by the window sipping on this juice, which had a different flavor in every sip, while flipping through the books they had found. Hermione was reading a book titled A History of Magic and Magical Management Institutions Worldwide with great seriousness. Wasn't it a bit ambitious to start with such a book? Qin Yu thought to himself. Of course he was just casually mocking her. Meanwhile, he was holding a book titled Some Peculiar Ideas in Alchemy, written by a wizard from the Egyptian Alchemical Research Center. However, after reading for a while, Qin Yu realized that this person's ideas were indeed quite peculiar, some even absurd. When he read that one could use a philosopher's stone to provide magical energy to solve the energy crisis in the human world, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Was the philosopher's stone a common stone that could be produced casually? This idea was just too unrealistic. So he simply closed the book, took a sip of juice, and looked out the window, easing his slightly sore eyes. Outside the window were rows of shops and bustling crowds. Thanks to the soundproofing charm, sitting there didn't feel noisy at all. Instead, it felt like appreciating the various aspects of wizarding life. In this scene, one could paint a picture called Christmas Street Scene. With that thought, a smile involuntarily appeared on Qin Yu's lips. However, this smile didn't last long and slowly faded away while his brow lightly furrowed. Is it that person from the bar? Qin Yu thought to himself. Indeed, a pale-faced young wizard hurriedly walked by downstairs. It was the same person he had seen at the Leaky Cauldron. Recalling the tattoo he had seen earlier, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ding! Dear host, the seemingly tranquil magical world is already rife with undercurrents. You have inadvertently discovered a suspicious individual and become alert. Now please make your choice. 1. Proceed with caution and inform others of what you have discovered. Reward 1,000 galleons. 2. Dare to investigate and obtain certain results. Reward advanced disillusionment charm ability. The sudden appearance of the system made Qin Yu feel that things were a bit complicated. The illusion spell, a form of disguise magic, allows the target to blend into their surroundings like a chameleon, achieving a resemblance in color and texture. A more advanced illusion spell can also specifically obscure the target according to the caster's needs, such as removing the wings of a thestral, preventing muggles from noticing its peculiarities and minimizing the risk of exposure for the wizard raising it. As for the high-level illusion spell, it is said to render the caster invisible, akin to donning an invisibility. It sounds impressive and is indeed challenging to perform. Dumbledore would certainly manage it, while someone of Snape's caliber could achieve a certain degree of invisibility, though it would not be as flawless as Dumbledore's. Qin Yu had practiced this spell under Snape's guidance with only moderate success, managing to barely match color with the environment. In any case, the high-level illusion spell is a highly valuable magic equivalent to obtaining an extra invisibility cloak. When the system offered such a reward, how could Qin Yu not be tempted? He knew that if he relied solely on his own practice, it would likely take him 2 to 3 years to master it, whereas the system's reward drastically shortened that time. Faced with the two options from the system, if Hermione wasn't with him, Qin Yu would have undoubtedly chosen option 2. However, with Hermione present, he felt a bit hesitant. Perhaps choosing option 1 wouldn't be so bad, Qin Yu thought to himself. Qin, what's wrong? Are you lost in thought? Hermione casually asked, noticing the contemplative expression on his face. I suddenly remembered there's something I need to do in Diagon Alley. But it's nothing urgent, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Then you should go do it since there's nothing pressing at the moment. Besides, don't you always say that if something must be done, there's no need to procrastinate? Have you forgotten the advice you taught me? Hermione said earnestly. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by her. Indeed, some matters cannot be avoided, and procrastination serves no purpose. As a transmigrator, he should understand this better, knowing just how difficult the future would be. Perhaps it was the tranquility of life that had dulled his senses, almost making him forget that he needed to put in significant effort to change the future. Thus his gaze grew resolute as he nodded and said, "You are right, some things cannot be evaded, and there's no need to delay them." Hermione nodded with a smile, feeling that she had imparted a piece of wisdom to Qin. Then she continued, "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No need, it's more convenient for me to handle this alone. You can stay here and read," Qin Yu replied, shaking. Qin Yu certainly could not take Hermione with him to investigate, and it was quite safe for her to stay at the leaky cauldron. "All right then," Hermione responded, though slightly disappointed. She then pointed at her empty glass and, biting her lip, said a bit shyly, "Qin, could I get another glass of juice?" "Of course, no problem. They'll go find the owner and have her bring me another glass. They'll leave some money with her, so just tell her what you want," Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Great, thank you, Qin," Hermione said happily. "Don't mention it," Qin Yu said as he stood up, gently ruffled Hermione's hair, and hurried downstairs. "Choose 2, Qin Yu silently urged in his mind. "Ding. Your choice is filled with courage. Please complete the investigation as soon as possible." "Good luck," the system replied. After Qin Yu stepped downstairs, he glanced back at Hermione, who was quietly and seriously reading by the window. She seemed to sense his gaze and tilted her head to look at him, then broke into a radiant smile, waving to him, indicating he should focus on his task and return quickly without worrying about her. Yes, what a lovely and understanding girl. Younger sister. Qin Yu waved goodbye to Hermione once more and then descended the stairs. After leaving a pile of galleons and instructing the owner to send a glass of special juice to Hermione, Qin Yu hurried out to find a young man. In fact, from the moment he spotted the suspicious man to his descent, not much time had elapsed, and since the man's movements were quite clear, Qin Yu quickly caught sight of him. He carefully followed the man while maintaining a safe distance. Qin Yu trailed behind for a while, observing the man wandering through the crowded street, yet his demeanor and movements were tense, clearly indicating he had no intention of making any purchases. After about 10 minutes, the man glanced at a magical clock in a shop, quickening his pace as he swiftly left the bustling street and moved towards a more secluded area. Finally, at one moment, the man's figure suddenly vanished. Qin Yu quickly approached and discovered that he had turned into a narrow, empty alley. Then the young man stopped in this alley, looking somewhat anxious, as if he were waiting for someone. Since the alley was short and led to both ends, to avoid being spotted by this man or anyone else who might appear, Qin Yu did not wait at the alley's entrance, but instead climbed a nearby large tree to conceal himself. Though it was winter, this tree was lush with foliage, likely a special species, and Qin Yu, hidden within its crown, was difficult to spot at a glance. After nearly 10 minutes, just as the young man in the alley began to pace irritably while waiting, someone appeared at the opposite alley entrance and was evidently heading towards the young man. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly and cautiously slid down from the tree, then swiftly approached the alley entrance and stopped beside a pile of debris, using a broken wooden plank to conceal himself. Next, he carefully peered through the gap in the plank at the two figures not far away. "You're too late. You have no sense of time," the young man said, displeased. "You insisted on meeting here. I was afraid of running into acquaintances, so I had to take a detour." The newcomer replied helplessly. This person was wearing a dark cloak with a hood obscuring his face. Qin Yu could not see his features, but judging by his voice, he seemed to be a man in his 30s. "You could have come here earlier. Moreover, meeting here is the safest option for both of us," the young man said. "Honestly, we should have more trust in each other. For the greater good, we are in this together," the cloaked man said. "Let's not argue about our ideals for now. At least we have a necessity for cooperation, don't we?" the cloaked man said, his tone softening. "Well, I have no objections to cooperative matters. Of course, I'm not the one who can decide." The young man no longer. Then the cloaked man extended a hand and offered a key, saying, "Now let's discuss business. We believe this is acceptable. Here is the second payment." The young man took the key and handed over a small pouch. The cloaked man accepted the bag, opened the drawstring, looked inside, and then satisfiedly said, "Good, may our cooperation be pleasant." He extended a hand, and the young man reluctantly shook it. However, just then a sound from the alley entrance started. First there was a cat's meow followed by a pained exclamation, and then a thud as if a wooden board had fallen. Who's there? Both men exclaimed in alarm, swiftly drawing their wands. When they saw a figure appear at the alley entrance, they simultaneously waved their wands at each other. However, the incantations from both men were only halfway through when the opponent's spell struck them first. Expelliarmus. Clang, clang. The sound of their wands dropping to the ground echoed. This left both men in the alley looking terrified as their opponent not only possessed immense strength, but also acted decisively, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Let's talk it out. The cloaked man began to plead. Stupefy. Before the cloaked man could finish his sentence, the opponent's second wave of spells had already attacked. The cloaked man and the young wizard immediately collapsed to the ground. After nearly a minute, the figure at the alley entrance cautiously approached and kicked each of the fallen men in turn. "He looks like there's no problem here." The voice sounded somewhat youthful. When he dispelled his illusion spell, his face revealed delicate and handsome features with Eastern characteristics. Indeed, this person was Qin Yu, who had been tracking the suspicious man. Ironically, the place he had been hiding was a stray cat's home, and upon discovering an uninvited guest, the stray cat immediately launched an attack. At that moment, Qin Yu was intently observing the two men in the alley. When he least expected it, the cat scratched him, leaving 4 bloody marks on his hand. In pain, he let out a cry, causing the wooden plank in his hand to fall to the ground. Such noise could not fail to attract the attention of the two men. With no intention of backing down, Qin Yu relied on the reflexes honed by Professor Snape, casting Expelliarmus and Stupefy, quickly taking down the two men in the alley. The binding spell primarily addresses the situation of casting spells in front of Muggles. In a place like Diagon Alley, which was filled with wizards, Qin, you could still cast spells with confidence. Talk it out. What is there to negotiate with you? Qin Yu said coldly. The world is perilous, it's better to take action first and speak later, and he had no intention of chatting after making his move. Then Qin Yu rolled up the sleeves of the two men, revealing the symbol of the triangle, circle, and vertical line on the wrist of the young man. Indeed, this was the legendary symbol of the Deathly Hallows, also Grindelwald's mark. Meanwhile, the other man's inner wrist bore a vivid red tattoo depicting a snake emerging from a skull's mouth. Seeing the second symbol, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Merlin's legs. One Death Eater and one pureblood supremacist. Can it really all come together at once? As he lamented, Qin Yu picked up the keys and pouch from the two men and tucked them into his pocket. Hearing faint voices nearby, uncertain if they were passers-by, Qin Yu did not linger too long. He couldn't carry these two men away, so he quickly exited the alley he had just entered. Wow, Qin, where did this little cat come from? Hermione's eyes instantly softened and sparkled when she saw the little yellow cat Qin Yu was holding. After all, it's hard for girls to resist the cuteness of small animals. "I found it on the way. It seems to be a stray cat. I just cleaned it up. I plan to take it to a pet shop later, but I don't know if they'll take it in," Qin Yu said helplessly. Although this cat had attacked him, he had originally intruded on its territory, and it seemed he had also flattened the cat's toy, a rather worn-out puppet. When he left the alley, the little yellow cat was trembling at the sight of him, likely realizing that this boy was quite powerful and terrifying. Seeing its pitiable state, Qin Yu casually cast a cleaning charm on it and brought it back. "Can I hold him?" Hermione asked eagerly. "Sure, but be careful, but just scratch my hand," Qin Yu reminded. Are you okay?" Hermione said worriedly, looking at Qin Yu's hands. "I'm fine now. I already bought a special potion for treatment at the apothecary," Qin Yu replied, showing the back of his hand where he had been scratched. After the healing charm and the specific potion treatment, it was difficult to see any obvious marks. Only then did Hermione feel relieved, and she began to scold the little yellow cat. "How could you bully Qin? He is such a kind and gentle person. Look, he even brought you back." The little yellow cat emitted whimpering sounds, not sure if it understood what gentle and kind meant. At that moment, the two were on the first floor of the Leaky Cauldron. Since Qin Yu had left some money and asked Hermione to keep an eye on buying things, she carefully selected a few books, which the owner packed into a canvas bag. When Qin Yu returned, the shopkeeper handed him back the remaining pile of galleons. Looking at the pile that had hardly decreased, Qin Yu thought to himself, "This girl really knows how to manage her spending, already thinking of saving me money." Then Qin Yu carried the bag of books while Hermione held the little yellow cat, and they left the Leaky Cauldron together. Why did you buy this book too?" Qin Yu casually asked as he looked at the books in the bag, somewhat surprised. "I noticed you were looking at this book for a while, and the owner said this book had been in the store for a long time without being sold, and it was on sale for only 5 sickles, so I decided to buy it too," Hermione said, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the end, Qin Yu and Hermione returned home with the cat. They had originally placed the little yellow cat in the magical pet store, where the clerk mentioned that the cat had a lineage from a cat-like creature and could barely be sold. However, as they exited the pet store and walked a few steps, Hermione murmured, "Crookshanks looks really beautiful. Why did that clerk say he was ugly and hard to sell?" "Who?" Qin Yu was taken aback. The clerk. Hermione replied puzzled. I meant Crookshanks. Crookshanks. Hermione said the full name. Yes, Crookshanks. Qin Yu nodded. Crookshanks is beautiful, Hermione said earnestly. So who is Crookshanks? Qin Yu frowned. The little cat we found. I just named him that. After saying this, Hermione turned back and looked longingly at the pet store. While Qin Yu wasn't sure if Hermione had mentioned that name earlier. However, Crookshanks indeed suited the cat's image, two slightly bent short legs. Note crook means bent and shank refers to the lower leg. The most important thing is Qin Yu knew this name. Yet he wasn't quite sure if this Crookshanks was Hermione's Crookshanks. At least the fluffy yellow fur, the big face, and the short legs did resemble the cat that Hermione would buy in her third year. If nobody wants to buy Crookshanks, will he have to stay locked in a cage forever? That's too pitiful, don't you think, Qin? Suddenly Hermione noticed that there was no one beside her. She turned around and saw Qin Yu standing behind her holding a bag of books and looking at her helplessly. Why aren't you moving? Hermione asked in confusion. Are you sure you want to leave? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Hermione blinked a few times, then a smile broke out on her face. Qin, are you? Yes, it's exactly as... Really? There's no doubt about it. You've already named him, so he naturally belongs to us now. Since Hermione had already named the cat Crookshanks regardless of whether Qin Yu recognized that name, he had no intention of leaving the cat at the store. Great. I really love you. Muah. Hermione ran over, stood on her tiptoes, and pecked Qin Yu on the cheek before immediately dashing back to the magical pet store. Qin Yu thought to himself that such Western-style greeting kisses were not surprising. Then after a light cough, he also walked back to the store at a leisurely pace. The two successfully retrieved the cat, and Qin Yu also bought some supplements and grooming products for the cat. The clerk was naturally very happy and didn't feel that it was a hassle for the two kids to return after just leaving the cat. Hermione was the happiest, holding the little yellow cat, now with the name Crookshanks, and refusing to let go. Crookshanks, from now on you will live with us. Mom, my name is Hermione, and this is Dad. No, wait, it's Uncle, his name is Qin, Hermione said as she walked down the street talking to the little yellow cat in her arms. Why am I not Dad? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Because I'm your sister, so you're Crookshanks' uncle. Hermione said this seriously. Clearly she remembered how Qin Yu introduced her to the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, stating that she was his sister. All right, Uncle, it is then. Qin Yu thought there was no need to argue over this topic. Thus the family of three, two people and a cat, strolled around Diagon Alley for a while, ate some local delicacies, and then ended their day leaving Diagon Alley. When Qin Yu, Hermione, and Crookshanks returned home, the Grangers had not yet come back from work. Qin, do you think Mom and Dad will agree to let us keep him? At this point Hermione began to feel a bit worried. Don't worry, I'll help you persuade Uncle David and Aunt Jenny, Qin Yu said with a smile. Great. Crookshanks, did you hear that? Qin will help us, so don't worry, Hermione said as she hugged the... Qin Yu waited for a moment, but did not receive the customary kiss. While he could only blame the cat for stealing away almost all of Hermione's attention. When the Grangers returned home in the evening, they indeed had some concerns about keeping the cat. Their main worry was that Hermione might not be able to take care of it while they were busy with work. However, Qin Yu vigorously convinced them, saying that bringing a pet to Hogwarts was a requirement, so buying it 6 months in advance was no problem, and that Crookshanks was very clever and wouldn't require much attention. Then he even had the cat demonstrate how to sit on the toilet. Of course, the bewildered and frightened Crookshanks did not manage to complete the action successfully and almost fell in. Nevertheless, Mrs. Granger agreed to let her daughter keep the cat, mainly because she felt that the two kids coming up with the idea of having the cat use the toilet was quite impressive, and there was no need to make things too hard for them. Thus, Crookshanks officially became a member of the Granger family and was taken back to Hermione's room to sleep with her that very night. Meanwhile, the Treg that had been resting on her windowsill was arranged by Qin Yu to deliver a letter to Hogwarts that night. Lying in bed, Qin Yu reflected on the events of the day, unable to feel even the slightest hint of sleep. The topics discussed among guests at the leaky cauldron: the young wizard, who seemed to belong to the Pure Bloods, and the cloaked man with the Death Eater tattoo. Additionally, the key and bag exchanged during their meeting. All of these made Qin Yu feel that things were somewhat complicated. He had just confirmed that the key should belong to Gringotts' vault, while the bag contained a sealed, transparent glass vial with a dark red liquid inside. So is someone from trying to sell this to the Death Eaters for money? Qin Yu speculated boldly. What exactly was in that small vial? Qin Yu considered opening it to take a look. However, reason told him that it was better not to take risks, and it was wise to be cautious. At this moment, Qin Yu increasingly felt that choosing to investigate was the correct decision. If he had just stayed put and only reported the suspicious person he saw to others, he wouldn't have garnered much information, and there weren't many he could trust, so there would have been no way to notify them in time. Thus he did what he could and obtained quite a bit of investigative results. The rest was left for those more suitable. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but look out the window. He wondered if it was because he had developed some precognitive ability, but just as he looked outside, a figure with a gray-white beard suddenly appeared outside. Soon the window opened automatically, and the old man walked in. This old man was Professor Dumbledore, one of the people Qin Yu currently trusted most, and also the most powerful among them. Professor Dumbledore had hurried over after receiving Treg's notification. Qin, what happened? Dumbledore asked curiously. Qin Yu did not elaborate in the letter, but merely urged him to come as soon as possible. Originally Qin Yu wanted Treg to fly to Hogwarts with the key and the bag, but for safety reasons he only notified Dumbledore to come to meet him, ensuring everything would be safe. So today I took Hermione to Diagon Alley. Qin Yu then recounted everything he heard and saw in Diagon Alley. Old Dumbledore did not interrupt throughout, but the expression on his aged face grew increasingly serious. When Qin Yu handed him the small vial from the bag at the end, worry was evident in his eyes. Are you suggesting that this isn't their first transaction, but the second? Dumbledore asked a seemingly unimportant question. Yes, it seems they have met before, are somewhat familiar, and even argued over ideological issues, Qin Yu replied. I see, Dumbledore said as he put away the key and the vial. Then he advised Qin Yu. Qin Yu shouldn't take risks in the future. Leave today's matter to me for further investigation, and you should enjoy the last few days of your Christmas break. I actually just happened to be there, and didn't actively provoke them, Qin Yu said, rubbing his nose. Yes, your vigilance and courage are commendable, but you're still young, and some things are better left to us to handle. After all, these matters are too dangerous. Dumbledore said earnestly. All right, Professor Dumbledore, I will follow your advice, Qin Yu said readily. That's good. I'll take my leave now. Get some rest early, Dumbledore smiled, and bid farewell to Qin Yu. Goodbye, Professor Dumbledore. Old Dumbledore hurried away, disappearing in an instant with a disapparition. Once the items were sent off, Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! The host has submitted the investigation findings to the key figure. The investigation task has been successfully completed and rewards have been issued. Please check your rewards. The system's voice rang out. Qin Yu didn't expect that the task would only be considered complete at this moment. He excitedly checked the rewards he had just received. The advanced ability to cast the disillusionment charm. He recited the incantation and tapped himself with his wand. In an instant he found that he could no longer see his own body, as if he had become a ghost without a form. He was quite satisfied with this effect. Since the introduction of the reasonable restrictions on underage wizards in 1875, it has been continuously improved with the inclusion of trace threads, serving as a valuable aid to the restriction law. Trace threads are a type of detection charm cast on underage wizards under the age of 17, primarily monitoring their behavior outside of school. However, during the actual enforcement of the restriction law, the basic requirement is that underage wizards must not intentionally use magic in front of muggles being non-magical people. As for young wizards practicing magic in wizarding families, many have done so, or practicing privately, or testing their wands. Even if trace threads report these actions, the Ministry of Magic will not dispatch orders to apprehend anyone as long as it is not too blatant or does not cause severe repercussions. The Ministry will at most send a warning letter. Moreover, for wizards who have not yet enrolled or those from Muggle backgrounds, the supervision by the Ministry is relatively lax. Some even lack trace threads, and these children, without guidance, inevitably experience uncontrolled magical incidents, such as making the glass at the zoo disappear or toppling trees. In such cases, the Ministry finds it challenging to respond promptly and can only gather information through other channels. In short, as long as they don't cause trouble, the Ministry of Magic won't come knocking. Note, this is just a unified explanation. Everyone should not delve too deeply into the restriction law and trace threads. You just look at Harry's behavior from the first book to the last. As long as no one from above is targeting you, the restriction law is actually quite flexible. I know trace threads cannot be avoided, but there are some things that Harry can do that Malfoy can do, but the protagonist cannot. Just consider it a modification. Furthermore, trace threads are very important. The protagonist will certainly not cause trouble easily unless the plot requires it. In light of all this, after cautiously experimenting with the disillusionment charm, Qin Yu refrained from using it excessively and resisted the impulse to go downstairs to scare Hermione and Crookshanks. I must say, Dumbledore is indeed someone who can put Qin Yu completely at ease. After handing things over to old Dumbledore, Qin Yu felt much more secure. At this moment, as night deepened and drowsiness gradually overtook him, he lay in bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. In the following days, Hermione basically seized every opportunity to cuddle Crookshanks and the bond between them. Moreover, surprisingly, Crookshanks actually learned to use the toilet. This was certainly thanks to Hermione's persistent teaching, but it must also be acknowledged that the cat is indeed very intelligent, which made Qin Yu suspect for a moment whether it was transformed from a wizard in its animagus form. However, Crookshanks never revealed its true form. I've been teaching him to call me Mommy. By the time you return from school, he might have already learned it, Hermione said with a smile. However, after saying this, she suddenly realized that the Christmas holiday was about to end, and Qin Yu would be returning to school tomorrow. Thinking of this, the joyful expression in her eyes turned into one of melancholy and sadness. Qin Yu noticed this and gently said, I will be back soon, and I will write to you often. Yet to his surprise, Hermione pouted and replied, I don't want just letters. The time spent together during the Christmas holiday had made Hermione feel that mere letters were no longer satisfying. Having Qin Yu by her side was far better. However, Qin Yu ultimately had to return to school. Thinking of this, Hermione felt quite unhappy, and Crookshanks in her arms seemed to sense her emotions, rubbing his furry face against her arm. Qin Yu, seeing Hermione's little mood, didn't know how to comfort her for a moment, as even he felt a touch of parting. Then seeing Crookshanks rubbing against Hermione's arm, Qin Yu inexplicably felt a surge of annoyance. He grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and pulled it aside. Qin Yu. As Hermione let out a surprised exclamation, Qin Yu leaned in and gently held her in his embrace. So if he didn't know how to comfort her, he might as well just hold her for a while. Yes, a gesture of courtesy. At first, Hermione's body was a bit stiff, but upon catching the familiar scent of Qin Yu, she gradually relaxed, nuzzling her small face against his neck, and her previously low and resentful mood was eased. You have to write at least 1 letter a week, no 2 letters. You can write shorter ones, but you can't skip writing just because you're busy. The young girl put forward her harsh demands. Sure, I promise to write at least 2 letters every week. If I can't do it, you can send Peter to bring me back. Qin, how can Peter manage you? Hermione exclaimed, wide-eyed. He has many brothers and sisters who can help him out. Qin Yu said seriously. Then you might be dropped from the sky by them at any moment, ha. Imagining the scene of several owls carrying Qin Yu through the sky, Hermione couldn't help but laugh. The young girl's low spirits came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After receiving Qin Yu's assurances, especially the hug, Hermione felt much better. She then dashed upstairs to help Qin Yu pack his luggage. Meanwhile, Qin Yu watched as Hermione knelt by the bed somewhat awkwardly, yet diligently folding his clothes, and felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Being able to enjoy the privilege of having the future Minister of Magic personally organize his clothes made him quite emotional. Qin, you should also hurry and pack your things. Check what needs to be brought and what doesn't. Hermione said seriously when she saw Qin Yu standing there dumbfounded. I want to bring you along. Qin Yu said casually while organizing his things. Can I really? Hermione's eyes lit up, revealing an expectant look. Oh well, this girl is just being silly. Haha, unless you turn into an owl or a cat. Qin Yu said with a hint of annoyance. Then I'll transform right now. I already am a cat. Meow. Hermione said, climbing onto Qin Yu's bed and pretending to be a little cat. Qin Yu then reached out and patted her head, playing along with her performance. Of course, Hermione's acting could only fool Qin Yu, and she was far from actually becoming a real kitten, so there was no way she could really accompany Qin Yu to Hogwarts. The only effect she had was that she messed up the clothes that had just been folded. So after playing around for a while, Hermione continued to squat by the bed and help Qin Yu fold the clothes again. By the next day, having eaten breakfast early, Qin Yu took his luggage and prepared to leave. The Granger couple originally planned to take Qin Yu to the train station, but Qin Yu felt he could manage on his own and didn't want to delay their work, so he politely declined their kindness. Then he bid farewell to the Granger family at the door. Crookshanks said goodbye to Uncle. Hermione, holding the little yellow cat in her arms, grabbed one of its paws and waved it at Qin Yu in farewell. Hermione's behavior at this moment surprised the Granger couple, as they had expected their daughter to burst into tears again, but today she was so composed and even made such a mischievous gesture. Little did they know that Hermione had already experienced a wave of emotional disappointment yesterday and had been comforted. Although she felt reluctant now, she was not overly immersed in it. The little girl was gradually becoming stronger. After leaving the Granger household, Qin Yu took public transport and made his way to King's Cross Station, entering the platform for the Hogwarts Express at platform 9 and 34. Then he once again boarded this train, returning to that magical school of witchcraft. The holiday was over and a new term was about to begin. Dimensional Wall. Regarding the issue of using magic outside of school for the sake of the plot, let's temporarily adhere to the explanation at the beginning of this chapter. Furthermore, the new semester will not have too much length, and time will pass quickly. Familiar mountains, familiar waters, familiar classrooms, campuses, dormitories, auditoriums, and the long legs of Professor Snape. If you do not wake up from your lazy holiday stupor, I won't hesitate to toss you into the Black Lake to snap you out of it. Listen to that cold, icy voice, listen to that harsh tone. It truly jolted one awake in an instant. Mr. Qin, I see you are in a good mood, so you shall demonstrate the grinding of the weasel's dried gland. Professor Snape pulled Qin Yu up and said slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face instantly fell. The weasel's gland. Are you going to take me away? If you perform well, I will consider awarding Gryffindor an extra point, Professor Snape continued indifferently. Well, you certainly are ruthless. My honor, Professor Snape. Qin Yu replied with a radiant smile. Then he resolutely walked toward the podium, an experimental station at the front of the classroom, took a deep breath, and used tweezers to pick up a shriveled, grayish-brown animal organ, tossing it into the mortar. This grayish object was the weasel's gland. Qin Yu had seen it in textbooks. He knew that despite its unassuming appearance and faint smell, once ground into powder, it would become something extraordinary. After gathering his courage, Qin Yu steeled his heart and smashed the weasel's gland with the pestle, then pressed hard to grind the fragments. As he ground, a pungent stench rapidly filled the classroom. Ugh, God, it's too stinky. I can't take it anymore. Help! I'm tearing up. The students in the classroom were all retching from the foul odor, crying out. Qin Yu was at the forefront on the verge of collapse. Remember this smell? Professor Snape said in a slow There was no choice, the classroom was in an uproar. If he didn't speak loudly, the students wouldn't hear. We remembered, Professor, please spare us. Professor Snape, we really remembered. This smell is unforgettable. Oh, I will remember it for a lifetime. I won't forget this smell even in my dreams. The students replied in unison. With a wave of Professor Snape's wand, the foul smell in the air was instantly. Then the odor of the weasel's gland was contained below Qin Yu's chest, so no one could smell it. Seeing this understated technique, Qin Yu admired Professor Snape's magical prowess once again and decided he must learn it. That way he wouldn't have to worry about being caught while cooking in the dormitory. Thinking about such things, Qin Yu finally completed the grinding and sieved the weasel's gland powder. Not bad. Professor Snape glanced at the final powder and nodded. Then, Qin Yu blinked rapidly to signal. Gryffindor 1 point added, Professor Snape said in a calm tone. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers while the Slytherin students in class also respected this. After all, Qin had earned it with his life, and they couldn't object. The weasel's gland powder is incredibly foul, but it has great uses. The potion made from it can provide a certain level of safety in the wild. Next, I will demonstrate the specific method of making this potion. Professor Snape began the formal lesson. At the end of the class, the first-year students lost their appetite again, as the lethality of the weasel's gland surpassed even Professor Swinton's gruesome images. Professor Snape's notorious reputation quickly overshadowed that of Professor Swinton. Honestly, I've been diligently teaching. Why do I have such a bad reputation? Professor Swinton said with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Qin Yu and Professor Snape were in the dark arts defense teacher's office. Since the end of last year, it was the first time the three had gathered. The reason was that Professor Swinton had been busy with something, leaving no time to meet them. Where do you get that good self-esteem? Qin Yu said with annoyance. Qin, you are my most beloved student. How could you say that about me? I'm really very sad. Professor Swinton said, his expression filled with sorrow. All right, Stephen, tell us why you... Professor Snape finally couldn't help but interject. Upon hearing this, Professor Swinton immediately put away his playful expression and became serious. He didn't speak immediately, but took out a small vial containing a dark red liquid. What is this? Professor Snape frowned slightly. Qin Yu, however, showed a grave expression. Indeed, he recognized this thing. It was what he picked up from a suspicious person in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holiday. It seems Qin still remembers this thing, Professor Swinton said, looking at Qin Yu. Yes, I remember, but why did Professor Dumbledore give it to you? He gave it to me because it is somewhat my specialty, Professor Swinton shrugged. Your specialty? Qin Yu thought back to what exactly Professor Swinton was good at. It's alchemy. Professor Swinton didn't give Qin Yu much time to guess, providing the answer himself. Is this related to alchemy? Qin Yu became even more curious. Exactly. Would you like to explain to me what this is about? Professor Snape interrupted them. Let Qin explain. Professor Swinton pointed at Qin Yu. So Qin Yu recounted his encounter in Diagon Alley. After hearing his recount, Professor Snape said blandly, your actions were quite decisive. As for this matter, Professor Dumbledore is investigating it himself. He just asked me to study the composition and effects of this liquid, and only now that I have results did he let me communicate with you. So what exactly is this? Qin Yu asked. A product of life alchemy. I suspect it comes from the dark alchemy of the North American witchcraft cult and its function. Professor Swinton said as he uncovered something covered in black cloth nearby. It was an iron cage containing a dazed-looking white mouse, which had many wounds on its body, some of which looked undying body. Professor Snape spoke this term with some disgust. Exactly, it is an undying body. Professor Swinton nodded. What is an undying body? Qin Yu asked in confusion. An undying body is one that, although it can die or get hurt, can still move. Professor Swinton briefly explained. After hearing his words and looking at the mouse, Qin Yu instantly understood. Isn't this just a zombie? Could this black liquid turn animals or people into undying bodies? Qin Yu said, slightly shocked. Yes, but it should have more than just this effect. Professor Swinton spoke with caution. His words made the room fall silent. After a long moment, he waved his wand, pointing at the mouse. After a flash of white light, black smoke began to rise from the mouse, and it quickly turned to ashes. It has long been dead, Professor Swinton said in a calm tone. Then he continued, it seems this matter is rather tricky, so Professor Dumbledore's meaning is that we still need to continue training Qin, so he has more coping abilities as various accidents always happen around him. I don't want any accidents either, okay? Qin Yu thought to himself. Yes, I was just thinking the same thing, Professor Snape. How then I thank you and Professor Dumbledore? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said. Thus the after-class tutoring that Qin Yu thought would be concluding became even more rigorous. Professor Snape even pushed Qin Yu to the edge of using silent power, crazily testing his limits. Of course, most of the time, he didn't push him to the point of exhaustion. Classes, after-class tutoring, Quidditch training, and occasional trips to Hagrid's hut. Qin Yu's life at Hogwarts quickly returned to its previous state, even busier than before. In the midst of this busyness, he kept his promise to a certain girl, writing at least 2 letters to her each week. However, the letters from the girl named Hermione had changed significantly from before. At least she would directly write, "I miss you" in her letters instead of saying, "I occasionally think of you," or simply writing, "I miss Trig," as she had in the past. In just over 10 days of vacation, it seemed she had changed a lot. Feeling the change in Hermione's letter style, Qin Yu's time at Hogwarts continued to fly by. The cold winter gradually passed, the ice and snow melted, and spring arrived. As spring arrives and nature awakens, the little wizards, having shed their heavy winter garments, begin to frolic in their respective academies' lounges, along staircases and corridors, across the expansive campus, and in the open fields, releasing the vitality of youth. Even the usually somber Elvis began to compete with Jimmy during flying class. Since he had adapted to sitting on the broomstick and his flying skills had improved significantly, Qin Yu even felt that given some time, he might become a Quidditch keeper. The Slytherin students accompanying them in flying class, especially Jerome, dared not cause any trouble, as the image of Qin Yu mercilessly striking him with a stick while in the air still lingered in his mind, and even now, just recalling that day made his backside ache slightly. Qin Yu, it's a wooden sword, not a stick. Moreover, facing the formidable Qin Yu who dominated the Quidditch pitch, Jerome had already conceded. He could neither match his strength nor outshine him, so he could only accept it. Of course, Qin Yu felt no significant sense of achievement in making a little brat submit, nor did he care much about it. After all, if he refused, he could always give him another beating. While others practiced flying, Qin Yu leisurely rode his broom through the sky, taking in the scenery. Spring was in full bloom, and the mountains were adorned in green. The landscape surrounding Hogwarts held a unique charm. Unbeknownst if it was mere coincidence, Qin Yu once again spotted Lucius Malfoy, his slick golden hair gleaming, accompanied by his house elf Dobby. This time Lucius had actually stopped by the flying class-designated grassy area, raising his proud head and looking at Qin Yu in the sky with a hint of amusement. Oh, this old man is definitely up to something, Qin Yu instinctively thought to himself. Beside Lucius stood Professor Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor House. At this moment, Professor McGonagall, dressed in a long emerald green robe, addressed Qin Yu in a somewhat serious tone. "Qin, I need to speak with you." Professor McGonagall had already discussed matters with Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, so Madame Hooch did not express any surprise. Thus Qin Yu descended slowly from the sky on his broom. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." "Good morning, Mr. Qin Yu greeted politely. "Good morning, Qin." Lucius Malfoy nodded in response. "Professor McGonagall, may I ask what you need to discuss with me?" Qin Hay raced the thing. Professor McGonagall said with a rather serious expression. "I have some matters I would like to inquire about, Mr. Qin." Lucius Malfoy interjected. "Oh, what do you need me to answer, Mr. Malfoy? Is it about what happened in the Forbidden Forest last year?" Qin Yu asked in confusion. "Not just about that day," Lucius said, hinting at more without elaborating. "Was there?" Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. "Qin, let's discuss this in Professor Dumbledore's office." Professor McGonagall interjected. "Sure, Professor McGonagall." Qin Yu was more than willing. With Dumbledore around, he naturally felt at ease. Thus he followed them toward the headmaster's office. Along the way, Qin Yu intentionally slowed his pace, not staying too close, as the house elf Dobby kept giving him an anxious look. Once Qin Yu created some distance from Lucius and Professor McGonagall ahead, Dobby also intentionally slowed down to approach him. Then Dobby opened his mouth and whispered a single word to Qin Yu. Qin Yu initially didn't catch it clearly, but Dobby raised his voice and repeated it: "Truth serum." Qin Yu. Upon hearing what Dobby said, his scalp instantly tingled. Damn it, was there no escaping this? Last time Lucius wanted to use this on Qin Yu, he had been sidetracked by Snape. This time, however, he was clearly determined to use the truth serum. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt like 1,000 beasts were roaring through his mind. All he wanted to do was slip away as quickly as possible. However, reason told him that running away would be futile. "Mr. Qin, please hurry," Lucius urged from the front. Then he shouted softly, "Dobby, what are you doing? Hurry up." "Yes, Master, Dobby is coming." Dobby stuttered and hurriedly caught up with Lucius, staying close to his side. Qin Yu sighed, his expression complicated as he followed behind. He was now just hoping that old Dumbledore could help him out, or that Professor Snape could do something about the truth serum. Otherwise, if he inadvertently revealed his secret, he didn't know how he would be treated. Would he be captured and used as a test subject? Thinking of this, a vivid image arose in Qin Yu's mind of the zombie white mouse that Professor Swinton had shown him and Snape not long ago, which had ultimately been burned to ashes by Professor Swinton. That mouse had suffered so much. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Qin Yu followed them as they uttered the entrance password and stepped into Dumbledore's office. Professor Dumbledore was busy writing something. "Lucius, I sincerely apologize if I happened to have some matters to attend to and couldn't come to greet you," Dumbledore said, putting down his quill, addressing Lucius Malfoy. "It's no problem, Professor Dumbledore. I am here for no major issue today, merely verifying information regarding a Hogwarts student as per the board's request." Lucius seemed to be in a good mood, his tone noticeably less arrogant than before. This student naturally referred, whom I have a general idea of your intentions from the letter. We will fully cooperate, Professor Dumbledore said as he wrote. He then led the group to the adjacent seating area. Unbeknownst to others, he cast a kindly glance at Qin Yu. The situation is as follows, Professor Dumbledore. Based on the intelligence we've gathered from the Muggle world, we discovered several severe incidents of wizard information leakage last year. For instance, someone at the London Zoo's reptile house witnessed a young boy communicating with a python, and nearby a Muggle community, someone saw a massive willow tree being uprooted. We have reason to suspect that those involved in these incidents are Hogwarts students, including Qin. Lucius, having just sat down, stated directly. As he spoke, Lucius shot a sharp glance at Qin Yu, who naturally displayed a look of panic. I, Qin Yu stammered. Lucius, I think these incidents shouldn't be deemed too strange, as the phenomenon of young wizards losing control of their magic is quite common. Professor Dumbledore spoke in a calm tone. However, I believe the danger level of these events has not been given adequate attention, especially last year's incident in the Forbidden Forest. There are still many unresolved questions. Lucius spoke coldly. Oh, I believe the situation in the Forbidden Forest has already been thoroughly investigated, Dumbledore replied calmly. There may still be some oversights, Lucius remarked. Then what do you intend to do? Dumbledore said nonchalantly. I think the matter should be explained in detail by our involved party, Mr. Qin. Lucius once again looked at Qin Yu. Well, Mr. Malfoy, Qin Yu stuttered. While saying this, he nervously glanced at Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, trying to appear like a bewildered and flustered ordinary student. Very well, Mr. Qin. Lucius nodded in satisfaction, then took out a small vial, and said to Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore, may I borrow some tea from you? Seeing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. This old man Lucius was quite cunning, bringing the truth serum with him. He wanted Snape's help, but the latter was of no use now. This was likely why Dobby had risked warning him earlier. Of course, that warning was of little use, as he had no time to prepare a response. Alright, he couldn't blame Dobby. He probably had no chance to inform Qin Yu in advance. Alright, Lucius. Dumbledore waved his wand and poured a cup of tea in front of Lucius. After Lucius carefully inspected the cup of tea, he opened the small vial and dropped 3 drops of a colorless, odorless liquid into the cup. Watching the cup of water that was pushed toward him by Lucius, Qin Yu felt his palms starting to sweat. What to do? Does old Dumbledore have a backup plan? If I reveal my secret powers, I would surely be considered a dangerous element, and I can't possibly stay at school. The most critical issue is if I drink the truth serum, will I inadvertently spill the beans about the system and my origins? Damn it, where is the system? Shouldn't it present me with 2 options to choose from? Either surrender or run away. For a moment, Qin Yu's thoughts were in complete turmoil. However, he couldn't let it show on his face. That would truly test a person's acting skills. Just as his trembling hand approached the cup's handle, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, it's okay. Is it true or false? Qin Yu questioned in his mind. My matters are beyond their ability to probe, the system explained succinctly. Them, including everyone present. Though this statement seemed ordinary, it revealed the system's great confidence. The system is impressive. Qin Yu secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. With the system's assurance, he instantly felt more confident. Indeed, this is a system. If it could be easily discerned by others, wouldn't that be too weak? So even if they use soul capture to probe his thoughts, his memories regarding the system, and being a traveler wouldn't be seen right. Qin Yu suddenly thought of this point. It won't happen, the system responded. Good, I understand. Qin Yu communicated with the system without revealing any emotion, appearing outwardly like a terrified little boy. After all, any normal child would feel fear before drinking suspicious liquid. It's fine, Mr. Qin, this potion poses no harm to you. After you drink it, you might even feel quite relaxed. Lucius Malfoy said coaxingly. Are you kidding? No harm. Then why don't you take a couple of sips yourself? Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff internally. Even though he had only attended half a year's worth of potions classes, he knew that any potion affecting the mind or brain could not be without some danger. However, the situation had come to this, and avoidance was no longer an option. Moreover, drinking it now was the simple. Qin Yu grasped the cup with his trembling hand, the cup rattling against the porcelain saucer, producing light sounds. This noise stood out sharply in the quiet room. This caused Lucius to reveal a satisfied smile, while Professor McGonagall's expression grew even more serious. Yet Principal Dumbledore remained calm. Lucius was certainly not only focused on Qin Yu, the little boy from the east. On the contrary, he only devoted 1/3 of his attention to Qin, while the remaining 2/3 remained fixed on Dumbledore and the ancient wand resting beside him. He was on guard against Dumbledore making a sudden move. Fortunately, until this little boy drank the tea spiked with Veritaserum, Dumbledore had not touched his wand. This eased Lucius' mind. Qin, let me ask you what exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest that day, eh? Lucius wasted no time and asked directly. The Forbidden Forest. That day in the Forbidden Forest. Qin Yu's gaze became somewhat distant as he mumbled. Yes, what did you experience in the cave of the 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest? Lucius guided the question. What he did not know was that out of his sight, two ancient and slender fingers gently intertwined, a white arc of light appearing between them, subtly hinting at a brewing intensity. That day, I must thank Professor Dumbledore. It was Professor Dumbledore who saved me. After pondering for a long time, Qin Yu managed to utter this sentence. His words stunned Lucius, causing his brows to furrow. Clearly this was not the answer he sought. The long fingers hidden beneath the table gently closed, and the white arc of light receded. Tell me about your experience. What happened before Professor Dumbledore arrived? Lucius' tone had clearly grown somewhat impatient. Me? I was very scared that day. I was surrounded by a group of spiders with 8 eyes. At that moment, thankfully, Professor Dumbledore arrived. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Qin Yu earnestly thanked Professor Dumbledore at the end. No need to thank me. Ensuring the safety of every student is my responsibility as the principal, Dumbledore said in a warm voice. Seeing the two in front of him engaging in pleasantries, Lucius began to breathe heavily through his nose. Then, somewhat irritated, he asked, I mean, did you not do anything before Dumbledore arrived? For instance, did you use any special abilities? This question was already quite explicit, revealing Lucius' ultimate suspicion of Qin Yu. He suspected that this little boy possessed some hidden and extremely dangerous abilities. However, Qin Yu still replied cluelessly, what can I do? Oh, I should have been trying to control my bladder. I was really scared at that time. After saying this, he displayed a shy and awkward demeanor, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Professor McGonagall, next to him, almost laughed out loud, but fortunately managed to stifle her laughter at the critical moment, her expression returning to its usual seriousness, although the look of anxious worry in her eyes had vanished. Lucius' temper was already on the brink of exploding, completely unaware of Professor McGonagall's brief reaction. Dumbledore, on the other hand, subtly shook his head, truly at a loss for words regarding this child Qin. Then what about the incident at the zoo last year? Lucius endeavored to calm his emotions and change the subject. That time, I just scared that snake, and then it left on its own. I don't know what happened, Qin Yu muttered. Was that big willow tree you who pulled it out? At your young age, how could you possess that ability? Lucius continued to inquire. Is it possible that it was because it was very windy that day? Qin Yu didn't know how to explain, but he knew that pulling a tree shouldn't be too unusual. Lucius, some children have indeed experienced unconventional, uncontrolled phenomena, but during subsequent magical studies these phenomena will disappear. Qin is a great example. You can inquire about this from the professors and students. Dumbledore interjected at the right moment. He also figured out that Lucius' inquiries about uprooting trees were merely an excuse to make Qin drink the Veritaserum in order to uncover other secrets about him. Dumbledore himself had actually prepared to act at any moment. Leaving his wand did not mean he was incapable of casting spells. Who knew that after drinking the Veritaserum, Qin could still talk nonsense, remain calm and collected without revealing any clues? Could it be that Lucius Malfoy's Veritaserum is fake? The thought briefly crossed Dumbledore's mind. However, he quickly dismissed it because he didn't believe Lucius would travel such a long distance to bring an unverified magical potion. Since the Veritaserum was fine, then the one with the problem could only be the person drinking it. Upon thinking of this, Dumbledore cast a deep glance at Qin Yu, who was still playing the part of a clueless little boy. This child always brings surprises, the greatest wizard of the age, Professor Dumbledore mused to himself. Are there any secrets you are hiding, such as your abilities and your origins? Lucius' questions grew increasing. There are. Hurry up and say. Actually, I sold the herbs I got from Professor Sprout, but I got a good price for them, and I didn't waste them. Herbs? I didn't ask about herbs. Seeing Lucius becoming somewhat hysterical, Dumbledore's voice turned stern. Mr. Malfoy, I believe things are quite clear now. This child Qin has no issues. I think the questioning can end here. He definitely has something left unspoken, Lucius said stubbornly. Sorry, I believe Qin has answered all your questions very honestly. If you continue to trouble this poor child, I will report this matter to the school board, and I won't hesitate to inform the Ministry of Magic about your excessive actions regarding this matter. Dumbledore continued. You. Lucius glared angrily at Dumbledore, but he quickly found himself at a loss because he truly could not match the other party. All right, I'm done asking. After saying this, he angrily stood up, took his house elf Dobby, and left Hogwarts in a hurry. Minerva, take good care of him, Dumbledore said, looking at the sleeping Qin Yu. I will, Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall replied. Just as Professor McGonagall was contemplating how to take Qin Yu to the school nurse for rest, Snape hurriedly walked in. He had just been teaching a potions class for the upper years, and rushed over upon hearing the news of Lucius' arrival at the school. Thus Professor Dumbledore briefly explained to Snape what had just transpired. We'll take him to rest, Snape said, bending down to gently pick up the sleeping Qin Yu. Then with long strides he slowly left the principal's office, heading to the school's infirmary to let Madame Pomfrey check on Qin Yu's condition. Lucius Malfoy, after leaving Hogwarts, did not immediately return to his home in Wiltshire, but instead came alone to a dilapidated manor. Failed again. Didn't you say this time you would definitely find a handle on Dumbledore? Beside the crumbling gate of the manor, a man wearing a mask and cloaked in black stood there speaking in a low voice. I assure you that boy must have issues. Lucius spoke with lingering anger while he too was wearing a mask. And what then? The masked man replied sarcastically. I don't know where things went wrong. It could be that the Veritaserum failed, or perhaps Dumbledore secretly did something to make that boy's answers seem perfectly normal. After saying this, Lucius added angrily, damn normal. If I think it's your own incompetence. The cloaked man said coldly. What right do you have to blame me? What have you been doing all this time? Of course I have been preparing wholeheartedly for the master's return. The cloaked man spoke with a tone of reverence. When the master returns, he should reward your loyalty. Lucius replied in a sarcastic tone. Lucius had always been skeptical about the master's return, yet he was pleased to utilize the power of those devotees. Yet you repeatedly claim to have found opportunities to bring down Dumbledore and fail time after time. Do you have any idea how inflated Dumbledore's ambitions have become recently? He has contacted his students in Europe and North America, secretly linking them together. Our great cause is now facing unprecedented threats. I certainly understand Dumbledore's ambitions, but what can I do? He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and for decades his students have spread to every corner of the world. Lucius said helplessly with a tone of hatred. In any case, we cannot let him disrupt the master's return plan. The last time the blood trade with the wizarding god should not have been carelessly handed over to that boy. Now, we have a misunderstanding with Grindelwald's army, and it will be difficult to cooperate again in the short term. The cloaked man said, feeling quite annoyed. Isn't it because you are too timid, worried about being plotted against by that you sent a minor character to handle the trade? Lucius seized the opportunity to mock his counterpart. What good does it do to say that now? Since we cannot obtain the wizarding god's blood from there, we can only find a way to look for such things. The cloaked man said, also feeling helpless. But that belongs to LeMay. Have you considered the difficulty of obtaining it? Lucius said quietly. So what if it belongs to LeMay? He's just an old man whose bones have long since crumbled away. The cloaked man said dismissively. Then I wish. After saying this, Lucius reluctantly added, if you need my help, remember to find me. If there's a place where I can use you, I will of course seek you out. The cloaked man said calmly. Let's leave it at that. I should be going back now. Lucius said. Goodbye. Goodbye. The two finished their conversation here and used apparition to disappear from the spot. After they left, the sharp cold wind blew through, making the dilapidated manor appear even more desolate and lonely. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster's Office. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stood in the circular room, a palpable weariness etched onto his aged face. He looked at the phoenix fox who was perched there, and an ancient poem he had seen in the East not long ago inexplicably came to mind, which meant those who know me will find me filled with anxiety, while those who do not understand me will think my actions are for ulterior motives. Indeed, since the envoy from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic came to London and informed them that a force calling itself was active in the Americas, Dumbledore had begun his private busyness. He was investigating all information and intelligence regarding this group through his students and friends. Such actions in the eyes of many were probably seen as having ulterior motives. After all, the name Dumbledore, along with his students and friends who held various positions around the world, would indeed be a power that people would fear if they were to unite. And he, being fully aware of the temptation that this power brought, always maintained his restraint. A single person or a group can become easily lost if they are too powerful. This was a lesson he understood when he was still young. And the person who taught him this lesson was indeed his closest kin. It was through her death that he learned this lesson. However, there are some things he must do to spare more people from a tragic fate. He could only hope that what he was doing would yield a good outcome, Dumbledore thought in his heart. When Qin Yu awoke from a bizarre dream, his mind was still a bit confused, and then he saw Professor Swinton sitting by the bed engrossed in a book. The title of that book was Some Quirky Ideas on Alchemy. Seeing this title, Qin Yu's thoughts began to coalesce. He remembered that he had once browsed through this book on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron, finding some parts of its content quite absurd, later being bought by Hermione along with several other books, and when returning to school, she had kindly stuffed it into his suitcase. Later, once at school, he would occasionally take out this book to read for amusement, and recently Professor Swinton had seen it and borrowed it. You're awake. After Qin Yu had been awake for a while, Professor Swinton finally noticed him. Professor Swinton, what happened to me? Qin Yu asked, still somewhat bewildered. You drank the Veritaserum brought by Lucius, and the side effect is drowsiness. You've been sleeping here for over 8 hours. Professor Swinton explained. It seems that's indeed the case. Qin Yu recalled, realizing that while the system had somewhat protected his memories, the side effects of the Veritaserum were unavoidable. Fortunately, it was merely drowsiness, without any severe consequences. Actually, it was Professor Snape who stayed here the whole time and brought you over. Professor Swinton raised an eyebrow. I will find a chance to thank Professor Snape. Qin Yu said earnestly. All right, if you feel you have recovered enough, you can. To avoid worrying your friends, we haven't told them about this. You know, some things are better kept to a minimum of people knowing. As Professor Swinton spoke, he got up. Qin Yu indeed felt he had slept enough, and with Professor Swinton's assistance he got off the bed. Once his feet touched the floor he felt completely awake. The side effects of the Veritasium had passed. Thus the two left together. By this time it was already evening. Walking in the brightly lit corridor, Qin Yu and Professor Swinton chatted casually, just like many times before. Then they naturally began discussing alchemy. This book is quite good, although the ideas are somewhat fanciful, they are very insightful. I want to find an opportunity to have a good conversation with this author. Is that so? I thought you would say the author is crazy and ridiculous. Qin Yu shrugged. Ha, throughout history, every great alchemist has been somewhat crazy and ridiculous has. Professor Swinton laughed. It seems. There is some truth to that. Just like that saying from the East, without madness one cannot succeed. Qin Yu translated the saying, if one is not mad one cannot survive. It seems human wisdom has similarities across cultures. Professor Swinton pondered Qin Yu's words, finding them. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said to Qin Yu, I heard that you turned the last alchemical materials into a sword that is pretty but serves no purpose. Huh. Must you be so harsh? Otherwise I might think you were transformed from Professor Snape. Qin Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Who would have thought that the fearless Qin would also have moments of embarrassment? Professor Swinton teased with a laugh. Alright, this matter is indeed due to my limited ability having wasted such precious alchemical materials. How about this'll give it to you, and you can create something more useful with it. Qin Yu simply gave up on it. Who knew Professor Swinton would nod and say, I was just thinking of asking for it. Qin Yu pouted. You really want it. However, Professor Swinton immediately said, this book has given me a lot of inspiration. I will help you transform that pretty sword into a useful one. What do you think? Really? Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Of course. Professor Swinton nodded. Can it fly, eh? Qin Yu asked eagerly. It's not impossible. It seems Mrs. Horklump was right. You have been longing to ride a sword in the sky. Professor Swinton couldn't help but chuckle. Professor Swinton, I must correct you, it's not riding it, standing on it. Riding a sword to fly, aren't you afraid of a painful backside? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain. Standing on it to fly can satisfy. Do you have any other requirements? Professor Swinton asked. I want that sword to be able to change size somewhat like the extension charm similar to you. Qin Yu expressed another idea of his. Changing size. That might be a bit troublesome. I need to discuss this with Professor Snape and others. Professor Swinton continued, anything else? Make it sharper. Qin Yu said. If a sword can only fly, he felt that there was nothing special about it. At most, it would just be a bare-bones flying that can be done. Also, can we add some special effects like? Then Qin Yu rambled on with various ideas, and when he presented his 28th request, Professor Swinton looked at the night sky and said to Qin Yu, Qin, I suddenly lost interest in making this sword for you. How about you just pretend I said nothing, and we part ways, you'll go enjoy the moonlight. I think this bright moonlight can bring me inner peace. Don't, Professor, I was wrong. Just let it be able to fly, change size can cut, people can. Adjust these three. Qin Yu hurriedly lowered his demands. That sounds much better. One must learn to be satisfied. Professor Swinton educated. You're right, with these functions I will be very satisfied. Qin Yu said earnestly. Then Professor Swinton accompanied Qin Yu to the Gryffindor dormitory area, taking away the sword made from the alchemical materials, which was useless apart from being pretty. When the night was quiet, probably due to sleeping too much during the day, Qin Yu lay in bed, unable to sleep. He then recalled the words he once said to Hermione. If you dream of someone, then that person will become sleepy. So is his current insomnia because someone is dreaming of him. Thinking about these inconsequential things, Qin Yu, finding himself not feeling sleepy, simply got up from the bed, took a candlestick and paper, and went to the common lounge. At this time it was empty here. According to the rules, it's not allowed to wander out too late. Well, it's just a violation of the schedule. Oh, it's not a big deal. Thinking of this, Qin Yu found a table to sit down, placed the candlestick down, spread out the letter paper, and began to write. The letter paper actually already had some content written by Hermione. He didn't know whether that girl came up with it herself or learned it from somewhere, but recently, she began writing some reply-like words in Qin Yu's original letters, basically, in every paragraph. This invisibly increased the interactivity and fun of the correspondence, as if the two were communicating. Qin Yu was certainly familiar with this format. After all, in his previous life, he had read novels with all kinds of segmented comments, and seeing the comment numbers displayed after each segment would give him an impulse to click in. In short, Qin Yu was very willing to accept Hermione's new form of letters. Then as he read what she wrote about her life, how Crumplehorn Snorkax had gotten fat again, how spring blossomed in her eyes, how she suddenly missed him at night, longing for the scenes where they chatted late into the night on the small bed in the attic. Every time he saw these, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile, and then wrote down what he wanted to say beside. After writing replies to every segment in Hermione's letter, Qin Yu spread out another blank sheet of letter paper and began to write about the things he wanted to share with the girl far away. In the flickering candlelight, no matter how dark and tumultuous the outside world was, there were still some places and people that could help him find peace. Dimensional Wall. Over 4,000 words. Consider it a combined chapter. Thank you to everyone who sent gifts, urged updates, and commented. Your support truly gives me tremendous motivation. Due to space limitations, I won't list everyone's IDs here. Also, to clarify, the gift list in the author's remarks was captured by the system. I am not sure how it works, and it is not an oversight by the author, so everyone please understand. When Qin Yu witnessed George and Fred carrying a large barrel of fermented crushed apples to feed some magical creature, he realized that he was no longer quite familiar with what these two brothers were up to. Hagrid, looking at the industrious Weasley twins, sighed and said, "If they weren't always preoccupied with selling things from those magical creatures to make money, I would genuinely like them." Qin Yu chuckled slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the Weasley twins were clever and quick learners. Having spent over half a year with Hagrid, they had become quite familiar with the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for their unpure intentions, Hagrid would have truly considered these two kids as confidants and friends across generations. Unfortunately, Uncle Hagrid was ultimately mistaken. By the way, the venom from the A-Tide giant spider is almost sold out. I have quite a bit of money stored here. When shall we divide it up? Uncle Hagrid suddenly remembered this. They actually hadn't divided the money yet, and although they occasionally took some for personal use, they hadn't kept track. Of course, Qin Yu himself had quite a bit of money. How much is there currently? Qin Yu asked curiously. About 2,000 galleons, I think, but I'm not exactly sure, Hagrid replied casually. He wasn't very concerned about the amount of money. I didn't expect there to be so much. Let's divide it when George and Fred, Qin Yu said with a radiant smile. The human affinity for money often stems not from a love of the currency itself, but from the sense of accomplishment derived from the labor value it represents. After being busy for so long, the joy of harvest filled his heart when the golden galleons were finally in his. When George and Fred returned and heard about the money division, they were overjoyed. They certainly knew how much they had earned during this time. It was more than what their parents earned in several years. If they had a broomstick nearby, the Weasley brothers would probably fly around in the sky for 7 or 8 laps, then vent their excitement by attacking the Whomping Willow. Clatter, clatter. Hagrid casually poured 2 barrels of gold coins onto the floor. The Weasley brothers had long been somewhat critical of Hagrid's nonchalance towards the galleons. After all, to just toss such a large amount of money into 2 old wooden barrels seemed somewhat reckless. However, they eventually got used to it, realizing that no one could easily steal anything from Hagrid, especially with Hagrid's large dog keeping watch. Of course, the large dog mentioned here does not refer to the 3-headed dog named Fluffy, but rather to a regular large dog that Hagrid owned. As for the 3-headed dog, it was placed in the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. Qin Yu had only seen it once or twice, while George and Fred occasionally helped Hagrid deliver food to it, as he sometimes went on long trips and couldn't feed it. On Qin Yu's side, he waved his wand and recited a spell, pointing it at the pile of galleons, which quickly arranged themselves into neat stacks of 100. Hagrid and the Weasley brothers couldn't help but show admiration or respect upon witnessing this scene. The spell Qin Yu had just performed was a simple household organization charm commonly used by George and Fred's mother Molly Weasley to tidy up the kitchen dishes. That Qin Yu used it to count money was a clever and imaginative twist. This led Hagrid and the Weasley brothers to think, why didn't I think of using it this way? Though that couldn't be blamed on them, as they had never expected to earn so much money before. Naturally, they wouldn't have thought to use a household organization charm for counting. In total, there are 24 stacks and 86 coins, which makes 2,486 galleons. While the other 3 were reminiscing, Qin Yu finished counting the coins. This sum of money involved not only the proceeds from the sale of the A-Tide giant spider venom, but also profits from other items. Wow, so much. That's really quite a lot. George, Fred, and Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim. They had never seen so much money before. Especially George and Fred, although they came from the old and prestigious Weasley family, they had been poor since childhood. Even their books were old ones used by their brothers Bill and Charlie. Then I suggest we split 2,400 galleons evenly, and keep the remaining 86 galleons as a reserve for various expenses. Qin Yu said to the 3 of them. I have no objections, Hagrid nodded first. He didn't worry about how much or how to divide. He was just waiting for his share. After receiving his share, he planned to buy a new moleskin coat, a pair of rabbit fur gloves, and a pair of beaver fur boots, as his previous attire was already too worn out. Of course, these winter clothes were not an urgent purchase. Hagrid simply had this plan in mind. Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged glances, and Fred spoke up. I discussed this with George earlier, and we think the money should be divided into 3 portions. 3 portions? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, but after a moment of thought, he roughly understood their reasoning. Why 3 portions? Aren't there 4 of us? Hagrid was completely puzzled. Well, we think that this time's profits should be divided based on the amount of labor and contribution. George chimed in. Yes, the one who contributed the most this time is Qin. If Qin hadn't killed those A-Tide giant spiders, we certainly wouldn't have harvested so much venom. Fred followed up. Although they didn't know the truth behind Qin killing the A-Tide giant spiders, they understood that it was likely his secret, one he never spoke of too much. This time they brought it up to show Qin Yu that they hadn't forgotten who contributed the most. Then there's Uncle Hagrid, who was busy running around delivering goods to Diagon Alley and other places for transactions. That contribution is also significant. George looked at Hagrid and said, "Ahihi, I didn't do much. I actually quite enjoy going to Diagon Alley. I can sneak a beer while I'm there." Hagrid chuckled, causing the others present to laugh along. As for the two of us, we mainly just packaged the venom, organized the goods, and communicated with clients through letters. In total, our tasks were not as many as what you all did. Fred spoke of what they had done. No. I couldn't do what you did. I actually think you did more than I did. And it's more important. Hagrid was the first to speak up. I agree that what you did was quite important, Qin Yu said sincerely. Hagrid's and Qin Yu's words made the Weasley brothers feel somewhat satisfied, especially receiving affirmation from Qin Yu made them very happy. Since you all say so, we feel justified in taking that 1/3 of the money, George said with a smile. Since you insist, let's divide it into 3 portions then. Qin Yu decided not to dwell further on this. A reasonable labor-based distribution plan is quite sound. He had no reason to give the 2 brothers more money out of modesty or sentiment. To some extent, this was also a form of respect for them. With Qin Yu's consent, the Weasley brothers were naturally then the 4 of them divided the pile of galleons into 3 equal parts. The number 2,400 was quite nice, as it could be evenly divided by both 4 and 3, being a common multiple of the 2. After dividing the money, George and Fred began counting each coin one by one. Unlike Qin Yu, who used a spell to finish counting in a flash, their method was slower, but felt more tangible. Once they finished counting, they took 50 coins and put them into a pouch. Then they pushed the remaining 750 galleons back to Hagrid, asking him to help store them in Gringotts. Qin Yu was similar, taking a few dozen coins, while letting Hagrid help store the rest. Thus Hagrid stuffed the galleons back into the 2 old wooden barrels. While the 4 of them had split the money, but it felt a bit anticlimactic. Of course their spirits were very high. Now we can buy Ron a new set of books, George murmured happily. Forget the books. New or old, they're all the same. It's better to buy him a new robe. Bill's old one is just too worn out, and Ron certainly won't like it, Fred added. And a wand. Mom keeps saying she'll get him a new wand once Charlie graduates, and then leave the old one for Ron. You know, Charlie's wand is so worn that it's showing unicorn hair. I reckon it might break soon, George remarked. We must let Ron use a new wand. Fred nodded. Let's not tell him about this yet. He will secretly buy everything and give it to him on the first day of school. We must wait until the very last day, George said with a mischievous smile. Good idea. I can already imagine his expression. He'll definitely cry. I can't wait. Fred laughed along. Listening to the 2 brothers planning how to tease their younger brother Qin Yu felt a bit exasperated and sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for poor Ron. However, thinking about it, his crossing over brought such a significant change to Ron, at least allowing him to have a new wand and a new robe. This thought brought Qin Yu some comfort. Well, Hagrid's cabin, the money division, was just a minor episode in Qin Yu's busy yet fulfilling life at Hogwarts. After that, he continued this hectic lifestyle. In early April, Gryffindor played a Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, and Qin Yu once again showcased his prowess on the field. Qin is our king. This slogan occasionally echoed above the pitch, deeply embedded in everyone's. This time the beater working with Qin Yu was Fred, as he and George had agreed to take turns on the field. Last time George had the spotlight, so it was Fred's turn now. Hufflepuff's shining star was the seeker Cedric Diggory, who risked being hit by the quaffle to fiercely pursue the golden snitch, leaving a profound impression on all the spectators. Though he ultimately couldn't catch it, his bravery was commendable. Before this, Cedric had facilitated several friendly matches between the 2 houses, during which both teams engaged in extensive exchanges. Cedric even found a way to counter Qin Yu's double strike maneuver. Of course, Qin Yu and the others also discovered the weaknesses of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and devised new tactics. Such sparring was beneficial for both teams and very constructive. Qin, we've kept some tricks up our sleeves. You'll be surprised on the pitch. Cedric had mentioned this during one of the friendlies. How do you think we didn't keep tricks? Qin Yu had laughed in response. Then the so-called tricks from both sides were merely about throwing caution to the wind and going all out. In a Quidditch match, it's all about that spirit. This match was quite exhilarating. Although many players bore bruises and black eyes, the teams held a friendly gathering afterward, drinking 2 large barrels of butterbeer that Hagrid had bought. Cedric even clinked glasses with Qin Yu several times. If there had been any alcohol in that drink, he would surely have gotten drunk. Having spent so much time together, Qin Yu could tell that this handsome lad was very sincere and straightforward, lacking any guile, making him a dependable friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to play friendlies with Hufflepuff before the match. After facing Gryffindor's training, Hufflepuff's Quidditch team greatly improved, even managing to tie with Slytherin in their subsequent match. Although they lost in overtime, it was sufficient to prove their strength. Hogwarts was a wonderful place, but the world was not entirely peaceful. Regarding the undercurrents beneath the calm surface, such as news about Death Eaters and Grindelwald's army, Qin Yu had gleaned a bit from Dumbledore. The one who informed him the most was actually Hagrid. Dumbledore asked me to pay attention to various news and people's thoughts while delivering goods to Diagon Alley. In fact, many people think Grindelwald's ideas were quite good, though a lot of wizards dislike hiding because of the statute of secrecy. Hagrid once expressed his worries to Qin Yu, adding, "Dumbledore doesn't want me to tell you this. He says you're still too young and shouldn't be involved in these dangerous matters yet." "Thank you, Hagrid, and please thank Dumbledore for his concern on my behalf," Qin Yu said sincerely. Although he rarely saw old Dumbledore, Qin Yu could genuinely feel the elder's protection over him and many others. It was a selfless love for which he felt very grateful. Of course, he really couldn't do much right now. The only thing he could do was work hard to learn magic, strengthen himself, and become a powerful person who could protect himself and others. Then as spring was nearing its end, Professor Snape excitedly called Qin Yu to his office after class. This led the classmates to speculate that as an exemplary student, Qin was likely to receive some after-class tutoring from the teacher. Of course, if Qin Yu could hear these thoughts, he would probably spit blood and want to whip Elvis, who had the most ideas. Alright, these are all just jokes. Everyone was simply curious about matters related to Qin Yu. After class, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Yu left the classroom and headed to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. A good sword. When Professor Swindon drew out, pulled out the long sword gleaming with metallic luster, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This sword was not a common Western rapier, but rather a seemingly heavy broadsword. The blade had sharp, rugged lines with a surface specially treated to be as smooth as silk, reflecting light brilliantly. Just from its appearance, it was already quite impressive. This sword is inspired by the flight principle of the flying broomstick, combined with an expansion spell allowing it to change size and achieve flight. As Professor Swindon spoke, he tossed the sword, chanting a spell causing it to enlarge and widen. Up, up. With the classic command for the flying broomstick, the sword gently lifted and hovered in place. Professor Swindon said to Qin Yu, "Are you sure it's safe?" Qin Yu asked. "The first flight of this sword can—" Professor Swindon shrugged. "Is it appropriate for you to say that to a child?" Qin Yu couldn't help but complain. Then he moved his limbs a bit to warm up, followed by a jump, lightly leaping onto the sword's surface. Once his feet landed on it, a sudden force pulled his feet securely in place, allowing him to stand stably. Clearly a special adhesion spell was in effect. Indeed, seeing the surprise on Qin Yu's face, Professor Swindon smugly remarked, "I've put a lot of thought into preventing you from falling off." Qin Yu gave Professor Swindon a thumbs up. The subsequent flight closely resembled the use of a flying broom, and having prior experience in this regard, Qin Yu merely needed to adapt to standing while flying. He slightly lowered his body, controlling the sword to fly forward, stopping just in time before hitting the wall, turning, and then circling back. After repeating this several times, Qin Yu was already quite adept, though not as skilled as with the flying broom. He could still soar like the wind. Watching how quickly Qin Yu mastered the flying sword techniques, Professor Swindon couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, thinking that this child truly learns quickly. Then he couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic, thinking that if only he could teach him for a while longer. He had many interesting things he wanted to share. However, he was merely a temporary presence at this school, and he was destined to leave. With this thought, Professor Swindon's mood became quite complex. Roar! Qin Yu performed a high-difficulty aerial flip, letting out a joyful cheer. "Alright, if you keep practicing, you'll ruin my place." Professor Swindon smiled, saying this somewhat humorously. Sorry, Professor, I couldn't control my excitement." Qin Yu landed steadily beside Professor Swindon. "Come down, there's more to show." Swindon beckoned Qin Yu to descend. More? Is it to chop something?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "Not just that," Professor Swindon teased. Qin Yu jumped down joyfully, standing by full of anticipation. Professor Swindon then resized the sword to its original size, holding it steadily in his hand. "Pay attention." After saying this, Professor Swindon softly chanted a spell, and with a bang, a burst of intense flame ignited from the sword. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu's eyes widened in amazement. This effect was way too cool. Any man would find it impossible to resist a sword spewing flames. "I borrowed a few phoenix feathers from Professor Dumbledore, and it seems the effect is quite good." Professor Swindon raised an eyebrow, speaking somewhat proudly. "Not just good, it's simply beyond imagination." Qin Yu didn't hesitate to shower him with praise. "And there's more." After saying this, Professor Swindon waved the sword, and the flames instantly disappeared, rapidly forming a layer of frost on the blade. He looked around, then raised the frosted sword and struck his desk, causing a corner to break off and plummet to the floor with a thud. "This is the effect of those ancient spells," Professor Swindon explained. Indeed, it was the ancient spells they previously used for the pyramid refrigerator flexibly applied to this sword. "Very impressive." Qin Yu clapped in praise. "And there's more." Professor Swindon continued to shake the sword, and a green glow gradually emerged on the blade. "Is this the venom of an eight-eyed giant spider?" Qin Yu instinctively guessed. "Ha ha ha, good," Professor Swindon chuckled. "This is very practical," Qin Yu praised. "And there's more." The green light faded, and the airflow around the sword stirred, creating a sharp wind. "And there's more." As the wind quieted, the sword emitted a dazzling white light. "And there's more." The color of the blade changed quickly, blending with the surrounding environment, making it hard to discern. And there's more. The blade softened and wrapped around his arm. And there's more. And there's more. With each, and there's more. Professor Swindon showcased the various functions of this sword, also displaying the boundless imagination and extraordinary talent of a genius wizard. By the end, Qin Yu no longer expressed amazement or agreement, but quietly watched Professor Swindon demonstrate, as if enjoying a spectacular performance. Indeed, a wizard with extraordinary abilities is nothing less than an artist wielding magic. Of course, while admiring Qin, you couldn't help but wonder how many galleons had been spent to realize these functions. Professor Swindon truly came from a wealthy family. His financial prowess was formidable as well. Alright, that's about it. After concluding the demonstration, Professor Swindon put away the sword and spoke to Qin Yu. Professor, I remember I made many requests before, but you didn't agree to any. How come you've done more than I asked? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. Is it the same? Professor Swindon raised an eyebrow and replied, you made too many requests, that's called wish, and me doing all this is called a surprise. Qin Yu was left speechless upon hearing this, then thought that Professor Swindon's words actually made some sense. The only downside is that many of these functions can only be used once or twice, and cannot be reused in a short time, which relates to the operation of magic after all. According to the conservation law of magic, whatever effect you achieve requires corresponding magical power, and this is an unbreakable rule. Professor Swindon said somewhat regretfully. In simpler terms, it was a matter of insufficient magical power, or in gaming terms, well, it's just not enough mana. That's already quite impressive, truly beyond my imagination. Qin Yu said again. Well then, I'll leave it to you next. Professor Swindon handed the sword in his hand to Qin Yu. Qin Yu excitedly accepted it. The professors were of course aware that Qin Yu had finally acquired a sword that could fly stand on. After all, to modify this sword, Professor Swindon had sought out many other professors for discussions. Not to mention borrowing phoenix feathers from Dumbledore, then Professor McGonagall contributed a series of ideas related to transformation spells. Madame Hooch's understanding of broomstick construction was immensely helpful, and Professor Flitwick's knowledge of charms and Professor Sprout's herbology knowledge were also applied to this sword. Of course, the most significant contribution came from Professor Snape, who was almost fully involved in the conception and modification of this sword, always saying that kid Qin loves to show off, you should do this and that. Thus, after acquiring this sword, Qin Yu personally thanked each professor. Then on a certain day, Professor Dumbledore took time out of his busy schedule to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office and personally check the sword's effect. This reminds me of the Sword of Gryffindor. Dumbledore gave a high evaluation. Then he somewhat regretfully added, however, this sword still lacks a chance to become legendary. What kind of chance? Professor Swindon couldn't help but ask curiously. Well, I don't know either, Dumbledore's. Professor Snape, standing nearby, gazed thoughtfully at Dumbledore's smiling eyes. Qin Yu thought to himself, truly hearing you speak is like hearing a word of wisdom. Of course, he didn't dare to voice this thought. Then Qin Yu opened the large pyramid that had been kept with Professor Swindon all along, took out a cup of chilled drink, and offered it to Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore took a few sips and nodded in approval, saying, not bad, not bad. It's getting hot now, drinking this is very refreshing. After finishing, just before leaving, looking at the large pyramid in the corner, old Dumbledore casually remarked, the alchemical materials are great, but using them to preserve food is a bit extravagant. Upon hearing this, the three people present instantly felt their faces heat up. Even the usually cold Professor Snape couldn't help but twitch his lips twice. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, don't reveal someone's shortcomings. After saying this, Professor Dumbledore left as if nothing had happened, leaving the three in the room awkwardly standing. After a long silence, Professor Swindon was the first to speak. Qin, how about? Before he could finish, Qin Yu swiftly drew his sword. Professor Snape opened the pyramid and took out the items inside one by one. Then a flash of cold light appeared, and with a clang the pyramid split in two. The three present all let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. I think these alchemical materials can be quite useful, Professor Swindon said seriously. Exactly. Qin Yu nodded. Professor Snape also agreed. No matter what, it's more useful than making a pyramid refrigerator. Qin Yu supplemented this thought internally. He had actually wanted to say this for a long time. Professors Snape and Swindon had similar thoughts, but were too embarrassed to voice it. After all, they had worked hard for a long time to create this thing, only to have it pointed out by Dumbledore today. Now that they reached a consensus, they could just rework it. So what do we do? Qin Yu asked. Professors Snape and Swindon simultaneously looked at him and the sword in his hand. Then they exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. Soon the time passed from the end of April to the end of May. Hogwarts School was approaching the end of the academic year, with classes nearly over and final exams about to begin. Before the exams began, Professors Snape and Swindon also completed their own secret projects. When two swords of different shapes were placed together, Qin Yu was present. Then he inexplicably drew his own sword as well. The three swords clashed with a ringing sound, resonating as if they were connected by blood. They originated from the same source, seemingly having a mysterious connection. Ha ha, this is truly an interesting thing, Professor Swindon remarked with a smile. I didn't expect such an effect. Qin Yu followed up. With the same material, some connection isn't surprising. Professor Snape said, then withdrew his very classical-looking fine sword, continuing with a calm tone, Stephen, when do you plan to leave? Severus, do you really have to ask such a question at such a joyous moment? Professor Swindon sighed. Since parting is inevitable, why avoid talking about it? Professor Snape said, revealing a rare sentiment. Qin Yu had actually already fallen silent since Professor Snape asked the first question. Since entering school, Professor Swindon's help and guidance had been devoted. Sometimes Qin Yu regarded him as an older brother with whom he could share everything. Now as separation loomed, he naturally felt a mix of emotions. Life is probably just a series of farewells. Alright, if we're to part, let's toast to the farewell today. Professor Swindon brought out a bottle of aged red wine. He poured a glass for both himself and Snape. Due to his young age, Qin Yu was firmly refused, even though he was envious, so he could only drink a non-alcoholic beverage with a similar taste. This non-alcoholic beverage could also lead to a state of inebriation, but it was still different from real alcohol. Then the three toasted in the office, drinking a glass, then pouring another, because it seemed like there were quite a few words to share about their farewell. When all three began to feel drunk, Qin Yu patted the shoulders of the two professors and emotionally slurred, Professors, I have an idea, not sure if I should say it or not. You say it. Just say whatever you want. Professor Swindon, feeling tipsy, waved his hand. Go ahead, I promise I won't scold you today. Professor Snape also assured. His face slightly flushed, his eyes somewhat dazed under the influence of alcohol. His thoughts seemed to drift into some long-forgotten memory. With the agreement of both professors, Qin Yu chuckled, saying, here's what I think. You see, we're fated to gather together, and we all have a sword in the Muggle world. That's the legendary Three Musketeers. I've heard this story. Professor Swindon chimed in. Then how about we become sworn brothers? Qin Yu, somewhat dazed, but with sparkling eyes, looked at both of them. Sworn brothers? Professor Swindon asked, bewildered. Yes, from now on we'll be like brothers from different parents. Of course we can each take our own paths, so I'll call you professors, and you can call me third brother. The drunk, Qin Yu, felt this idea was simply marvelous. Alright, third brother. You're my dear brother. Professor Swindon also patted Qin Yu's shoulder. Third brother. Professor Snape also called out in confusion. Hey, big brother, second brother. Qin Yu cheerfully embraced the shoulders of both, and then the three continued to clink glasses. Tonight for farewell, tonight for the encounter, let's drink until we are satisfied, let's indulge in this drunken revelry. The dimensional wall. Initially the idea was that the pyramid had some purpose. Later it was thought to split it to make three swords, which could be considered a bond among the three. Moreover, Qin Yu, being an adult soul, treating the two professors as older brothers is quite normal. While my recent state hasn't been great, so the writing hasn't been smooth, I hope everyone can bear with me. Thanks to the old reader, the great author, for the authentication, and to every reader for the gifts, updates, and comments. The little author here, thanks everyone. Will Professor Snape kill me to keep me silent? This has been the question Qin Yu has been pondering for the past 2 days. That night's incident could truly be described as a social death, and it was a thoroughly complete one. Did I really initiate a brotherhood at Hogwarts? I must have been drunk, and the most important part is that it involved any person with a sane mind wouldn't call Snape big brother and let him refer to himself as third brother, right? Just thinking about it afterward sends chills down my spine. I probably won't make it to this year's year-end banquet. Qin Yu thought to himself. Note, the year-end banquet is a celebration held at the end of the academic year before the summer vacation begins. This kept him frequently distracted during the final exams of the school year. During the herbology exam, his quill was stuck on the paper, never lifting, creating a large blot of ink, prompting Professor Sprout to provide him with a new one. Then during the charms exam, he accidentally peeled the skin off the pineapple used for the levitation charm and instinctively planned to soak it in some salt water. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick, being kind, gave him a new one and kindly reminded him to pay attention to the exam questions, saving his charms exam from disaster. As for the transfiguration exam, he turned the mouse meant to be transformed into a prop into a tomato while the task required a goblet. In short, if it weren't for his decent rapport with the professors, his exams this year would have been a disaster. Severus, it seems that Qin has been a bit off during the exams lately. Do you know what's going on with him? Professor McGonagall asked Snape curiously at the Hogwarts teachers' meeting. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape closed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his eyelids, which were adorned with long eyelashes. His gaze was calm, and in a detached tone he replied, "Isn't it quite normal for him to behave abnormally?" Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback by his response, then nodded, and said, "Well, I suppose you're right. If he were to behave too normally, that would indeed be abnormal." "Cough, yes, Qin." Professor Swindon chimed in. Then, sensing Snape's icy glare directed at him, he swiftly changed the subject. I heard the Hog's Head and just got a new batch of excellent red currant rum. I plan to invite all the professors to taste it together. I wonder if you have time after the exams." "Wow, that sounds great." Professor Flitwick was the first to respond. "Thank you for the invitation, Professor Swinton. I will definitely join." Madame Rosmerta followed suit, expressing her agreement to attend, while Professor Trelawney showed a shy demeanor. She enjoyed drinking and often indulged in sherry alone. The brief meeting concluded, and everyone left to continue preparing for their respective grade exams. Early in the morning, Professor Snape donned his flowing black robes, fastening them all the way up to just below his. Glancing casually at his gaunt reflection in the mirror, Snape's gaze shifted to the classical-looking dagger resting on the table. Then his typically expressionless face twitched slightly. Next, he closed his eyes and a series of spells flashed in his mind: Avada Kedavra, soul-sucking, curse, Cruciatus curse, killing, curse, fire-making spell, petrification spell. There were too many to choose from. However, the corners of his mouth unexpectedly curled upwards slightly, though it quickly returned to its usual coldness. A smile to him was an exhausting affair, because it reminded him of the person who once made him smile sincerely, the one he had deeply hurt in the past. She was so wonderful and her life was so fleeting. He would likely spend the rest of his life contemplating why he couldn't protect her. His robes concealed his tall frame, indifference cloaked his dark eyes, and Professor Snape, as always, drifted out of the room. Today's exam topic: brewing the potion of forgetfulness. The materials and tools you need are at your disposal. The exam begins now. In the underground classroom where potions class was held, Professor Snape raised his voice and slowly addressed the students present. Many students sighed upon hearing this and began to frantically search for the necessary items and measure the appropriate. Qin Yu anxiously observed Professor Snape's expressions and actions. He couldn't help but feel uncertain seeing Snape for the first time in days. When he finally confirmed that Snape did not harbor any murderous intent towards him, Qin Yu finally felt relieved. He then focused on brewing the potion. After a busy flurry, when he added the last drop of valerian root juice, the potion in the cauldron turned a pale purple, marking its completion. Not bad. The familiar cold voice sounded in Qin Yu's ear. This startled him. Turning around, he saw Professor Snape's face devoid of any extraneous expression. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had already stood behind him, perhaps due to his intense focus on potion brewing. Qin Yu, Professor Snape, Qin Yu stammered. In addition to learning how to brew potions, you must also remember their effects. Professor Snape said this in his usual deliberate manner. I will. Qin Yu hurriedly nodded. Then Professor Snape ignored him, moving on to watch the students in the classroom, who were scratching their heads desperately, trying to recall the potion formulas ready to intervene should someone's cauldron explode. Watching Professor Snape leave, Qin Yu pondered over his words, remembering the effects of the potion of forgetfulness. How Professor Snape is hinting at me. Qin Yu finally realized. Then he let out a sigh of relief. If it's just about forgetting, then it means that day's incident won't be brought up again, and he can turn the page. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt much more at ease. Soon he realized that the last exam left was History of Magic. After finishing this course, he could look forward to the vacation. What would the History of Magic exam cover? Qin Yu thought about this course, eagerly anticipating that the exam would start and end quickly. Didn't Snape give you a hard time, third brother? Professor Swinton clapped Qin Yu on the shoulder. He had just stepped out of the potions classroom moments earlier when he ran into Professor Swinton on the corridor. Professor, could we perhaps forget what happened that day? Ugh, Qin Yu grimaced. Recalling that incident, it truly was mortifying. To be fair, his words hadn't been entirely insincere, at least half-hearted sincerity, the other half sheer impulsive folly. Yet the considerable age gap between himself and the two professors rendered his conduct somewhat lacking in due reverence. Though Professor Snape had chosen to forget the matter, sending an unmistakable signal through the very questions on the potions exam, Professor Swinton showed no such intention of letting it fade. I think your idea that day was rather splendid. Now I've gained not only a younger brother, but also an older one, Professor Swinton remarked, eyes gleaming with amusement. Well, even if I concede your reasoning holds merit, you must consider Professor Snape's perspective. Just look at his usual demeanor. As Qin Yu spoke, his expression hardened, his face lengthened into a chillingly perfect imitation of Snape's icy glare. Ha ha ha, you're uncannily convincing. Professor Swinton laughed until tears welled in his eyes. Alas, I'm not performing for your amusement. I'm trying to make you reflect upon my predicament. You're free to depart, but I'll remain here for 6 more years. I'd rather not graduate prematurely, via untimely demise. Qin Yu sighed, utterly resigned. Very well, I understand your anxiety. Truth be told, I dare not even mention that day in front of Snape. Professor Swinton spoke with uncharacteristic solemnity. Ah, thank goodness, you do understand. Qin Yu finally exhaled in relief. Still, when it's just the two of us, we needn't stand on ceremony. Right, my dear younger brother? Professor Swinton gave Qin Yu's shoulder another hearty pat. Qin Yu fell silent. This, it seemed, was a memory Swinton intended to cherish for life. At that thought, Qin Yu's composure began to fray. Yet he quickly chided himself. This absurdity was entirely self-inflicted. Why oh why had he blurted that nonsense about the 3 swords sharing fated resonance? It was as if some delusional web novel author had possessed him. No one else bore the blame. Once one accepts fate, the path ahead widens. Let it be. What harm is there in acquiring yet another sibling who calls you brother? Qin Yu mused inwardly. Gazing into Professor Swinton's smiling eyes, Qin Yu inexplicably recalled the quiet melancholy he'd once glimpsed beneath that warmth. What untold story lay hidden behind this man, mentor, friend, and elder brother, all in one? By the way, I have a gift for you, though it's not quite ready yet. You'll receive it after the Yule Ball. Professor Swinton added suddenly. Huh, if it's not ready, why tell me now? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. So you'll prepare your gift in advance, of course. Professor Swinton replied, feigning mild exasperation. Apologies, I'm slower on the uptake than I should be, Qin Yu said, forcing a wry smile. No matter. Snape reacts the same way. Professor Swinton shrugged. Qin Yu remained speechless, and silently raised a thumb in reluctant admiration. The Sworn Brotherhood episode thus reached a temporary lull, Snape's deliberate amnesia and Swinton's unruffled acceptance having jointly defused the situation. Truth be told, each time Qin Yu revisited the memory, he felt a powerful urge to seize a time-turner and strangle his past self. Yet life inevitably carries its share of cringeworthy moments. 2 or 3, perhaps 4. So deeply embarrassing, they could excavate an entire secret chamber. One more hardly changes the tally, does it? Better to let it go, to grant oneself mercy, and the heart grows lighter. This whole affair had in fact prompted Qin Yu to ponder profound philosophies and contemplate how best to navigate life's inevitable obstacles. The history of magic examination was tedious and dry. As Qin Yu scribbled interminable sentences onto his parchment, his enchanted quill bound by antique heating charms flying across the page, he drifted into reverie, elaborating on the origins and magical world ramifications of certain events centuries past. What baffled him most was why a question like, who invented the self-heating cauldron, even belonged on the exam. When Professor Binns finally declared the exam concluded, students erupted into thunderous cheers, their most enthusiastic applause of the entire year. With this exam behind them, students enjoyed a week of unstructured freedom before grades were posted, the Yule Ball held, and winter break officially commenced. During the waiting period, Qin Yu kept himself occupied, not idly but deep in Hagrid's hut, crafting his gift for Professor Swinton. He approached the task with genuine care. First, he blended previously gathered golden full unicorn hair and mature white unicorn hair with several other commonly used magical creature hairs, twisting them into an exceptionally resilient custom-spun yarn. From this yarn, he knitted a scarf. Indeed, scarves were both customary and fashionable gifts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Yet his creation was uniquely extraordinary. Ugly, perhaps, but incredibly tough. Hagrid tugged at the multi-hued scarf and offered his version. I'd have preferred pure white or gold, but that would require plucking every last strand from Kelly and Anna's manis. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Nevertheless, a scarf infused with unicorn hair held exceptional value, more than worthy of presentation. Hagrid nodded in agreement. Qin Yu then wrapped the scarf in sturdy brown parchment, tied it with twine, and resolved to present it to Professor Swinton only upon receiving his own gift. Once the gift was complete, with several idle days remaining, Qin Yu picked up his wand and sword, brimming with anticipation, and strode into the abandoned girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. He emerged mere minutes later, bruised, swollen, and nursing a black eye. Day after day the pattern repeated. George and Fred, spotting him, grew curious, wondering whether he too had sought solace with the Whomping Willow. Solace? Hardly. Qin Yu dismissed their teasing, too weary to engage. He asked Hagrid for a vial of acromantula venom, and following Professor Swinton's instructions, imbued the blade with its potent essence. Their supply of acromantula venom was dwindling. Qin Yu decided henceforth to reserve it solely for his own use. Once fully prepared, he returned to the girls' bathroom. Qin, you're back again. Can't you stay and chat with me? Moaning, Myrtle lamented plaintively. Having visited several times, Qin Yu had long since become familiar to the bathroom's resident ghost. Another time, I'm pressed for it, Qin Yu replied, stretching his limbs before leaping down from a ledge. Ooh, what a dashing young man. His physique is absolutely perfect, floated moaning Myrtle, gazing adoringly from midair. Have you ever experienced this? When you hold a thick, straight, and sturdy stick, do you feel an urge to hit something with it? Or when you wield a sharp fruit knife, do you feel an impulse to stab a watermelon? Indeed, this illustrates the influence of external objects on human emotions and mindset. In the words of a famous saying, with a powerful weapon in hand, murderous intent arises on its own. When you possess great power or a formidable weapon, your heart inevitably changes, becoming either confident. This phenomenon is often depicted in literature as the inner demon of a person. In truth, everyone possesses such an inner demon. Take Dumbledore, for instance. In his youth, upon acquiring powerful magical abilities, he dreamed of changing the world and the rules. At that time, his confidence soared due to his power, even blinding him to reality. Even if his intentions were not malicious, his emotions were inevitably swayed by power, until someone or something awakened him, prompting him to be wary of power and to maintain a calm heart. It is quite challenging to remain unaffected by external influences or overwhelming power. Thus, when Qin Yu held the long sword capable of igniting flames, condensing frost, and emitting green light, how could he not think of cutting something? The first person that came to his mind was Professor Snape, as it had been nearly a year of training in combat under him. Of course, Qin Yu quickly dismissed this option. Reason told him that provoking Professor Snape now could very well lead to his own demise. Then there was the matter of the beaters. That was where George and Fred sought thrills, and he had no desire to end up in a mess with those two. Ultimately, he naturally thought of the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, a serpent-like creature that had hidden within Hogwarts for nearly 1,000 years. In fact, when Qin Yu first gained the ability to speak Parseltongue, he felt an urge to explore the chamber. However, at that time, he was merely capable of a silent, furious rampage, and going there would only result in his downfall. Now things were different, and at least he had trained under Professor Snape for over half a year and possessed a decent weapon gifted by Professor Swinton. At this point, he could still attempt to challenge this hidden boss. Of course, reality proved that he was perhaps a bit too With a thud, Qin Yu knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This time it was real blood. At that moment, he was in a slightly spacious junction within the chamber. He had just dodged the basilisk's fangs and maneuvered behind it, only to have the serpent's tail strike him hard, flinging him directly against the wall. Then he fell from the wall. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu lifted his pale eyes to look at. Yes, to avoid the influence of the basilisk's gaze, Qin Yu had used a spell to temporarily render his eyes blind. The basilisk's glare is deadly. Direct eye contact with it can result in death, as exemplified by the ghost Myrtle in the girl's bathroom, and even indirect contact can result in petrification. Naturally, he also cast a spell to enhance his other senses, allowing him to clearly see the basilisks. In summary, Qin Yu made thorough preparations before coming here. However, in the face of absolute power, no amount of preparation can compensate for the disparity in strength. Moreover, he lacked the assistance of Fawkes the Phoenix, and the sword in his hand could not compare to Godric Gryffinder's sword, making it impossible for him to slay the basilisk like Harry Potter. In other words, if this basilisk had a health bar, what Qin Yu was doing now was akin to scraping its health. Nevertheless, using this sword for trial and training his combat abilities, the basilisk was a decent choice. Ding! The host is currently in danger. Please make the following choice. 1. Rely on yourself and face the basilisk alone. Reward 1,000 galleons. 2. Entrust your body to the silent one. Slay the basilisk. Reward basilisk fangs. The system's voice echoed again. Yes, again. Ever since Qin Yu jumped into this chamber, the system had a... Are you trying to tempt me with power? Is that right, system? As Qin Yu kept a wary eye on the basilisk, he mentally communicated with the system. Sorry, I don't want to entrust myself to the silent one just yet, at least not until a true life or death moment. I don't want to experience that feeling of losing control over my body again. Qin Yu said slowly in his mind. So I choose the first option. Ding. The host chooses to rely on himself and face the basilisk alone. This is a manifestation of courage. Reward 1,000 galleons. Upon hearing the system's voice, Qin Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Being able to earn system rewards was one of his gains from the past 3 days of challenging the basilisk in the chamber. Having made his choice, he decided to give it his all. Boom. The long sword ignited with flames as Qin Yu's expression hardened, and he leaped forward to strike the massive basilisk. Qin, your injuries seem to be quite severe lately. You've broken a few ribs. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, said. Qin Yu had become a regular visitor to the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey had long since grown accustomed to it. However, his recent injuries were noticeably worse than before. Fortunately, none were fatal. He couldn't die here. Is it Professor Snape's doing? Madame Pomfrey boldly. After all, she had heard that Professor Snape and Swinton had been privately tutoring Qin Yu, and it was clear that Swinton would not resort to such extreme measures, leaving Snape as the prime suspect. It's not Professor Snape. I've been playing with a rather large creature lately. It certainly has a bad temper. However, don't worry, I should be able to adapt soon, and I won't be so easily injured in the future. Qin Yu could only speak vaguely. Just be careful. Madame Pomfrey chose not to press further. After all, she knew this child, though somewhat eccentric, was very mature and had a strong sense of self, always exercising caution in his actions. After leaving Madame Pomfrey, Qin Yu felt that most of his injuries had healed. He had actually decided to pause his trial plans since tomorrow was the year-end banquet, and he didn't want to attend with a face full of wounds. Moreover, after the year-end banquet summer break would begin, he certainly couldn't return home looking like a pig's head. That would scare Hermione to tears. Thinking of Hermione, Qin Yu felt an intense longing to return. He wondered if that girl had grown taller during the 6 months they had been apart. Although he had received photos from Hermione, nothing could compare to seeing her in person. Then he recalled the Christmas holiday he spent with Hermione. So with such a long summer holiday ahead, what should he do? Of course, Hermione had begun listing summer plans in her letters a month ago, and was continuously adding to them. Thinking about her plans mentioned in the letters, such as going to XXX store for desserts, visiting XXX Park to see the fish, and camping by the XXX River requiring parental consent, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. A summer come quickly. Qin Yu's thoughts had already left Hogwarts, soaring to some distant place. Mom, what's the date today? Hermione pouted as she asked. Mrs. Granger replied patiently, June 14th, my dear. This is already the 11th time you've asked since waking up this morning. Then tonight Qin will attend Hogwarts Indofire banquet, Hermione murmured to herself. Yes, indeed. He ranked first in his year's examinations, so he's certain to be praised by the professors, Mrs. Granger said, having long known of Qin's results from Hermione. Mrs. Granger simply nodded in agreement, otherwise her daughter would keep muttering endlessly. She interjected gently, Darling, it's time for breakfast, otherwise you'll be late for your exams. You wouldn't want Qin to return home and hear that you'd failed, would you? Right. He'll finish quickly and head off to school. He'll rank first in my year too. Hermione declared, brimming with determination. Exactly. That's the spirit. Let me pour you another glass of juice, Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Thank you, Mum, Hermione replied obediently, and then swiftly finished her breakfast and drank every drop of the juice her mother had poured. On her way to school, Hermione contemplated her long summer plans. Yet as she reached the end of her thoughts, a faint unease settled over her. I've saved pocket money for over a year. I wonder if ITLL be enough. She mused inwardly. Truth be told, she had never known exactly how much money Qin Yu possessed. During their last trip to Diagon Alley, she'd been unusually frugal, not because she lacked generosity, but because she remained unfamiliar with wizarding currency, assuming Qin must have scrimped and saved diligently to amass his modest funds. She resolved, therefore, that this summer's expenses would fall to her. Most of her planned activities were Muggle world excursions requiring no wizarding coins at all. I should find a job, but unfortunately few places are willing to hire me, Hermione thought helplessly. Lost in such reflections, the girl soon arrived at school and began her examinations. To secure first place in her year, she decided to set aside thoughts of summer, for now, and focus entirely on answering each question before her. While Hermione concentrated fiercely on her exams, Qin Yu stood in Hagrid's small cottage, selecting items to take. At that moment, the cottage floor was strewn with an assortment of goods Hagrid had recently purchased from Hogsmeade: food, clothing, and everyday essentials. Qin Yu had briefly considered bringing home the unicorn hair scarf for Hermione, yet paused. He reminded himself they had lifetimes ahead to share such moments. Finer gifts could wait. Professor Swinton, however, was departing soon, and deserved a parting gift worthy of his stature. Hermione, he knew, would understand completely. After all, family needs no justification. So he'd asked Hagrid to procure these things. Pity my trunk is too small to hold more than a fraction of them, Qin Yu muttered wryly. He wondered whether Professor Swinton, after months of subtle hints, had finally grasped his meaning, and would hand over that. Qin Yu awaited the professor's gift with quiet, heartfelt anticipation. The Indofire banquet commenced at twilight. As the sun surrendered, its final golden light lamps flared to life across Hogwarts, illuminating the ancient, majestic castle and deepening its aura of enchantment. Indeed, the castle itself was enchantment incarnate. The legendary Wizarding Academy, whose name echoed throughout the magical world, nurturing generation after generation of extraordinary witches and wizards. In short, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, famed across the magical realm, reveals a splendor far more profound and stirring than any legend ever conveys. Qin Yu felt precisely that awe anew as he gazed upon the great hall during the feast, humbled once more by its grandeur, its opulence, its sheer magic. At this moment I have something I must say, Qin Yu declared, standing at the entrance to the hall, voice trembling with him. What is it? Elvish chimed in, curious and eager. Today we take pride in Hogwarts. Tomorrow Hogwarts shall take pride in us, Qin Yu proclaimed, solemn and resolute. A burst of applause followed, clapping hands, bright eyes, wide smiles. Qin, that was perfect. I truly feel honored to be a student here. Elvish spoke first. Jimmy followed, voice soft with hope. Qin, do you really think we'll one day make Hogwarts proud? Yes, if we strive we all will, Qin Yu affirmed, nodding warmly. Truthfully, the hall's electric atmosphere had swept him up, his usual composure momentarily lost to pure, unguarded feeling. Human beings are profoundly shaped by their tribe. When those around you burn with excitement, your own heart cannot help but catch fire. Especially when immersed in an environment potent enough to stir the soul, such as this very hall at this very hour. Students streamed in, taking their seats at their respective house tables. Soon after, Dumbledore and the faculty ascended the head table. The headmaster opened the banquet with his customary address. Children, another year has passed. I trust you have gathered new knowledge, forged lasting friendships, and deepened your understanding of magic. Summer approaches. Enjoy it fully, yet remember to reflect upon all you've learned to clear your minds and prepare your spirits for the year ahead. And now, the moment many await. The House Cup results: Hufflepuff 372 points, Ravenclaw 416, Slytherin 422, Gryffindor 436. Gryffindor claimed victory by 14 points, ending Slytherin's 6-year reign as champions. Dumbledore gestured, and banners suspended above the hall instantly transformed into Gryffindor's lion's sigil, gold and crimson blazing forth as the colors of triumph. Gryffindor students flushed with exhilaration, swelling with hard-won pride. Qin Yu had contributed significantly to this win. reclaiming point after point despite heavy deductions, laboring tirelessly until victory was secured. I declare the feast open. Please enjoy tonight's bounty of food and drink. Dumbledore raised his goblet. Students erupted into cheers, then laughed, chatted, and feasted. At the head table, Hagrid seized a glass of brandy without delay and refilled it almost immediately. Qin Yu, ravenous, joined the children in eating with unrestrained delight. He knew he would miss Hogwarts fare deeply over the coming 2 months, and resolved therefore to savor every bite this night. Just as he leaned back, pleasantly full, sipping honey herb tea handed to him by George, his gaze drifted toward the head table and met Professor Swinton's. The professor gave a subtle nod, then gestured discreetly toward the hall's entrance. Qin Yu understood instantly and nodded in return before rising from his seat. Moments later, they met in a quiet corridor outside the hall. Here, your gift as promised, Professor Swinton said, tossing a small cloth pouch casually toward Qin Yu. Qin caught it, disappointment flickering across his face. The object was clearly not the satchel he'd hoped for, yet the pouch felt dense, weighty. Open it, the professor instructed. Qin Yu did, curious, expectant. Inside lay a golden mask. What is this? He asked, puzzled. An alchemical mask. Professor Swinton paused, then continued. I designed it drawing upon concepts from the book you lent me, ancient Egyptian glyphs from pyramids and decades of my own alchemical research. Seeing Qin Yu's silence, he added, wear it, and not only will your features vanish, your voice, your posture, every external trace of your identity will shift beyond recognition. Truly, Qin Yu's astonishment was genuine this time. The mask was astonishingly useful, nearly rivaling his advanced disillusionment charm. While the charm rendered the body invisible, this mask allowed him to remain visibly present, yet utterly unidentifiable, a different power suited to entirely different ends. Naturally, I devoted over 2 months to crafting it, Professor Swinton remarked, a quiet pride in his tone. So he'd begun contemplating farewell and preparing this gift over 2 months ago. Moved, Qin Yu dropped his usual levity and spoke with rare gravity. Thank you, Professor Swinton. Now, no formalities between us. After all, I am your brother. Swinton winked playfully. Qin Yu froze, speechless, utterly flabbergasted. Honestly, I pondered long and hard over what to give you. That sword strengthens you in danger, and given how often you court trouble, this mask will conceal you well, safeguarding your safety. From now on you may pursue mischief freely, undetected. Wait, since when did I become the troublemaker? It's always me who suffers misfortune. Qin Yu silently, and why would I want to commit mischief? I'm thoroughly upright. His inner voice grumbled. How remarkably thoughtful of you, he replied, forcing a thin smile. It's only what I ought to do. Instructions for use are written on the slip inside. Read them carefully when you— Professor Swinton beamed, then asked, what about my gift? What have you prepared for me? Qin Yu reached into his robes and withdrew a neatly wrapped parcel, handing it over. Swinton unwrapped it and held aloft a multicolored scarf. This, he said, feigning disdain. What do you mean this? I wove it myself from unicorn hair. Its tensile strength surpasses ordinary materials by far. Qin Yu retorted, affronted. I never doubted its quality, only its aesthetics. It seems rather mismatched. Even as he spoke, Swinton had already looped the scarf around his neck and now turned to display it. If you dislike it, just give it back, Qin Yu snapped, rolling his eyes. A gift once given is never reclaimed, Swinton countered firmly. Adjusting the scarf again, he murmured, actually, the more I look at it, the more it grows on me. Tall and elegant Professor Swinton, draped in a dull mottled scarf, looked admittedly rather incongruous. Qin Yu almost laughed, yet before the smile reached his lips, his nose stung unexpectedly. When do you leave? He finally asked. Tonight, immediately after the banquet, and after bidding farewell to you all, Swinton shrugged lightly. Qin Yu hadn't expected such haste. Yet parting was inevitable. Whether sooner or later made little difference, especially since he himself would depart Hogwarts at dawn tomorrow. Then let us share a farewell embrace, Qin Yu said, opening his arms with a radiant smile. Huh. Yes, a proper goodbye hug. Swinton opened his arms in turn and enfolded the boy. The one he so often forgot was still in truth just a child. Take care, Professor Swinton, Qin Yu said softly. Look after yourself, Qin. Swinton replied, clapping his shoulder. After their farewell, Qin Yu returned to the great hall and resumed his seat. Amidst the vibrant bustle, his thoughts drifted, and a gentle, tender smile softened his lips. Tonight Hogwarts was exquisite. Everyone reveled in the feast and clamor of parting, before the curtain fell on another chapter. Come back, come back. Qin Yu hummed a tune he barely remembered, feeling delighted as he walked out of the Gryffindor Tower towards the dock by the lake. Qin, what song are you singing? It sounds lovely, Elvis said, panting as he struggled to catch up with Qin Yu while pulling a heavy suitcase. The latter, however, was quite at ease. The suitcase in his hand was not heavy at all. The reason was simple. Professor Swinton had given him that bag, allowing him to store most of his belongings inside. Speaking of which, this morning an owl had tapped on the window of Qin Yu's dormitory, then dropped something and flew away. That something was none other than Professor Swinton's bag, which had a space extension spell. It was a fine item, not something that could be casually made, and even if it could be made, it would not be as useful as Professor Swindon's. Qin Yu was immediately overjoyed, thinking that Professor Swindon was indeed reliable. If you needed something, he would genuinely send it to you. Next time, just tell me what you want. This was the only sentence written on the accompanying note. As for the song, it's one that expresses the joy of going home for the holidays. Qin Yu casually replied, then asked Elvis, what are your plans for the summer break? Elvis scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, I don't have much planned. I guess I'll just review my first-year books, especially the potions textbook. Qin Yu knew that Elvis had nearly failed his potions exam, which had left the boy's eyes red when he found out his grades. There was no helping it. Elvis was timid and introverted, harboring an instinctive fear of Snape. A large part of the time in potions class was spent worrying about making a mistake and being scolded by Professor Snape. With such a mindset in class, how could he possibly learn well? You don't need to be afraid of Professor Snape. He only seems cold and indifferent at most. He can be a bit sarcastic, but he won't really do anything to you. Qin Yu continued to encourage Elvis. No, there was one time when my cauldron cracked, and he even helped me get a new one. But I'm still a bit scared of him. I'm afraid I won't do well. Elvis stuttered. Alright, you might just be feeling a lot of pressure when facing him. Once you get used to it, it should be fine. Just review well at home, and if you have any questions, you can have your Al send a message to me. Qin Yu stopped persuading. This matter still had to rely on Elvis to change on his own. Is that really okay? Elvis asked, his eyes brightening. What's wrong with that? We're friends, isn't it normal to keep in touch? Qin Yu replied with a smile. Yes, Elvis nodded vigorously. Then he continued to ask Qin Yu. Qin, what are your plans for the summer? Me? Qin Yu was taken aback for a moment, then cleared his throat and said modestly, Actually, I haven't made any plans. Everything has been arranged by others for me. Arranged? I wish I could have everything arranged for me too, but unfortunately, I'm often alone at home during the holidays, Elvis said enviously. Qin Yu patted his shoulder, unsure how to comfort him. After all, not everyone has a sister at home. Get on the boat. Hurry up and get on the boat. There are many people going home for the summer. Be careful not to miss the train. Hagrid shouted at the lake's dock to hurry everyone along. The students heard this and hurriedly quickened their pace, jumping onto the small boats that sailed toward the opposite shore. After Qin Yu and Elvis boarded the boat, he looked back at the gradually receding Hogwarts castle, said goodbye in his heart, and looked forward to seeing Hogwarts' beautiful autumn again when he returned next time. The Hogwarts Express departed promptly at 9 in the morning, filled with students leaving the school. This time was different from the Christmas holiday. Qin Yu's compartment was full of people. First was Elvis, who was sitting contentedly next to Qin Yu. Since he had followed Qin Yu closely, he easily snagged a seat in the compartment. Then came George and Fred, the Weasley twins, bustling in and quickly occupying 2 seats. Bach, Jimmy, and Wilson also wanted to sit inside, but with 7 people already in one compartment, it was just too crowded, so they had to go to the next compartment, occasionally coming over to chat and staying for quite a while, which made it no different from sitting here. In the meantime, Cedric came over to chat with Qin Yu and the others, but seeing that there was simply no space left in the compartment, he left with a look of helplessness. I heard Charlie is going to Romania to study dragons after graduation. Qin Yu asked the Weasley brothers. Yep, that's probably his biggest interest aside from Quidditch. George shrugged. But I think he still hopes to join a professional Quidditch team, but that's really difficult. Fred sighed in agreement. Such a topic left everyone somewhat silent. At that moment, the train passed a beautiful Muggle village where a group of plump sheep grazed in the grass. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scenery, and for a moment, they fell silent. As they approached the station, the students took off their wizard robes and changed into summer clothes. The boys wore simple shorts and short-sleeved tops, while many girls donned pretty dresses. Of course, there were also those who dressed like boys, such as Mung and Iwanda. Finally, the train arrived at King's Cross Station at platform 9 and 34. Everyone got off the train in small groups, passing through that wall into the station of the Muggle world. Going out in batches was, of course, to avoid attracting the attention of Muggles. Bye-bye, Qin. See you at school, Qin. Looking forward to your performance next year, Qin. Many students passing by greeted Qin Yu, while George and Fred admired Qin Yu's popularity and vowed to practice their Quidditch skills diligently over the summer to amaze everyone when school started. Soon Qin Yu and the others reached the exit to the Muggle world, where many young wizards found their families waiting to. George and Fred spotted their mother Molly Weasley along with their brother Ron and sister Ginny waiting for them. Well then, see you later, Qin. George waved goodbye to Qin Yu. I'm going to miss you, Qin. Fred gave Qin Yu a hug. Goodbye, I'll miss you guys. Qin Yu said farewell to the 2 brothers, then waved to Mrs. Weasley nearby as a greeting. After sending off George and Fred, Qin Yu shrugged and pulled his suitcase forward. Just then a voice as melodious as a lark rang out. Qin. Dimensional wall. Caught a cold and had a headache all day, just recovered. There is one more chapter. Qin. The melodious voice called again. Then Qin Yu looked towards the source of the sound, and a petite figure rushed towards him like a gust of wind. As he raised his arms, the figure leaped into his embrace, hugging him tightly. Hermione, what are you doing here? Qin Yu said, somewhat surprised, to the little girl in his arms. Hee, aren't you surprised? The little girl lifted her face, smiling at Qin Yu. Yes, very surprised. Qin Yu couldn't help but ruffle her brown hair. After not seeing each other for half a year, Qin Yu noticed that Hermione's hair had grown quite a bit, almost reaching her waist. And your mom and dad, they're here too. Hermione released Qin Yu and pointed in the direction she had come from. Hermione, why did you run so fast? Wait for us. The voice belonged to a slightly breathless Mrs. Granger, followed closely by Mr. Granger, Aunt Ginny, Uncle David. Qin Yu quickly greeted them. Mrs. Granger was naturally delighted to see Qin Yu holding onto his hand tightly. Mr. Granger kindly helped Qin Yu with his suitcase. However, he stumbled while lifting it, almost falling over as the suitcase was unexpectedly light, and he had exerted too much force. Though the suitcase was lighter than he had imagined, he quickly understood, after all, it was summer, and Qin probably didn't. Just now my parents got lost and didn't know where to wait for you. Luckily, I spotted many boys and girls with peculiar behaviors, and I guess they were probably the wizards going home for vacation with you. So I followed the direction they came from and found you. Hermione said, quite pleased with her deduction. That's a really clever method. Qin Yu praised her. Right? I think I could be Sherlock Holmes. The little girl, having received praise, said happily. And what about me? Qin Yu pointed to himself. You are definitely Watson. As Hermione said this, she pretended to hold a non-existent pipe, and said seriously, oh my dear Watson, this case is actually very simple. Ha! Ha! Hermione's performance drew laughter from Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who were sitting in the front of the car. Yes, they were very happy that their daughter and Qin were discussing things they understood rather than topics from the magical world which they could comprehend. However, after their daughter started school, they would probably talk about some strange things like how to fly on a broomstick or how to make a pea plant grow to the sky. Such thoughts arose simultaneously in Mr. and Mrs. Granger's minds. By then their daughter would be drifting further away from them, right? The two exchanged glances, seeing the reluctance in each other's eyes. However, Hermione ultimately belonged to a different world from them. Qin, can you do this? Hermione made a motion with her fingers. What's so difficult about it? Qin Yu followed suit. You can do it too, Hermione said somewhat incredulously. Then let me try something harder. It must be very difficult. Looking at the two children in the back seat playing what seemed to be a boring game, Mrs. Granger smiled, feeling a bit more reassured. Indeed, even if Hermione was in another world, at least Qin was there to accompany her. At that moment, a familiar broad hand covered Ginny Granger's hand, conveying a message, I will always be. Mrs. Granger felt a warmth in her heart and gazed affectionately at her husband. In the front seat were the emotionally stirred Mr. and Mrs. Granger, while in the back were Qin Yu and Hermione, happily chatting about various topics after a long separation. The car slowly drove them towards that warm home. In mid-June, it was the height of summer. However, deep within a dense forest by the River Devon in Yorkshire, it appeared particularly desolate. Amidst the towering trees, there was a sprawling estate. In fact, if an ordinary human passed by here, they would only see various stones of different sizes and would not spot any buildings. Only a select few special humans could see it. These special humans were known as wizards, while ordinary humans were referred to by these wizards as muggles. At this moment, a tall man appeared at the entrance of the estate. From his solemn expression as he looked at the estate, it was clear that he belonged to the kind of person who could see its true form, namely a wizard. This wizard lingered at the entrance for a long time before waving a slender stick about the length of his forearm. This was the wand used by wizards, and finally pointed it at the estate. A beam of white light shot from the tip of the wand and entered the estate. The estate seemed to have a transparent veil lifted from it, and the air began to flow between, turning into gentle breezes that brushed against the ancient buildings. Then the wizard, holding his wand, stepped inside. He walked over the broad stone-paved path, passed by a long dry fountain, strolled past the desolate flower beds and lawns, and finally entered the hall of the estate's main building. In that hall stood a statue. The statue depicted a tall man wearing a robe, holding a round shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right. The man stood proudly, his gaze resolute. Looking at this statue, the wizard who had just entered couldn't help but, how ridiculous, he is just a statue, why are you still afraid of him? A contemptuous voice echoed in the hall. No, I'm not afraid of him, another slightly lower voice spoke up. Oh, hate him. The contemptuous voice mocked. I just don't understand what he was really fighting for, nor do I know what those people did for his ideals back then. The lower voice said slowly. For the world. For wizards. For humanity. Ha ha, ridiculous, one should live for oneself. The contemptuous voice grew agitated. You don't understand, some people are just like that, the lower voice replied. I don't understand. If I didn't understand, you would have died long ago. We would have died long ago. Stephen. The contemptuous voice laughed loudly. I am grateful to you. The lower voice sighed. If you really want to thank me, then go find those people and see what they left for back then and why we were abandoned. The contemptuous voice spoke with hatred. I will. The lower voice said solemnly. Then the hall fell into a brief silence. What? You won't think that playing house with a child means you felt the warmth of the human world, right? Stephen, you have to understand, in this world the only ones you can rely on are you and me. The contemptuous voice became somewhat agitated. Are you afraid of something too? The lower voice asked curiously. I am not afraid. Never will be. The contemptuous voice shouted. I know you won't. The voices in the hall vanished again, and the figure of the wizard disappeared. Only the towering statue remained standing there, as immovable as it had been for countless days and nights over the centuries, never weary. On June 16th, Sunday, it was the second day since Qin Yu returned to the Granger household. Around 8 in the morning, Qin Yu was having breakfast with the Granger family. At first everything seemed quite peaceful. Then not long into the meal, Mrs. Granger suddenly spoke up. Hermione, there's something I need to discuss with you. What is it, Mom? Hermione looked up in confusion, licking her lips that had just touched some milk. Sweetheart, I want to say, well, you've grown up and you shouldn't stay in Qin's room for too long at night, Mrs. Granger said after considering her words seriously. Huh. Hermione was taken aback. Cough, cough. The two men present coughed simultaneously. One choked on milk and the other on bread. Hermione, did you go to Qin's room again? Mr. Granger asked while coughing. Why did you use the word again, Dave? Mrs. Granger looked at her husband puzzled. Seeing Mr. Granger at a loss for words, Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his forehead. Last night Hermione indeed sneaked upstairs again, went to his room, and sat beside him on the bed chatting the whole night. Of course they were merely chatting. They didn't even hold hands since it was summer, and Qin Yu didn't need to warm the little girl's hands due to the cold. Then unsurprisingly Hermione fell asleep midway, and Qin Yu placed her on the bed while he sat on a chair and meditated through the night. As a result, Hermione wasn't as startled the next morning as she had been last time. In fact, after getting up, she picked up Qin Yu's feather quill and drew 2 mustaches on his face. Qin Yu waited until she finished before opening his eyes, and then the girl hurried downstairs, afraid of being caught and punished by Qin Yu. It seemed Mrs. Granger noticed something. Aunt Jenny, it was my fault yesterday. Qin Yu quickly admitted his mistake. Out of a survival instinct, he felt it was better to admit his fault quickly. Mom, it's not Qin's fault. Oh, I just missed him too much and had a lot to talk about. Hermione followed up. Hermione, do you remember what I told you about a medical knowledge a while back? Mrs. Granger said seriously, looking into her daughter's eyes. Medical knowledge. Hermione was momentarily taken aback, then she realized. Oh, you mean those concerning adolescence? Qin Yu thought to himself that this topic might not be suitable for him to hear. He couldn't help but glance at Mr. Granger sitting across from him. Mr. Granger shrugged and gave him a meaningful expression. Qin Yu had no choice but to sit up straight and instinctively swallow hard. Exactly, do you remember the precautions your mother told you? Mrs. Granger asked her daughter. Of course I remember. You said that at a certain age, if boys and girls have intimate contact, they will get pregnant. Yes. Mrs. Granger nodded in satisfaction. But you also said that gestures like holding hands or kissing won't lead to pregnancy. You told me this when I was in third. Wait, you two have kissed? Qin. Mr. Granger's eyes narrowed sharply at Qin Yu. Mrs. Granger looked over as well, her face filled with skepticism. No, Uncle David. Aunt Jenny. I swear it really didn't happen. Qin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't seem to be lying, the Granger couple turned their gaze back. Well, indeed it didn't happen. I was just discussing the medical knowledge you taught me. Hermione said calmly, which relieved the Granger couple. Ahem, so you are both still young, and you must not engage in excessive behavior, understood? Qin Hermione. After calming down, Mrs. Granger attempted to steer the conversation. Of course not, Aunt Jenny. Qin Yu said earnestly. I understand, Mom. Hermione also nodded obediently. Well, that's good. I know today's topic is a bit special, but you don't need to be too sensitive. This is all normal human physiological knowledge. In the future, if you have any troubles during your adolescence, you can talk to me or your dad. We will definitely listen patiently to your thoughts because we are your closest family. Mrs. Granger said gently. Qin Yu nodded vigorously. He prayed silently for this topic to pass quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to finish his breakfast. Got it, Mom. Hermione echoed. Then, just as the other three thought they could wrap up this topic satisfactorily, Hermione asked again. So, Mom, is it true that kissing won't lead to pregnancy? Smack. Qin Yu covered his face with one hand, silently shouting in his heart, Sister, give your brother a way out. David, come here for a moment. Mrs. Granger pondered for a moment, then called her husband as she stood up to walk into the kitchen. Mr. Granger hurriedly followed. Children, you keep eating. Don't wait for us. Before Mrs. Granger closed the kitchen door, she said to Qin Yu and Hermione. Eat? Can I even eat? Qin Yu pulled a corner of his mouth, revealing a pained smile. Okay, Mom. Hermione waved happily as if nothing happened. Then the Granger couple closed the kitchen door and began whispering. After finishing the sandwich in her hand, Hermione mumbled. Actually, I've read those medical and physiological knowledge in books. I don't know why Mom suddenly brought this up. But the books indeed didn't mention anything about kissing. I can't be sure about this. Maybe I didn't read carefully. The little girl frowned again as she spoke. Well, this was a diligent and serious elementary school overachiever. After breakfast, the Granger couple began their private talk with Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione was taken to her small bedroom by Mrs. Granger while Qin Yu followed Mr. Granger to their couple's large bedroom. As for what Mrs. Granger talked about with Hermione, Qin Yu had no way of knowing. As soon as he entered the large bedroom, Mr. Granger got straight to the point and explained the physiological knowledge of the human body and certain behaviors between men and women. After Mr. Granger had been talking for a while and was about to tear open a rubber balloons package for demonstration, Qin Yu could no longer hold back and stopped him, pleading, "Uncle, I really understand you. I definitely won't do anything." It seems you have completely understood what I explained, Mr. Granger said, quite satisfied. That's right, completely. Qin Yu nodded hurriedly. All right, then I won't waste this thing, Mr. Granger said, putting the item back into a drawer of the bedside table. It is worth mentioning that David Granger probably guessed why his wife brought up such a topic today. It was because last night they both felt their daughter was drifting away and had a heartfelt mutual consolation discussing the topic of creating another little life. During the night, he fell asleep drowsily due to fatigue, while his wife seemed to have gone to the living room for a glass of water. It was probably at that time she noticed the activity upstairs. All these things combined likely prompted his wife to bring up this topic at the dining table today. However, the conversation at the dining table was evidently not very successful, which is why they decided to have a separate man-to-man and woman-to-man dialogue. It seems that he completed his task quite smoothly. When Mr. Granger came out of the large bedroom with his arm around Qin Yu's shoulders, Hermione and Mrs. Granger were still in the small bedroom. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Mrs. Granger finally brought her daughter out. Did you finish so quickly? Jenny Granger looked at her husband and Qin Yu, who were leisurely eating fruit in the living room, with some surprise. Yes, we had a good conversation, didn't we, Qin? Mr. Granger said with a smile as he glanced at Qin Yu at the end. Yes, Uncle David, Aunt Jenny, Qin Yu said as he braced himself. Well, that's good. I had a pleasant chat with Hermione as well, Mrs. Granger said, smiling as she held her daughter's. Hermione's face was flushed, and Qin Yu couldn't help but scream in his heart, what exactly did you two talk about? It's unclear whether it's because both Granger parents are doctors, dentists, but they are quite open-minded about sexual issues, take them seriously, and do not shy away from discussing them. Thus, they would discuss these matters at the dining table with the two children, and when the conversation reached a stalemate caused by Hermione, they chose to explain and guide the children separately. Overall, this conversation was very successful and smooth. At the same time, it established certain behavior guidelines for Qin Yu and Hermione, while they hadn't really done anything inappropriate. This counts as a small episode at the beginning of summer vacation. Soon they immersed themselves in a long list of plans for the holiday. The dimensional wall, the amount of sugar sprinkled here is a bit unusual, but I find it reasonable and somewhat related to the all-night conversation during the Christmas holiday. Then with the development of the times both domestically and abroad, there is a growing emphasis on sex education during adolescence, which is a good thing. To the young friends reading this, I hope you can view certain changes correctly during this age and grow up healthily. From the blessing of an adult whose adolescence has already passed, there should be one more chapter. In a somewhat ancient district of London, there is a time-honored bookstore. According to the shopkeeper, Arthur Conan Doyle once held a book signing event here when he published The Final Problem, and it was in this book that he killed off Sherlock Holmes, subsequently receiving countless razor blades mailed by readers, forcing him to resurrect Holmes many years later. Fortunately, in The Final Problem, Holmes merely fell off a cliff, making his resurrection not too troublesome. After that, every new book by Conan Doyle would have its first batch released here. This was the staff's introduction to the customers. Of course, many people were just there for the spectacle, and whether it was true or not, they didn't really care. Most importantly, this bookstore had a pleasant environment. Besides the rich and diverse collection of books and periodicals on the shelves, there were reading areas both upstairs and downstairs. Here one could order a cup of coffee or juice, pick a book they liked or didn't like, and spend a pleasant or unpleasant time sitting by the window or not. This was likely the reason many people visited this bookstore. After the summer vacation began, the number of customers in the store noticeably increased, primarily consisting of young students. Among these young students, there was a handsome boy with an Eastern appearance and a cute girl with brown hair who had been coming every day for the past few days, staying for a good half of the day. If someone approached, they would discover that they were reading some exquisitely bound books, the covers and paper of which looked quite special. If anyone asked them where to find those books on the shelves, they would politely smile and say that they had brought them themselves, and they were not from the bookstore. If someone stayed nearby to listen for a while, they would notice that they occasionally spoke about strange topics, such as how dung stones could detoxify, the classification of werewolves and vampires' danger levels, and the causes of fairy rebellions, among other things. This led many to believe that these two children were likely reading some bizarre fantasy novels, especially since such works had been quite popular in recent years. However, most of the time, they would sit quietly reading, saying nothing. The little girl would sip a glass of juice occasionally, trying coffee, of course, with a lot of milk. After taking a sip, the rich milk foam would stick to her lips. Whenever this happened, the Eastern boy sitting opposite her would smile and gently wipe the foam from her lips with his thumb. Then the little girl would give him a sweet smile. They, like many ordinary children here, were enjoying their reading time. Only no one knew that they were somewhat different from the other adults and children here, for they were part of the legendary group of people who could wield magic. They were wizards. These two children in the bookstore were, of course, Qin Yu and Hermione. Speaking of which, according to Hermione's long plan, they should have a delightful time for several days. Moreover, Hermione told Qin Yu that she would cover the expenses for these projects. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was naturally very pleased. After all, how could he refuse the opportunity to live off someone else? Not to mention, living off the future Minister of Magic gave him a sense of, well, accomplishment. Most importantly, seeing Hermione was quite adamant about this request, he naturally did not oppose it. After all, it was the same regardless of whose money was being spent. Then after they had a wild 2 days of fun, Hermione's little treasury was down to a third. This was the reality that plans could not keep up with changes. Thus they had to cut out many expensive projects and chose some economical ones instead. In the end, they ended up at this bookstore, coming every day to spend some time reading, chatting, drinking beverages, and enjoying desserts, which was quite nice. The reason for doing all this was that Qin Yu wanted to accompany Hermione and enjoy the Muggle world, for after she entered the magical world, she would likely adopt a different mindset and basically move away from her past life. This was in a way a nostalgic tribute to the time that was about to fade away, Qin Yu thought to himself. Hermione sighed as she said this. Huh, so soon. Didn't you have over 10 pounds left? Qin Yu said, there was indeed that much before, but the desserts here are quite good, and we might have eaten a bit too much, Hermione said, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Yes, their desserts are indeed quite delicious. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Then he closed the parchment-bound book in his hands, slowly stood up, and said softly to Hermione, well then, my dear princess, you are now broke, so come with me. As he said this, Qin Yu extended a hand toward the little girl. Hermione, hearing this, shrugged helplessly, then closed her book as well, and placed her hand into his broad, strong palm, saying, all right, my prince. Their conversation and actions made the nearby customers smile, thinking how cute these two children were. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Hermione packed their things and left the ancient bookstore. The ancient bookstore of the Muggle world. Previously, in order to fully enjoy playing and experiencing life in the Muggle world, Qin Yu had not taken Hermione to some places in the magical world, such as Diagon Alley. Since Hermione's money was now spent, Qin Yu had also allowed the little girl to bid farewell to her past life. Thus, Diagon Alley became their first destination. Because whether it was for the textbooks and supplies Qin Yu needed for his second year, or the items listed in Hermione's first-year acceptance letter, they all needed to be purchased at Diagon Alley. Therefore, the next day, Qin Yu and Hermione set off together for Diagon Alley, marking their second visit there. They passed through the bar at the Leaky Cauldron, arriving at the courtyard, where Qin Yu tapped the magical wall with his wand, and after the wall revealed a large opening, he took Hermione's hand and stepped inside. On their second visit to Diagon Alley, Hermione was much more familiar with the place. At least she knew where to buy cauldrons, where to buy books, where to buy robes, and where to buy magical pets, the very store they had intended to send Crookshanks from. Indeed, they encountered a chubby little boy at that magical pet store, accompanied by an old man who was buying him a toy. Qin Yu greeted him enthusiastically and asked if he was also a new student at Hogwarts this year. Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom, and I'm starting at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this September. The little boy nervously introduced himself to Qin Yu and Hermione. Qin Yu and Hermione also introduced themselves and expressed their excitement about meeting him at Hogwarts. It was somewhat unexpected for Qin Yu to encounter Neville here. The hardships faced by this child are indeed akin to those of Harry Potter. When Neville was just 1 year old, his father Frank Longbottom and mother Alice Longbottom, members of the resistance against Voldemort known as the Order of the Phoenix, were both kidnapped by Death Eaters and subjected to the Cruciatus Curse, which drove them insane, leading them to spend over a decade in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Little Neville was raised by his grandmother Augusta Longbottom. Perhaps due to witnessing the tragedy of his parents in his early years and being subjected to a memory charm, Neville has always been forgetful, a dull, introverted child who was even suspected by his family of being a squib, a descendant of wizards who cannot perform magic. Unfortunately, his Uncle Algy and Auntie Enid would occasionally test if Neville had any magical talent, such as pushing him off the dock by the lake or tossing him out of a second-floor window. They only pretended to throw him, but ended up dropping him for real, which was quite unfortunate for the child. Fortunately, Neville was indeed not a squib, otherwise he would have been in serious trouble. According to the original timeline, after enrolling, Neville did not show much talent in magical studies and struggled quite a bit, though he managed to do well in herbology. However, throughout his school years, he continuously grew and ultimately earned the recognition of Gryffindor's sword through his courage, slaying Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the Serpent Nagini. Horcruxes are essentially a means of resurrection, which cleared the final obstacle for Harry Potter to ultimately defeat Voldemort. Thus, Neville is often referred to by many as Sword Saint Neville or Serpent Slayer Saint. While these titles are all informal, somewhat akin to calling Dudley Harry's cousin the best child in the world, thinking about the title of Sword Saint and recalling the chubby little boy, he just saw a faint smile appeared on Qin. Qin, what's making you so happy? Hermione noticed this and curiously asked. I was just thinking about that child named Neville. Ooh, I believe he will definitely become a remarkable person in the future. Really? I didn't see that coming. Is this your mysterious Eastern divination? Hermione became interested at this point, leaning forward with anticipation, saying, then take a look at me and tell me what kind of person I will become in the future. Then Qin Yu held the girl's face, gently seriously observing her features and proportions before solemnly declaring, you will become a truly remarkable person in the future. How remarkable? Hermione wanted him to elaborate. Probably someone who stands above others. Qin Yu thought for a moment and replied, that sounds impressive, so what exactly would that be? Hermione continued to ask. Likely something like the Minister of Magic. Really? Hermione's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Of course. If you can't become one, Qin Yu reassured her. Hermione pulled her face away from Qin Yu's large hand, thought for a moment, and then suddenly asked with curiosity, isn't the Minister of Magic the highest position in the magical world? Is there anyone above that? Clearly the little academic was quite serious and had questions about the phrase standing above others. Of course there is. Isn't the International Confederation of Wizards above the Ministry of Magic? The president of the International Confederation of Wizards is indeed above the Minister of Magic. Qin Yu found a reasonable explanation. Oh, I see. Hermione seemed to envision herself as the Minister of Magic and smiled happily. Then, perhaps to comfort Qin Yu, she patted his shoulder seriously and said, Qin, I think you will become someone even more formidable than me. If I become the Minister of Magic, you will surely become the president of the Wizarding Confederation. Well, in this short moment, the two of them divided the two major positions of power in the magical world. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed her head jokingly, saying, all right, wake up now. We need to go buy robes. I was just imagining things. Hermione chuckled. Then she took Qin Yu's hand and headed toward Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I need 3 plain black work robes, 1 black winter cloak, and a pair of dragonhide gloves. Qin, what are dragonhide gloves? Hermione read from the list of items and curiously asked Qin Yu. You really don't need to worry about those. The people in this shop will help you pick out everything you need as long as they know you are a first-year student from Hogwarts. Qin Yu said to the little girl. That's great. Hermione felt relieved by this. Then the two quickly walked into the store that specializes in wizard clothing. Welcome. Are you here to buy Hogwarts uniforms? A short plump smiling witch asked. This was Madame Malkin, the owner of the shop. Yes, Madame Malkin, but I already bought some last year. Today my sister is here to... Qin Yu gently pushed little Hermione forward. The little girl turned back and made a face at him, muttering softly, him sister. You are just the uncle of Crookshanks. Oh, I remember you. You are that little Eastern boy from last year. You came alone, if I recall correctly. Madame Malkin reminisced. It's not uncommon for a little wizard to come alone to buy clothes, but a child as composed as this little Eastern boy is quite rare. Thus Madame Malkin quickly recalled him. Yes, you remembered correctly. Actually, I was supposed to have someone accompany me last time, but they had to leave unexpectedly. Qin Yu shrugged. Yes, at that time Hagrid had let Qin Yu wander around a shop while he handled the arrangements for the 3-headed dog Fluffy. So this lovely young lady, let's go inside to take your measurements. Don't worry, it will be quick. Madame Malkin said to her. Thus Hermione followed Madame Malkin into the fitting area at the back of the shop. As for Qin Yu, he sat in a resting area in the front of the shop sipping tea offered by a friendly, who even thoughtfully provided him with a plate of chocolate biscuits. After a while, having drunk 2 cups of tea and finishing the plate of biscuits, Hermione walked out from the back room. At that moment her outfit had already changed from when she entered. She was wearing a white shirt tied with a red and yellow striped tie, and over that was a loose-fitting appropriate black robe. The tie was likely selected by Madame Malkin for her. In her hand, she waved a thin wooden ruler, probably serving as a stand-in for a wand. The appearance was both lively and adorable. So how do I look? The little girl asked, smiling at her somewhat dazed companion sitting there. You look great, Qin Yu nodded. I meant the clothes. The little girl said, her face slightly flushed and appearing a bit shy. What I said also includes the clothes, Qin Yu stated solemnly. They'll go have Madame Malkin adjust the sleeves, they are too long. The little girl stuttered before quickly returning to the back room. Beautiful clothes are always favored by little girls. After trying on the wizard's uniform, Hermione looked at herself in the mirror for a long time before reluctantly taking it off and letting Madame Malkin pack it up. It was indeed not suitable to wear all the time. Then after Qin Yu paid, Hermione left the robe shop holding the outfit. Next the two headed straight to Ollivander's. Qin Yu was quite familiar with this shop, not only because he had come once to buy a wand, but also because he had previously written several letters to Mr. Ollivander aiming to promote the high-quality unicorn hair and phoenix feathers produced by Hogwarts. Of course Mr. Ollivander did not purchase the latter, but bought a large quantity of unicorn hair instead. Currently wands made from phoenix feathers are not selling very well, as there are not many wizards suited to use wands made from this material. This was Mr. Ollivander's explanation in the letter. Although Qin Yu felt a bit disappointed, he didn't press too hard, as it was not easy to collect feathers from Fox the Phoenix. Later he heard that Professor Swindon had used phoenix feathers to craft a sword for himself, and he was indeed curious about how the professor had managed to obtain them, wanting to gain some experience, but he never found the opportunity to ask. Ding dong. The ancient wooden door was pushed open, ringing the bell on it, disturbing the tranquil atmosphere. Two young customers walked in. The most striking feature of this old shop was the long wooden boxes stacked almost to the ceiling, which seemed to conceal some mysterious aura. Looking at those mysterious wooden boxes, Hermione felt inexplicably uneasy and instinctively tightened her grip on Qin Yu's hand. Only when she felt the strength of that large hand did she feel a little reassured. "Good morning, children." A gentle voice rang out, startling Hermione into retreating slightly. At that moment, an old man with large eyes appeared before them, his pale eyes seemingly glowing in the dimly lit. "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander." Qin Yu greeted him with a smile. "Oh, Qin, I remember you. The unicorn hair you had Hagrid bring was quite good." Mr. Ollivander said with a smile. "Well, I'm glad you are satisfied." Qin Yu nodded. "Now this young lady, if I'm not mistaken, you are here to buy a wand today, aren't you?" Mr. Ollivander looked towards Hermione. "Yes, that's me, Mr. Ollivander," Hermione said solemnly. "Then let's measure your size first." Mr. Ollivander said as he took out his automatic measuring tape. "Do you have to measure for a wand?" Hermione asked Qin Yu in a low voice. "Yes, each person's physical characteristics and usage habits are different, so the length of the wand will vary." Qin Yu explained briefly. "That's right. Whether you use your left or right hand, your height, weight, arm length, and visual distance, etc., will all affect the use of the wand. Therefore, I need to understand these clearly in advance to select a suitable wand for you." Mr. Ollivander elaborated more professionally than Qin Yu. Hermione finally understood what was going on and raised her arm to cooperate with the automatic measuring tape. Thus Mr. Ollivander quickly measured the sizes. Next he began to rummage through the boxes. Before long he came down from the ladder with one of the wands, opened it, and handed it to Hermione. 10 and 34 inches of vine, wood with a dragon heartstring, core the nerve of a fire dragon. The dragon heartstring can cast powerful and splendid spells, and it allows the owner to learn magic faster. I believe it should suit you well. Hearing this, Hermione solemnly accepted the slender wand-like object. However, only she knew how excited she was at that moment. Ever since she learned that she was a witch, Hermione had longed for a day when she could have her own wand. Later, Qin Yu started school a year earlier than her and had a wand before her, but he refused to let her touch it. After all, Qin was never this stingy with anything except wands. However, Hermione understood that she was still too young, and it was not wise to come into contact with such a powerful and dangerous thing as a wand too early. Now she was also of school age and could finally have her own wand. Holding the brown wand, Hermione felt as if she could sense a power flowing within it, and she thought she could hear some kind of voice emanating from it. The moment she grasped that wand, she confirmed that this was her wand, the wand that belonged to Hermione Granger. She gently lifted the wand, and the tip emitted a burst of blazing firelight. "Wow, it seems I wasn't mistaken. This wand is indeed the most suitable for you," Mr. Ollivander said happily. "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander." Hermione grasped the precious wand with both hands and bowed in gratitude to Mr. Ollivander. She knew that Mr. Ollivander was not just selling a wand. He was also choosing a partner to walk alongside her, the most suitable partner. Then Qin Yu straightforwardly paid 7 galleons to Mr. Ollivander. Before leaving, the latter called out to Qin Yu, helping him check his silverwood wand with a unicorn hair core, and replaced the somewhat wilted core with a high-quality unicorn hair free of charge. "You've been using it too frequently. I'll take better care of it," Mr. Ollivander advised at last. Qin Yu felt embarrassed and scratched his nose upon hearing this. Over the past year he had indeed been using this wand vigorously, having been knocked down by Professor Snape countless times during battles, and before the holiday, he had nearly broken the wand several times during a trial with a basilisk. "I will, Mr. Ollivander," Qin Yu said earnestly. "However, when it's time to use it, it still has to be used. After all, a wand is meant to protect oneself." "Well, since you've said it, what else can I say?" Qin Yu thought to himself. After buying robes and a wand, the rest was relatively easy. Qin Yu took Hermione to choose telescopes, brass scales, crystal potion vials, and of course the most important, textbooks. They spent a long time browsing in Flourish and Blots, not only completing the purchases for first and second year spellbooks, but also casually picking up some reference books in other areas. When Qin Yu finished paying again, and they walked out of the bookstore, Hermione finally couldn't help but ask, "Qin, did this cost you a lot of money?" She had gained a certain understanding of the prices in the magical world during this trip to Diagon Alley, knowing that the things they bought this time were certainly worth quite a bit. "Huh." Qin Yu was taken aback, then flashed a smile that he thought was quite charming, saying to the little girl, "Did I tell you that I earned quite a bit of money this past year?" "It seems you didn't." Hermione shook her head. "All right, if you didn't, you didn't. Anyway, we are a family. My money is your money. Spend as much as you like," Qin Yu said generously. Hermione nodded with a smile. She really liked what Qin said about, "we are." So the little girl unceremoniously urged Qin Yu to buy her an ice cream one with lots of chopped nuts. After finishing their ice creams bought from the Flooring Cold Drink shop, the two headed to their final stop of the trip, the Patchy Cauldron shop. This shop is the first store at the entrance of Diagon Alley, which is why they decided to visit it last. After purchasing a tin cauldron, Qin Yu and Hermione concluded their journey in Diagon Alley. Putting the larger items into their Swindon brand drawstring bag, they no longer had to worry about having bought too many things. Passing through the magical wall, they circled around the bar counter of the Leaky Cauldron, then walked through the pub's hall, opening the door to step outside, once again arriving in the Muggle world, or rather the world where wizards and Muggles coexist. Standing at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, the two paused for a moment. Hermione glanced back at the dilapidated pub, then looked at the pedestrians on the street. For a moment her eyes reflected a sense of confusion and helplessness, but when she looked at the boy beside her holding her hand, her gaze softened and became determined. Yes, he was there for her. Qin, let's go home, Hermione said with a smile. Home. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. On the return subway ride, the little girl was so tired that she suddenly fell silent while chatting with Qin Yu, resting her head on his shoulder and falling asleep. However, feeling uncomfortable while sleeping seated, Hermione constantly shifted her position in a half-awake state throughout the journey, resulting in all sorts of odd postures. At one point, she even sat on Qin Yu's lap, hugging his neck and dozing off for several stops. When she woke up midway, her little face flushed as she slid down from him and obediently sat beside him. As for Hermione's sleeping posture, Qin Yu certainly didn't mind, at most his legs felt a bit numb. After returning from Diagon Alley, their summer vacation shifted towards magical studies. There was no helping it. After all, Hermione had set her sights on becoming the top student in her grade after the school year began. Of course, Qin Yu was fully capable of tutoring Hermione and could even be described as quite meticulous. After receiving the Vine Wood wand, Hermione had been wanting to try it out. She then begged Qin Yu to teach her a few spells. Qin Yu thought for a moment and selected a few simple spells to teach her. After he guided Hermione on how to wave the wand, the little girl learned, quickly mastering those simple spells in no time. However, when it came to learning new ones, even with Hermione using her tactics of cuddling his arm and acting cute, Qin Yu was adamant about not teaching her anymore. Learning a few simple ones is fine, but if you use spells frequently, I'm worried someone from the Ministry of Magic will come knocking, Qin Yu said, pinching her pouting little face. Well, okay, the little girl had no choice but to give up. She knew that while Qin treated her well, he was indeed a very principled person and wouldn't always indulge her. For instance, when she sometimes wanted to stay in his room a little longer at night, he always pushed her out. As long as we don't always think about kissing, it will be fine. That's what my mom told me. Hermione had once told Qin Yu this. However, he still insisted on sending her back to her own bedroom. Unbeknownst to him, after hearing her words, Qin Yu was curious about what his mother-in-law what Aunt Jenny had told Hermione that day. Since she couldn't use magic, Hermione had no choice but to read those books. On a day in July, while lying on the sofa reading a reference book, she suddenly nudged Qin Yu with her toes, asking curiously, "Qin, who is Harry Potter? Is he very impressive? I've seen this name in both Modern Magical History and The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and it was mentioned in today's book as well." At that moment, Qin Yu was flipping through a long letter that Elvis had written him. This kid had already written several. Hermione's question took Qin Yu by surprise. He shoved her restless foot away and saw that she was holding a book titled Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. Thinking about Hermione's question, Qin Yu pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "Harry Potter. How should I put it? He is indeed a key figure in certain events, but he isn't really impressive on his own, or rather, he isn't as magically adept as people typically think. On the contrary, he is just an ordinary wizarding child for now. In fact, his life is even worse than that of an ordinary wizarding child," Qin Yu silently added in his mind. "Oh, I see. How old is he now? Where is he?" "This information isn't detailed in the book," Hermione continued to inquire. "He should be just turning 11 this year, and unless something unexpected happens, he should start school this September," Qin Yu told her. "Wow, so he's in the same grade as me. I didn't expect there to be a celebrity in my grade," Hermione said excitedly. Naturally, Hermione thought that anyone mentioned in books was impressive. She believed that if she could also appear in a book, she would definitely read all those books that mentioned her. "So what if he's a celebrity?" "I'm a celebrity at Hogwarts too," Qin Yu replied somewhat jealously. "Hee, I know Qin is our king." As Hermione said this, she sat up, raising her hands in a cheering motion. Then, without thinking, she leaned forward and gave Qin Yu a kiss on the cheek. Qin Yu's previously dissatisfied expression disappeared immediately. Seeing this change, the little girl felt as if she had found a method to change Qin's mood and secretly noted it down. "I'm going to write back to Elvis. You should read your book well." Qin Yu cleared his throat and said as he stood up, "I want to go too." Hermione dropped the book in her hands and slipped on her slippers to follow him. She felt somewhat annoyed at the guy who wrote letters to Qin every few days, because previously she had written the most letters to Qin. Of course, now that they were together every day, there was no need to write letters anymore. However, she still felt that someone was threatening her status in Qin's heart. Most importantly, that guy named Elvis would mention many magical questions learned in the first year in his letters, and Qin would answer them one by one. Hermione was very interested in Qin's answers as they greatly aided her studies. For various reasons, she often stayed by Qin Yu's side when he was writing replies and occasionally asked about the parts she couldn't understand. Hermione's questions also prompted Qin Yu to revise and improve certain content, making one letter a third longer than normal. "I think you could definitely sign your name on the reply," Qin Yu once teased. In this reply, Hermione also posed many questions. By the time they finished writing the letter, the sun had already set. Not long after the sun had set, Qin Yu received another letter, this one sent by Hagrid. Surrey County, located in the southeast of England, lies southwest of London. The River Thames flows through here, heading northeast towards Greater London. At 4 Privet Drive, in the small town of Little Whinging, there stands an unremarkable detached house. This house is home to the Dursley family. Most people assume that there are only 3 members in their family: Mr. Dursley, Mrs. Dursley, and their son Dudley Dursley. However, those who truly know them are aware that there is a 4th person in the house, an 11-year-old boy wearing glasses. This inconspicuous little boy is the son of Mrs. Dursley's younger sister Lily, making him her nephew, Harry Potter. It is evident that Harry Potter's life with his aunt and uncle is far from pleasant. Not only does he lack presence in the eyes of outsiders, but even at home he has no decent bedroom, having to live in a cupboard under the stairs. Moreover, every aspect of his life is in stark contrast to that of his cousin Dudley. Dudley is the golden child in the eyes of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, while Harry is the orphan whose parents died in a car accident. Whenever Harry thinks of Aunt Petunia's description of Dudley, he wants to laugh, for only he knows how truly awful Dudley is. Dudley not only bullies him himself, but also teams up with a group of friends to torment Harry. How could such a person be worthy of the title the best child in the world? Harry feels he might be the most unfortunate person in the world. He wishes to grow up quickly, to be independent, and to leave this unfriendly home behind. Or perhaps this isn't even his home. Who is that boy? Harry murmured to himself as he lay in his narrow. He often recalls the trip to the zoo when he inexplicably made the glass of the snake enclosure vanish, allowing the python to escape. At that moment, many people had panicked and scattered, but only one boy slightly older than Harry boldly approached. Harry could clearly see and hear that the boy was communicating with the snake, and he could understand the meaning of the boy. That day, Harry desperately wanted to talk to that boy, as he felt they must have much in common. He yearned to find someone with whom he could share the secrets of his heart. Unfortunately, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were furious and forcibly dragged him away, believing that Harry was responsible for releasing the snake and putting their precious Dudley in danger. In fact, after that day, Harry secretly bought a ticket to take the bus and subway to that zoo in London, but he waited for a long time without seeing that boy. He knew it was foolish, but he had no other means. The escapade to the zoo was soon discovered by Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, bringing about their furious wrath, and he predictably spent the entire day locked in the cupboard under the stairs. He felt very sad, not because he was locked in that dark and narrow room again, but because he thought he might never find that boy again, never find anyone who could listen to his secrets. For a person, the greatest sorrow is not hunger, cold, or darkness, but the absence of companionship. As Harry thought of this, tears silently streamed down his cheeks. "Haha, Harry, you're going to Stonewall High after the summer break. I've heard they dunk new students' heads in the toilet," Dudley said loudly. Seeing Harry's lack of response, Dudley added with a mischievous grin, "Do you want to try the bathroom now? I can help you get used to it." "No thanks. Of course, if you want to experience it yourself and then describe it to me, I'd be very interested to hear your—" Before Dudley's foolish brain could comprehend this, Harry took off and headed to a nearby park. Sitting on the swing in the park, Harry Potter pondered his troubles. He had finished primary school and was set to attend secondary school after the summer break, and his aunt and uncle had enrolled him in a comprehensive school, the very Stonewall High that Dudley boasted about. This school had a terrible reputation, and Harry felt that going there would only prolong his fate of being bullied. No, he might be bullied even worse. This made him increasingly pessimistic about the future. He felt somewhat unwilling to accept this, especially since Dudley was going to a well-known local school, Smeltings. But what could he do? He had no parents, no money, and he couldn't have his own ideas. Lost in these thoughts, he returned home quite late. When he got home, Dudley and Aunt Petunia had also returned from London. "Look, Harry, how do you like my uniform?" Dudley was wearing a black tailcoat and holding a multi-segment cane, boasting. This was the dress code required. After saying this, he began to strut about the room. His plump body made the outfit look even more ridiculous. Uncle Vernon Dursley and Aunt Petunia Dursley were both overly excited, feeling proud and happy for their precious son. Aunt Petunia was almost in tears. Harry, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but smile as he thought Dudley looked just like a circus gorilla. Suddenly, he no longer envied Dudley for going to Smeltings, for he was actually happier to keep a distance from this gorilla. That night, Harry had a dream in which the boy he met at the zoo came to find him in a helicopter. After jumping out of the helicopter, he shouted loudly, "Harry Potter, your country needs you." At that moment, he saw Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia wear expressions of shock, while Dudley looked astonished, his eyes nearly popping out, his chubby face filled with jealousy and envy. Then, he woke up joyfully. After awakening, Harry's excitement lingered for a long time. The helicopter was the coolest thing he could think of. He had seen it in one of Dudley's comic books. He thought there couldn't be a cooler entrance than that. But ultimately, it was just a figment of his dream. How could it possibly? Such things could only happen in dreams. Realizing this, Harry quickly closed his eyes, hoping to continue the dream and find out where that boy would take him. However, until dawn, when Aunt Petunia's sharp voice rang out, he couldn't return to that dream. That morning, Harry finished breakfast feeling somewhat disappointed. Not long after he helped Uncle Vernon retrieve the mail, unexpectedly he discovered an envelope addressed to him, Harry Potter, and the address on the letter was 4, Privet Drive, a little whinging Surrey cupboard under the stairs. After Harry tore open the yellow envelope, before he could even read the letter written on parchment, Uncle Vernon rudely snatched it away. After reading the contents of the letter, Uncle Vernon ran to the kitchen to find his wife Petunia, as if he had been startled by something terrifying. Then, for what was probably the first time in their lives, they denied Dudley's request. Dudley was particularly curious about what the letter addressed to Harry contained. Harry was equally perplexed, but this only fueled his curiosity further as he sensed that Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were hiding something from him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sneaking around in the kitchen whispering about things like, "We're being watched, and that group is staring at us." Who were those people after all? Harry was eager to find out. "That letter is mine," Harry said defiantly when Uncle Vernon returned home from work in the evening. "Huh? No one wrote you a letter, it was misaddressed." Uncle Vernon huffed. "The address clearly stated the cupboard under the stairs. That letter is for me." Harry was not easily deceived. "But you no longer live there. Pack your things and move to the small bedroom upstairs," Uncle Vernon shouted. For the next 6 days, Uncle Vernon went mad, trying every means to intercept the letters sent to Harry, while Harry, no matter how hard he tried, could not obtain even a corner of a letter. Initially, the letters were merely dropped into the mailbox, waiting for them to collect them. After taking a few letters, Uncle Vernon nailed the mailbox shut. However, the next day, more letters came pouring in through the gaps in the doors and windows, and there was even one time when it appeared inside a raw egg that Aunt Petunia had opened. Moreover, on one occasion, 30 or 40 letters flew in like bats from the fireplace. This made Uncle Vernon utterly furious and completely unhinged. He even drove the family to a faraway city to escape the incessant letters, staying in a hotel. Of course, this had no effect. The next day, the landlady informed them that the front desk had received 100 letters, all addressed to Harry Potter. In the end, driven mad by anger and fear, Uncle Vernon rode for several hours, taking the family to a rocky outcrop in the sea, where they stayed in the only shabby wooden house on the rock. Now Harry lay on a relatively flat section of the floor, wrapped in a thin, tattered, and damp blanket. Outside, a fierce storm raged. "Surely no one will send me letters now," Harry thought, feeling somewhat disheartened as he listened to the sounds outside. That night, Harry had no desire to sleep. Besides eagerly awaiting the contents of those letters, he was also waiting for midnight to arrive. Because after tonight, he would turn 11 years old. Harry glanced at the watch on Dudley's wrist, knowing that the time was slowly approaching midnight. Thus, he drew a cake in the thick layer of dust on the floor, writing the words "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter" on it. The rain and wind continued to rage outside. Harry stared at Dudley's watch, silently counting down the time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "Happy birthday, Harry Potter," he whispered to himself. For some reason, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Yes, whether it was the storm or the bullying and mockery from others, he was growing up little by little, and no one could stop him from growing another year older. Even if no one besides himself remembered his birthday, and no one wished him a happy birthday. Just then, Harry suddenly faintly heard 2 voices talking outside in the storm. One voice sounded somewhat childish, like a kid, while the other voice was deep and loud, like that of a very large adult. "Although the storm adds to the atmosphere, this wretched weather is really unbearable," the child complained. "I don't know why they chose this place. That Disley kid really knows how to pick a location." "I don't know either. I came here following the address on the enrollment letter. Look, to see the little house on the rock, the floor. It should be correct. I also have no clue. It seems today's protagonist is pretty miserable, sleeping on the floor," the child's voice said. Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in surprise, for he had a pretty good guess about who the 2 people outside were. "All right, enough talk, let's go in and warm up a bit," the child's voice said somewhat anxiously. "Okay, I'll knock on the door." "What door to knock on?" "Just smash it open. He'll do it." After the child's voice finished, Harry heard a loud crash against the wooden door. However, the door did not open. Harry paused, slightly considering whether or not to go open the door. "All right, no need for wands or swords. Hey, I can't handle this door, so it's your turn," the child said vexedly. After saying this, the voice added, "And we agreed beforehand that I would go in first." "Sure, no problem, just stay back a bit," the deep voice said. Then Harry heard a sound like a giant hammer slamming against the door. He even felt the entire wooden house tremble. Clearly, Harry's guess was correct. That deep voice must belong to a large person. Such a loud noise naturally woke the other 3 people in the room. Uncle Vernon hurriedly grabbed a shotgun and shouted at the person outside who was pounding on the door, "Don't come in. I have a gun. I really will shoot." There was a moment of silence outside, but then there was another crash. With a screeching sound, the door's hinges were knocked off, and then with a loud bang, the wooden door crashed to the ground. What happened next was something Harry would never forget for countless nights to come. It was vividly engraved in his memory. After the door fell, a boy dressed in a black robe and wearing a red and yellow scarf entered, carrying a long sword on his back and twirling a silver-gray wand in his hand. The wild wind outside blew and causing his robe to flutter and his hair to become somewhat disheveled. However, a faint smile was always present at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the astonished Harry and said his first words, "Harry Potter, are you ready to come to another world?" In countless midnight musings, whenever he thought of this sentence, Harry felt a warm emotion overflowing in his heart, bringing him to the brink of tears. He was not sad, but rather joyful. There were no helicopters from dreams that night, nor any grandiose speeches, but he felt that this scene was the coolest he had ever witnessed in his life. Was he ready to go to another world? He did not know, but he was looking forward to following this boy in front of him to the dimensional wall. To be honest, I have been thinking about the scenes in this chapter recently. I initially thought I could write something really cool, but in the end it turned out like this. Anyway, as long as the meaning gets across, I hope everyone doesn't expect too much from me. My level is just like this. No more talking, let's continue to write the next chapter. I want to be a double update beast. To be honest, Qin Yu pondered for a long time over the line he would deliver upon his entrance. In the end, he chose the line, "Harry Potter, are you ready to enter another world?" The another world certainly referred to the magical realm. It's as if him opening a door to a new world for this. Qin Yu once earnestly discussed this with Hagrid. "Oh, that's nice." Hagrid merely nodded dismissively, completely unaware of Qin Yu's intentions. By the way, that evening Qin Yu received a letter from Hagrid stating that he needed to deliver an enrollment notice to a first-year student and asked if Qin Yu would accompany him. Calculating the days, Qin Yu gladly agreed. He then met up with Hagrid, arriving at the rocky outcrop on a storm. "Hermione, that's right, dear readers, this guy left me behind at home." Of course, at such an important moment, Qin Yu would never miss the chance to showcase the allure of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, he donned the school uniform, slung his sword over his shoulder, and naturally held his wand, completing the entire. He originally considered wearing sunglasses, but upon realizing that they would clash too much and not fit the image of the magical world, he decided against it. In any case, when he stepped through the fallen wooden door at that moment, he felt he must have looked quite impressive. However, he had to admit that saying that line while being pointed at by Mr. Dursley's shotgun required immense. "Hagrid." Qin Yu couldn't help but call out to Uncle Hagrid. This time, Hagrid finally understood Qin Yu's words, walked over, seized the shotgun's barrel, and bent it with ease. Vernon Dursley was startled by the giant's action and instinctively pulled the trigger, but the bullet shot straight into the ceiling through the bent barrel. This scene utterly stunned the Dursley family. "Mr. Dursley, we mean no harm by coming here. Why must you be so agitated?" Qin Yu said this as he calmly sat down on the sofa in the room. His calmness only heightened the unease in Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, for they knew that the calmer a person was, the more ruthless their actions could be. Please leave. You are trespassing." "Mr. Dursley," said, his tone harsh, yet trembling. "Ha, come on, Dursley. If you hadn't stopped those letters, how would we be here?" Hagrid said, bending down to pick up the door panel and sealing the doorway again. This way the storm couldn't come in. Then he took his umbrella and stealthily approached the fireplace. In no time, a roaring fire was blazing there, warming and drying the room. After finishing these tasks, he winked at Qin Yu, indicating that the latter should not disclose his use of magic to anyone. Qin Yu understood his meaning, chuckled helplessly, and gave a barely perceptible nod. "Harry, this is the birthday gift we prepared for you." Qin Yu pulled out a cake box. "Happy 11th birthday." Qin Yu opened the box, revealing a cake with "Happy Birthday, Harry Potter" written on it. "Harry, don't go over there," Uncle Vernon said sternly. Harry glanced at his panicking relatives, bit his lip, and finally walked confidently over to sit beside the Eastern boy on the sofa. "I saw you before," Harry whispered. "Oh, was it at the zoo?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, surprised that the child remembered that incident. Harry nodded excitedly. The saying, "once a stranger, twice a friend," applies universally. After confirming that they had met before, Harry naturally felt a sense of closeness with the slightly older boy in front. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Qin Yu. You can call me Qin." Qin Yu said, extending his right hand. "Hello, Qin. Nice to meet you." Harry also extended his hand, excitedly shaking Qin Yu's hand. At that moment, he felt as if he were dreaming. The boy he had longed to see again, the one from the zoo, was truly standing before him today, and in a way he had never expected. Moreover, it seemed he was here for some kind of task. "Oh, by the way, Hagrid, what about Harry's enrollment notice?" Qin Yu also recalled the purpose of their visit. "He'll have a look." Hagrid rummaged through his clothes and quickly found a light yellow envelope. "No, we want. If he goes to that school, I won't give him a penny," Vernon Dursley exclaimed angrily. Hearing this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes, thinking, "Do you really think your money is needed? Gringotts has a vault waiting for Harry to inherit." "All right, Mr. Dursley, do you think we came here to listen to your..." Qin Yu said ominously. It was sometimes necessary to employ threats at appropriate times. Mrs. Dursley was immediately frightened, hiding behind Mr. Dursley, who was trembling uncontrollably. While Qin Yu was speaking, Harry Potter had also finished reading the letter, revealing a look of confusion. That's right, we are wizards, and you are a wizard too. Your parents were also wizards. Your Aunt Petunia probably never told you this out of some misguided sense of protection, but I must say her thinking is foolish. The world will not become safer because you choose to bury your head in the sand like an ostrich. Qin Yu said calmly. I didn't protect him. I hate him, and I hate my freakish sister. The moment I found out she was a witch, I knew she was destined to blow up one day. Petunia Dursley said angrily. Explosion. But you said my parents died in a car accident. Harry said incredulously. Car accident? How could a car accident injure Lily and James? Now it was Hagrid's turn to get angry. Hagrid, I think we should discuss Harry's background later. Qin Yu interrupted Hagrid's next words. Then he said to Harry Potter, Harry, Hogwarts is a magical school for cultivating wizards with excellent teachers and a comprehensive educational philosophy. In 7 years you will become an outstanding wizard. Will you accept this admission invitation? Of course I will. Harry nodded earnestly. This school, Hogwarts, was certainly many times better than the Stonewall School he was supposed to attend. If Qin Yu knew that this kid was comparing Hogwarts to the trash school Stonewall, he would probably be furious enough to smack him with his wand. All right, Hagrid, you can write the response now. After completing the necessary procedures, Qin Yu said to Hagrid. Thus Hagrid pulled out a lively owl, a feather quill, and parchment from his inner pocket, writing a reply to While Hagrid was writing the reply, Dudley had stealthily approached at some point and taken the cake, gorging on it with his hand. Upon discovering this, Hagrid angrily waved his umbrella, transforming Dudley's backside into that of a... Qin Yu did not intervene, as Dudley had been spoiled since childhood, and a little punishment could serve as a lesson for him. You can't take him away. Vernon Dursley shouted at the 3 people outside, clinging to the door frame. At that moment the storm had not yet subsided, and Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry stood outside unaffected by the wind and rain. Hagrid pointed the tip of his umbrella at Vernon, signaling him to not have any other thoughts. Hagrid had long found Vernon unpleasant. Not only had he just disparaged Hogwarts, but he also spoke ill of Dumbledore. If it weren't for the fact that he was a Muggle, Hagrid would have already taught him a lesson. Mr. Dursley, go back to your own home. We are just taking Harry out for a stroll. He will be back at your home on privilege. Qin Yu said to Harry's plump uncle. Vernon opened his mouth as if to say something more, but Qin Yu ignored him, taking an old-fashioned glass oil lamp and leading Harry toward the small dock at the edge of the rocks. There were 2 boats docked there. One was the small shabby boat that Vernon Dursley used to bring his family over, while the other was relatively more exquisite, the small boat that Qin Yu and Hagrid would use. Once they boarded the relatively exquisite small boat, Qin Yu placed the glass oil lamp at the bow. Harry had actually been paying attention to this glass oil lamp all along. As Qin and Hagrid made the decision to leave immediately, he was worried about the storm outside. However, when Qin unexpectedly took out the glass oil lamp from somewhere and lit it, the wind and rain seemed to avoid them. It was as if a transparent sphere enveloped their 3 figures, now covering the entire small boat. Although rowing in the storm was somewhat troublesome, the environment of that wooden house was simply too terrible. If Hagrid and I stayed there, your aunt and her family would probably not rest well either. Qin Yu sat leisurely in the boat, explaining to Harry. I actually couldn't sleep in that wooden house either. Harry replied. So Hagrid, let's hurry. Once we reach the shore we can find a place to rest. Qin Yu urged Uncle Hagrid, winking at him. Sigh, you always make me make mistakes. Seriously, Qin, Harry, please don't tell anyone about my secretly using... Hagrid mumbled. Due to past events, his wand had been broken, restricting him from using magic, but he had a stick in his umbrella that he would occasionally use secretly. Under Harry's curious gaze, Hagrid tapped the side of the boat with the tip of the umbrella. The small boat, which had been bobbing in the wind and rain, began to speed up, cutting through the waves toward the shore. Qin Yu certainly knew this simple spell as well, but since they were outside the school, he couldn't conveniently use too much magic, so he let Hagrid handle it. At that moment, although the storm raged, the small boat they were riding was remarkably stable. Qin Yu even took out a pack of candied fruits and shared them with Harry. Then they listened to Hagrid recount the story of Voldemort and the events of Halloween 10 years ago. James and Lily, your father and mother, were killed that night by Voldemort, the mysterious man. And the scar on your forehead is what he left behind at that time. For some reason his evil curse did not take effect. Then the mysterious man vanished. Some believe he is dead, but Dumbledore once said that this person is not so easily killed. I carried you out from that destroyed house and later brought you to your uncle and aunt. As Hagrid recounted the story of that year, Harry couldn't help but touch the lightning scar on his forehead, frowning, evidently recalling some painful memories. Perhaps that could not even be called a memory, but just some images he couldn't clearly distinguish. Qin Yu looked at Harry's expression, unsure how to comfort him, so he patted the child's shoulder. He originally thought the child might cry, but Harry sniffled and forced a smile, saying, Hagrid, thank you for saving me back then, and thank you for delivering the letter with Qin today. This made Qin Yu nod, secretly feeling that the child was so resilient inside. For the next segment of the journey, the 3 fell silent. Compared to the raging storm, the small boat was surprisingly quiet, to the extent that Harry unknowingly fell asleep. When he fell asleep, his head resting on Qin Yu's shoulder, he tightly clutched the edge of Hagrid's coat. After the boat reached the shore, Qin Yu took Hagrid to find a hotel, while Hagrid carried the sleeping boy Harry Potter. Once they found a relatively clean railway and Qin Yu paid, and the three moved into a not very large room. Qin Yu did not have much pound on him, so he could not afford an expensive room. Then Harry and Qin Yu each took a bed, while Hagrid slept on the carpet. This environment was already incomparable to the rocky wooden house. The night was already deep, and Qin Yu quickly fell asleep lying on the bed. When he woke up the next morning, he found Harry squatting by his bed wrapped in a quilt, dozing off. Qin, you're awake. Harry's squinting eyes saw Qin Yu wake up and immediately widened. When did you wake up? Qin Yu frowned and asked. Around dawn, I guess. Harry stammered. Qin Yu sighed, not probing into how long the child had actually slept. He got out of bed, and went to wake up Uncle Hagrid, who was snoring away. After the three had a simple breakfast, they went to the nearby station to catch the earliest train to London. In any case, it was Qin Yu who paid for the entire journey, as Uncle Hagrid was not very familiar with the currency of the Muggle world, which was also one of the reasons he asked Qin Yu to accompany him to deliver the letter to Harry. After arriving in London, Qin Yu and Hagrid took Harry straight to Diagon Alley. By the time they reached the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. As they entered the Leaky Cauldron, Harry, like Qin Yu on his first visit, felt curious about the various wizards in the bar. However, Harry was much more nervous and reserved. After all, he was a normal 11-year-old boy, while a grown man's soul resided in Qin Yu's body. Unlike the curious and reserved Harry, Qin Yu's expression quickly became serious as soon as he stepped into the bar, and his brows furrowed tightly, as if he were contemplating some difficult problem or making a tough decision. Host, please make your choice quickly. As Harry was recognized by the bar owner Tom, due to the lightning scar on his forehead, the system's urging voice echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Indeed, the system had suddenly appeared shortly after Qin Yu stepped into the bar, prompting him to make a choice. The reason for the system issuing this choice task was the pale-faced young man sitting in the corner of the bar, whose head was wrapped in a scarf. Quirinus Quirrell, or as many people preferred to call him, Professor Quirrell. Ding. Hello, host. A great adventure often begins with an inconspicuous small matter or an apparently ordinary character. In the chaotic Broken Cauldron bar, you saw Quirinus Quirrell, who has a hidden identity. Please make the following choice. 1. Expose Quirrell's identity for a chance to draw 5 strength treasure chests. 2. Do not expose Quirrell's identity for a chance to draw 10 strength treasure chests. This was the sudden choice presented by the system after Qin Yu entered the Broken Cauldron bar and noticed Professor Quirrell. Indeed, this was the first time Qin Yu encountered Professor Quirrell in this world. He knew that Voldemort was currently residing in the back of Quirrell's head. Had it not been for the appearance of the system, Qin Yu would not have been troubled about whether to expose Quirrell's identity, but rather focused on how to do so. At least he would need a capable ally by his side, such as Professor Dumbledore. However, the system presented 2 different options. A special reminder: life is like alchemy, and nobility is not innate, and courage is not born naturally. Those tender seedlings will never grow into towering trees without experiencing wind and rain. You may shield them from a storm once, but you cannot replace their growth. Following that was the so-called special reminder given by the system. It was this reminder that caused Qin Yu to struggle with his decision, because he detected the subtext of the system's message. If he exposed Professor Quirrell's identity this time, although it would simplify the situation, it would rob those seedlings of an opportunity to grow. Those seedlings besides Harry should also include Hermione. I can shield them from a storm once, but I cannot replace. Qin Yu silently recited this phrase in his heart. Yes, while Qin Yu could find ways to eliminate Quirrell, Voldemort would be hard to kill at this moment. If Voldemort were to return in full force, would those children he protected be able to face the impending crisis? Qin Yu was skeptical about this, for how could those who had not experienced storms and rain possess the courage and ability to confront such a situation? Do not say I will bear it all alone. Qin Yu felt he wasn't arrogant to that extent, for even he was carefully combating the silent force, striving to improve himself through training. Currently his abilities were far from catching up to Dumbledore. Even Professor Snape could easily knock him down. At that moment, could he withstand it? Should he shield them from this storm? At this time, Harry was nervously yet excitedly shaking hands with everyone in the bar, as everyone wanted to meet the boy who drove Voldemort away, at least made him disappear, expressing their excitement. Qin Yu watched this scene, making a difficult choice in his heart. Soon most of the people in the Broken Cauldron bar had shaken hands with the legendary Harry Potter, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, sitting in the corner, slowly stood up, nervously approaching them. Harry Potter. 2M, very glad to meet you. Professor Quirrell stammered. Oh Harry, this is Professor Quirrell from Hogwarts. Once you start school, you will learn defense against the dark arts from him. Hagrid introduced him to Harry. Harry quickly replied politely, hello Professor Quirrell, I'm also very glad to meet you. I'm looking forward to attending your class. Harry originally thought Professor Quirrell would shake his hand like everyone else, but the latter's hands were nervously rubbing together without any intention of reaching out. To think you might not need to take this course, Mr. P. Potter. Professor Quirrell said, nervously twitching his mouth as he smiled. Just as they were speaking, a newcomer rushed into the bar upon hearing that Harry Potter was there. As Qin Yu extended a foot to trip the person, they stumbled and crashed into Professor Quirrell, who was speaking. Quirrell leaned forward and bumped into Harry in front of him. At the moment of contact, Quirrell's hand brushed against Harry's hand. It felt as if he had touched a hot coal, and he immediately jerked back. I'm so sorry. I was too excited. The newcomer apologized repeatedly, and then shook Harry's hand saying, You are Harry Potter. Meeting you, I really truly am so excited. How long will you be here? I'll go get my friends right now. I will leave soon. Harry replied with a smile. All right, my friend, we have important matters to attend to, and cannot delay here, Hagrid said, pushing the person's hand away. Then he turned to Qin Yu and said, Qin, let's go. Okay. Qin Yu nodded. Before they left, he took one last look at Professor Quirrell, whose face was pale. Then he pulled Harry Potter toward the courtyard behind the bar. Choose two. At the moment of leaving the bar, Qin Yu made his choice in his heart. Ding. After careful consideration, you have made a prudent choice. The reward will be issued after the key character's death. Special reminder before the task ends, the host will be unable to reveal Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others. The system responded. One important reason for Qin Yu's choice was that, relatively speaking, the difficulty level of this stage was not too high. The first stage would allow these seedlings to experience some challenges. At worst, he could help them eliminate the subsequent. As the system said, if he shielded them from all storms from the start, it might lead to their demise at the hands of the Death Eater. In comparison to such an outcome, Qin Yu would rather they undergo some trials and tribulations. When it was time to be ruthless, one must indeed be a bit tougher. Qin Yu said helplessly in his heart. Then he noticed the system's another special reminder before the task ends, the host will be unable to reveal Professor Quirrell's hidden identity to others. The system used unable here rather than cannot or must not, implying that even if Qin Yu wanted to voluntarily disclose Professor Quirrell's hidden identity, he would be unable to do so. Then what would happen if he did reveal it? Thinking of these concerns, Qin Yu followed Hagrid and Harry into Diagon Alley, heading straight for Gringotts. They were going there to help Harry withdraw money, while Hagrid also needed to retrieve something stored there. The dimensional wall. This was a setting I had thought of before writing, but I realized during the writing process that it was indeed difficult to handle. Qin Yu had visited Gringotts more than once, and the goblin tellers still wore the same sour expressions as before. Of course, it could also be that their faces naturally appeared that way. Hagrid, holding the key left to Harry by his parents, handed it to the goblin teller. He then took out a letter handwritten by Dumbledore. After the teller read the letter, he looked up and said, Sir, I must remind you that Gringotts has the safest vaults in the world, and am sure you are aware of our security measures. Oh, I'm certainly aware of that, Hagrid nodded. So, are you sure you want to take that thing out? The goblin teller asked seriously. Yes, we have our considerations, Hagrid said firmly. Very well. Larkin, please escort these gentlemen to the teller called over a goblin named Larkin to lead Hagrid, Qin Yu, and Harry to the underground vault. When Larkin opened Harry's vault, Harry was astonished. The piles of galleon sickles and nuts spoke volumes about his family's wealth, making him even more curious about his origins. However, it seemed that Hagrid didn't know much either. He only mentioned that the Potter family was quite wealthy and referenced the Black family, but Harry had never heard of the surname Black before. All right, take some money and let the rest stay here. You won't need too much, Qin Yu said, feeling a bit envious of this rich kid. However, considering that Harry's parents had passed away, it felt somewhat excessive to express envy. Qin Yu grabbed 2 handfuls of galleons, a handful of sickles, and a handful of nuts, stuffing them into Harry's money pouch, without counting them, as Gringotts would tally it up anyway. This goblin bank was indeed trustworthy when it came to finances. With some money in hand, Harry felt a surge of confidence. As they boarded the Gringotts cart, he nervously said to Qin Yu and Hagrid, Hagrid, I'll treat you guys to something later. No, Harry, let's not talk about food yet. I fear I might throw up. Hagrid was struggling to adapt to the wild ride of the vault cart. Qin Yu was much better off. He loudly introduced a few shops to Harry, saying, I've been to these places with my sister. The food there is quite unique. However, the dishes made with rare ingredients can be quite pricey. For example, meals that include dragon liver start at 1 or 2 galleons each, since dragon liver costs a fortune, over 10 sickles per ounce, making the dishes even more expensive. Harry was still unfamiliar with the prices in the magical world, only vaguely sensing that dragon liver must be an incredibly expensive item. Qin Yu have a sister. Harry suddenly noticed this detail, his eyes lighting up with interest. Qin was the first peer wizard he had met, and he thought very highly of him. He hoped to meet Qin's family too. Of course, if Harry had some understanding of Eastern culture, he might know that this feeling is called liking someone so much that even the crows on their house would be liked. Oh, you must be talking about Hermione, Hagrid said, having a good grasp of Qin Yu's acquaintances. Hermione. Does she also have the surname Qin? Harry asked curiously. No, her surname is Granger. Qin Yu replied helplessly. Why? Aren't you both the same surname? Harry asked in confusion. Because, like you, am also living with someone else, Qin Yu shrugged. Harry was taken aback by Qin Yu's response. He hadn't expected to share that commonality. However, from Qin Yu's tone, it was evident that his relationship with the girl named Hermione was quite good. This stirred a little envy in Harry, as his relationship with his cousin Dudley could only be described as that of enemies. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the location of the item Hagrid needed to retrieve Vault 713. This vault was protected by a special enchantment, making it impossible for an ordinary person to open. The guiding goblin Larkin explained just how unbreakable this vault was. Qin Yu found this amusing. He wanted to record Larkin's words to use them later as evidence, but unfortunately, he didn't have a magical camera on him. When the vault opened, there were no bright golden coins, only a small brown paper package containing an unknown object. Of course, Qin Yu knew what it was: the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate product of alchemy that could turn stone into gold and grant immortality. What is this? Harry finally asked after holding back for a long time. He knew he shouldn't ask this question, and even if he did, Hagrid might not answer, but he couldn't help his curiosity. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hagrid said mysteriously, "Sorry, Harry, I can't tell you what it is. Alright, it's getting late, we should leave." However, Qin Yu had no intention of moving. Instead, he looked at Harry and said slowly, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." He didn't know why he suddenly said this. Perhaps it was a sudden impulse, wanting to see what would happen if he did. Then he saw Hagrid's furrowed brow and Harry's bewildered expression. Harry clearly had no idea what the Philosopher's Stone was. While their expressions lingered in Qin Yu's retina, he felt a sudden dizzy spell. Next, he found himself back on the rapidly moving vault cart. "Why aren't you both the same surname?" Harry's puzzled voice rang out. That expression was identical to the one before. "Because like you, I'm also living with someone else," Qin Yu instinctively replied. Then he shook his head, trying to dispel the strange feeling in his heart. Harry's reaction was similar to before, falling into astonishment and silence. Then the cart stopped again in front of Vault 713, and the goblin Larkin bragged about their impregnable defenses. When Hagrid retrieved the paper package, Harry curiously asked, "What is this?" Before Hagrid could speak, Qin Yu quickly said, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." Hagrid's furrowed brow, Harry's bewildered expression once again reflected in Qin Yu's dark eyes. After a dizzy spell, he found himself back on the cart. "Why aren't you both the same surname?" "Because like you, I'm also living with someone else." "Wait, we are going to get the Philosopher's Stone." Dizzy again, back once more. "Why?" "Because she is my wife." "Huh." "Hagrid is retrieving the Philosopher's Stone." Returning again. "Why?" "We are going to get the Philosopher's Stone." Continuing to return. Thus Qin Yu repeatedly tested the timing of saying the words Philosopher's Stone, and each time he would inevitably return to the cart and once again face Harry's question. Indeed, Qin Yu encountered a time reversal. The fundamental reason was that he had revealed a secret he shouldn't. Ding. Post, you have attempted 38 times, and continuing further is meaningless. I would like to remind you again, the Philosopher's Stone is a Class 1 associated item, and you cannot disclose relevant information to others until the necessary stage of the current event is reached. As Qin Yu was forced into time reversal, the system voice occasionally popped up to remind him. "I get it, after so many reversals my head is a mess now." Qin Yu felt as if he had repeatedly acted out a scene from a movie or had several similar dreams. If this continued, he feared he might go insane. "By the way, did I just say anything strange?" Qin Yu asked in his mind. "Strange words? How about the system replied. "How could I utter such nonsensical and ridiculous terms?" Qin Yu was shocked and confused. "Perhaps you were a bit too excited earlier, and your language center temporarily lost control." The system provided an explanation. "I did indeed have a hard time controlling what I said earlier." Qin Yu accepted this explanation. "Well then, let's do it one last time to erase those nonsensical fragments." The exchange between Qin Yu and the system seemed extensive, but it actually happened in a fleeting moment. When he decided to attempt the 39th reversal, he took the Philosopher's Stone before Hagrid and said to Harry, "Don't ask. This is the Philosopher's Stone." After the final dizzy spell, Qin Yu was cautious and did not say anything out of line, and when Hagrid took the Philosopher's Stone, he did not explain what it was to Harry. "Alright, we should go, there are still many things to buy," Hagrid urged. After 39 instances of time regression, Qin Yu finally confirmed what the system meant by information cannot be disclosed to others. This is a direct and forceful erasure. Of course, Qin Yu also considered whether he could exploit this bug for something. After all, the ability to reverse time is indeed powerful. However, when he entertained such thoughts, the system coldly informed him, "Do not attempt to exploit this unstable." What does unstable mean? Qin Yu pondered for a moment. It probably means that the duration of time regression is unstable and the impacts of regression are also unpredictable. For example, if he wants to go back to a time before a certain event occurred, but the time only regresses to after that event, then such regression would be meaningless. Moreover, if there were any butterfly effects, it could potentially lead to greater troubles. Just know it. The system replied in an annoyed tone. "You say you have no emotions. What exactly are you? Let's have a chat." Qin Yu couldn't help but ask in his mind. However, the system fell silent once again. "Qin, can you accompany Harry to buy a robe? I'm feeling dizzy and want to drink something to perk up," Hagrid said to Qin Yu, rubbing his nose. "Go ahead, just don't drink too much. Remember, you have something important on you," Qin Yu hinted. Don't worry, you'll be back soon," Hagrid said happily. Thus Hagrid patted his backside and left while Qin Yu took Harry shopping. For such an arrangement, Harry naturally had no objections. To him, having Qin by his side was actually more reassuring. After all, this boy who was slightly older than him possessed a calmness that far surpassed his peers. Even Hagrid often consulted Qin on various matters and was willing to heed his advice. One could say that while Qin Yu was not as large as Hagrid, he provided Harry with an even greater sense of security. Madame Malkin greeted the guests with her usual warmth, leading Harry into the fitting room to take his measurements and alter the robes. The shop assistant, a young witch, similarly brought Qin Yu a cup of tea and a plate of cookies, making the wait less dull. However, after finishing a cup of tea and eating a few cookies, Qin Yu suddenly remembered something and got up to go to the fitting room in the back. In this not-so-large space, two children were trying on wizard robes. One of them was naturally Harry Potter, while the other was a small boy with blonde hair and an arrogant expression. "Have you played Quidditch?" "I've played it. My dad taught me personally," the blonde boy said proudly. Harry opened his mouth, but said nothing, because he had neither played Quidditch nor had a father. He didn't want to engage in such a topic. "But my dad always says that to practice Quidditch you have to fly fast enough, otherwise you'll be chased and hit." If I were on the field, how could anyone catch up to me?" the blonde boy said with arrogance. "Oh, I see," Harry replied. The boy had already said a lot of things that Harry couldn't quite understand, and his attitude was quite unpleasant, even reminding him of his cousin Dudley. He originally thought that people in the wizarding world would be like Qin, handsome, confident, composed, and polite. However, this boy next to him changed Harry's perspective. It seemed that a person like Qin was indeed special. Whether in the world of ordinary people, he was still not quite accustomed to using the term Muggle, or in the wizarding world. Harry came to this conclusion. "So did your dad tell you that if you're at Hogwarts you should stay far away from someone named Qin, especially on the Quidditch pitch?" A lazy voice spoke in a teasing tone. Harry and the blonde boy turned to look simultaneously. The former showed a delighted and relieved expression, while the latter frowned in contemplation. Indeed, the speaker was Qin Yu. "Are you talking about the strongest first-year seeker from Gryffindor, Qin?" The blonde, "You actually know?" Qin Yu was slightly surprised, especially since he did not expect to have some reputation based on the adjectives the boy used. "Of course I know, he's the one I want to defeat," the blonde boy said, raising his chin. "Haha, ambitious." Qin Yu gave him a thumbs up. "You're not wrong. My dad told me to stay away from this person named Qin, saying not to provoke someone so uncultured without, but I'm not afraid of him, and the most outstanding student at Hogwarts," the blonde boy declared resolutely. Many years later, when the blonde boy grew up, married, and had children, whenever his son asked about his past, he would awkwardly recall today's events, and would very much prefer that the parties present today wouldn't speak of it, as it was too embarrassing and shameful. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up. I admire your confidence," Qin Yu applauded. "Who are you? Why are you telling me all?" the blonde boy asked in confusion. "You'll find out who I am soon enough," Qin Yu teased. There was nothing he could do. Looking at Malfoy's smug face, Qin Yu felt that this kid was indeed a bit irritating. However, he's just a child. It's normal not to understand. A little guidance is all that's needed, as long as the heart isn't bad. "Yes, this blonde boy is Draco Malfoy, the precious son of Lucius Malfoy." "All done, dear," Madame Malkin said to Harry. "Thank you, Madame Malkin." Harry quickly thanked her and jumped off the stool, rushing to Qin Yu's side. "I see you at school." Qin Yu waved goodbye to Malfoy. "See you at school," Malfoy retorted defiantly. He felt that this boy with the Eastern features was really quite strange. However, this guy seemed quite cool. Malfoy had always aimed to be the best student at Hogwarts, so naturally, he considered himself the coolest. Now encountering Qin Yu, he instinctively felt that this person might be a threat. Of course, he also thought that this boy might be Qin. However, those two had already walked far away, and he couldn't. After leaving the robe shop, Qin Yu briefly explained to Harry what Quidditch was, and answered some of the child's other questions. Meanwhile, Uncle Hagrid, probably feeling reassured about Qin Yu, had yet to come out of the pub. Qin Yu could only continue shopping with Harry, and bought him an ice cream. Then they went to several other shops to buy school supplies, and it was not until they reached the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop that they encountered Uncle Hagrid, who had been searching for them. Inside Ollivander's wand shop, the wand crafted from holly wood with a phoenix feather core was placed into Harry Potter's hands by Mr. Ollivander. Harry then waved the wand experimentally, its tip erupting in a dazzling fireworks-like radiance. Clearly, as Mr. Ollivander often declared, this wand had chosen Harry as its master. Its core is a phoenix tail feather, and it has a twin drawn from the same phoenix. It was that very twin which left this scar upon your forehead. Mr. Ollivander murmured thoughtfully. Those words startled Harry. He knew precisely who had given him that scar, and now holding a wand so intimately linked to that very person, a chilling doubt seized him. Would he too? "You're wondering whether you'll become like him, aren't you?" Qin Yu voiced the fear Harry could not bring himself to utter. "Yes, Qin. I want nothing to do with him. So is this wand truly meant for me?" Harry frowned at the wooden case in his hands. By now they had stepped out of the wand shop. Mr. Ollivander had carefully rehoused the wand within its case, and wrapped it with elegant care. A wand is merely a wand. Sharing an origin with him does not bind your fate to his. And I believe, firmly, You will never become him. Qin Yu spoke with unwavering conviction. Hearing those words, Harry's furrowed brow slowly eased, and he nodded solemnly. Qin, I will not become him. I will become a wizard as exceptional as my parents. Hagrid had already told him how outstanding they'd been at Hogwarts, each even serving as head boy and head girl respectively. To Harry they were paragons, beacons guiding his own path forward. Excellent. That's precisely how it should be. Qin Yu nodded approvingly, then added with gentle teasing, besides, you've already paid for it. If you return it now, Mr. Ollivander will surely grumble, rummaging through every drawer to find you another. Huh, then I won't trouble Mr. Ollivander further. Harry laughed. Watching Qin Yu effortlessly dispel Harry's anxiety, Hagrid felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He paused, then resolved he ought to do something meaningful. Turning to Harry, he said, Harry, I'd like to give you a birthday present. No need, Hagrid, you really don't have to. It's not some grand purchase. I'm simply going to gift you an owl. It's on the official supply list after all. Owls are remarkably practical creatures, not only obedient, but also faithful couriers delivering letters and parcels alike. As Hagrid spoke, he gestured toward Qin Yu and continued, you can ask Qin. He keeps an owl named Trig. Over the past year, Trig carried countless messages between him and Hermione. Qin Yu shot Hagrid a sidelong glance, silently thinking, why do you keep dragging me into this? Meanwhile, at the mention of Hermione's name, Harry turned to Qin Yu with quiet curiosity. I may not have mentioned it before. Hermione only begins at Hogwarts this year. So last year while I was attending classes, I corresponded with her via owl post. Truth be told, Qin Yu wasn't entirely certain he'd ever shared that detail. His recent mental retracing had left his memory slightly hazy. I see. So owls truly are indispensable. Harry's eyes lit up with eager anticipation at the thought of owning one. Though he hadn't yet decided whom he might write, they entered Elop's Owl Emporium, and within 10 minutes selected a pristine white owl. The shopkeeper confirmed it was a rare snowy owl. Harry was delighted Qin Yu had told him his own owl was also a snowy owl, albeit a male one. Then, from now on you shall be Hedwig. He addressed the white owl in its cage, a name he'd happened upon while flipping idly through books at Flourish and Blots, one that struck him as both elegant and fitting. Hoot. The owl tilted its head, clearly puzzled by the boy's declaration, but with time familiarity, and Hagrid, why don't you take Harry to Potage's cauldron shop to choose a cauldron? I'll slip off to pick up a few things myself. You know I've been away 2 days, so I ought to bring gifts home. Qin Yu shrugged lightly. Then what should I get Hermione? Hagrid scratched his head. I'll simply buy an extra set, and say it's from you. Qin Yu smiled. Fair enough. When she starts at Hogwarts, I'll invite her for tea at your hut. Hagrid chuckled warmly. With that, Qin Yu bid farewell to Hagrid and Harry, turning down a different street, while the two watched him go, then strode purposefully toward Potage's cauldron shop. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yu had barely walked a short distance before slipping sideways into a narrow shadowed alley. Moments later, a figure emerged, tall and cloaked in black, face concealed beneath a gleaming golden mask. Anyone observing closely might have noticed something uncanny about the figure's height and build, indistinct, almost evanescent, impossible to recall with clarity. Yet few spared more than a passing glance. In the wizarding world, such attire was commonplace. Cloaks were near sacred, so much so that a proverb held true: Merlin might forego trousers, but never his cloak. Thus the masked figure moved swiftly along Diagon Alley, drawing no attention, until he arrived at the imposing entrance of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. As he approached, the goblin guard stationed at the doors bowed deeply. Precisely in that moment, while the goblin's head was lowered, the figure dropped a small crumpled note onto the marble step and strode away without pause. Sir, or madam, or sir again, sir, your item has fallen, the goblin guard called out loudly. But the black-cloaked figure did not turn back, vanishing instead into the bustling crowd. The goblin guard retrieved the note, glanced at it dismissively, and unfolded it, assuming it held little value. Upon reading the crimson script, however, he burst into quiet laughter. A theft attempt on Gringotts vaults is imminent today. Please reinforce security immediately. What nonsense. Who in their right mind would dare rob Gringotts? With its lethal enchantments, intricate wards, and dragon-guarded vaults, such a venture would be tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. The guard nearly tossed the note aside, yet hesitated. After all, someone had gone to the trouble of warning them, better to report it upward lest unforeseen consequences land him in hot water for negligence. Still, he couldn't help chuckling inwardly. Gringotts compromised. Preposterous. Yet torn between irony and duty, he delivered the note to the goblin in charge of security. Predictably, the security chief laughed aloud, leaving the guard mildly embarrassed. In a secluded alley, the golden mask was lifted, revealing the sharp, refined features of an Eastern face. It was, of course, our protagonist, Qin Yu. Qin Yu stored away the mask and quickly removed his cloak, stuffing it into an unknown part of his attire. Soon he transformed back into his original casual outfit. After leaving the hotel, he had changed out of the long. Just a moment ago, Qin Yu had utilized his second brother, I know he had utilized the alchemical mask gifted by Professor Swindon to conceal his form and delivered the warning note to the ancient spirit pavilion. As it stands, there has been no phenomenon of time reversal. In other words, Qin Yu has considerable freedom to participate in the events as long as he avoids certain high-level associated incidents and items. From his own strength, Qin Yu truly cannot defeat Professor Quirrell, who is possessed by Voldemort. After all, even if Tom is somewhat weakened, he is still a formidable Dark Lord. Note Voldemort's real name is Tom Riddle, also known as the Dark Lord. Therefore, Qin Yu decided to borrow a knife to kill, sending out a warning to alert the ancient spirit pavilion, so that when Quirrell attempts to steal from the vault as planned, he would at least face some hardship, even if he isn't caught. Of course, Qin Yu did not really believe that the ancient spirit pavilion could capture Quirrell. This was merely an attempt on his part. Quickly organizing his thoughts, Qin Yu stepped out of the alley with a calm demeanor and headed toward a nearby shop. He was indeed buying things for Hermione, and it was not just an excuse. He genuinely intended to buy. Thus, he asked the staff at the Florin ice cream shop to pack some ice cream and chilled fruit tea. This shop offered a magically enchanted packaging box that could temporarily keep items cold, so Qin, you need not worry about the ice cream melting. I've added a complimentary raspberry jam for you. The young clerk smiled as he handed the items to Qin Yu. Thank you. Qin Yu nodded in appreciation. You're welcome, and we look forward to your next visit. The young clerk beamed at Qin Yu. As he left with his items, Qin Yu rubbed his nose, feeling that the clerk at the ice cream shop seemed a bit overly enthusiastic. Could it be because I often buy ice cream here, and he remembers me? Well, he is indeed a diligent worker, Qin Yu thought to himself. What he didn't know was that after he left, the young clerk, watching his departing figure, murmured, "What a pity I graduated too early to compete with you on the Quidditch pitch. Hello, ID like an ice cream." A little girl's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sure, what flavor would you like?" The clerk immediately donned a professional radiant smile, enthusiastically addressing the little girl. I want this. No, I want that. No, let me think." While this was a customer with difficulty in making choices, the young clerk had seen many like her, so he patiently waited for the little girl to make her final decision. Meanwhile, he took the opportunity to zone out, recalling what the old man he respected most had once told him. "I hope you can endure solitude, for I have an important task to entrust to you." While this job at the ice cream shop certainly differed from his expectations of school and didn't quite match his personality, however, he believed he was partaking in something significant, as he had faith in that old man. Many people believed, for that old man was the greatest wizard of our time. After packing the frozen treats into his cloth bag, Qin Yu visited a few more shops to buy some exotic fruits that one couldn't find in the Muggle world. Of course, he also bought some trinkets that the little girl liked from an old woman at the grocery store. Feeling that he had purchased enough, Qin Yu headed in the direction of the cauldron shop. Upon arriving, Hagrid and Harry had been waiting there for a while. "Did you get everything?" Qin Yu inquired. "Yes, I just checked the list of items," Harry replied, quickly, having gone through the checklist of purchased items several times while waiting for Qin Yu out of boredom. "Good, then it's time to go," Qin Yu said. This statement took Harry by surprise, as he hadn't expected their separation to come. "Before we leave, let's have a big meal together," Qin Yu suggested. "Okay." Harry clearly wasn't very enthused. "Don't be sad, we'll see each other again in a month," Qin Yu said, patting Harry's shoulder. "Okay," Harry bit his lip and nodded. "So if you want, you can have Hedwig send me a letter," Qin Yu said, looking at the somewhat dazed owl. "Of course I will write to you, Qin," Harry exclaimed, his excitement evident as he raised his head. Thus Qin Yu, Hagrid, and Harry went to a wizard-themed restaurant in Diagon Alley, where they enjoyed dishes that Harry had never seen before. As the delicious food filled their stomachs, Harry's mood began to improve. Of course, before they parted ways after the meal, Harry still felt a bit sad. He felt that from midnight until now, this had been the most fulfilling day of his life, one he had never envisioned. And Qin and Hagrid were the best people he had encountered. Now that the farewell was near, it was inevitable for him to feel reluctant. Separation is for the better reunion, isn't it, Harry? Qin Yu smiled. "Yes, you're right, Qin. We'll meet again in a month." Harry perked up, speaking to Qin Yu. "Yes, see you in a month," Qin Yu nodded. Then they parted outside the leaky cauldron. Since it wasn't on the way, Harry had Hagrid take him to the train station to return to Aunt Petunia's home in Surrey, while Qin Yu headed back to the Granger residence. In fact, Qin Yu also felt that today had been quite fulfilling. While anyone who had experienced 39 instances of time reversal would feel accomplished. Of course, aside from the experience in the ancient spirit pavilion's vault, Qin Yu felt he had encountered many people and events today. Harry certainly counted as one, and Professor Quirrell was at least half. As for the choice he made, it truly left him uncertain whether it was good or bad. On the positive side, he could predict certain event trajectories. On the downside, he couldn't choose to withdraw halfway, he could only try to influence. This was also the purpose of his warning to the ancient spirit pavilion. These matters made Qin Yu feel somewhat restless. He shook his head, deciding not to overthink for now, and the image of the brown-haired little girl surfaced in his mind. Thus he quickened his pace towards the nearby subway station. He wanted to return early, eager to see her and show her one by one the things he had just purchased. In that case, she shouldn't be so angry, right? While some rewards wouldn't be impossible, Qin Yu mused on his disjointed thoughts as he boarded the train home. Dimensional wall. The clerk at Florin Ice Cream Shop is a persona provided by a reader appearing here for suitability, and there should be more scenes for him later. Recently, there have been frequent edits to the text, especially in Chapter 2. Everyone can check back the next day, of course, generally, just adding some content at the end of the chapter without major changes. Crookshanks, tell me, should I even acknowledge him when he returns? Hermione asked solemnly, lifting the now noticeably large cat. Morel. Crookshanks responded with an inquisitive mewl. Very well, I won't speak to him at all. Who does he think he is leaving me behind? Hermione declared indignantly. Merrill. Crookshanks continued, tilting his head in puzzled curiosity. You're not entirely wrong. He did say the place was rather distant, and rather remote, and that he didn't wish to burden me with a tiring journey. Hermione placed the cat gently on her lap, and stroked his back as she spoke. Marrow. Crookshanks purred contentedly, his body humming with deep, resonant vibrations. But I'm no longer a child. Why shouldn't I go wherever he can? Don't you agree? She asked the golden cat resting on her thighs. MRR. Crookshanks cut off his mewl halfway, sounding faintly exasperated. After all, summer holidays have already begun, and yet he vanished elsewhere, abandoning me here alone for 2 entire days. At the very least, I'll ignore him for a full day. No, half a day. What do you think, Crookshanks? MRR. The cat completed the truncated mewl. Then it settled. You must ignore him too, understood? Hermione warned sternly. Crookshanks offered no reply, only a soft nudge against her leg, then settled into a cozy curl, preparing for a long, undisturbed nap. If only we had a car. I wonder whether the Weasleys' flying automobile is still available. I'll need to speak with George and Fred, and ask them to consult Mr. Arthur Weasley. As Qin Yu ascended the stairs from the subway station onto street level, this thought drifted through his mind. He had just returned from Diagon Alley, and the lengthy underground ride had cost him considerable time. Naturally, his thoughts turned to the enchanted automobile modified by Mr. Arthur Weasley, the very same vehicle capable of soaring through the skies. Qin Yu still marveled at how Mr. Weasley had somehow navigated the Ministry of Magic's regulatory loopholes to achieve such a feat. He had also considered connecting the Granger family fireplace to the Flu network, enabling near-instantaneous travel across vast distances with only a pinch of Flu powder. Yet he swiftly dismissed the idea. He wished to keep magical artifacts from intruding too deeply into the Grangers' ordinary lives. Such exposure would inevitably unsettle and complicate matters for her parents. Purchasing a Muggle automobile. He was still too young to hold a driver's license, and lacked British pounds. Gringotts would not endlessly convert wizarding currency into Muggle money on demand. And as for a flying broomstick, he dared not ride one openly over London. By dawn the next day, Ministry officials would be at his doorstep, arresting him outright, leaving Hermione no choice but to deliver prison meals. All right, Hermione. Qin Yu entertained these scattered musings precisely to steady his nerves. After all the look Hermione had given him yesterday, TSK, could I actually be banished from home? By my wife? No, by Hermione. He mused inwardly. Third-inning temporal regressions had profoundly warped Qin Yu's cognitive framework. Occasional lapses in self-reference were now inevitable. Before returning home, he resolved to firmly re-anchor himself in reality, to distinguish clearly between the present and that disorienting recursive limbo, and thus avoid missteps born of linguistic confusion. Hermione, I'm home. Qin Yu stepped through the front door, greeting the young woman curled on the sofa, absently stroking Crookshanks while watching television. Oh, you're back, Hermione replied, her tone calm and measured. Her composure left Qin Yu momentarily uncertain. What precisely was the state of her mood? I brought you your favorite ice cream from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley. The shopkeeper even added an extra drizzle of raspberry sauce. As he spoke, Qin Yu withdrew the chilled, neatly wrapped dessert from his Swanstone brand spatial pouch. Hermione glanced briefly, lips parting slightly, then turned her gaze back to the screen, voice still unruffled. I'm not hungry. I don't want it. HSS. Qin Yu drew in a sharp breath. She won't even touch the ice cream. That means she's truly... He possessed scant experience in soothing girls' tempers in his past life, and navigating such delicate terrain felt distinctly beyond his expertise. Even with his formidable intellect and tactical ingenuity, confronting a personal blind spot left him flustered and adrift. Well, you see, the place we went was genuinely perilous, a solitary wind-lashed rock jutting from the open sea. Last night, a violent tempest, descended gales tore through blackened clouds, and a lone storm petrel was hurled, PAF, straight into the churning waves, nearly drowned. Meanwhile, Hagrid's tiny boat pitched violently across those towering swells. More than once it seemed certain to capsize. Qin Yu shifted tactics. Sure enough, Hermione's expression softened with concern. So, did you manage to? Then, catching herself, her face fell. She spoke coolly. If you stand before me unharmed, then clearly nothing serious occurred. What do you do when your girlfriend is too brilliant to placate? Urgent help needed. Wait. Cognitive slippage again. I have no girlfriend. Actually, it wouldn't be quite accurate to say nothing happened. After retrieving our guest, we had nowhere to stay, so we took refuge in a cramped, dilapidated inn. As you know, I carried little money, and Hagrid had even less. So Harry, Hagrid, and I shared a single minuscule room. Come morning, breakfast was meager. Hagrid barely ate his fill. Qin Yu lamented, voice heavy with pathos. Wait, what did you just say? Hermione whirled around sharply, her delicate brows furrowing, eyes piercingly fixed on Qin Yu. Hagrid wasn't full. Qin Yu blinked, bewildered. No, not that. Earlier. Hermione pressed urgently, her fingers instinctively gripping Crookshank's scruff. Was breakfast insufficient? Qin Yu repeated, baffled. What could possibly be amiss with that? Not that either. Go further back. Hermione shook her head. Earlier. I didn't bring much money. I shared a tiny room with Harry and Hagrid. Qin Yu recited his earlier words verbatim. Then he watched as Hermione let out a sharp, indignant snort, and glared at him, voice trembling with outrage. So who is Harley? Harry. He's the student we went to collect. After returning from the Rock to shore, we stayed at that inn, then proceeded to Diagon Alley. Qin Yu summarized concisely. You shared a room with her? Squeezed together. Hermione's lower lip trembled, her voice thick with wounded. But we had no money. We shared it with him. Qin Yu faltered mid-sentence, sensing something deeply amiss. Wait, why did you say her? Her? What's wrong with that? Hermione asked, genuinely perplexed. True, Harry is quiet and refined in appearance, but he is unquestionably male. Qin Yu studied her dazed, unfocused eyes, and gave a faint wry twist of his lips. Harry. Hermione echoed, testing the name. Yes, Harry Potter. Don't you recall? You read about him just days ago. Qin Yu sighed, exasperated. I never memorized such details. Hermione stammered, flustered. That day had been crowded with other events, so the name had left little impression. Of course, even if something else had happened that day, if Qin Yu had mentioned Harry Potter's full name from the start, Hermione would likely have immediately recalled the name recorded in the book. However, Qin Yu only casually mentioned the name Harry, which sounded rather ordinary, and Hermione subconsciously heard it as Hallie. Before leaving, Qin Yu merely stated that he was going with Hagrid to deliver an enrollment notice to a new student at Hogwarts without specifying to whom. Moreover, Hermione had considered the possibility that the person might be a girl. This possibility wasn't absent, right? And every time she thought about it, she felt inexplicably angry. Thus, when Qin Yu mentioned a name that sounded a bit feminine, she immediately connected it to those previous imaginations. So is Harry that Harry Potter? Hermione said, trying to keep her voice as calm as possible. Yes, that's correct. Qin Yu nodded. So did you two share the same bed? Hermione raised an eyebrow and continued to inquire. What if Harry was a boy? So what? The little girl thought to herself. Huh. Qin Yu was taken aback, feeling that this girl's focus was somewhat misplaced. How big is the bed? Hermione asked again, already starting to gather her chi. The bed is quite small. Wait, it's not one bed, it's two. Two very small beds. Qin Yu felt like he was almost getting entangled by this girl, and he quickly corrected himself. Oh, I see. Hermione's expression immediately became calm. All right, I was wrong, Hermione. I will definitely take you with me next time. Qin Yu seized the opportunity to say. Hermione turned her head away. Well, it was no longer the earlier cold treatment. This was a good sign, Qin Yu judged. Oh dear, the cooling effect of this packaging is about to wear off. The ice cream is going to melt soon. Qin Yu exaggeratedly stated, then sighed. All right, to avoid waste, I'll have to eat both of these. You dare? That's mine. Hermione turned her head, voicing her dissatisfaction. So the beautiful and lovely Miss Granger, would you accept this gift that can bring summer refreshment from me, eh? As Qin Yu spoke, he bent down and offered an ice cream to Hermione like a rose. Hermione looked at his approaching face and inexplicably recalled the scene from the book she read about Harry Potter. That day, to comfort the slightly disgruntled Qin, she had kissed him gently on the cheek. Author's note: that wasn't being disgruntled, that was jealousy. Then she thought, why didn't he think to kiss me on the cheek when I'm feeling unhappy today? However, thinking of this made her heart race, her face felt a bit hot, and her mouth a bit dry. Well, summer has arrived. Oh, I'm just a bit hot, which is why I'm eating this ice cream. The logically clear Miss Granger reached out and accepted the ice cream that could bring summer refreshment from the boy. As she lowered her head to eat the jam on top, suddenly a hand gently cradled the back of her neck, and then a pair of warm lips lightly pressed against her forehead before quickly pulling away. She lifted her head wide-eyed in astonishment as she looked at that handsome and familiar face. The sweetest tenderness is in that moment of bowing like a water lily shy against the cool breeze. The lips that had just brushed her forehead parted, uttering a line that sounded beautiful in Chinese. Although Hermione couldn't understand what was being said, it didn't prevent her from feeling that it was lovely. What does it mean? Qin, is this a poem? Hermione's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Yes, Qin Yu replied, then translated it into English. The most beautiful sight is your softness at that moment when you bow your head like a beautiful water lily shy when brushed by a refreshing breeze. This poem is truly beautiful, Hermione said, pursing her lips. Yes, this poem is beautiful, and it's precisely you who reminds me of this poem, Qin Yu said seriously, looking into the little girl's eyes. He actually felt that he might have been a bit impulsive just now. However, Hermione's expression indeed made him think the poem was beautiful and the person was even more beautiful. In that moment, he just wanted to kiss her forehead and recite such a poem for her. Many years later, Hermione would still remember this scene. She remembered it was at dusk outside the heat of summer, and that handsome boy was trying to cheer her up with a delicious ice. Then in the moment she bowed her head, he kissed her forehead and recited that poem. The poem was so beautiful that it filled her heart with a certain joy, a joy that accompanied her for many years, even through brief separations, perilous times, and witnessing the pain and death of familiar faces, even when despair struck. Yet every time she thought of this joy, she could bravely move forward, because she wanted to hear him recite a poem for her every day. Such a wish was simple yet intense. Meow. The ice cream finally melted. The raspberry jam on top slid down the edge, landing on Crookshanks, causing him to let out a displeased sound. Cough. Hermione, just now Qin Yu wanted to say that he might have had a cognitive bias at that moment. However, before he could say it, he felt that such words were simply too foolish. So the words that were on the tip of his tongue turned into stammering. Hermione smiled, brightly handed the ice cream to Qin Yu, and instructed, "You hold this for me first, I'll go clean Crookshanks." Okay, Qin Yu nodded. Then he drew his wand and cast a freezing spell on the ice cream, causing it to quickly freeze. So impressive. Hermione's eyes widened as she exclaimed excitedly, "I'll teach you later," Qin Yu said with a smile. Good." Hermione nodded vigorously. What was the point of not allowing magic to be used freely when a little girl's happiness was at stake? Of course, such small spells wouldn't attract the Ministry of Magic's attention. After Hermione helped clean Crookshanks of the raspberry jam and some cream, she took the ice cream back from Qin Yu. Then the little girl sat down eating the ice cream while petting the cat, saying, "Crookshanks, if you don't want to call him uncle in the future, you can just call him dad." Meow. Crookshanks let out a confused sound. "What do you mean? Is it so hard to change how you address someone?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "Meow." Crookshanks stared wide-eyed at the human boy. He truly found it difficult to understand what these, "You serve me, so just serve me. Why do you keep talking to me? Can I understand, or what?" Crookshanks thought, "Dimension wall. Sugar has been sprinkled. Can I get some small gifts, my brothers? The free ones will do. I could make a dime. If you really aren't satisfied, I'll think of something to get some knives. The requests aren't high, just the free ones will do. If more people give gifts, I can start shaking it up. At least I can order a deluxe single dog meal from the spicy hot pot." Delivering the admission letter to Harry Potter and taking him to Diagon Alley was merely an episode of the summer. After that, Qin Yu and Hermione's lives returned to their usual state, though undoubtedly with slight differences due to that day's events. The studious Hermione naturally focused on learning about magical knowledge, aiming to finish all the books before the start of school, with Qin explaining the contents to her. Of course, in addition to studying, they also engaged in some leisurely activities, such as sitting on the living room sofa watching television programs. At such times, Hermione would lean against one end of the sofa, resting her feet on Qin Yu's lap. This was a very comfortable position, she found, and Qin would occasionally squeeze her toes, claiming it was Eastern acupressure. Well, Hermione found this magical Eastern massage technique quite pleasant, as it always made her feel the smoothness of what Qin described as meridian unblocking. Alternatively, she might take a novel or a magazine, flipping her position so that her head rested on his firm thigh, while her feet were propped on the soft armrest on the other end of the sofa. Qin, this part is especially interesting. When she came across an exciting part of the story, she would read it aloud to Qin Yu, who would then reward her with a grape or a piece of cut apple. Sometimes while reading, she would unknowingly fall asleep. Qin would help cover her with a piece of clothing or a thin. Once she woke up to find herself lying on her bed in her room. After asking Qin, she learned that she had slept too long in the living room, and he had carried her to the bedroom. After that, she would occasionally pretend to be asleep, feigning to accidentally pull off the clothes or blanket he had put over her, prompting Qin to carry her back to the bedroom. Feeling herself held in his embrace, it was as if she was on a gently swaying small boat. At such moments, she would feel a bit nervous, her body instinctively tensing up, but she would try hard to restrain herself and appear truly asleep. Then, being placed on the bed, she felt Qin's arms withdraw from her back and the bend of her legs. Lying on the bed, she originally hoped he would kiss her forehead, giving her a goodnight kiss, but after waiting a few times, finally one time after lying down, she couldn't help but open her eyes, hooking her arms around his neck and giving his cheek a gentle peck. Then, under Qin's slightly astonished gaze, she hurriedly closed her eyes, murmuring, "I'm sleeping, ew, I was." That time she finally received the goodnight kiss she had longed for. And her nose got a little nudge too. At that moment, she really wanted to open her eyes. However, having just said she was dreaming, she felt it wouldn't be good to immediately prove she had been lying, so she simply kept her eyes closed. With Hermione in the world, a spit can drive a nail. If she says she is dreaming, then she must be dreaming. Then her face was pinched, and soon after that, familiar sound of footsteps left the room, and she in a daze really fell asleep. It is said that things should be told in order and words should be spoken from both. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the African continent, specifically within the borders of Egypt, a swordsman wearing a black cloak stood on a boat on the Nile River, gazing at the ancient structures in the desert. The swordsman shook his head, murmuring, "Ian, I don't oppose your fondness for Eastern storytelling, but please don't call the cloak a great cloak. I'm really not used to it." Then the swordsman switched to a different voice, chuckling ominously. "Haha, Stephen, why are you still so stiff? I just hope to maintain a certain level of clarity so that I can temporarily forget that I am a madman." The swordsman sighed, his voice returning to its original tone. "Wow, so you still remember you are a madman," the ominous voice mocked. "Of course I remember. Then do you still fantasize about going back and writing letters to that guy dressed like a bat? That is my freedom. If I can find the legendary power, I think we should be able to part ways. Hell, let's hope so. I don't want to share a body with you." The swordsman looked up at the sky's sunlight, shining on his unkempt face, clearly indicating he had not taken care of his appearance in a long time. If Qin Yu were here at this moment, he should be able to recognize who this person was from his eyes and facial contours, but this person looked significantly different from Qin Yu's impression as his face shifted between sunshine and gloom, constantly changing in demeanor. In front of Qin Yu, he was called Stephen Swinton, whom Qin Yu referred to as Professor Swinton, or sometimes drunkenly, as second brother. But he had another name, Ian Stanley. Yes, he was a madman. During his time at Hogwarts, Stephen Swinton maintained a relatively stable state, while the one called Ian Stanley would only occasionally come out for some fresh air, such as that time at the Centaur settlement, when Dumbledore had left for a matter and the entire school's attention was drawn to a Quidditch match. To seek a certain clue, the irritable Ian Stanley took the lead, and that time the outcome was quite good. They found the clue they wanted. However, ever since leaving Hogwarts and embarking on a long-planned quest, he had increasingly lost control over Ian. After all, it was Ian who helped them survive when they were very young, and now embarked on the unknown path, Ian's consciousness had unknowingly grown stronger. Stephen did not think Ian had done anything wrong. He merely felt that the fact he was a madman made him seem a bit pitiful. "Hey, useless, cowardly emotions. You are wrong, you. I have such emotions because I have expectations for the future," Stephen corrected. "Well, your musings are of no use to me," Ian said impatiently. Thus the two fell into silence. Soon the boat docked at a small city upstream, and the crew shouted in broken English, introducing the unique culture, food, and scenery of this small town. The one in the black cloak with a long sword at his waist, Swinton or Stanley, couldn't be bothered to listen to the crew's explanations and stepped down the gangplank. His destination was not this small town, but deep in the desert over 100 kilometers away, so he was not concerned about what sites were worth visiting here. While Muggles remained unaware, Stephen used the disillusionment charm several times. However, due to his fear of getting lost or failing to find his target, he restrained himself from using this spell too often. As a result, his speed wasn't fast, and he only arrived at that place before sunset. There, as far as the eye could see, were endless yellow sands and rolling dunes. Moreover, there wasn't even a single cactus in sight. Yet the map in his hand clearly indicated that this was indeed his destination. Thus he drew his wand and muttered a difficult incantation. The wand traced a path, ultimately pointing towards the sky ahead. Immediately thereafter, like a shimmering mirage, a tall conical structure appeared before him. It was a pyramid that could only be discovered by wizards. Beside the pyramid, there were some temporary low shelters, seemingly places for certain people to work or reside. However, at this moment the place was deserted. Indeed, Bill Weasley and his colleagues from Gringotts, along with the treasure-seeking Nifflers, had once worked here and witnessed a white light shooting into the sky from within that day. After that, this place was quickly sealed off by Gringotts, prohibiting anyone from approaching. Yet now it had been suddenly visited by an uninvited guest. Looking at the scene before him, Stephen nodded in satisfaction. After a brief pause, he walked towards the pyramid. When he emerged from within again, it was already the following morning. He stood outside the pyramid, arms outstretched towards the direction of the rising sun, a comforting smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "This feeling is truly wonderful. So where to next?" He gazed at the endless yellow sands, waved his wand, and his figure suddenly vanished, and the pyramid behind him swiftly disappeared into the desert as if it had never existed. Cairo Gringotts' Cursebreaker's office. This place could be better described as a workshop than an office, for this spacious room was filled with a variety of items, many of which looked quite aged. "Bill, I really envy you getting to return to England this summer again," said a rugged wizard with a beard. "Haha, what can I do? The boss assigned me to escort Adam to school in England, so I can only endure the long journey," Bill replied rather nonchalantly. Being a Cursebreaker for Gringotts is a demanding profession with very few opportunities to return home. Bill had just arrived in Egypt last year, and during the summer he had to escort a batch of cursed treasures back to England. This year he was headed back again to take Adam to school. How could this not make the other wizards in the same office envious? Oh, by the way, Adam is a little wizard of Muggle descent from Cairo. The first to discover his wizarding identity was none other than Bill. After that, Gringotts, in order to gain favor among the local wizarding community, provided significant assistance to the boy named Adam. Not only did they help him quickly understand various common knowledge of the magical world, but they also used connections to secure his admission to Hogwarts. It should be noted that Hogwarts is the best magical school in the world. Bill always insisted on this point. Studying at this school would be an immense stroke of luck. To ensure everything went smoothly, the local leadership of Gringotts decided to send a capable young wizard to accompany Adam to England and see him off on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Naturally, this task fell to Bill, who had the best relationship with Adam. Today was the day they would set off for England. Bill, my mom's old illness has flared up again, and I have to take her to see a doctor. We can only leave another day. A small boy with a forlorn expression spoke to Bill from within an Egyptian home. He was Adam Quinn, the little boy Bill was to escort to school in England. Aisha is sick again. Is it serious? Should I accompany you? Bill asked with concern. No need, I can handle it, Adam replied with a faint smile. Seeing the child smile, Bill felt relieved and nodded, saying, All right, take care of your mother first. Once her condition stabilizes, we'll set off. Thank you, Bill, Adam replied obediently. You're welcome, I told you I would help you, Bill said, patting the boy's shoulder. After seeing off Bill, the little boy entered the inner room, where a woman in her 30s sat in a wheelchair. When she saw the boy enter, a look of satisfied terror appeared in her eyes. A flustered sound escaped. However, she was unable to articulate even a single coherent word. My dear mother, I had planned to leave here today, so you wouldn't have to be afraid of seeing me. But today it seems someone has gone where they shouldn't. I must go take a look. Please be patient, I will soon leave here for the greatest magical school in the world. As Adam spoke these words, he gently and carefully wiped the drool that had flowed from the excitement off the mouth of the woman in the wheelchair with a clean towel in his gloved hand. During the process of wiping, the woman trembled uncontrollably. In the end, tears streamed down her face. Woo! The woman emitted a painful and sorrowful whimper. After lulling his mother to sleep, Adam pushed open the door and left home. Soon his figure appeared in the desert. Again, his figure soon appeared at the foot of a pyramid. Next to this pyramid were some temporary shelters. Then he entered the pyramid and arrived in a stone hall inside. In the center of that stone hall lay an Egyptian-style, human-shaped sarcophagus, the lid of which had been left open by an unknown person, revealing a mummy wrapped tightly in linen. Adam approached the mummy, curiosity evident in his eyes. Unintentionally, as if some unknowable voice echoed in this stone hall. Adam listened carefully for a while, nodding as he said, Oh, so you are a descendant of that agent. Then after listening for a while longer, he shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't make you wake up immediately. But I can help you with a small task. You must find a way to walk out of here on your own. After saying this, he took off the woolen gloves he was wearing, stood on tiptoe, and pressed his hand on the forehead of the mummy. On the back of his hand there was a scar in the shape of a circle with a lightning bolt. Dimension wall. This is just to fill in some previous gaps, like the origin of Swinton and the awakening of that boy. All right, Hermione, you can take a break now, Mrs. Granger said to her daughter in the living room. Hermione put down the cloth in her hand, washed her hands in the bathroom, and then skipped back to her room. Today was the big cleaning day at home, and she was responsible for dusting the furniture in the living room. After a long time of hard work, she finally wiped down the tables, chairs, sofas, and cabinets, and now she could finally rest. Sitting down next to her desk, Hermione stared off into space for a moment, and she unconsciously revealed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Then she opened the drawer, found a brown-covered notebook, took it out, and laid it open on the table. Next, she found a pen and began to write in the blank page of a diary she hadn't written in for a long time. The words fell onto the paper. August 26th, Sunday, sunny. I haven't written in my diary for a long time. I remember the last time I wrote was. Alright, I must have been influenced by Qin. He often talks like this, making me unconsciously adopt his style while writing this diary. However, this is quite interesting, isn't it? Yes, every day spent with him is interesting. I still can't imagine if one day we were to be separated for a year again, even if he returned for a few days in between, whether I could endure the days without him by my side. Just like those 2 days at the end of July, when he wasn't home, or I waited for him to return, especially after Mom and Dad went to work. The entire house felt empty. At that time, I really wanted to know where he was and what he was doing. However, I could only wait at home like a fool, even talking to Crookshanks, sulking. Looking back now, poor Crookshanks must have been terribly annoyed by me as his mother. But there was nothing I could do. After all, his father wasn't home. At this point, Hermione smiled and picked up a feather quill from the table, playfully teasing Crookshanks, who was dozing off on the table. As soon as the feather appeared, the little yellow cat perked up, immediately stretching out its paw to pounce on the feather. After playing for a while, the girl continued writing. I remember Qin once said that when technology in the ordinary human world reaches a certain level, people could communicate through a device similar to a phone via video, imagining that it's quite a magical piece of technology. Qin also mentioned that the Weasley twins were researching similar devices. If that magical device were connected to the Flu network, then no matter how far apart we were, we could clearly see each other. But why would we want to be far apart? I hope we can always be together every day, at least not separated for more than a few hours. For instance, he's not home now because he went with Dad to the hardware store in the next neighborhood to buy some tools and materials to fix the fence outside the house. I know he'll be back soon. Here Hermione paused again, looked up at the crooked wooden fence outside, and continued writing. I forgot to mention there was a huge storm in London last night. It was pouring rain with thunder and lightning, and the attic where Qin lived leaked. So I suggested he could squeeze. After careful consideration, Mom and Dad agreed to the suggestion. After all, I had occasionally spent the night in Qin's room before, so it wasn't too strange for him to come to my room. However, he seemed very nervous and insisted on placing a pillow between us as a barrier, saying he would never cross that pillow while sleeping. Qin was right, he indeed didn't cross that pillow, but he didn't require me to stay on my side either. So I leaned over. Who could blame me? The storm last night was too terrifying. How could I possibly sleep without being a little closer to him? Writing this, Hermione touched her face, feeling a bit warm. She went to the living room to pour a glass of water and took a few sips, thought for a moment, then continued writing. In any case, as Mom said, I don't need to deliberately maintain distance from Qin, nor do I need to be nervous as long as I don't do that thing, because that is something only for adulthood. Mom also said that I probably just got used to Qin's presence, which is why I feel close to him. However, I don't think so. I feel that Qin's appearance is not just to accompany me, but to show me a new world and help me find another self. Moreover, I want to go with him to see more worlds and hear him tell more stories. I wonder if he thinks the same way. If he doesn't think so, I will cry. Qin hates to see me cry, as long as I cry he agrees to anything. Hermione paused again, dazed for a moment before shaking her head. No, I can't use crying to threaten him, that's not right. But what other options do I have? The nib of the pen lingered on the notebook for a while, the ink smudging the white paper. Harry Potter. Elvis. Hermione vigorously crossed out these two names and continued writing. Elvis's letters come once a week, all asking questions about magic, especially related to potions, with not much. As for that Harry Potter, it seems he just learned to use an owl to send letters, and his owl, named Hedwig, almost bumped into the living room ceiling, which seemed quite clumsy. However, Trig seems to really like that owl, which is also completely white like him, often flying around her. In any case, that Harry Potter writes very unfocused letters, always complaining that the holiday hasn't ended yet, and each letter contains phrases like looking forward to seeing you soon. If I meet him, I must take a good look at what kind of person he really is. Alright, I don't want to think about this anymore. Let's write some. Hermione glanced at the calendar on the wall, where September 1st was circled in red. There's less than a week until. Thinking about going to that magical school soon, I'm actually a bit nervous. But I haven't told Qin about this. I'm worried it will be like my previous school, where no one liked me. However, at least Qin will be there, even if no one else pays attention to me. Having him around is enough. Alright, if I told Qin this, he would definitely say I'm hopeless, because in his eyes I can overcome any difficulty. He always says he believes I will become the best witch in the world. I really don't know where he gets such confidence from. But looking into his eyes, I feel like I can gain so much strength. So if I encounter difficulties in the future, I will think of his eyes. That way perhaps I will be instantly filled with. Hermione, come help me with something. Mrs. Granger's voice rang out. Okay, Mom, give me a minute. Hermione, let's stop writing here. Mom is calling me. Also, Qin should be back soon, and I'll go see if I can help with anything. By the next time I write in my diary, I should already be at Hogwarts. So I hope the next time I write will be by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room with Qin there too. Dimensional wall, just writing from a different perspective to explain some things. Summer vacation is almost. Thanks to Jean Leda for the one completed chapter 66 love letters, 10 cups of milk tea, and 6 likes. I just noticed such a wave of gifts, thank you so much. Thanks to every reader who sent gifts. Since the space is limited, I can't thank each one individually. Your support is my motivation to move forward. While the next chapter should be released tomorrow morning, I'm really a bit stuck, so let me sort things out. In England, there is only one village inhabited solely by wizards, and that is Hogsmeade, located next to Then there are some villages that serve as half-wizard settlements where wizards live among tolerant muggles, or muggles who have been subjected to confundus charms such as Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon. It is near this village on the southern coast of England that there stands a building that appears to be haphazardly constructed, a multi-story structure. If one were to describe it, it might resemble the product of a stacking boxes game, where stacking one more would mean lose. Well, this is the borough. It belongs to the Weasley family. Undoubtedly, the surname Weasley represents justice, loyalty, bravery, hard work, kindness, and poverty in the magical world. Today, this Weasley house welcomes a guest from afar. This guest was brought by Bill Weasley, the eldest son of the Weasley family from distant Egypt. We experienced a few port key transfers and took a Muggle transportation method before arriving here, just before sunset. Bill said, sipping the tea. His mother handed him a tired smile on his face. He was happy to be home again. A portkey is a magical object that can transport a person from one place to another, somewhat similar to a fluent network, but it is generally used for long-distance travel. Molly Weasley looked at her dear eldest son and tenderly ruffled his hair, then murmured, "Your hair is such a mess. They'll give you a trim later." Upon hearing this, Bill offered a helpless smile to his younger siblings. While the familiar motherly love had Of course, the hostess Molly did not overlook their little guest. the small boy named Adam who seemed very well-behaved, quiet, and polite. Adam, our home has limited accommodations. You may need to share a room with Bill on the 4th floor, or you could stay with Ron as you are of similar age and might get along well. Molly Weasley said apologetically to the little boy. Mom, Ron said anxiously upon hearing this. His little room was somewhat messy, and he didn't want to squeeze into a bed with this unfamiliar boy. Thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. Weasley. I can stay with Bill. We discussed it on the way here, Adam said politely after smiling at Ron. Well, then it's settled. Bill, go tidy up your room, Mrs. Weasley called back to her youngest son before heading upstairs. Ron, get some food for Adam. Don't neglect our guest. Ron complained inwardly, why do I have to do it? George and Fred are just lounging around, but he ultimately dared not voice it, instead trudging off to fetch food for their guest. In the evening, the Weasley family of 8 Charlie was not home, and their little guest Adam, a total of 9 people gathered around the dining table, feasting on a table full of delicious dishes. The topics of conversation mainly revolved around Bill and the little guest. Bill's return naturally brought some small gifts for his family, though none were particularly expensive. Some were even items he had crafted himself or treasures he was allowed to keep after breaking their enchantments. These gifts delighted his younger siblings. The little pyramid you gave to Qin last time, he really liked it. He even studied it with Professor Swinton at school for quite a while, and I heard that Professor Snape helped a lot too. Fred or George spoke up. It's often hard to tell the two brothers apart, even for family. Bill furrowed his brow, slightly displaying a puzzled expression. Professor Swinton was the defense against the dark arts teacher at school last year. He was young and accomplished, very knowledgeable, and I often consulted him about issues. However, he only taught for 1 year before leaving. This was said by Percy Weasley, who was always eager to learn. Percy is the 3rd child in the Weasley family, with Bill as the top student older brother and Charlie as the Quidditch captain older brother, creating a lot of pressure on him as he continually strives to improve himself. Of course, this year Percy successfully became the prefect of Gryffindor, which gave him a small sense of accomplishment. Oh, I see. I didn't expect that Professor Snape would also be interested in this. Bill seemed to recall Professor Snape's perpetually cold face, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Although it has been over a year since Bill graduated, he still fondly remembers his days at Hogwarts, and even the frosty Professor Snape seems somewhat endearing in retrospect. You don't know what kind of person Qin is. The professors at school pay quite a bit of attention to him. How should I put it? They are quite concerned, especially Professor Swinton and Professor Snape, who have maintained a good relationship with Qin. One of the twins said to Bill, then added, Bill, I'm Fred. I know you probably couldn't tell us apart. Bill, I'm George. That's right, we've also heard some rumors before the summer break. It seems something happened between the 3 of them, and since then Professor Snape hasn't been talking much to Qin and Professor Swinton. Unfortunately, when we asked Qin, he stubbornly refused to say anything, even threatening to tie us to the Whomping Willow if we pressed further. One of the twins, claiming to be Fred, shrugged. It seems you have a pretty good relationship with Qin. Bill, not just good, they are considered Qin's loyal supporters. The 3 of them are always together and often mess around at Hagrid's hut. Of course, there's Charlie, who brought Qin into the Quidditch team, and Qin played a crucial role in several matches. Oh, Charlie really likes him. Oh, I didn't expect you all to have such a story. Bill's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Of all those present, Bill was among the first to know Qin Yu, but they had only met briefly twice. The impression that the Eastern boy left on him was one of a cheerful, polite, and seemingly intelligent child. This made Bill think of Adam. Both were clever kids, but Adam was a bit more introverted, lacking the sunny and cheerful aura that Qin exuded. By the way, Adam, we need to visit Diagon Alley before school starts. Gringotts gave me some money that I can use to help you buy school. Upon hearing this, Ron immediately looked up with envy. Because most of the items he needed for school were hand-me-downs from his brothers, such as Bill's old robes, Charlie's old wand, and the used textbooks from George and Fred. Even the cauldron was a discarded one from Percy, and of course there was the pad, which was a mouse Percy had kept, and which had been left at home for Ron to feed since last year. Why can't I have new things? Thinking of this, Ron's face turned sour again. Seeing their little brother like this, George and Fred exchanged glances, trying hard not to laugh, and then casually told Bill that they also wanted to stroll through Diagon Alley. Whether or not they bought anything was another matter. Mainly, they wanted to unwind. Ron can come too. Let's see if there are any new broomsticks, wands, or pretty robes out, said the twin who claimed to be George to his brother. No, you guys can go. Oh, I'll wait for you at the leaky cauldron, Ron said, pouting. In the following days, Adam stayed at the Weasley household, receiving excellent care. Hostess Molly Weasley was even more attentive to him than her own son. However, her biological son, Ron, was not particularly envious, as even without Adam, his mother rarely showed him a good face and often scolded him. While he had already grown accustomed to this form of maternal love, sometimes he found Adam a bit strange. For instance, he once overheard the little boys seemingly chatting with their mouse Scabbers. Why are you staying in this house looking like that? Are you hiding from something? These were Adam's words. Ron thought that Adam must have found Scabbers a bit disheveled, as the old mouse had reached a point where it was starting to lose fur and was missing a toe, appearing lethargic and drowsy all the time. However, after that day, Scabbers avoided Adam at all costs. No matter how hard Ron tried to soothe him, it was of no use. On September 1st, huge Wosai Magic School opened its gates for the new term. By 11 o'clock, a magical express would be waiting on platform 9 3/4 at London's Guangxi station to carry the wizarding students to school. Young wizards must, upon entering the station, pass through the wall between platforms 9 and 10 to reach that hidden. That morning, Mr. and Mrs. Jelenji accompanied Qin Yu and Heeman to the station entrance, and as they watched the two children step into the crowd, Mrs. Jelenji could no longer hold back and covered her mouth as she wept. Last year we saw one child off, and this year both are leaving. Mrs. Jelenji cried, watching Qin push his luggage while Heeman followed close behind and gradually vanished into the throng. Jenny, they'll be back soon, Mr. Jelenji soothed, slipping an arm around his wife's shoulders. But I'm really worried about Heeman. Mrs. Jelenji sobbed, resting against her husband's chest. This would be their daughter's first time away for so long. Oh, she would not return until the Christmas holidays. No need to worry with Qin here. I trust he will look after Heeman. Mr. Jelenji gently stroked his wife's back as he continued to comfort her. Indeed, were their daughter to go so far and to such a mysterious place alone, even Mr. Jelenji would worry. But Qin had always been dependable, and after a year of study, he had grown steadier. Mr. Jelenji felt reassured leaving his daughter in Qin's care. His words had the desired effect, and Mrs. Jelenji's mood quickly ebbed. Well then, Jenny, now that the two little ones are away, I think we can properly consider our plans for the weekend. Mr. Jelenji seized the opening and smiled at his wife. Our weekend plans. Mrs. Jelenji murmured, her face flushing by the time she finished. They had been married for many years, and she understood his implication perfectly. Yes, we could go out for the weekend. I hear the small town of Kikawosi is pleasant. We might spend 2 days there. Mr. Jelenji offered the idea. That sounds lovely, Mrs. Jelenji nodded, feigning calm, while her mind quietly blossomed with anticipation. Indeed, since their daughter was born, they had not planned a weekend like this for a very long time. Mrs. Jelenji's earlier melancholy over their daughter's long absence was softened by her husband's words, and she found herself secretly looking forward to the coming time alone together. Haha, Hallie, go on, and find your platform 9 3/4. Oh, I hope that platform has been finished in time. A boisterous laugh from a man carried to the Jelenji's ears. They turned toward the sound, and saw a plump middle-aged man loading a heavy trunk onto a trolley and handing it to a black-haired boy wearing glasses. The stout man noticed they were looking and glanced curiously at the Jelenjis, who returned his smile with a nod. After all, anyone who could utter the name platform 9 3/4 was most likely a parent of a young wizard. The stout man paused and nodded back, then, as if unwilling to linger, left swiftly and climbed into a nearby. The bespectacled boy pushed the trolley into the station by himself, presumably in search of that special platform. Qin Yu and Heeman waited by the wall between platforms 9 and 10 for Hallie Boat, as they had arranged in letters, because Hallie Boat did not know exactly where the platform was. Qin, we finally meet again. Hallie exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Qin Yu. All through the remaining month of summer, he had longed for this day, for life with his aunt and uncle had never been pleasant. Even if they showed some signs of change, he felt increasingly like an outsider. You look well, Hallie, Qin observed, noting that the boy's spirit seemed much improved, and that he was at least less listless than before. Hello, Hallie Boat, Heeman Jelenji. Heeman stepped forward to greet him, extending her hand with earnest formality. I was just guessing, you must be Heeman. Pleased to meet you. Hallie hastily reached out and shook her hand with polite enthusiasm. You know my name? Heeman asked in surprise. Of course, you are Qin's sister. He has told me about you. I've always wanted to meet you. Hallie said happily, and Heeman, smiling, narrowed her eyes into a teasing look toward Qin Yu. Oh, is that so? What did he say about me? Qin's heart gave a jolt. He thought back and realized he had only mentioned Heeman once before in the vaults beneath. Moreover, at that time he had triggered a forced regression and had probably said more than a few unflattering things about the girl, calling her greedy, a restless sleeper, one who chewed her fingers while reading, and the like. Fortunately, on the final occasion, he had corrected himself and had not said anything too outlandish. He said you two are close, often shopping together, and that you ate many delicious things together in Dujiaxiang. Hallie summarized Qin's earlier remarks about Heeman. Heeman nodded with satisfaction, then took Qin Yu's hand, lifted her chin, and gave him a coquettish little snort of pride. All right, let's go in, Qin Yu said, rubbing the girl's small hand twice as he urged. Yes, it's time to go, Heeman murmured, her face tinged with color. Heeman's cheeks flushed as she forced a casual tone. So how do we get there? Hallie scratched his head. He truly did not know where platform 9 3/4 was. He did not worry much, for with Qin there, he could not get lost. As the three prepared to enter the platform, two voices cried out, Qin, wait for us. Qin, here we come. Hallie turned to see two identical red-headed boys, slightly taller than himself, and a group followed behind them. Xiaoji fury-eyed. Wise alive, foreign beer poxy Luan Jini, and this little brother, hello to you all. Qin Yu thought that for all else, greeting the Wise alive family was something of a mouthful. The Weasley clan laughed and returned his greeting, and Mrs. Weasley was effusive, praising how much taller and handsomer Qin had become. "Beer, why are you back again?" Qin asked with genuine puzzlement. "Although your question sounds odd, I must explain. I'm back on business of a proper sort," Beer replied. Beer introduced the boy at his side. "This is Yidong, a young wizard from a Muggle family in Ag. I was commissioned by the local guilding in Ag to escort Yidong here to school." "Hello Yidong, pleased to meet you." Qin greeted the small boy. "Hello Qin, I'm pleased to meet you too," Yidong replied. Yidong answered with courtesy. Qin Yu felt somewhat puzzled, for even if in his previous life he had not known precisely who would be in Heman's year, he did not recall anyone named Yidong among those closely connected to the Weasley family. He could not rule out butterfly effects or differences between parallel timelines. After all, in this world, Heman had known of her wizarding identity before she received her letter, had she not? The thought flashed and was gone. As Qin prepared to introduce Heman, the Weasley twins chattered. "This pretty little girl must be Heman, right? We couldn't make out the photo last time, but now we finally see the real person." Qin was spared some of the formalities. Heman felt a small thrill that her reputation had preceded her. She glanced at Qin and almost imperceptibly caressed his hand. But the fellow showed no particular reaction, which left her somewhat deflated. If Qin Yu were not Qin Yu himself, he might find the encounter between this Qin Yu and Ron rather awkward. Yet he was undeniably Qin Yu. After over a year of shared experience and 13 temporal regressions, Qin Yu was certain there was no longer any ambiguity in his heart regarding certain matters. Should he keep Hermione close, or watch her walk away with someone else? This was not a difficult choice. Even without the so-called choice system chiming its mechanical prompt, Qin Yu knew precisely what path to take. He chose to live this life freely, unshackled by doubt. He chose to protect those he held dear. He chose her. No one could take her from him, nor would anyone ever succeed. And he was certain that girl had already taken root in his heart, just as he too had quietly settled within hers. If in the end it proved to be nothing more than his own solitary longing, then so be it. Yet even as this thought arose, an inexplicable tremor stirred within him, and deep inside his body a force long dormant began to awaken, restless and insistent. It was one of his greatest secrets, the Obscurus, a power both terrifying and seductive, immense, enigmatic, and perilously close to consuming him. To surrender to it would mean the end of all struggle. Then why indeed must he strive so fiercely to remain alive? Surrender. Let it all go. Qin. Qin. Hermione's voice seemed to echo from a distant, fading realm. Qin Yu turned woodenly toward her, close enough to touch, yet impossibly remote. "Qin, what's wrong?" she cried again. Her voice now edged with panic, her delicate brows drawn tight. Instinctively Qin Yu raised a hand and gently smoothed the furrow from her brow, murmuring softly, "Don't be afraid, Hermione." With that gesture his expression softened, his lips curving into a faint, tender smile. Then he drew the girl into his arms, closed his eyes, and breathed her in deeply, inhaling the scent of her hair until its familiar fragrance flooded his senses, sparking precise, rhythmic neural signals that surged into his cortex, pulling his mind back from the edge of chaos. Hermione clung to him tightly, her voice trembling with unshed tears. "Qin, what just happened? I called your name again, and you didn't answer me." "I drifted away for a moment," he replied, gently stroking her hair. "I'm sorry, Hermione. I shouldn't have worried. As long as you're all right." She nestled closer, breathing in his scent, calming instantly. Hermione knew, of course, that Qin carried secrets. His sudden appearance, and everything that followed, made it impossible to believe he was merely an ordinary wizard. Though admittedly wizards were never truly ordinary. Still she trusted that his silence stemmed from some profound personal reason, and she would wait patiently until the day he chose to tell her himself. Until then, all that mattered was his well-being. "Hey Qin, the train's about to depart. Sure you're not boarding?" One of the Weasley twins called out loudly. "There's really no need to carry on like this at the station. You'll see each other at school anyway," the other added, rolling his eyes with practiced exasperation. It was now 1055 a.m. The Weasleys were entering platform 9 3/4, only to discover that Qin Yu and the young girl Hermione were still lingering behind. The sight left the twins feeling distinctly overfed with romance. Startled by the brothers' shout, others turned to look, prompting Hermione to gently extricate herself from Qin Yu's embrace, while he calmly continued holding her small hand unruffled. "We'll be right along. Go ahead," Qin Yu told the twins. The others chuckled softly and said no more. Adam, the boy walking beside Bill, glanced at Qin Yu several times when no one was watching, then whispered, barely audible, "So, coming here was the right decision after all. Even before reaching the school, I've already met so many fascinating people. All right, George, you go first." Mrs. Weasley instructed one son. "Mom, I'm Fred. You are my mother. How could you possibly mistake me for him?" The boy protested, feigning wounded dignity. "Exactly, Mom. I'm George," the other chimed in. Mrs. Weasley snorted. "You two have been swapping identities for days. Do you really expect me to fall? This time it's genuine. You know my nose is slightly higher than Fred's. Look for yourself." One twin pointed to his nose and leaned forward obligingly. Mrs. Weasley hesitated, scrutinizing them closely, then spoke uncertainly. Well, it does seem so. I'm sorry, George, I misidentified you. The boy wheeled his trolley toward the barrier, and just before vanishing through the wall flashed his mother a dazzling grin. Just teasing, Mom. I'm actually Fred. With that he slipped effortlessly through the stone. George followed suit, flashing a cheeky grimace to his mother and the crowd before disappearing after him. Mrs. Weasley huffed, nostrils flaring. Harry, Adam, Ron, you three one at a time, she commanded. After the three boys passed through, Bill followed, and Mrs. Weasley gave Qin Yu a brief, respectful nod before ushering Ginny through the barrier. Shall we go, Hermione? Qin Yu asked. Yes, she replied, nodding eagerly. Hand in hand they stepped forward, together, into the wall. As they crossed the threshold, Qin Yu distinctly felt the small hand in his tighten with quiet tension. On the other side stood a gleaming scarlet steam engine, its platform thronging with bustling animated. Hermione's eyes widened, filled with wonder and astonishment, at the vintage locomotive and the sea of witches and wizards surrounding it. Nearby, Harry Potter reacted much the same way, having just received special attention from Mrs. Weasley, who'd entrusted George and Fred with hauling his heavy trunk. Before boarding, Harry had intended to ask Qin Yu if they might sit together, but the twins, brimming with enthusiasm, bundled him, Ron and Adam, into a compartment before he could utter a word. You three are all starting Hogwarts this year. Perfect chance to get acquainted early, Fred declared. Right. You might even end up in the same house. Get along well. George echoed the sentiment, and then with a shared wink the pair vanished down the corridor. They were off to meet their friend Lee Jordan, who'd reportedly acquired a colossal tarantula. Though they'd seen corpses of acromantulas, the A-tide variety before a venomous South African spider held a peculiar fascination. Once aboard, Hermione noticed that students of every age, boys and girls alike, greeted Qin Yu warmly upon seeing him. Many girls, however, cast complex, unreadable glances toward Hermione, her hand still clasped firmly in Qin Yu's, and an inexplicable flutter tightened her chest. She quickly steadied herself, offering a composed, serene smile, as she walked confidently beside him through the. As they walked, she suddenly recalled a story Qin Yu had once told her, the tale of the fox who borrowed the tiger's authority to intimidate others. So she was the little fox, hiding safely behind Qin Yu's presence. Look, there, even a red-haired boy had fled at the mere sight of him. After a short stroll, Qin Yu guided Hermione to an empty compartment. He stowed their luggage neatly, then slid the door shut, enveloping them in sudden, soothing quiet. You're Elvis? Hermione asked the boy who had just entered. Yes. Hello, so you must be Hermione. Elvis replied somewhat nervously. Yes, I'm Hermione. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hermione Jean Granger smiled warmly and extended her hand toward the boy. Elvis hastily shook it, stammering, I am also very pleased to meet you. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, he felt inexplicably uneasy in the presence of this young girl. Then, as he recalled what had done over the past year, especially how had divulged much of Qin Yu's personal information to several girls, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his brow. Have I done something I shouldn't have? Elvis wondered silently. Guided by this realization, and by an indescribable sense of guilt and apprehension toward that particular girl, Elvis abandoned his plan to linger longer in the compartment. After exchanging a few words with Qin Yu and Hermione, he departed reluctantly. Elvis was neither the first nor the last to visit this compartment. No sooner had Qin Yu closed the compartment door than he found himself interrupted again and again, each time by someone familiar. Besides Elvis, there were Jimmy Bork Wilson and several teammates from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Wood, the newly appointed captain, chasers Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell. Katie, discovered by Wood near the end of last term, showed exceptional promise as a chaser. Also present was Mooney Wanda, an unofficial commentator for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, whose overt bias during a match had led Professor McGonagall to revoke her commentary privileges. Well then, I think I'll go check on Ron. I heard from Fred and George that he's been crying, Mooney said, utterly devoid of sympathy for her distant cousin, her expression instead alight with mischievous anticipation. Qin Yu could only sigh inwardly at this eccentric relative of the Weasleys. Soon after, Fred and George arrived and recounted to him about their classmate Lee Jordan's pet South African venomous spider. Its venom is rather mild, nowhere near that of an acromantula, George remarked. It's really only fit to be kept as a pet, Fred added with a shrug. Having spent a year assisting Hagrid with magical creatures, their standards had risen considerably, and they now regarded such trivialities with mild disdain. Once the subject was exhausted, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask why Ron had been crying. He discovered his wand is brand new, George said, raising an eyebrow. And then he realized most of his belongings in the trunk were new too, Fred continued. We'd hoped he wouldn't notice until nearly arriving at school. Who knew he'd spot it so soon? George sighed, disappointment coloring his voice, as if half his joy had evaporated. Indeed, we kept it secret for ages, going to great lengths to conceal it. Even when he tried on robes in Diagon Alley, though we nearly cracked under the strain, we still held our tongues. Fred sighed again, equally disheartened. Hearing this, Qin Yu broke into a cold sweat. These two were utterly devoted to mischief, sparing not even their own younger brother. Fortunately, their pranks stemmed not from malice, but from affection, and Ron's tears upon seeing his new wand and robes were likely born of sheer, overwhelming delight. Qin Yu could only shake his head in resigned acceptance of the Weasleys' unconventional family dynamic. Ron seems to get along well with Harry Potter. Truly unexpected. Oh, I never imagined they'd hit it off so naturally. Fred spoke with quiet satisfaction while George softened his tone. Let's hope he finds his footing once he starts at Hogwarts. Though perpetually light-hearted, the Weasley twins possessed remarkable perceptiveness, and their lifelong ambition to build a prosperous business was rooted at least in part in their family's financial hardship. Now guided and supported by Qin Yu, they'd earned enough to improve life for their siblings, purchasing Ron's new wand, robes, and cauldron being the most immediate and meaningful expressions of that care. That said, it in no way diminished their delight in teasing Ron along the way. Don't worry, Ron is your brother, and therefore my brother too. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, I'll make sure he's well looked after, Qin Yu assured the twins. Grinning broadly, George and Fred declared that with those words Ron would practically strut through Hogwarts halls. Qin Yu inwardly groaned. Had he somehow become Hogwarts' undisputed enforcer? Yet he quickly realized this phrasing echoed stories he himself had once told them, now playfully repurposed. Well then, we won't disturb you further. Cheerio. Fred waved cheerfully to Qin Yu and Hermione. See you at school. George rose and bid them farewell. Hermione smiled and waved back as they left, only for the compartment door to crack open moments later, revealing the twins' grinning faces. Honestly, would you like us to stick something on the door? One had asked. Stick what? Qin Yu asked, then instantly regretted it. Sure enough, both heads chorused in unison, do not disturb, a phrase Hermione recognized instantly from Muggle hotels. Qin Yu of course knew it all too well. In that instant they grasped the twins' meaning perfectly. With a sharp snap the door slammed shut, just before Qin Yu could erupt in exasperation, while the Weasleys made their swift, triumphant retreat. A pair perpetually dancing on the edge of disaster. They're simply like that, kind-hearted beneath the chaos. You'll get used to it, Qin Yu explained, rubbing his temples. Might quite like them. They bring such liveliness, Hermione replied with a smile. She trusted that anyone so close to Qin Yu must be truly admirable. So don't take their words too seriously, Qin Yu added, only for Hermione to reply deadpan. Shall we then do as they suggested, and post a sign outside? Huh. Qin Yu blinked, startled, then caught the glint of playful mischief in her eyes. With a fond, exasperated sigh he ruffled her hair and murmured, what nonsense you say. Hermione leaned into his embrace, nuzzling her cheek against his chest as she whispered, it's just, so many people keep coming in. Indeed, what began as an intimate two-person compartment had transformed into a bustling mobile salon. Still, Hermione's complaint remained lighthearted. The moment another visitor appeared, she seamlessly slipped into the role of the demure, dutiful younger sister. Especially when Cedric entered. Hermione instantly sharpened her focus, unnerved by the way he kept looking. Fortunately, he stayed only briefly, leaving with an earnest hug and the declaration that he'd missed Qin Yu. Hermione reflected once more, Qin Yu is genuinely beloved at Hogwarts. Her expression grew thoughtful, complex, and faintly solemn. A little time passed. Harry, Ron, and Adam were originally sitting quietly in that compartment, not saying. Harry felt a bit shy. Ron didn't know how to start a conversation with this celebrity, and Adam was indifferent, quietly gazing at the scenery since no one was speaking. Finally, after a short while, Ron could no longer endure the silence in the compartment. He cleared his throat and said to Harry, so, are you really Harry Potter? Mrs. Weasley had just introduced Harry to the Weasley family, and she was very enthusiastic about him. However, Ron was still somewhat hesitant to believe it because Harry Potter seemed like a legendary figure from a story, and now he was sitting face to face with him in the same train compartment. Of course, Harry was not surprised by Ron's reaction, as there were many people during his visit to the Leaky Cauldron who had a similar response, if not more exaggerated. He didn't say much, more expertly brushing aside a strand of hair from his forehead, since that was his most noticeable fit. When Ron saw the lightning scar revealed on Harry's forehead, his eyes widened. Even Adam, who was leaning by the window enjoying the view, cast a curious and attentive glance. So, did the Dark Lord really do this? You actually escaped from him? Ron's mouth was agape. It should be like that. Harry paused, shrugged, and said, but I really don't remember what happened that day. I only remember a dazzling green light. That's it. That was a very terrifying curse. Only an evil and powerful wizard can cast it, Ron said while staring intently at Harry. However, such a gaze made Harry feel somewhat uneasy. Ron quickly realized this, and feeling a bit embarrassed said, sorry, Harry. I got a bit too excited. You know you're really famous. It's fine. Harry smiled and said. Then since they were chatting, Harry couldn't help but curiously ask about Ron's family. After all, that family with 6 red-haired children was really eye-catching, and anyone would want to know more. So Ron started to vent, talking about the troubles of being born into a big family. You didn't meet Charlie today because he went to Romania to study dragons, so we have 7 kids in our family. I have 5 older brothers and 1 sister. You should know my sister as she's the little girl who keeps looking at you curiously. Then Ron talked about the pressure his brothers brought him, but of course he had become numb to it, and even chose to give in. However, Harry expressed that he envied him for having so many brothers. If you had so many brothers, you'd know you'd never have anything new. For example, I'm wearing Bill's old robes and using Charlie's old wand. Actually, I also had a pet rat which was left to me by them, but when I left home it disappeared, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Well, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, I can show you how old my wand is. It even shows a bit of the core inside. Ron said this while opening his suitcase, slightly rummaging around, and soon pulled out a thin stick. See, I told you right. Its exterior is already worn out, and at the tip you should be able to see the unicorn. Ron held the wand out to Harry. Moreover, as he spoke, he turned his head away, probably because he could guess that Harry would show a sympathetic or pitying expression which he didn't want to see. Thus he regretted somewhat, feeling that he shouldn't have exposed his poverty and embarrassment in front of someone he just met. However, he couldn't quite understand why in front of Harry he wanted to be a bit more open. It's just that his mindset wasn't strong enough after all. Then while Ron was thinking about these things, he suddenly heard Harry Potter say hesitantly, Ron, this wand doesn't seem old, does it? It looks very new to me. No way. Can it, huh? Ron intended to scoff, but as he turned to look he realized he was indeed holding a brand new wand. His tone shifted from a scoff to astonishment. He then instinctively looked at Adam, who remained calm, and said to him in a gentle tone, you should be able to guess. Immediately Ron thought back to the day before when his family and Adam went to Diagon Alley. At that time Fred and George insisted on dragging him to browse those shops, and even tried out a wand at Ollivander's wand shop, but they hadn't bought it after trying it out. He looked again at the brand new wand in his hand, and realized it was indeed the one he had tried out at the wand shop. They had also visited other stores yesterday, so he stuffed the wand into his pocket, quickly pulled out his suitcase, and opened it to take a look. There indeed were all brand new items, new robes, new cloaks, a new pointed hat, a new cauldron, and a new brass scale. And on top of those new items there was a note that read, haha, surprised aren't you, Ron's nickname. At the end there was a signature FG, the initials of Fred and George. Thinking about the impatience he felt while being dragged around by the two of them yesterday, along with the subtle feelings of inferiority in his heart, and looking at the new items in the suitcase, he even spotted a small stack of gold galleons in the corner. Ron, after all, was still a child, and he couldn't hold back his tears, bursting into sobs. Ron, are you okay? Harry was taken aback by this little boy. He didn't understand how the conversation turned. I'm fine, Harry. Sob, I'll be okay after crying for a while. Sob, Fred and George, they are so mean, they just love to bully me. Ron said, wiping his tears while speaking intermittently. Harry didn't know what to say for a moment, so he looked at Adam, who was sitting by the window. This quiet little boy seemed to know the whole story. It's sort of a game they play in their family. Adam found a not-so-accurate description, as he didn't quite understand the dynamics of this family. Of course, this was also the reason he was interested in the Weasley family. He was always filled with curiosity about things he didn't understand. Well then, Ron, I hope you feel better soon. After saying this, Harry sat down, watching Ron rummaging through his belongings, wiping his tears, and occasionally chuckling softly. This made Harry doubt for a moment if the child had gone a bit silly. Dimensional Wall. This chapter mainly restores a part of the original plot, and enriches the characters and the overall story. Well, since it's so watery, there will definitely be another chapter today. The second update, Beast is back. Hello, my name is Meng and Wanda, and I am Ron's cousin. When the cool girl with deep brown short hair walked into the private room, Harry found himself envious of Ron once more. Why did he only have a relative like Dudley? Meanwhile, Ron not only had a cute little sister, but also a beautiful cousin who seemed to have a rather unique personality. Harry thought to himself, "Ha, Ronnie, I heard you were crying." The short-haired girl raised an eyebrow as she sat down. Despite Ron's eyes being a bit red from crying, he still held his neck high and stubbornly said, "No. Meng and I don't say that, I was just a little tired, so I was yawning just now." This kid's clumsy excuse was so poor that even Harry couldn't stand it. Of course the short-haired girl, Meng, and I wouldn't believe it. She raised her hand and ruffled Ron's hair, making it even messier than it already was. "Why did you mess up my hair?" Ron said, quite dissatisfied. "I just don't want to see you fall for Fred and George tricks. You probably don't know how much money they made last year following that guy Qin. They are known as the capitalists of Hogwarts," Meng and I said, rolling her eyes. Well, this nickname was actually given by her, because every time they gathered at Hagrid's hut, it was always Qin and the three of them who paid for a lot of food. Upon hearing Meng and I mention Qin, Harry immediately perked up. The capitalists of Hogwarts. Then Meng and I roughly explained what she knew about Qin and the Weasley twins reselling Forbidden Forest products. Both Harry and Ron were stunned. They hadn't expected that just a first-year student and 2 second-years had already gotten involved in such activities and made so much money. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thought Qin is indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Adam, who was sitting in the corner, quietly listened to Meng and I's story, without any particular reaction, appearing almost like a bystander with little presence. "So they just spent a bit of money to buy you some new things. You can feel a little touched, but there's no need to cry over such trivial matters, understand Ronnie. Ming and I concluded. But, Ron's emotions became quite complicated after hearing her words. Alright, don't think too much about it. If the capitalists give you money, just spend it. After saying this, Sister Ming and I grabbed a galleon that the Weasley twins had secretly stuffed into Ron's suitcase, picked one, and walked out of the private room. At that moment, a woman slowly pushed a cart down the aisle. The cart was filled with various magical world trinkets, and the woman was shouting promotional phrases, asking the children in the private room one by one if they wanted to buy anything. Her words could roughly be translated as, pumpkin pasties, birdie bots, every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, come and take a look at what you want. In any case, the short-haired girl was looking for this person. Hello, we want to buy some things. Ming and I shouted. All right, coming right over, young lady, the woman replied with a smile, quickly approaching. While shopping, Ming and I didn't hesitate and picked some of everything, spending a galleon, and ultimately bought a large pile, placing it in the empty space in the private room. Seeing how much Ming and I had bought, Harry couldn't help but take out money from his pocket and also bought a bunch. Mainly he was feeling a bit hungry, and since he had quite a bit of magical world currency on him, seeing others made him feel the urge to purchase as well. Harry bought a bit less, only purchasing items worth 11 sickles. Note in the magical world currency, 1 galleon 17 sickles, 1 sickle 29 nuts. Thus the 4 children in the private room began to munch on those peculiar magical world snacks. For instance, birdie bots, every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and so on. Regardless of others, Ron was enjoying himself greatly, because the lunch his mom prepared was a corned beef sandwich which was way too dry, and she often forgot that he didn't like it at all. Of course, it was hard for her to be too meticulous while taking care of so many children, and Ron didn't have much to complain. This is a chocolate frog, and inside the packaging there's a collectible card of a famous person from the magical world. This card is Merlin. You know who Merlin is, right? Ron pointed at the item in Harry's hand. Merlin's beard. Harry recalled the phrase that Qin Yu had once taught him, and yes, that's him. However, I've already collected many cards of Merlin, what I'm missing now are those of Agrippa and Tom, Ron said. Harry had never heard of the 2 names he mentioned. After stuffing another pumpkin pasty into her mouth, Ming and I said to them, you kids are really passionate about this stuff. I collected over a dozen cards before I gave up. You're not that much older, Ming and I. You're only 3 years older than me. Ron said, not convinced. Ha, shorty, being 3 years older than you still means I'm older. As she said this, Ming and I reached out again and messed up Ron's hair, which he had just tidied. Looking at the irritated Ron, Ming and I satisfiedly clapped her hands and stood up, saying, I'm not playing with you guys anymore, I'm going to find Linda. Girls are much cuter. And so after Ming and I suddenly came, mocked Ron a bit, bought a bunch of snacks, and ate a fair share, she left without. Meanwhile, Ron, after this teasing from his cousin, calmed down from his initial emotional turmoil. He certainly didn't think Fred and George were capitalists, but since the 2 older brothers bought him things and gave him money to spend, he should be happy about it. After all, he could always pay them back when he grew up. In short, Ron happily enjoyed the snacks bought with his brother's money and discussed the collection of cards on the chocolate frogs with Harry, trying various flavors of birdie bots, every flavor beans together. Their conversation and laughter gradually made them feel as if they had been friends for many years. In contrast, Adam sat quietly there, and while Harry and Ron discussed those topics, he was fiddling with a card from a chocolate frog, which featured an elderly man with silver hair and a long beard. The back of the card read, Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Harry finally saw Qin Yu again. This time Qin Yu took the initiative to knock on the door of their private room. Hermione was also there, and beside them was a plump, silly-looking little boy. Neville's toad is lost, and we're helping him look for it. Qin Yu explained his purpose. However, Harry and Ron hadn't seen it either. So Qin Yu and the others left. Before leaving, Qin Yu also casually took some snacks and handed them to her, mainly because when the snack cart passed by just now, Cedric was in the private room enthusiastically discussing the new term's Quidditch training plan with him, so he missed it. Now, seeing so many snacks in this private room, how could Qin Yu not take some, especially since there were no outsiders around? When we get to school, I'll treat you to the delicacies of Hogsmeade Village, Qin Yu said to the 3 people in the private room. While the child named Adam was always so quiet that one could almost overlook his presence. Just after Qin Yu and the others walked a short distance, they encountered a pale-faced boy with golden hair in the aisle. The golden-haired boy showed a surprised and embarrassed expression upon seeing Qin Yu, because he finally confirmed who the 2 people he had met in Madame Malkin's robe shop that day were. Dimensional wall. With so many people it became hard to write. My abilities are limited, and I hope everyone can bear with me. I will plan and see how to handle it better. Our young Master Draco Malfoy has garnered much praise and admiration on this magical express train, which has made him somewhat arrogant. However, the students were mostly talking about the school's prominent figure Qin and Harry Potter, who escaped from the clutches of the Dark Lord Voldemort. They certainly wouldn't dare to speak Voldemort's name directly. I really look forward to Qin's performance in the new school year. With Qin on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, things have really changed for the better. But since Charlie graduated and left, I wonder who will be the seeker for their team. It's alright with Qin as the batter as long as he's not terrible. Anyone can be a good seeker for Gryffindor. Then why don't you give it a try, eh? Hey, it's not like they want anyone from other houses, and besides, I will defend the honor of Hufflepuff to the death. TCH. Seriously, I heard that Qin's sister has also come to Hogwarts. I wonder if she is also someone. That indeed is something to look forward to. The Quidditch matches made Qin Yu well known, and as people learned more about him, they discovered he was also an excellent student. As per evaluations from various teachers, had outstanding character, as reported by some first-year students, and was well liked according to some first-year students, which quickly made him a prominent figure on campus. Of course, Qin Yu's fame was limited to the school. He was a big shot in the village, but just another passerby outside. However, he didn't care about that as long as he could learn something at school, level up secretly, and have fun. That was all that mattered. As for the name Harry Potter, it had been circulating in the magical world for 10 years, but until now everyone had only heard of him without ever seeing him, and this time, they finally encountered the real deal. That boy is in the carriage up front. I passed by and took a glance. He looks quite gentle. Is he really that impressive? To have escaped from the Dark Lord, he must have a high level of magical skill. Not necessarily, he looks quite ordinary, doesn't he? But he definitely is not someone ordinary. That's true. Their discussions made Malfoy a bit jealous. However, he felt that given time he too could gain significant fame at Hogwarts. Before that, he wanted to see what those two looked like. Therefore, he brought his two friends lackeys Crabbe and Goyle, and headed toward that carriage. Then he spotted the person he met at Madame Malkin's robe shop in the aisle. Most importantly, some passing students greeted that person with smiles, calling him Qin. Are you really Qin? Thinking of what he had said that day, Malfoy's expression turned somewhat unnatural. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Draco. Qin Yu said with a smile. You actually know my name? Malfoy's pupils constricted in shock. Because I've met your father several times, and each time left a deep impression. Moreover, your signature pale golden hair, and that face that always looks displeasing are truly identical to your father's. Qin Yu said coldly. Every time he met Lucius Malfoy, it was a mess. Now seeing his son Draco Malfoy, how could Qin Yu possibly be in a good mood? I'm not sure what happened between you and my father, but I hope you can speak more civilly. Malfoy said somewhat. He understood why his father wanted him to keep his distance from Qin. There was a grudge between them. In fact, the main reason Lucius wanted him to stay away from Qin Yu was that the first time he witnessed Qin Yu thrashing Jerome left a profound impression, fearing that his son might suffer the same fate. Oh, civil. All right, remember your words. If I find you being uncivilized at school, I will have a proper chat with you. As Qin Yu spoke, he leaned closer to the slightly shorter Malfoy, and when he finished, patted the child's shoulder, making the latter shiver. That is for sure. The Malfoy family has a long-standing tradition, and they are elegant and courteous pure-blood wizarding family. How could I ever act uncivilized? Malfoy looked up with a small face, trying to steady himself. There was no way Qin was too close, and his heart couldn't help but race. He was genuinely somewhat afraid of him. Very good, I reward you with a jelly bean. Qin Yu said, handing Malfoy a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. He also gave one to the clumsy and robust Crabbe and Goyle. What is this? Young Master Malfoy had truly never eaten such a thing meant for commoners. It's delicious. Qin Yu popped one into his mouth. Lucky him, it was strawberry flavored. Hermione, Neville, let's go. That toad must have gone to another carriage. Qin Yu called out to his sister and the chubby Neville to leave. Malfoy swallowed hard and couldn't help but toss the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean he had into his mouth. Immediately his facial features twisted in pain. So sour. Malfoy exclaimed softly. He felt an instant flood of saliva in his mouth. However, after the initial intense sourness, a sweetness began to emerge in his mouth, and it seemed rather tasty. This sensory stimulation was something Malfoy had never experienced before, and it made him unexpectedly like this intense sour flavor. Qin, I will definitely catch up with you. Malfoy quickly chewed and swallowed the jelly bean, shouting at the retreating Qin Yu. I will be waiting for you. Qin Yu replied without looking back. When Qin Yu and the others had gone to another carriage, Crabbe asked, Malfoy, are we still going to find Harry Potter? Of course, why not? Maybe he can also join Slytherin. I hope he realizes the situation and chooses to be with us. Just then Malfoy caught sight of Harry Potter in the distance, having already confirmed that he was the bespectacled little boy he had met at the robe shop. The purpose of this visit was to recruit Harry into their little group. Of course, the most important goal was for the famous Harry Potter to become friends with him and ideally listen to him. That would be a huge face saver. However, thinking that Harry Potter knew Qin, Malfoy felt he could lower his target a bit. Being friends would be enough. Then the trio of Malfoy knocked on the compartment where Harry Potter was. Even thinking of Qin Yu's reminder to be civil, Malfoy still acted arrogantly upon seeing Harry and Ron mocking the Weasley family's poverty. Naturally, Harry Potter grew increasingly disgusted with this kid. Forget about being friends. If he wasn't completely incapable of magic, it wouldn't be impossible for him to confront Malfoy on the spot, especially since Malfoy's taunts towards Ron were truly infuriating to Harry. Thus, not only did Malfoy fail to befriend Harry Potter, but their relationship also became increasingly tense. Ouch, my stomach hurts. It must be because of that bean. The clumsy and robust Goyle said while clutching his stomach. Me too. Crabbe also held his stomach. At that moment Malfoy's stomach also began to rumble. Thus the once arrogant trio of Malfoy left the compartment in embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This caused Harry and Ron to burst into laughter. Meanwhile Adam, who had been rather inconspicuous, slowly lowered his slightly raised hand and muttered to himself, "What a trio of noisy guys." The train sped past with vast mountains, rivers, forests, and fields along the way, as well as the occasional passing Muggle town. The young wizards on the train were either chatting and laughing, sitting quietly, or admiring the scenery outside, waiting for it to reach their destination. As for Qin Yu and Hermione, they ultimately failed to help Neville find that toad. Fortunately, after being sad for a while, the chubby boy temporarily forgot about it and started eating the delicious food that Qin Yu had given him. After sending the chubby boy away, the two were finally no longer disturbed by others as they needed to prepare for their imminent arrival. Qin Yu and Hermione also changed into their respective wizard robes. Seeing Hermione transform into a cute little witch again, especially with her chin raised and a proud expression, made Qin Yu's heart warm, and he couldn't help but reach out to pinch her cheek. This girl looked so adorable. If they were at home, it wouldn't just be a simple pinch of her cheek. At worst, he could recite a poem. "If you pinch me again, it'll swell." Hermione said, somewhat dissatisfied. "I wasn't using much strength." "Then let me try pinching you." "Go ahead." Then don't move." "It hurts. I clearly didn't use that much strength." "Really? Then I'll be gentler and do it again." "Don't dodge." "Not dodging would be foolish." "Hee hee, you can't escape." "Why?" A certain girl lost her balance and fell into Qin Yu's arms, then lazily decided to rest there for a while. The dimensional wall, while saying "I was blocked," might seem too vague and perfunctory. In fact, it was about the interactions of several key characters. I had thought too simplistically before, and it had already caused me 2 days of pain. I will strive to sort things out as soon as possible. Just one update today. No more to say. Everyone should rest early. In 5 minutes the train will arrive at its final destination. Please do not carry too much with you. I'll leave your luggage on the train, and we will help transport it to the school dormitories. A voice echoed through the carriage. Hermione was awakened by this voice. Drowsily rising from Qin Yu's embrace, the little girl said in confusion, "Are we there already?" "What else? Are you still not awake?" Qin Yu said as he gently fixed a few strands of her messy hair. "I definitely didn't get enough sleep. I didn't rest well last night. I wanted to find you, but I was afraid you would send me away." Hermione rubbed her eyes, murmuring, and finally yawned. Qin Yu did not expect that this girl had been so anxious that she couldn't sleep last night. However, recalling how he felt when he first arrived at Hogwarts last year, even with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, he was still filled with excitement. If he felt this way, how much more so for Hermione, this little girl. "All right, don't be nervous. Soon Hagrid will take you by boat to Hogwarts Castle. You have met Hagrid before. Once you arrive at the school hall, the sorting will take place just where the sorting had, and wait for your assignment." Qin Yu cupped Hermione's small face in his hands, explaining the new student process to her, rubbing her cheeks to help her wake up. Hermione nodded her head twice in his hands. Then Qin Yu released the girl and went to grab some of his belongings to take with him, while Hermione's luggage was set aside, ready to be taken to her room after the sorting. "Oh!" Hermione suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Qin Yu looked over curiously. "Qin, my robes are wrinkled." Hermione pointed at her robes, distressed. After changing into her robes, she had fallen asleep in Qin Yu's arms, and due to her restless sleep, her robes had become creased. As she spoke, she tugged at the fabric, trying to smooth it out, but the effect was minimal. "Move your hands, I'll do it." Qin Yu naturally did not reach out to help her pull her clothes, but instead took out his wand and cast a simple spell, instantly making Hermione's robes smooth and tidy again. Knowing some basic household spells isn't that an essential skill for a qualified brother and companion? Pinyo. "Qin, you are so amazing." Hermione said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Yu. If he performed such a spell so handsomely at home, she would definitely shower him with compliments beyond just words. While she reminded herself that she was about to arrive at school, and she must pay attention to her words and actions, as well as her identity as a young witch. The train gradually came to a stop, and the wizarding students poured out of the doors, creating a bustling crowd. "First years, gather over here." Hagrid's voice rang out. Qin Yu took Hermione over to greet Hagrid and chatted briefly with Harry, Ron, and Adam. Harry and Ron looked anxious, as if they didn't know which foot to step forward with, while Adam showed no signs of nervousness at all, instead wearing a faint smile and curiously looking around. "See you at school." Qin Yu waved to Hermione. "See you at school." Hermione nodded seriously. Harry, Ron, and Adam also waved goodbye to Qin Yu. Then Qin Yu boarded the carriage pulled by the magical creature the Thestral along the tree-lined path by the lake, returning to Hogwarts ahead of the others. Along the way, they chatted about what they had done over the summer, especially Elvis, who thanked Qin Yu again for his guidance and lesson. Before long, they entered the castle. After getting off, walking down the long corridor, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Qin Yu felt the same way, This magical school had witnessed his past year of school life. Every blade of grass, every brick and stone was so familiar, as if welcoming his return. However, many familiar faces were no longer here, such as Charlie, who had graduated and gone to Romania, or Professor Swindon, who left Hogwarts to search for ancient relics, along with some older Gryffindor students whose names he couldn't recall, but with whom he had decent relationships. Instead, there were the first-year students who were about to enter the school, and he had become their senior. Thinking about it this way, it indeed felt like a change of people and place. While Qin Yu was lost in thought, he followed the crowd into the Hogwarts Great Hall. At this time last year, he and his classmates were sorted by the Sorting Hat here. Now it was Hermione, Harry, Ron, and the other first-year students. Not long after the upperclassmen had settled at their respective house tables, the Great Hall doors swung open, and Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, entered with the group of little wizards. Among the crowd, after entering with everyone, Hermione instinctively searched for Qin Yu's figure, and upon seeing him, her expression immediately calmed down. Harry was the same. After finding out where Qin Yu was sitting, he couldn't help but glance over, as he only knew Hagrid and Qin Yu here. Next, the Sorting Hat will decide which house everyone will be sorted into. When I call your name, come up, sit on the stool, and we're the Sorting Hat, Professor McGonagall said, pulling out a list written on parchment. Then the first-year students took turns walking up to be sorted. A girl named Hannah Abbott was the first to step onto the stage, and the Sorting Hat quickly shouted Hufflepuff. Afterward, more than 20 other students were sorted into Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin, and Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall called out Hermione's name. Hearing this, Qin Yu inexplicably felt a bit nervous, perhaps experiencing the sensation of a father watching his daughter grow up. Puffed, what a ridiculous thought, someone silently complained in his heart. He watched as the little girl dashed up to the stage, sat down on the stool, and the Sorting Hat was placed on her head. She pressed her lips together and blinked a few times, waiting for the Sorting Hat's decision. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat quickly shouted this name. Hermione's face instantly lit up with excitement and joy. After removing the hat, she politely bowed to Professor McGonagall, then turned and dashed back down from the stage towards the Gryffindor table. As she approached, she immediately slowed her pace and carefully sat down in the empty space next to Qin Yu. The Gryffindor students welcomed Hermione with enthusiastic applause. The little girl returned their applause with a polite yet graceful smile. Adam Quinn. The next to go up was Adam. Qin Yu couldn't help but look toward the stage. He felt an indescribable sensation toward this boy with a common name, unremarkable looks, and a bland personality. After all, although this child lacked a strong presence, he frequently appeared in Qin Yu's line of sight, and his intuition told him that this alone indicated something. Of course, he also felt that he might be overthinking it. After all, if the other party was a suspicious character, the system would surely provide a prompt. Wait, why would the system necessarily give me a prompt? Is height really that trustworthy? Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a sudden chill. However, he quickly changed his mind. After all, he knew the story's plot. Besides Voldemort and the Death Eaters, could there be any other villains in this world? Moreover, Adam was so young, he couldn't possibly be a Death Eater, right? I might be too sensitive. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. These thoughts were fleeting, and he quickly refocused his attention on the stage. At this moment, the Sorting Hat was swaying back and forth, muttering something, obviously pondering how to assign this little boy the dimensional wall. As everyone can see, a rather difficult situation has arisen here. The readers all know that Adam must have some issues, making it impossible to set up many suspenseful elements at this time. The author can only rely on other characters to write about Adam, which is quite challenging for me, this newbie. In any case, it's rather difficult to handle. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Slytherin. You could belong to any of them, and yet somehow fit none perfectly. You are quite simply the unforeseen one. The Sorting Hat murmured softly, its voice tinged with mild bewilderment. I apologize for troubling you, Adam said, inwardly calm and measured. Then, tell me, Your Eminence, which house shall I join? The Sorting Hat astonishingly replied with a tone of quiet deference. Very well, Gryffindor it shall be. That house does seem rather intriguing. Adam glanced subtly toward Qin Yu's direction, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Indeed. Gryffindor has long been home to most unexpectedly fascinating individuals. Since this is your choice, Gryffindor it is. After muttering a few more indistinct phrases, the Sorting Hat boomed the house name aloud. Adam rose gracefully, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips, removed the hat, and strode confidently toward the Gryffindor table. The Gryffindor students greeted their new member with warm, enthusiastic applause. Well, look who's another Sorting. Qin Yu lowered his hands from clapping and smiled at Adam, yet in his eyes flickered a subtle, thoughtful glint. A sorting conundrum referred to a student so difficult to place that the Sorting Hat deliberated for over 5 minutes, an exceedingly rare occurrence in Hogwarts history. Adam had required only about a minute, and the Hat's hesitation had been brief and mild. He clearly did not qualify. Qin Yu was merely borrowing the term playfully. Adam blinked, momentarily surprised, then smiled gently. Perhaps the Hat simply doubted my aptitude and thus hesitated in its judgment. There's no need to dwell on it. The sorting hat does not determine one's destiny. In any case, welcome to Gryffindor. Qin Yu encouraged warmly. Thank you, Qin. Adam nodded respectfully. Next came Neville Longbottom, a plump nervous boy whose sorting took noticeably longer. And as expected of the future Gryffindor sword saint, he too was placed squarely in Gryffindor. Whether the hat's pause stemmed from Neville's apparent timidity, or from an unusual ambiguity in his destined path, remained unclear. Draco Malfoy, by contrast, was sorted almost instantly the moment the hat settled upon his head. It bellowed. Master Malfoy beamed triumphantly as he leapt off the stool and strode toward the Slytherin table. When students with surnames beginning with P were called, Harry Potter stepped forward onto the stage. For Harry Potter, the sorting hat wavered indecisively between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry anxiously glanced toward Qin Yu, Ron, and Adam, then recoiled with visible distaste as he glanced at the haughty Slytherin table, before whispering barely audible no to Slytherin. Oh, not Slytherin. Another bent on Gryffindor. Wait, why did I say another? Very well, very well. If your will is so resolute, Gryffindor. The chattering hat delivered its final verdict. Harry's face lit up with pure delight. He snatched off the hat and dashed, eager, breathless, toward the Gryffindor table. He sat down beside Adam, directly facing Qin Yu. As the Weasley's surname began with W, Ron was called second to last. By that point in the ceremony, the boy was utterly overwhelmed. His small face pinched tight, shoulders hunched as if gripped by stomach cramps. Fortunately, the hat wasted no time. It declared Gryffindor, without hesitation, for a Weasley in Gryffindor was as natural as dawn following night. At last, when the final student, whose surname began with Z, had been assigned, the annual Hogwarts sorting ceremony concluded flawlessly. Then Headmaster Albus Dumbledore rose to deliver the opening feast address. He welcomed the new students, encouraged returning ones, and urged all to strive ever deeper in their magical studies. Finally, he invited everyone to enjoy the feast, and raised a toast, urging the staff to partake heartily of the wine. As his words settled, four immense banquet tables shimmered into existence, laden with sumptuous, steaming delicacies. The first years gasped in wide-eyed wonder, so unaccustomed to such marvels. Even Draco Malfoy's expression softened into genuine delight. Even Hermione, though forewarned by Qin Yu, stared eyes wide with astonishment. And Harry, well, Harry was once again awestruck by magic's sheer breathtaking wonder. Meanwhile, second years like Jimmy and Wilson affected serene, composed airs, exuding the dignified poise expected of seasoned students. Open up. Hearing that familiar command, Hermione instinctively parted her lips, only to have a tender, fragrant lamb chop slipped smoothly onto her tongue. She chewed twice, then froze abruptly, remembering where she was. She snapped her mouth shut, cheeks puffed, and gazed at Qin Yu with flustered, wide-eyed reproach. Her look seemed to say, "This is Hogwarts, not our living room. Go on, swallow it. There's plenty more." At his words, Hermione unconsciously resumed chewing. The lamb was simply too exquisite to resist. After all, she was still just a child, and who could withstand such temptation? Once she'd swallowed, another piece appeared before her lips, and she opened wide, resigned to bite it down. After all, the deed was done. Oh, why let perfection go to waste? Watching her eat with such unguarded joy, Qin Yu nodded approvingly, then offered her a carrot stick rich in vitamins. "Miss Granger, this is Hogwarts, the home you'll inhabit for the next 7 years. Must you be so formal?" As he spoke, he handed her a bowl of soup. "Home." Harry Potter, seated across from them, lifted his head, repeating the word, "home," softly, his eyes shimmering with something deeply unspoken. He hadn't meant to respond, but he couldn't help it. For him, home was a longing so profound, so achingly elusive. Qin Yu looked directly at Harry, and then at the cluster of first years, and raised his voice just slightly. "Yes, Hogwarts is your home. So, younger siblings, must you dine with such delicate restraint?" Turning to the second years nearby, he added with mock solemnity, "Jimmy, Wilson, show these newcomers what true Gryffindor dining looks like. Consider it done, since you've asked so nicely." Without hesitation, one seized a massive drumstick, the other clutched a slab of buttered bread, and both devoured their meals with gleeful, unabashed gusto, mouths slick with grease. Qin Yu watched their overzealous performance and winced, just slightly, at the sheer theatricality. Yet the effect was undeniable. The first years, seeing their seniors eat with such unrestrained vigor, exchanged eager, sparkling glances. "Ahem, what are you all waiting for?" Qin Yu interjected quickly, before embarrassment forced him to retreat, addressing the freshmen with impeccable gravitas. "Whoop. Eat, eat, eat. I want those chips. Could someone pass the gravy? These roasted spring chickens are absolutely divine." After all, they were children, and once free from constraint, they embraced freedom wholeheartedly. Few, however, matched Jimmy and Wilson's wolfish fervor, though Ron came remarkably close while Harry remained comparatively restrained. Elvis observed the animated first years, and then glanced at Qin Yu, thinking with quiet certainty that such liveliness was entirely to be expected given his presence. Percy, newly appointed prefect, nodded inwardly. He'd already begun absorbing Qin Yu's effortless knack for kindling warmth and camaraderie. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Yu had spoken those words not to orchestrate a spectacle, but simply because Hermione's excessive reserve had become unbearable to watch. His feeding her lamb and carrots had begun as an act of gentle intervention. In any case, the opening feast transformed, rich, radiant, and vibrantly alive. Even Adam, who usually carried himself with quiet composure, ate like a contented hamster, nibbling steadily through a full plate of vegetables, especially broccoli and pea shoots, which he adored. "Qin, I want this. Qin, I want that. Qin, I'd like some juice. Qin, what now, eh? I'm stuffed, I feel awful." "Then stop eating." "But I haven't even tried that little cake yet." "Rest first, then enjoy it." A certain young girl, having abandoned all restraint, had eaten herself into blissful, bloated contentment. Of course, she was still in early development. Her appetite would fuel growth, not weight. Qin Yu had every reason to believe that at this rate, she'd shoot up a full head taller within the year. When summer break arrived, and she returned home, the Grangers would surely stare in stunned disbelief. After dinner, the first-year students were escorted back to their respective house dormitories by their male and female prefects, while the older students returned on their own. The password for the Gryffindor common room entrance that evening was Dragon Dregs. Qin Yu recited the password with Elvish, and the others. The portrait of the fat lady swung aside, revealing the entrance hole through which they slipped into the long-missed common room. Glancing around, Qin Yu noticed Hermione was absent, and so he headed straight to his own dormitory. The room remained unchanged. The beds, desks, chairs, and even the small trinkets scattered across the tabletop were exactly as before. So too was the ancient, unmistakable scent of the castle lingering in the air. These familiar objects surged toward him, reawakening memories from the past year, and gently drawing him back onto the rhythm of life he had known before summer break. After a quick tidying up, Jimmy Wilson and the others sat on their beds sharing treats and toys brought from home, animatedly recounting the sorting ceremony earlier that day, teasing how nervously the first years had donned the sorting hat, their words brimming with the quiet pride and subtle superiority of upperclassmen. Little did they realize they had fared no better last year. It was uncannily reminiscent of Qin Yu's university life in his previous existence, proof perhaps that whether Muggle or wizard, human nature remains remarkably alike. Just then a second-year classmate from the neighboring dorm poked his head in and called out with a grin, "Qin, your sister is waiting for someone in the common room." As he spoke, his eyes crinkled with mischief, and he gave Qin Yu a knowing, playful eyebrow lift. Qin Yu punched him lightly on the shoulder and muttered, "Thanks a lot," then hurried off to the common room. "I deliver news and get punched for free. What kind of logic is that? Right, Elvish?" Rubbing his shoulder, the boy turned to Elvish, who was organizing his textbooks. Elvish, upon hearing this, touched his nose and nodded quietly. He almost added something more, but just as the words rose to his lips, he realized with sudden dismay that he could not recall the boy's name. After all, they hadn't seen each other all summer. The unexpected appearance had left his memory momentarily blank. "All right, never mind. I'd better go sort my luggage too. Have a wonderful new term, Elvish." "Wishing you the same," Elvish replied hastily. Yet long after the boy had departed, he still could not summon the name. Some unseen force seemed to veil it, rendering it just beyond reach. As Qin Yu approached the common room, he spotted the girl beside the fireplace. Her chestnut hair fell softly over shoulders, clad in a crisp white blouse. A redan blue tie rested neatly against her collar, and a well-fitted black robe draped over her frame. Beneath the gray-blue skirt and sleek black stockings, a slender pale calf peeked out. At that moment, those delicate legs lifted and lowered gently on the empty floor before the hearth, carrying her in restless, measured steps, the rhythm betraying faint impatience and quiet anxiety. When she completed one circuit and turned again, her exquisite, youthful face lifted, and her eyes met those of an Eastern boy just entering the common room. "Qin," she beamed, all traces of tension instantly dissolving. Qin Yu said nothing, only stroked her chestnut hair, twice murmuring, "Just as I imagined." "What's just?" she asked, puzzled. Just like in my dreams. I dreamed of you standing right here, wearing wizard's robes. Exactly as you do now." Qin Yu spoke slowly. "So did I," she whispered, lifting her gaze to his, her eyes shimmering with an emotion so deep it seemed to pool like liquid starlight. "What's just as you imagined?" Qin Yu repeated her earlier question, holding her gaze. "I dreamed the same dream, of you here in wizard's robes." And her voice trailed off. "And what?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Nothing, just talking, chatting." As she spoke, a strong arm swept around her waist, and before she could react, she tumbled softly against his chest. "Like this?" he asked. "I won't tell you." She nuzzled his chest, and in that instant the day's accumulated tension and fatigue washed over her. She longed desperately to simply fall asleep there. Yet the occasional footsteps of passing Gryffindor students jolted her back to awareness this was not home. Then again, who had once declared Hogwarts is our home? So surely a brief embrace was permissible, especially since most students were still unpacking and the common room remained nearly empty. Sensing her shyness, Qin Yu released her after only a short, while then gently took her hand and led her to a quiet corner to talk. Mostly it was Hermione who spoke. She had experienced so much that day. It's even more wondrous than I imagined. The castle is immense, the corridors endless. The enchanted ceiling in the great hall surpasses every illustration in books by 100-fold. I couldn't begin to picture a talking hat, and the feast was truly delicious. Meeting so many wizards at once made me quite nervous. Qin, were you nervous when you first arrived? How to put it? My greatest nervousness came not here, but in your attic that very day. Ever since I felt far less anxious. Qin Yu reflected. Oh. She lifted her head from his shoulder, eyes wide with surprise, then bit her lip, her expression flickering with quiet guilt. Did I frighten you that day? Seeing her flustered Qin, you couldn't resist ruffling her hair and laughing. Not at all. Humph. If you dare say you were frightened by me, I'll bite you. Hermione scrunched her nose, feigning fierceness. Indeed, her personality seemed increasingly lively, and Qin Yu saw no harm in that. After all, joy was life's truest compass. Still, this version of her, unfairly, devastatingly charming. He drew her close once more, whispering softly by her ear, how could you ever frighten me? The day I opened my eyes and saw you. That was the most important day of my life in this world. The weight behind those words ran deep, some truths too profound to voice aloud. Yet even without grasping their full meaning, she glowed with quiet, radiant happiness. That day was the most important day of my life in this world too. Soon as students finished unpacking, more young wizards began drifting into the common room. The two teenagers straightened subtly, growing more composed. Hermione even pulled out her course schedule, eagerly discussing upcoming classes, a scholar's earnest curiosity shining brightly in her eyes. Yes, she was genuinely thrilled by the prospect of magical instruction, especially transfiguration. To her, the transformation of objects held both fascination and intellectual challenge. Every year on the opening day of Hogwarts, as the headmaster, Dumbledore places great importance on this occasion. He prepares a speech for the day, and when in good spirits, he might even tell a joke that he has pondered over for several days. Most people find his jokes perplexing, as the time he spends preparing them makes them overly profound and fantastic. This year was no different. He indeed told a joke on stage, but it seemed that no one noticed it was a joke. However, this did not matter, for merely watching those vibrant children sitting in the hall with eager anticipation and dreams filled Dumbledore with a profound sense of satisfaction. It was this sense of fulfillment that supported him through many years. Long ago, Dumbledore had defined himself as an educator rather than as a great wizard, an ambitious person, or a power seeker, even though he could easily attain such things if he desired. Easily attainable, such an alluring trap. It was precisely because he desired those easily obtainable things that he lost even more. Later he realized that only by undertaking those things that seemed immensely difficult could he fulfill his mission, such as nurturing innocent children into kind and brave wizards, enabling them to face a world that may not be perfect with composure. This was not easy. In fact, it was quite challenging, as many children easily tempted by power succumbed to ambition and lost themselves. After the incantation was spoken, the door to the headmaster's office, which also served as his living quarters, opened. Dumbledore stepped inside holding the sorting hat. At this moment, there was only one person, one bird, and one hat in the room. The Phoenix Fox was already quite old, sitting there motionless, as if dozing, showing little reaction to Dumbledore. Oh dear Professor Dumbledore, congratulations on having a new batch of students. The talking hat couldn't help but tell me which of this year's children stands out. Dumbledore, with his gray-white hair and beard, asked the sorting hat after sitting down in his chair. Haha, without a doubt it's Harry Potter. He is truly special, the sorting hat replied with a laugh, its tone sharp. And you know, I wasn't asking about that child. Dumbledore's aged eyes narrowed over his half-moon glasses as he glanced at them. Then it must be Neville Longbottom. He is somewhat muddled, but has great potential. He will become a brave Gryffindor. The sorting hat spoke in a high-pitched tone, and by the end it sang like an opera. Old friend, it seems you have your concerns. Would you like me to remind you? Dumbledore said softly to the hat. Dumbledore, please don't say too much. You know our existence is different from yours wizards. We too are subject to higher beings that deserve reverence. The sorting hat became hesitant, and by the end it dared not continue. Rest assured, this room has been enchanted with spells to prevent eavesdropping, Dumbledore reassured. Not enough. The sorting hat spoke timidly, its high crown twisting in a fluster, as if searching for something. Then I will reinforce it. Dumbledore said, waving his ancient multi-segmented wand, a powerful, yet silent spell instantly enveloping the headmaster's office. Thus this world, and even those beyond it, could not perceive what transpired within or what was discussed. After parting with Hermione, Qin Yu returned to his dormitory and spent a long time trying to rid himself of the illusion of still being able to smell that scent. Then his thoughts began to calm down as he reflected on the day's events, especially what had occurred in the hall. At the end of the banquet, Dumbledore predictably mentioned one thing: the prohibition of students from accessing the right corridor on the 4th floor. Qin Yu knew that there were obstacles set by Dumbledore to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and the first barrier was Hagrid's three-headed dog Fluffy. While he was somewhat involved in this matter since he had contributed money to help Hagrid purchase that three-headed dog, The Philosopher's Stone is well known as the ultimate alchemical product capable of turning stone into gold and creating the elixir of life. Most importantly, it is the object coveted by Voldemort, the key to his resurrection. Qin Yu really wanted to have a serious talk with Dumbledore, urging him to be cautious about a certain suspicious professor who would go to great lengths to steal the Philosopher's Stone. However, he had already made that choice during the summer, and thus he was unable to do so. It really feels like being a big bee in the system. Qin Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Besides the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, he was also thinking about after the banquet. Qin Yu caught up with the slowly departing Snape to inquire if he had any news about Professor Swinton. I only received a letter from him some time ago. He mentioned that he was going to Egypt to seek out an ancient site, and since then I haven't heard from him again. Snape continued as if recalling something. Oh right, he asked me to convey to you his wishes for a pleasant new. As he said this last sentence, Professor Snape's lips clearly twitched. What Qin Yu didn't know was that in the letter Swinton had written, Severus, I want write to Qin directly. Oh, just let him know about my situation and wish our brother a good time in the new term. Clearly the word brother was intentionally written by Swinton as he was far enough away to not worry about being humanely obliterated by Professor Snape. Having not seen Professor Swinton for such a long time and not receiving much news along with recalling his behavior before leaving, such as the occasional glimmer of melancholy in his eyes, Qin Yu felt inexplicably worried. At this time, since Professor Swinton was traveling around, it was difficult to have a fixed address, and Qin Yu could not actively write to him, so he could only wait for his next letter. With his mind filled with thoughts of the possible situations Professor Swinton might encounter along with the secrets he had yet to mention, Qin Yu gradually fell asleep. After separating from Hermione on the first night back at Hogwarts in a mysterious district of Paris, a tall man was sitting in a bar drinking. He was precisely the Professor Swinton that Qin Yu had been thinking about before sleep. To be precise, he had the face and body of Professor Swinton. Yet he was not Swinton. Ian, won't you buy me a drink? A blonde woman sat down beside him. My pleasure. He flashed a brilliant smile, yet his eyes were fixed on the woman's cool upper body, his gaze bold. The woman showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, she returned a flirtatious smile and said in a sultry voice, I inquired about your matters. They are very willing to have you join. However, you will have to make a trip to North America. The person named Gellert Grindelwald is currently in New York. Thank you, Camille. He smiled at the woman. Is it really that simple to just say thank you? The woman pouted, pretending to be dissatisfied. Then what do you want? He looked intently at the woman again. Of course. I will follow your lead. The woman extended her hand, her crimson nails lightly brushing against his face. Soon the man and the woman left the bar together. This was a bar that only wizards could enter. And this man was he bore the appearance of Stephen Swinton, yet his personality was entirely different, and at the very least he did not mind freely indulging in his desires. Tonight in Paris, the night was like water, enchanting and intoxicating. Professor Stephen Swinton, the former Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts after resigning, visited his hometown by the River Devon in Yorkshire before setting off for Egypt. After spending some time in Egypt, he pinpointed his target and traveled upstream along the Nile River, reaching the ancient pyramid hidden beyond the Muggle world, and walked inside. Inside that ancient ruin, certain events transpired. When he emerged, he was merely Ian Stanley. At this moment, moonlight streamed through the large glass window, illuminating the medieval-style bedroom. A fair arm rested upon his broad and sturdy chest. The owner of that arm had a blush on her cheek and was fast asleep. However, Ian's eyes gleamed frighteningly under the moonlight. The light in his eyes was driven by his uncontainable ambition and desire. I will not be a fool who merely entertains children like that idiot, he whispered coldly. Ever since he emerged from that pyramid, he had broken free from his greatest shackles. After that, out of some instinctual caution, he did not linger in North Africa for long, but returned to Europe, heading to the magical school they once attended Beauxbatons. They had many not so beautiful memories in that magical school. Of course, in that guy's memory there might also be some moments worth commemorating. For instance, the girl named Apollon. Oh, she should be a woman by now. In his memories, she had a delicate face, golden long hair, and a slender, graceful figure that seemed to emit a silver glow. The young Stephen Swinton was deeply infatuated with her, while the Ian Stanley hidden deep within his consciousness mocked him as merely bewitched, for that girl had half of her mother's Vila bloodline. Later, for some ridiculous inferiority or other reasons, that guy let the girl slip away from him and soon received news of her marriage. Thinking back, when young Stephen received that news, he must have looked utterly pitiful. Haha, what a sad fellow. Ian mused to himself. It was also on the day he returned to Beauxbatons that Ian spotted a girl in the campus who remarkably resembled Apollon. That girl possessed a similar delicate face, golden hair, and a slender, graceful figure, exuding an enchanting aura at such a young age. It was as if she was a replica of Apollon. Especially when he saw her striking blue eyes, Ian momentarily found himself lost in thought. And this moment of distraction instilled a strange sense of fear and anger within him, for he felt that this reaction should belong to Stephen, not to him. Thus on the day he went to Bosbaden's he departed, even setting aside his plans to trouble certain individuals. Ferong Delacour. With this thought Ian couldn't help but utter the girl's name. Too similar, too similar. That damned delicate face, that damned golden hair, that damned slender figure. Ian's anger reached its peak. He glanced at the sleeping woman beside him and stood up in a fit of rage. Ian, what now? The woman was startled awake by his movements and couldn't help but complain. Shut up. Ian roared, his voice seeming to roar out from his chest. The moonlight remained unchanged in its serene glow, gently spilling into the room, while the people inside were engulfed in chaos and fury. Humans always hope to be themselves, yet fear becoming others, unaware that they have never been just themselves. The next day Ian Stanley rose energetically, had breakfast, and then under the gaze of the beautiful, which named Camille, who had eyes like pools of water, left that residence in Paris. He was determined to find a path that belonged to him. Ever since emerging from that ancient pyramid, he had vowed to achieve something significant regardless of light or darkness. Thus he traveled across Europe seeking some opportunity. However, in recent years only Voldemort had made some noise, but he had long since vanished, and the Death Eaters had become like rats scurrying in the streets, so Ian naturally wouldn't choose to join them. Then in the wizarding district of Paris, he overheard some news regarding G. Which was the Grindelwald army. Within less than a year this group had already taken root and flourished in Brazil and the Americas, becoming a headache for the local Ministry of Magic and even starting to spread to Europe. And this was precisely the opportunity Ian craved. Thus he entrusted Camille to help gather information. When it came to dealing with women, he was far more capable than Stephen. Now that he knew that the G. Leader named Gellert Grindelwald was in New York, North America, he naturally intended to meet him. He believed he was exactly the person they needed, and they were the capital and soil he required. Just as a line from a poem from the East states, his journey would be like the autumn wind meeting the crystalline dew, surpassing countless encounters in the world. If we raise our gaze higher, then higher still, and shift it eastward from Paris, there we would see a magnificent mountain range known as the Carpathians, which is the eastern extension of the Alps, and in the countries visible to us, it is called the backbone of Romania. At a certain bend in this semicircular mountain range there lies a relatively open hill and meadow. If we abruptly lower our gaze here, and if our luck is sufficient, we might spot one or two soaring dragons. Of course, the premise is that we are not Muggles and can see through the illusions set by the wizards here. Indeed, this place is one of the most famous dragon preserves in Europe, the Romanian Dragon Reserve. And a young wizard with red hair had just been hired as a fire dragon researcher here. Charlie, that little fellow is missing. Let's split up and search for him. A burly, bearded wizard walked into a wooden cabin, visibly agitated. All right, Benny. They'll head out as soon as I finish this letter. The young wizard inside the cabin replied. After saying this, he signed his name at the bottom of the letter, Charlie Weasley. The letter was addressed, Dear Qin. Indeed, this person was Charlie Weasley, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, who had just graduated from Hogwarts. In recent days, Charlie had calculated the start date for Hogwarts and planned to write a few letters to his former classmates and friends, and Qin Yu was one of them. After putting the letter into a brown paper envelope and writing the recipient's information, Charlie called for an owl to send the letters all at once. Of course, this owl would not fly directly to England. It would need to go through some transfers before finally reaching Hogwarts. These were concerns Charlie didn't have to worry about, as he had already paid the postage of a silver sickles. After finishing all this, he exited the wooden cabin where they had taken shelter to search for the missing little fellow. If a fire dragon over 3 meters tall could be called a little fellow, he quickly found the fire dragon in a rocky gorge. However, he did not expect to witness a girl punch that three-meter fire dragon into the air. The girl was a black-haired teenager, not particularly tall, around 17 or 18 years old. She wore a red outfit, and her long black hair was tied back in a neat ponytail. When she leaped and struck the fire dragon's head with a heavy punch, Charlie felt as if a giant hammer had struck a wooden post, the sound of the impact shaking the valley and making his heart tremble. With red hair, is this your dragon? The girl asked, looking at Charlie and raising her chin. Yes, this is my dragon. Charlie instinctively replied, but quickly shook his head. Not exactly my dragon, just a researcher. A researcher? That's complicated. Never mind, anyway, it stole my food, and I hid it. This is in accordance with your rules, right? That's correct. Charlie nodded, somewhat puzzled. That's good then, the girl nodded back. Then the two fell into silence amidst the little dragon's soft whimpering. Let me introduce myself. I'm Charlie Weasley. May I know your name? Oh, I'm Pusey, the girl replied. Pusey what? What's your full name? Charlie continued to ask, seeing her easygoing and somewhat adorably silly demeanor. I'm just Pusey. Pusey is Pusey. All right, Pusey, nice to meet you. Charlie gave up on further questioning. After all, compared to her ability to knock that little fire dragon away with a punch, her lack of a surname seemed quite normal. For some unknown reason, Charlie invited the girl named Pusey back to the wooden cabin where he lived. Perhaps maybe it was because he simply couldn't bear to watch such a small and adorable girl attempt to tackle a wild boar, specifically the food she had protected from the fire dragon. Dimensional wall. First, let's broaden the perspective, and then write about the school matters. Recently I have been stuck quite a bit. In fact, I have thought of many plot points, but when it comes to connecting them and the narrative sequence, I feel a bit lost. In any case, I will write slowly, striving not to break apart. Now am I asking for gifts a bit too much? Ahem, if it's convenient for everyone, please send some of those free little gifts. After all, as the saying goes, you give a dime, I give a dime, and the author can use a big treasure. You give $1, I give $1, and the world is filled with love. The encounter between Charlie and Pusey was just the beginning. This second son of the Weasley family never imagined what would happen with this girl in the future. He instinctively believed that she was not an ordinary person, and it wouldn't hurt to engage with her. After all, it was obvious that anyone capable of dislocating the jaw of a small dragon could not be simple. Moreover, he felt that at least he had inherited some cooking skills from his mother Molly Weasley, so he wouldn't have to watch the young girl open her mouth and directly bite into the still bloody raw meat. When the girl named Pusey tasted the wild boar steak cooked by Charlie, her eyes widened, and as she ate with grease on her lips, she mumbled praises about Charlie's culinary skills. Delicious. From now on. You should make this for me every day. I'll go hunt wild boars. I want to eat your roasted meat for a lifetime. This statement from the girl made Charlie's face flush with embarrassment, and he was well aware that Pusey did not understand the specific implications of her words in certain contexts. No problem. The second son of the Weasley family cleared his throat and agreed to the girl. While cooking was a simple matter. Eat slowly, I'll go make you some tea. I learned this from a big friend of mine. If you eat too much meat, drinking tea will help your stomach feel better. As Charlie said this, he set up a kettle on the stove to boil water. Tea. I've never had it, thank you. The girl squinted her eyes and said, then continued to eat the roasted meat. Watching the girl eat so happily, Charlie couldn't help but smile slightly. She was truly a strange, he thought to himself. Then he somewhat regretted having sent out those letters too early. If he had waited a bit longer, he could have written about meeting Pusey in the letter. Qin would surely be interested in hearing some peculiar happenings, and this guy always had many unconventional ideas. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but reminisce about his life at Hogwarts, which was truly an unforgettable memory. Here, have some meat. Once you're full, you'll feel better. The girl suddenly handed Charlie a piece of roasted ribs, saying it with a serious expression. She must have noticed that the expression of the red-haired boy had suddenly turned a bit gloomy. Thank you. Charlie took the tender roasted meat, hesitated for a moment, and then began to gnaw on it like, to be honest, eating so heartily did indeed lift his spirits considerably. The water boiled, the tea was ready, and each had a cup. The girl held her cup with both hands, blowing on the steam inside, taking small sips of the uniquely bitter, yet sweet drink, her eyes crescent-shaped with comfort, while Charlie watched her clumsily, yet joyfully, his gaze gradually softening. Life at the Dragon Farm seemed to have become less dull and boring. The encounter between Charlie Weasley, a lifelong single, and the wild and adorable girl Pusey was like a meteor falling to the earth. It seemed coincidental, yet there was an inevitable destiny behind it. Of course, neither of the two involved realized the hand of fate's arrangement and mockery, simply enjoying the joy of their first meeting, one happy because of the meat, the other happy watching the other eat meat. As the saying goes, a small tree can only grow in a shade. After 10 years, the changes in human affairs cannot be measured by just a few years of effort. Everything here is a beginning, and we shall set it aside for now, awaiting what follows. Next, let us catch up with Charlie's letters, riding on the wings of owls through several magical transmissions, and then transferring to another owl, finally arriving at that great magical school, Hogwarts. At this time, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was in the first week of the new school year. The disturbances from the outside world seemed to be excluded by some invisible hand, and the entire campus appeared lively. Among them, there was the restlessness of upperclassmen after the holidays, as well as the curiosity and recklessness of the first-year students. Among the older students, such as the twins Fred and George, they attempted to make Professor Quirrell remove the garlic-scented turban, but ended up getting 10 points deducted for causing trouble. Among the first-year students like Harry, Ron, and Adam, they often found themselves scolded by the caretaker Argus Filch for appearing in the wrong corridors, and even when Harry and Ron explained that they had just taken a wrong turn, Filch still scolded them relentlessly. As a second-year student, Qin Yu, however, was not like the Weasley twins, engaging in reckless behavior, and Hermione did not get lost in the complex corridors and staircases of Hogwarts like an ordinary first-year student. The reason why Hermione quickly familiarized herself with the layout of Hogwarts was simple: she had a competent guide. The classrooms, herbology, greenhouse operation room, and storage room that we frequently visit, I have taken you to. And those stairs and doors that suddenly turn or disappear, pay attention to them. Lastly, if you get lost, do you remember what I said to do? Qin Yu pointed to the simple layout map and explained each line, then looked at Hermione at the end. Stay put and blow the whistle. Hermione said seriously. Good. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The whistle that Hermione mentioned was not an ordinary whistle and would not make a loud sound. It was made from a special alchemical material, and when blown, another piece of the same property that Qin Yu carried would resonate, allowing him to know immediately if Hermione encountered a situation and to sense her approximate location. Of course, this material was also given to Qin Yu by Professor Swindon before he left, and Qin Yu spent about a summer figuring out how to refine it into a warning whistle. In short, right after school started, he had just finished making it and equipped Hermione with it, teaching her how to use it. At this time during breakfast, a flurry of diligent owls flew into the great hall, with various letters and packages flapping their wings and dropping things down. Qin Yu's white owl also dropped a letter into his hands. Upon receiving the letter, Qin Yu instinctively looked around as if searching for something, but he quickly shrugged, revealing a self-deprecating smile, thinking he might have been a bit paranoid. After all, he had recently felt as if some gaze was fixated on him, yet he could not find its source. Could it be because I am the protagonist, and there are higher-level observers watching me? A peculiar thought popped into Qin Yu's mind. As he pondered all this, he opened the letter. It's from Charlie. He mentioned some of his life at the Romanian dragon farm, and it seems quite interesting. He also invited me to come visit when I have the chance. Qin Yu briefly scanned the letter, and then said to Hermione, who was continuously peeking over, "A dragon farm? Are there really dragons there?" Hermione's eyes lit up as she spoke. "Of course, but he doesn't have a camera there, so he can't send any photos, otherwise we should be able to see him with a fire." As he said this, Qin Yu's tone was quite helpless. After all, in his past life, he had at least a smartphone with millions of pixels able to take pictures of whatever he wanted. Now it really wasn't that convenient. Even taking a casual photo for his sister or girlfriend required searching for classmates with magical cameras. It's already 1991, and our Mr. Qin hasn't even filmed a video. Qin Yu author, if you keep using random phrases, do you believe he'll throw a big melon at you? After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways to class. Qin Yu and Hermione headed in different directions. As they were about to reach the corner of the corridor, the young girl turned back to look and waved at Qin Yu, revealing a radiant. Then Qin Yu saw Hermione's roommates Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown whispering something to each other, and Hermione's face immediately turned red as she exchanged a few words with her two roommates before turning and running away. Watching the lovely little witch disappear around the corner, Qin Yu couldn't help but smirk, tidying up his emotions, and joined Elvis and the others to head to the second-year classroom. In the direction Hermione went, a magic teacher with long hair and a perpetually cold expression entered the underground dimensional barrier. Happy Children's Day. Pretending this chapter was posted yesterday. The Friday morning of the first year is potion class. Professor Snape, the potion master, is in a rather foul mood today. There are two students making him unhappy, both from Gryffindor. The first is Harry Potter, who has an annoying face resembling that of his father James Potter, making Snape unable to help but recall the unpleasant memories of being bullied by James in his youth. The second is Hermione Granger, who shares her older brother Qin's stubbornness, always trying to break through. For the former, Snape silenced him with a few exceedingly simple questions, yet he still attempted to argue and rebut. If such a student isn't strictly disciplined, there's a chance he could grow to become the second James. For this reason, deducting a point from Gryffindor seemed reasonable to Snape. As for the latter, that Miss Granger, who eagerly raised her hand when Snape posed a question. She has an older brother like Qin, so knowing the answers to these questions is perfectly normal. Like her brother, she enjoys showing off, which Snape finds quite distasteful. However, considering that Hermione Granger is Qin's sister, she could be regarded as his own sister. No, that connection doesn't quite exist. In any case, Snape found it difficult to say anything overly harsh. Miss Granger, you can raise your hand while seated. I fear if you stand you might puncture the ceiling of this classroom, Snape said indifferently, looking at the eager little girl. Understood, Professor Snape. I won't stand up next time, Hermione replied with a smile. Truly, just like Qin, she makes it rather difficult to be in a good mood. Due to the unpleasant mood brought on by these two, Snape proceeded to deliver a series of stern reprimands to the first-year students. This left a profound impression on the group of children, most of whom felt immense fear towards Snape, believing potion class could rightfully claim the title of most detestable class at Hogwarts. However, having known about Professor Snape's temperament from Qin's letter a year ago, Hermione did not find him as terrifying as the other students did. In fact, quite the opposite. She quite enjoyed Professor Snape's teaching style, clear, concise, and to the point, which is the hallmark of a good teacher. Of course, relatively speaking, her favorite teacher remains Qin Yu, who explains things in detail and occasionally pats her on the head in encouragement for her quick learning and ability to draw inferences. He sometimes looks at her with a particularly gentle gaze and lightly pinches her cheek, and then, cough cough, this is class, must not lose focus, must not lose focus. Hermione quickly calmed herself, trying not to think about Qin's gaze or the rapid heartbeat she felt when he pinched her. Then she methodically stirred the thick liquid in the cauldron, watching the change in color gradually excluding a certain someone from her attention. It proved that without a certain person interfering in her mind, Hermione completed the potion preparation swiftly and excellently. She even had time to stop the chubby Neville from prematurely adding hedgehog spines into the boiling cauldron, averting a potential cauldron melting accident. Mr. Longbottom, you should thank the overly cautious Miss Granger for her reminder. If you had been a moment late, you would have been covered in boils by now. Professor Snape glared sternly at the still giggling Neville Longbottom. The chubby boy was immediately stunned, soon pouting and shedding tears, stammering, "Sorry, Professor Snape. I hope you learned your lesson and truly understand where you went wrong." After leaving this remark, Snape ignored Neville. He then turned to Harry Potter coldly, saying, "While Miss Granger is preventing him from making mistakes, what are you doing, Mr. Potter?" "Huh?" Harry was taken aback by the question. "Not only did you fail to remind him, but you also appear indifferent afterward. Perhaps you are secretly mocking Mr. Longbottom's carelessness, even hoping for someone to make a mistake." "I didn't. Given your performance, Gryffindor loses a point." Harry wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ron, who whispered to him that Professor Snape has a bad temper and is utterly unreasonable. George and Fred often lose points because of him. "Professor." Hermione couldn't help but stand up and speak. "Miss Granger, what do you wish to say?" Snape looked at Hermione. "I believe you shouldn't judge Harry's thoughts so subjectively and deduct points from him," Hermione boldly stated. "Oh, is that so? Then." Snape paused, staring at the little girl, and continued, "Given that you questioned and challenged the teacher in class, deducting a point from Gryffindor." He was rather looking forward to seeing the little girl suddenly burst into tears, just like the chubby boy before, so that no one would dare to act so recklessly in his class. As for how Qin would react upon learning of this, did he need to care? Absolutely not. Hermione was wide-eyed after hearing Snape's words, as she didn't expect this professor to be even more difficult than she had imagined. But Qin said there was no need to be afraid of him. With this in mind, Hermione straightened her back and lifted her chin, saying, "Professor Snape, even if you want to deduct my points, I still stand by my earlier viewpoint." "Well, commendable courage. Gryffindor loses another point." Snape showed no signs of yielding. Hermione pouted, her eyes instantly turning red. However, she forced herself not to cry. "I must tell Qin. I must tell him he was wrong if this professor is truly unreasonable." As Hermione huffed through her nose, she silently shouted in her heart. Looking at Hermione, who finally settled down, Professor Snape subtly raised an eyebrow and secretly sighed in relief. With one troublesome student from last year now, there are two. Snape felt they must be sent by Merlin to punish him. Although Hermione was upset due to Professor Snape's unreasonable behavior, she did not complain too much upon seeing Qin Yu, as she felt she could handle such small matters. Otherwise, how could she catch up to Qin and become the new top student at Hogwarts? She certainly didn't want others to refer to her as Qin's younger sister, Hermione Granger. What she hoped for was that in the future, when someone mentioned Qin, they would say, "Look, he is the Minister of Magics." While this imagination does indeed seem a bit unrealistic, after all, Qin often says she could become the Minister of Magic, making her sometimes feel like she might indeed become such a prominent figure one day. "What are you pondering? Is potion class not going smoothly?" Qin Yu asked curiously as he noticed the girl lost. At this moment, the two were having lunch in the Great Hall. Since sitting down, Qin Yu had noticed the first-year students looking at Hermione with strange expressions, and Hermione occasionally seemed lost in thought. Considering Professor Snape's usual demeanor, Qin Yu could roughly guess the situation. "It's not too bad. It's just that Professor Snape is a bit too harsh." Hermione found a phrasing she thought was suitable. "How is that harsh?" "He is unreasonable and deliberately targeting us." Harry couldn't help but say indignantly. "It seems you've lost points too." "Indeed, I lost a point during my first potion class," Qin Yu admitted openly. Seeing their surprised expressions, Harry even looked a bit relieved and excited. Worried that these kids might stray off topic, Qin Yu continued, "However, my potion class grade was excellent. The reason I lost points was not due to my lack of seriousness or poor performance." So he briefly mentioned the reason he lost points. If it hadn't been for this moment, he might have forgotten about it entirely. "Alright, let's talk about your matters." Next, primarily Harry recounted, with Ron adding details, Neville apologizing, and Adam occasionally nodding along. In the end, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the surrounding first-year students all looked at Hermione with admiration. After all, daring to confront a terrifying teacher like Professor Snape takes immense courage, and in their eyes, Hermione instantly became a figure of leadership. Hermione, on the other hand, felt a bit shy under their gazes. She looked at Qin Yu and bit her lips, saying hesitantly, I just said a few things I wanted to express." While Qin had previously told her not to rush to perform in Professor Snape's class, and had mentioned that this professor has a quirky temperament. However, she did not listen. "Well done." Surprisingly, Qin Yu instead ruffled her hair, smiling and praying. He had previously advised Hermione not to rush to perform because he feared she might get scolded by Snape to the point of... However, it turned out that Hermione's sorting into Gryffindor was because she was not lacking in courage and many things. One couldn't stop her, for she is a very opinionated person. In short, regarding Hermione's performance today, Qin Yu was both surprised and pleased. He felt he might have been overly protective of her, previously forgetting that our Miss Granger is a very strong individual, at least on the path to becoming strong. After all, she is someone who will become the Minister of Magic in the future. Thinking about how others would introduce her one day as the brother of the Minister of Magic, it would indeed be quite a prestigious thing. Qin Yu's support and encouragement made Hermione beam with joy, feeling that next time she could hold out until she lost 5 points before conceding. Seeing this, the others felt that the previous topic was utterly dull. Look at us denouncing Professor Snape while you two are openly displaying affection. Is the Ministry of Magic not overseeing such inhumane dog abuse? Many around them began to harbor similar dimensional wall. Thanks to the branches and leaves of Ute Mountain for the 1 inspiration capsule, 1 show-off, 2 urges for updates, and 3 love-powered flowers, the reader spent generously. Thanks to every reader for their gifts, urges for updates, and feedback.